say, if the Earth is spinning, this is what I would expect. I actually see in reality what I expect. That's called evidence. It's not proof. That's the reason it's not proof. If it was proof, I would be affirming the consequent, not begging the question. Okay? Learn your fucking logical fallacies.
Well, you have an explanation, right? There's other explanations.
Yeah, and we've just disproved Carlos's one, right?
No, I don't think so. You just ignore the relationship between the sun and the tropics.
There isn't one. There isn't one.
Oh, there's no relationship between the sun and the tropics, is there?
Between the sun and the hurricanes, there's no relation.
To be fair, we had the hurricanes.
It happens to be the same region where all of your deviation and Coriolis comes from. It just happens to be on the same path where the sun runs.
No, it's not. There's no correlation. No correlation between the sun and what kills the hurricane.
Let's not ignore the fact that in environmental physics, where you examine like climate and try to quantify climate models, you have many more implications that include rotation of Earth, which would not be the scale of which and the detection of which, observation of which, would not be explained without that rotation.
I have a question for Abracadabra. If you claim that the air above the Earth moves in lockstep with the spinning Earth,
sorry,
why would it cause hurricane over the equator?
What's that? Hang on, he's got the doorbell.
Admitted that the air moves in lockstep with the Earth. And if that was the case, why would it cause hurricanes at the equator if the air is moving in lockstep?
Patrick, you need to stay behind. You need to stay behind today, class. And you know, when you guys make that claim that the lockstep thing, that's a claim that you guys are making and asking us to agree with, and then arguing with that lockstep thing. Right? Like
that didn't make any sense. Say that again, Kosho.
No, you guys are the ones who make the claim about lockstep, and then you guys ask us to defend it, and then ridicule us for making that claim. But it's a claim you guys are making.
No. That comes from us saying, why can't we just get a drone to hover and then travel thousands of miles? And this is when the globers say, well, the Earth, the air, the atmosphere is traveling with the Earth. This is a global claim. It's not a flat Earth claim.
No, that's not a global claim.
Yeah, that's not our claim anyways, dude. It moves with the Earth because fucking the conservation of momentum. The same reason everything else moves with the Earth. Just because you leave the Earth doesn't mean you're going to automatically be moving some, being some different reference frame that's not moving. You keep the same momentum you had when you were touching the Earth.
There's no conservation of momentum when you're on a merry-go-round. When you're on a merry-go-round, you move through the air and you feel the friction.
Yeah, there is a conservation of momentum on a merry-go-round, actually.
Not when you're talking about feeling the friction of the air against your face.
Yeah, if you have air going in the opposite direction against you on a merry-go-round, you're still experiencing the conservation of momentum, and you're also experiencing drag from the air. But what's your point?
But we are in space.
We don't feel that at all. We don't feel any of that at all on the surface of the Earth. So, if you are claiming, if you are claiming that the Earth is moving, my response is, then why am I not feeling the friction of the air as I'm moving through it?
Oh, Jesus, Travis.
How
many years have you been in this arena?
That's the issue.
Because of Jesus Christ.
We should feel, and this is what Rumpus says in the clip that I put up above. We should feel the friction of the air, but because we don't, the air is moving in lockstep with the Earth. That's your science.
What do you think we would see, Travis, if the atmosphere was not moving with the Earth?
Let me answer that. Back on your hurricanes.
Wait, hold on, Godric. Hold on, man.
Is that your assumption that the Earth is moving?
No, I have evidence that the Earth is spinning.
I already said what I would expect. if I am on something that is moving, that is open air, that is not contained, okay, then I feel the friction of that movement, whether it's a speedboat, whether it's a bicycle, whether it's a merry-go-round. As I move through the air gives me resistance. We don't feel that. We don't feel that on the Earth. Therefore, the Earth is not moving.
Okay, and what happens if you do that for a very, very, very long time of rotation?
This is not my pushing. No.
Hang on.
Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on.
Relative to the
You're
whole.
telling me. Wait, hold on. You're telling me, Ruhif, you and I are going to go to the playground. I'm going to get on the merry-go-round, and you're going to spin me around. You're telling me that at some point, because the air is not has no correlation to gravity at that point, that at some point that the air is going to catch up with me and I won't feel the friction of the air.
Well, if we're going to relate it to reality, I will say that, first of all, it would have been spinning from the start, right? But...
What?
Right?
Wait. No, the merry-go-round.
No. We're talking about the Earth spinning, right? Right. I think it was spinning from the start, so there's no issue from my side. But I want to ask you...
Wait, what does that mean? No, explain why spinning from the start means there's no issue.
An accretion disk into a planet will be spinning from the start.
So what does that have to do with the question the point he was making?
Yeah, I'm getting to that, right? Even if the Earth started spinning, you understand that it has friction, right? That the Earth will have friction on the air. So it will start to rotate, even if we actually started rotating rather than have always been rotating.
No, I don't concede that. No, I don't concede that.
So, well, come back when you do, Travis, because air has friction. Come back when you accept.
That wasn't addressing what he was saying, though.
Hold on, listen. I did not say that there's not going to be friction. I said that the air is not going to rotate. You can't demonstrate your claim, Rip. This is what we're saying the whole time. Go away and demonstrate.
I thought you were clarifying something different. You were saying that unless the air is in perfect lockstep with the Earth,
no one says perfect lockstep. We have wind.
Well, yeah,
right?
That's why we would always feel a breeze. We would always feel it. If it wasn't in perfect lockstep, we would always feel it. That's
perfect lockstep would mean no wind ever at any time.
That's bullshit. That's absolute
the wind goes in all directions.
Right.
Now
wind goes in all directions. You can't say that the Coriolis wind.
Yes.
The atmosphere that's dragged along with the Earth is what causes all the wind to go in every direction because it's only going in one direction.
The wind is irregardless. Listen, Ruhif, the wind is irregardless of
That's not a word, Travis.
The wind is irregardless of your alleged spin. It's not created by the spin.
The wind is what we call relative to the perfect rotation of the Earth, right? Any deviation from perfect rotation is what we call wind.
What causes the wind?
That makes no sense.
I'm not a fucking weatherman, Travis.
What
He's
causes
bending
the
over
wind,
backwards.
Ruhif?
He knows it's not spinning.
Yeah, fuck off, idiot.
Ruhif, what causes the wind?
Well, fuck, I'm not a weatherman, Travis. Fucking heating up, cooling down, fucking mountains, oceans.
It's got nothing, right? It's got.
You seem to know a lot about it.
Right, so you're describing a flat Earth, right? So we don't. Oh, hold on. Listen, we don't feel, both of us, in both of our models, we don't feel the friction of moving through the air on a rotating surface. Okay, so that's a zero-sum game.
We have wind.
And then...
the wind goes in all directions.
The wind has nothing to do with Coriolis.
I actually agree with you on that, Travis.
The wind has nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth. Let me ask you a question real quick.
Well, that's false, actually, as well.
Have you ever seen a dust devil?
I think so. A little spinny thing.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of a tornado?
Yeah.
Okay. Does Coriolis cause those?
No. Hurricanes, they've got to be on a bigger scale. Hurricanes and cyclones, yes. Those little things, no.
How can you differentiate? They're both the same vortices. They're both doing the same thing.
Yeah, but they're just on a smaller scale.
Wait,
yes,
they're not big enough.
Doesn't Coriolis determine the direction? Aren't you saying that Coriolis determines the direction of the tornadoes?
Of the hurricanes and cyclones.
Yeah.
Tornadoes are a fairly micro effect.
Okay, hurricanes and cyclones, let's say.
Yep.
You're saying the Coriolis doesn't cause them, but it determines the direction of them?
Yeah, it doesn't cause them, yeah.
Right.
It causes the direction.
So that is the real. You could call it Coriolis, but that's the real difference that we can observe in possible, northern, quote unquote, southern hemispheres as far as the weather goes, right? That may be a pattern there that we can see has a favor towards counterclockwise or clockwise. And because we have two adjacent star systems that are above us going counterclockwise and clockwise, just like we observe. So why wouldn't we see that with the wind patterns? That makes sense.
Say that last bit again.
We have two adjacent star systems above a stationary plane, I think, because that's what we observe. One's going counterclockwise and one's going clockwise, and that's what we see, and they converge and diverge just like Stellarium shows. That's where the conversation started.
At the equator.
What does the star...
At the celestial equator, not the equator and the celestial equator are not the same thing.
Are you suggesting there's some influence the stars have on something?
Well, yeah, there's a whole system that everything about that. The ether is wound up in here from that whole rotation going on all the time. That seems to be the cause of your pendulums. That seems to be the cause of your gyro rotation. That seems to be the cause of everything else. Is whatever it is that's outside is influencing the deviations in the middle. I think.
I tuned out when you said ether because there's no way to go from if the Earth or if ether or something then X, right? You can go from if
space-time.
Earth is
It's
spinning.
space-time, same thing, right? Space-time.
I don't know how to get from that to
anyway,
Coriolis
right?
either.
How
do you get from space-time to Coriolis?
Everything that you're saying that the Earth's spin does could be the effect of the ether.
The difference is, right, you must accept that if the Earth is spinning, then Coriolis will be in effect, right? I have no idea how you get from if ether, then Coriolis.
If we have a vortex magnetic field and everything going around us, it could be also part of it. We have we have a double vortex.
Do we though?
Field. I think that's the most likely option, seeing as how we're not spinning. We're not spinning, Ruhif. Sorry to break it to you.
Of course.
You're done. Your model is over. It's done.
Sorry, I forgot. I forgot we're not spinning.
I know it's your religion and you're trying to convince us. Why you're here begging us to believe you makes no sense.
How you can measure the vortex of magnetic field?
What?
Can you measure the vortex of magnetic field that you claim that
Earth
there
has
is?
A magnetic field?
Yes, it is, but not vortex.
Well, how do you know that?
Because you can't measure any. You can't measure any vortex.
Are you sure?
Do you have measurements?
No, I'm saying this is theoretical.
Okay.
Seeing as how we're not spinning, there has to be an answer.
Well, we are spinning. All the evidence says that
we're not. Ruhif, we're not spinning, bro.
So.
You're so stupid.
Okay,
we're spinning still.
I'm sorry. I just tuned you out when you said we're spinning, Ruhif. I just tuned you out. Sorry.
Yeah, it's really dumb, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, if you can explain how you get from, ether or whatever to Coriolis, then we can take you seriously.
Listen, it's a correspondence, right? So if you look up at the equator, if you look up from the equator and you can see that there are diverging celestial rotations, the rotations I would think would correspond to the rotations that happen with the storm systems. So going back to what Carlos said, right? You've got this celestial equator through which the energy is moving, just like a paddle through fluid. When you move that paddle through the fluid, the southern rotation and the northern rotation oppose each other. All right. So we see that in the sky.
Yes, they do.
What's the cause though?
Who's saying no?
Who's saying
the thermal input? I got the cause. The thermal input of the sun, which is in the middle.
Yeah, we just went through this with Carlos.
Yeah, that's the paddle.
It's not though. There's no correlation. There's no correlation between the declination or latitude of the sun. There isn't. It's no correlation.
Yeah, it causes
hurricanes and cyclones die when they cross the equator, not the sun line.
Yeah, but that's because of the energy input that's causing those hurricanes to develop in a certain region. That's weather. That has nothing to do with that. The sun does have something to do with the current that is caused. Yeah, if you keep interrupting, that makes you sound smarter.
It does. I should keep doing it then, hey?
Right. So the sun going in the
That's
middle, right, causing that vortex is
But
the
there is
cause, and that's
more.
what
There
we
is
see. We
more.
see current.
There is more sun energy in equator. How come that goes with your theory?
I don't understand your question. The reason the it's created at all is that the sun is in the equator. So either side that is creating that paddle effect in water, which is the air, basically. The water, the paddle would be the sun, the water would be the air. And as the paddle, the sun goes through the air or water, it causes that air or water to vortex.
As I said,
Easily proven.
There is no correlation between the declination of the sun, or the latitude of the sun, and the direction of rotation. The correlation is to the equator.
What the direction of rotation of what?
Hurricanes and cyclones.
Hurricane and cyclones are the rotation of that is caused by the weather, the wind directions of where they're developing from other storms. I can tell you.
You said the sun causes these vortexes, right?
Right.
Okay, so north of the sun, I assume you would think they travel, I don't know, anti-clockwise, would you?
Well, there's different weather patterns north and south also, Rudolph. You have different factors. You're just small-minded and you look for one reason. It's not. It's a total cycle combined. It's dynamic system caused by different cycles combining in a closed, like in a container, and there you have it. Okay, sorry, I hate to break up your worldview, right? And I know that's why you interrupt and get so upset and come here every day defending it. But
okay. So north of the sun, are you saying they should rotate anti-clockwise, and south of the sun they should rotate clockwise?
I think you just definitely
No, I think it's clockwise north, any south.
No, I think it's the other way around. I think I got it right. Hold on. Hang on a second.
It doesn't matter as long as there's a difference.
Oh, I'm right.
Would it not depend on the local weather?
Yeah, that definitely.
But why is it always? Why is it always anti-clockwise in northern hemisphere and clockwise in southern hemisphere, and not related to the position of the sun?
Are you talking about the hurricanes now? Because that's weather. Jesus.
Yeah, but why do they rotate one way in the northern hemisphere and the other way in the other hemisphere?
From when they develop from other storms, tropical depressions, pressure differences, and wind directions in the areas that they develop off the coast of Africa, those wind directions are causing the spin to go in one direction. If they develop, weather, and if they only develop in certain times of the season of the year because of the weather.
Okay, understood. You got nothing. Fair enough. Thanks, Pierre.
You're declaring a wind here? You're funny.
Topography plays a part as well, doesn't it? Because you have areas
Of course it does. Currents of the water, currents of the air, it all causes the wind direction and energy input of those hurricanes. Tropical storms turn into hurricanes. They're not hurricanes like from get-go and spinning in a direction because they're hurricanes in the northern hemisphere. They're hurricanes because they come from tropical depressions and tropical storms, and those directions of the winds that are in those systems are caused by where they develop because of weather conditions. The winds in those areas are going in a certain direction this time of year. Jesus, man.
Hey, Ruhif, did you notice that you were wrong about something else? Someone posted, irregardless is a word.
Really?
Yeah.
If it's a word, they added it recently.
He doesn't even believe
it may
in
not be a word you like or a word that you would use in a term paper, but irregardless certainly is a word. It has been in use for well over 200 years.
He doesn't even believe in definition. He doesn't even believe in definitions.
Oh yeah, the word literal is now in the dictionary as meaning figurative.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking ridiculous, right?
Again, Ruhif doesn't even believe in definitions. He makes his own up. Right, Ruhif?
Oh, as long as we understand what we mean together when we use a certain word, dictionaries are useless.
And I quote, Ruhif doesn't believe in the dictionary definitions. He believes in what he believes.
Well, it would
So,
matter to the
Ruhif,
audience, though.
how big does the storm system need to be for the Coriolis to affect it?
I don't know. I don't have a fucking number.
So,
Big.
yeah, are you saying that a tornado storm system over Nebraska never reaches the scale of a hurricane in the south latitudes?
My understanding of tornadoes is they're not caused by the weather systems that cause hurricanes and cyclones. They're different. They're extreme low pressure developments, and tornadoes are more very local things.
Very local things. Everything's local. The hurricane is local.
Yeah, it's small.
Yeah, that's
you won't see a fucking tornado 100 kilometers across, right?
I don't know. I've never measured it.
I think they're pretty small, right?
That'd be pretty scary.
No, but I think what Rakia has pointed out again quite aptly with the weather system is that these storms are pressure and temperature related. I mean,
yes.
But
what determines the direction of rotation? I would think if the Earth wasn't rotating, these things should be pretty random, but they're not. Oh shit! 7:45.
What are you talking about? I just explained to you why the rotation. Because when they start, those wind directions are prevailing. You can go look at it.
Want to go feed the dogs? I shall.
The wind, yeah. See you later. If the hurricane developed in different regions, which most of them don't, they come from the same area, the prevailing winds of the area cause the directions of the hurricane. The thermal input, once they start spinning, you get the input of energy over the warm water, current, high and low pressure in the area, and everything else that causes weather to make them either weak, even develop into a hurricane, those conditions. And then once they become a hurricane at a certain level of conditions, right, they give them levels. They become Cat 1, 2, 3, and 4. The only difference is the amount of energy that is in the system, how strong the winds are, weather, and that's determined by the high and low pressure, how much where they go, like the track that they take, what waters they travel over, how much energy they're going to get if they get into the warm waters of the Gulf and mix with the cold air, they're going to be stronger. I mean, come on, Rudolph. That's just unbelievable.
Yeah, but the direction that the air is coming from is consistent. Both of them. The high pressure, the high pressure goes to the low pressure, and so they both always travel away from the equator.
Travel away from what?
They travel away from the equator or towards the equator. So they travel directly north or south. That's the direction that the pressure difference is.
They travel that way because of the wind directions and the input.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. So
weather.
The direction that the weather is dictating for it to go is not in a rotation. It's directly north or south. That's the direction.
God, they don't go directly north and south. There's three out there right now, and they're traveling. Two of them are going west.
Exactly.
Nice,
but you just said though is that dictated by the weather and by the pressure.
Yeah, it is.
If it was dictated by that purely, they would travel directly north and south because that's the direction that the pressure is tending towards. It's going.
You know why they go south to north in the beginning, Kosha, where they develop because of the weather in that region. And then when they get into different weather patterns over Cuba or the Bahamas or Bermuda, they either go west or east or stay straight. You know why? Because of the high and low pressure weather systems that are making them travel that way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying too. They're always they're caused consistently by the same thing, go in the same directions because of the high to low pressure, which is north to south,
Okay,
which is
cool.
south, depending on which
Awesome.
side of it's caused.
What's the rotation caused by, Kosho?
The rotation is caused by the rotation of the Earth. This is why they
Not weather. Okay, thanks.
why else would they have a consistent rotation?
Because they develop in the same region which has consistent weather. Jesus, man.
Yeah, but try to make sense of that though. Like, make sense of how that would cause it to rotate the same way every time. It's just like you're saying that would happen, but there's no mechanism to allow that to happen. It makes sense that they would be traveling away from the equator each time, but it doesn't make sense that they would be rotating the same direction each time.
If the high pressure is coming in from the east and the low pressure is coming in from the west and the winds are doing the same thing, then that's the rotation of the storm.
But that's what I'm saying though. They don't do that.
Whatever,
They don't.
dude. Take
The high to
yourself
low
straight to somebody else. Don't
high,
talk to me about this.
the high to low pressure doesn't go from east to west or west to east. It's pure. It's north to south, and it's a temperature dependent pressure difference.
Are ocean currents quite regular? Because would ocean currents not have an effect on the wind?
I mean, I imagine they would, but the temperature and pressure differences have the biggest effect. Like the temperature differences dictate the pressure differences, and that will dictate which direction the wind's going.
So have we worked out where the center of the universe is yet, peoples? No?
I told you where it was, Bandsaw.
Yeah, nowhere.
I said everywhere.
And nowhere all at the same time. Everywhere and nowhere. In the
I didn't mean to do that. Wait, did you do that or did I do it?
No, you did it. Why would I do it? I want to do it. I want to, but I didn't.
Okay, well, yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Anyway, I'm working on something right now. I'm changing to Soundly's bridge.
Oh, you're working on Soundley's Bridge, are you?
Yeah, I'm building it for him.
Okay, cool.
That doesn't exist. It's
Exactly.
Rakia's bridge.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have the southbound and then he's got the northbound. You live closer to it, I think. Anyway, right? Or
Yeah.
does he?
Well, you should be working on something important, Kosho.
I'm working on 3 things right now. That's one
Well,
of
you should be working on the center of the universe, trying to nail that.
No, he's good at optical illusions. Let him chart it out.
Okay, yeah. Well, he should be able to give the optical illusion of the center of the universe too, Rick.
Okay, I can do that. I can do that in 15. I've done it before with you and others. I'll do it again
What, the
for
center of
you.
the universe? You've shown
Yeah.
me where the center of the universe is, yet it's everywhere but nowhere. So depending on my frame of reference at any one particular time, I am actually in the center of the universe, even though I'm rotating at 500 trillion million miles around the equator, at 622 zillion miles around the sun, at some ungodly amount of miles around the universe. I'm still always at the center of the universe because it's everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Interesting. Interesting.
You're starting to get.
Have I kind of summed it up pretty accurately?
You got to remember that the expansion is described as space, just space increasing, I guess, in number. So, yeah, but that's
Your words exactly, Kosho, was the center of the universe is everywhere. So it doesn't matter where I am, right? I'm at the center of the universe, and at the same time you are, and Rakia is. How can that be possible? How can that be possible that all 3 of us are simultaneously at the center of the universe at exactly the same time? How's that work?
because of the nature of the universe. Whenever it first was created, the space that each of us are taking up right now is much larger than the space that existed when it was first created. And so if you take the amount of space there was when it was first, and you keep all the material that's there, but you increase the space, the amount of space at every point. Not even not unique to anywhere, but at every point you just increase the space. All that's happened is the space has gotten larger, and the matter has more room to move. But none of those new points, or none of those new space is not a location that can be described that was there, that was there before, because only the matter was there before.
Okay.
So all the matter was at the center before, and remains at the center the whole time.
Yep. Yeah. It's always at the center. So this space that is ever increasing and ever expanding, does it ever increase and ever expand into nothingness that's kind of there all the time. But does it expand equally?
Yes.
It does. It actually expands equally. So it's kind of like a balloon blowing up, kind of.
Sort of, but not really, because a balloon will expand into something.
Yeah, no. I get that. I get that, right? But this space that is expanding equally. Yes?
Right. Well, right, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I've got to follow up. Okay. So if it is expanding equally everywhere, right? How is there not a center?
Because everything existed in the same place at one point, right? And all that's happened is more space has been created, but the space that was created in all directions. So it's like, let's say there was only 9. Let's say there's only 9 points before. Everything existed in 9, not 9. Let's use a number like 16. 16 points. Okay. So you imagine like a Rubik's cube.
Mm-hmm.
A Rubik's 27. You get what I'm saying, okay?
Yeah, Rubik's cube. It's got eight corners.
But it's got 27. Yeah, but there's 27 squares, so or cubes. So there's imagine there's 27. It's just, well, we'll stick with 27. Anyway, and all that's happening is everything that exists in those spaces around each one of those 27 cubes. We're gonna create 6 more cubes around each of them, so in every direction for all of them. So that there's an equal number of new, like the spaces are equally spacing apart, basically.
Yep.
Right. And you just keep doing it each time. Keep doing this, and the matter is not changing. Yeah. So that's a bad example too, because you're going to tell me there's a center.
It's very bad. It's very bad because it started from the center, didn't it?
Yeah, the center of the Rubik's cube too.
Exactly right. So there is a center, but there's no center all at the same time. So there either is a center or there is not a center.
I got to show you a picture that will help. I don't remember the name of it.
I don't know. I know you're trying your best. You are trying your best.
There it is. Hold on. I don't remember the name of this art.
I don't mean to be distracting you from Rakia's bridge, so maybe you should get back to that, because we know that it's kind of a bit of double speak to say that there's no center, but there is a center all at the same time.
I never said there's no center.
Yeah, you did. You said the center is everywhere. The center can't be everywhere. It can't be everywhere, Kosho. The center, right? I don't know if you know what the meaning of center means, but it means the center point, right? Boom, and everything equal from that. Bang, coming out. That's the center point. Pretty basic, pretty simple. I'm sure there's a mathematical equation too that could probably help you work it out. I don't know. I could be wrong.
I'm going to show you something I've shown you before, but I'm not going to look for this dumbass picture. I'm going to show you something I've shown you before.
Hey, no, it's a very important picture.
Yeah, but I can't find it, so let me just show you the thing that I'm going to make this quick. Just what I'm saying. I'm working on something else. I'm working on this. This will take me 15 seconds.
Just work on Rakia's bridge.
No, hold on. Give me 35 seconds.
You better be working on it, because bloody Rakia will chew my ass out if you stop working on it. And
well, today's Friday. He's gonna do that. He's gonna do that tonight.
yeah, well, I don't want to target it at me because I've taken you off your job.
Anyways, I'm doing the northbound part, and so I'm doing Soundley's bridge. The Rakia's bridge is south. Give me 35 seconds.
Do you know the differences?
I do, yes. Only because I've never been there, but I'm intimate with this data at least. So.
You know, they were built at different times and not together, using a different method.
One has 4 humps. One has 5.
Yeah, I did notice that there was differences in the humps, but but the images I'm not really working on editing the images.
I apologise, Rakia. I've taken his mind off the job.
No, I'm still working on that too. I'm just working on this picture for you very quickly, and then I'm gonna work on the.
No, don't be doing that. No, it's not logical at all, Travis. Not at all.
I'm even gonna title this band.
The center is everywhere. It doesn't get any better than that.
Exactly.
That celestial rotation demonstration coming along.
Celestial rotation. Say what again? Celestial.
You don't remember?
Oh, all right. Yeah. You want to do the experiment with the shit spinning around thing. That's right. I totally forgot about it, but that can be doable today. See, today would be.
Do you need a sticky note?
Probably, yeah. I'm gonna write it down. But give me 15 seconds, man.
I'm kind of sorry I asked, actually.
What did you ask?
Where's the center of the universe? Guess where it is, Travis. Guess where the center is.
Everywhere.
Earth.
My bad.
I wanted him to mull over it just for a couple of seconds, Jeremy. So,
Because you're sick.
everywhere. Something that started from the center is expanding equally in every single direction, equally, right? Does not have a center because the center
It does. No, it has a center. That's dumb.
No, it doesn't.
Hey, dude, I don't care what anyone says. If something expands equally in all directions, there's a center to it.
Go show. I mean, Jeremy, right? Where is the center of the universe?
Well, I don't know where it is, but
you know where
I
it
don't know
is?
where. I don't know where it is, but it definitely has one.
Well, even Google doesn't know because Google says there is no center to the universe. Even though
there's a difference.
Go.
There's a difference between not knowing something, but knowing it has one. You know what I mean?
No.
Yeah.
Like obviously, if you're, let's say I blindfolded you and put you inside a giant balloon and you didn't know where you were and it was dark and I told you you're inside a balloon, a spherical balloon, and it's expanding equally in all directions. Would you know that balloon had a center? Would you know the balloon had a center, or would you think every point inside the balloon was the center?
That's exactly the analogy I gave to Kosho.
Fucking silly, man. I haven't had my coffee. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Google even has the answer in bold. There is no center to the universe. Exclamation mark.
I know that's dumb, though. That's dumb because we know that if there's something expanding in all directions equally, it doesn't even matter if it was equally or not. Everything has a center. Show me something without a center.
Exactly. Okay. Don't be telling me. Be telling Kosho it's dumb. Yes. Yeah.
Vance,
yeah.
Will you pick which one you want to be the center of the dots I put with it?
That's not how centers work. You don't just pick a spot and be like, "Oh, that's the center." I can't just stab it. Yeah, I can't just stab an orange somewhere and be like, oh, wherever. Every time I stab it, wherever my knife ends, that's where the center is.
What you've said to me, Kosho, is here, Bandsaw, take this dart, throw it randomly at a dartboard. Don't even hit the dartboard. Don't even hit the bullseye. Right? Let it fly through the air. Right? Bounce into my next door neighbour's house, and where it lands, that's going to be the centre. That's your bullseye. That's exactly what you said to me.
Yeah,
crazy, Kosho.
I know you don't like my analogies, Kosho, but my analogies are spot on. You think I take the mickey out of what you try and tell me, and perhaps you're right in a way, but regardless, my analogies are spot on.
Oh, we have the best analogies. The Globers have the fucking worst, and I mean, Kosho is top 2, top 3 worst analogies ever.
Yeah.
Anyways, will you?
There we go. Boom. That's the one I picked, Kosho. That one there.
I mean, isn't the universe a loaf of raisin bread or a balloon or something?
Mm-hmm.
And then that's always got a center?
Mm-hmm. Ever expanding equally in every direction, yet it doesn't have a center.
It doesn't make sense. Just because we don't know where it is doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying? What up,
I'm asking you.
What's up?
Pick a spot. Pick one of those dots on the fucking thing I put.
Pick a dot?
Yeah, pick one.
I'm going to check the chat one.
The blue one.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the green. I'm going to go with the red one on the top right. Now what? Now what?
Then you got to put yourself there so that you have first person. Then have everything refer from there.
If this is supposed to be inside the universe, where's the edge that's expanding into everything?
God, I'm talking about this stuff with Jeremy. Listen, dude, you're begging the question.
Banter, you pick.
The
blue
blue one? The very first blue one. The top left-hand corner.
Bandsaw reads from the bottom right. He starts at the bottom right when he reads.
Stop picking corner one. Pick one somewhere else.
You told me to pick any dot that I liked, and I pick the very first blue one in the top left-hand corner.
You probably got some great fucking magic tricks. Pick a card, and somebody picks a card. Coach is like, no, not that card. Pick a different card.
That's good, Jeremy.
Can't pick that one. Don't pick that one.
Pick
anyone. Pick any other one other than that one.
Doing 45.
What's wrong with the one that I picked?
It's stupid.
Well, okay, we'll go.
Pick a stupid dot.
We'll go with.
No,
Jeremy's
don't change it.
choice.
No, don't change it. I like it. I like it that Kosho doesn't like it.
All right. We're waiting for the center.
I mean, honestly, I wish that I could spend the time to research all of this history stuff. Like, I think it was yesterday we were talking about, somebody mentioned peer-reviewed papers and how science works. And I mean, let's just go again back to the source, right? Copernicus. Mm-hmm. What's your claim, Copernicus? Okay, show me the data of how they processed all of this information. Where's his peer review? You know, where's all of this shit that is supposed to happen so that he eliminates
any other variables, any other alternative explanations? How did he eliminate anything to arrive at a conclusion that he makes about a claim for what's happening in the sky?
That's the guy that I was talking to in regards to show me how light works in a curved density gradient. Is that the same guy?
Yeah, that was Parmesan, right?
That's the one. Yep.
Yeah, it was yesterday's conversation, right? Yeah, and I was
Yeah.
breaking up. I was breaking up forever going through New York.
Yep.
Yeah, because I wanted to get in and bring that up. But that's it. I mean, this is all it. Like, show us this history, man. This should be on microfiche. You know, all this bullshit. We shouldn't have to like go behind paywalls and all this bullshit. These papers should be readily accessible for research.
Yeah, but the papers are
you know what I mean? Because all you're going to do then, imagine. I know.
The papers are just.
That's what I'm saying. Imagine.
Come on, sorry, man. A bit of a delay.
Yeah, I mean, imagine a high schooler doing research paper. Like for me, like if I was a high schooler and I came across the Plain Truths Mirage stuff, and I'm like, oh man, this stuff is really interesting. I don't think the Earth is flat, but this Mirage stuff is like really interesting. And he goes to research this stuff. It's all in French. It's all in German. And the fucking claims that I have questions about have no citations.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I don't
And
care
all
what.
I'm-
Oh, my bad.
Go ahead. No, it's all right. I'm just ranting.
I was just going to say, I don't care what Copernicus wrote down. You tell me there's something with no center, or the center's anywhere you want. That's just fucking dumb. You could write that all day. I don't know what evidence you could even come up with for that, but that's just fucking dumb. Seriously, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard you say, Kosho.
It's relativism. I can't say the word.
Relativism.
Yeah, that.
Spectroscopical relativical.
You don't be trying to put suffixes on spectroscopy.
It's wherever you're at that dictates the center, right? Relativism. Jesus.
That's right. That's right, Ricky. 10 points for Gryffindor.
That's not how centers work, though, Rocky.
I know, but that's what they base all their crap on.
Imagine going to a building and doing some kind of building project, and you're like, well, we'll just put that wherever. I don't know. I don't have a good analogy, but.
Well, no, I want to put this at the center of the building. Okay, well, when I measured it, I was standing here. This is the center I got. It's relative. Now, I can't mess up anymore because I'm like, no, you wanted this to follow the curvature of the Earth, right? I mean, that's why it's not horizontal. There are no horizontal straight lines. You're on a sphere, buddy.
You know what? You ask people some simple questions for demonstrations, right? And they'll go, you know what? You can go to the library and get a book on that. And you go, cool. And you can read the book on whatever it is. You go, you know what? I'd like to see a practical demonstration. So, I want to see that a water level between the 2 points will be horizontal. And I go to a book and I read the words. I can see a diagram. I go, cool. All right. Then what I can do is I'm a kind of a visual kind of guy. I'd like to see this demonstrated. I like to see like these words kind of backed up with a bit of substance. All right. You can either A, do it yourself, or B, you could type it in on YouTube or Google. You probably get some video of someone doing it. Right. You can do the same with baking a cake. Right. Oh, I need to learn how to make a chocolate cake. Right. And you can go to the recipe book and it'll say half a cup of this and a cup of that and a pound of this and a splash of that, and mix it all up, whack it in the oven at this kind of degrees, and bang, presto, there's your cake. Then you go, oh, I'll jump on YouTube, or I want to see a visual demonstration of it. Bang. Yep, I can find that. And you know what? I can then do it myself. and I can put half a cup of this in and not a cup of that, I'll go, you know what, I'm going to experiment a little bit and I'll only put 3/4 in. Put it in the oven, bang, nothing happens, no cake. It's a pancake, right? I want to do dovetail joints. I want to trowel concrete. Whatever you ask for, right, you can get actually practical demonstrations, or you can practically do it yourself with just about anything in life. But you ask them anything that they claim is such, and they say, well, here's a paper, it's been peer reviewed, full stop. They say it's so, so it is so. End of story. No more debate.
What are you talking about? I just showed you, all the points in the center. You can pick any other point.
No.
You haven't shown me the center at all. The blue dot is still up in the corner. That's not the center of anything.
Yeah, well, that's because I didn't draw an infinite amount of dots, dude. But you get the point.
How could you draw an infinite amount of dots when you only had X amount of dots to start with?
What? Listen, dude.
It's in the same space. This space that you have drawn represents space that is expanding. Okay? Space expands equally everywhere. You said this. These are your words, not mine. Now, there has to be a center. There is no center. You haven't shown me the center to anything. You've shown me the same blue dot in the same corner and with the other dots just slightly rearranged. That's all you've shown me, Kosho. There's no center to anything there. There's no center of the universe there at all.
I'll be honest. Listen, I'm going to show you something.
You need chastising, Kosho. Show me a picture. Show me the picture of the universe, all right, and then ask me to pick a point, and then show me how that point in the universe that you are going to represent, that is ever expanding, how that point then is the center.
Okay, but don't get mad if you get embarrassed. What's about to happen?
Oh Lord.
Kosho, is there a place in the universe that's expanding into something? Like, if something's expanding, it has to expand into something, right?
Incorrect.
So you can have something expanding, but not into something.
If space is the thing expanding, then the space is not expanding into other space. The space is the thing expanding. So
yes, so it has to be. Listen, so you're telling me you can have something expanding without it expanding into something else? You know how crazy that sounds?
If that thing that you're talking about is the entirety of space, then that's the only thing.
This should be like a law that whenever something expands, it has to expand into something, because it's impossible, literally impossible for that to not happen.
No, it's like if I spend my time doing this, then I can't be spending my time doing that. So the more time I do this, the less time I'm doing that. So if I say much time, blah blah blah, doing whatever, that means that takes away from so the time came from somewhere. So the time I took doing this, it was not spent doing something else. So when we say, okay, there's been 20,000 years since the beginning of time, every single day we add a day, there's been more time. However, that time that's being created is not being created from some cool.
Okay.
Mike, Jeremy, come on, get that kid quiet.
Shut that kid up.
Gaffer tape.
I used to tell my wife that all the time when he'd be crying. I'd be like, "Shut that baby up." Just joking around.
There should
Kosho.
Sound like you would agree.
If something expands, okay, it has to expand into something. I don't know what you just said, but I don't care if it's like, space or raisin bread or what.
Getting into when time is increasing. So if there was a beginning of time, tomorrow there's been the greatest amount of time that's ever been.
Time isn't a thing. It doesn't increase.
It does increase.
Time there is no such thing as physical time, Kosho.
Well, if there was a beginning of time, then the amount of time that there's been is now greater than ever before.
Oh, that is just ludicrous. There should be a law that you should not be able to say anything that doesn't make sense.
Makes sense to me.
Just because you don't understand it, Bandsaw.
Oh, I'm sorry, Travis. I'll be quiet.
It's obvious you don't understand it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Jeremy, think about what you're talking about in terms of the ever expansion, right? You know the cartoon Harold and the purple crayon or whatever it is, you know? How he can draw something into existence, right? That's what it is. I mean, it just creates the space that it needs to go into. You know what I mean? It's
but listen, there's this thing, right? It's called space. And then that thing is expanding. It's getting bigger. There has to be something there for it to go into.
It creates the there. That's what I'm saying. It creates the space
creates
that it's supposed
the
to go into.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it creates its own space.
Travis is.
I don't know. And there's no center to this sphere of space that's expanding into itself. No center.
No, nothing. It started off at the center, mind you. Started off at the center, but there's no center. Because as, you know, Kosho eloquently described it, think of it as a Rubik's Cube and just more cubes equally adding itself to the outside. There's no center to it, yet there's a center all at the same time. You should play it back, Kosho, and listen to it. You probably do. You probably chuckle at yourself and you go, oh, they bought it.
Did I say that again? Take notes. I say that again.
I have a demonstration for you. I'm just in the middle of something. Give me a second.
I must say,
hey, Jeremy, you need to organize a Flat Earth meetup somewhere up that way, man. That, like I said, that Saratoga area was just awesome.
Preferably somewhere where you can park a truck.
Yeah. No, honestly. So I went to my delivery and then I saw that coming back I was going to pass right by Saratoga again. So I looked in the area because I had the time to do it. Like I was listening to the show and driving and not looking at my map to see what was coming up next. Not that I knew what Saratoga looked like anyway, but all of a sudden I'm coming out of just this backcountry road and then boom into this magnificent historical old buildings, coffee shops, hardware shops. So I didn't have the time to try to sometimes I can figure shit out and look down a road and see that I could turn my truck or whatever. None of that. Anyway, so I looked to find a Walmart on the way back. It's like 2 miles plus away. So I'd have to park my truck and then walk 2.5 miles. That's just not feasible. You know what I mean?
No, I hear you, Travis. I hear you. I feel your pain.
Yeah. And then they make those freaking side roads only big enough for a Hyundai to get through, so there's no way I could turn my truck through it. Sorely disappointed. And there's a springs there too. Jeremy, do you know if there's like a hot springs up there, Saratoga hot springs or something? He doesn't know.
I mean, I have something that might be useful.
For who?
Kosho, you shouldn't be allowed to be on here until you come back with this demonstration.
Or until you pinpointed the center of the universe.
Yeah, he got wrecked again, man. Kosho is taking some heavy losses. Not just those like decisions. He's taking those beat down, knockout, unconscious, need the doctor to carry him out type losses.
What?
I must have been
What was wrong about?
Everything.
See, Kosho can't even remember. He was knocked out so bad, like he just can't remember it.
What's that injury called where you just get rapid hits to the head all the time? The ones that football players suffer from?
Concussion?
Concussion syndrome, yeah.
Yeah. Sends them loopy.
Their brain is scrambled and they start saying things like the center is relative, like wherever you are. Yep. It's not the center of the universe. The universe is the object. There's no center to that. It's relative to you.
To you. Exactly right.
Yikes.
Kosho said that?
100%.
Why would you say that?
The center of the universe is everywhere. No, it's everywhere.
Why would Kosho say that, though?
Because it's true. It's true.
Concussion, man. We had already told you, weren't you listening? He's been knocked out so many times. He says quirky things like that.
And look, and in Kosho's defense, and I hate to defend him, I really do, but Google actually says exactly the same thing, Nate. And this is in bold letters, mind you, bold letters. There is no center of the universe! Exclamation mark after it. Bold letters. There's no center, right? Because it is everywhere, the center.
Whoa. What do they mean the center of the universe is everywhere? I understand the no center part, but then to say the center of the universe is everywhere, what does that mean?
You understand the no center?
It means that it moves wherever you are. You become the center point because you're the observer. So every time you move, you've got a new perspective, a new center that you're observing.
You're the point from which everything is expanding away from.
I don't think that would ever make you the center, though.
It's all about your frame of reference.
You're the center.
Yep.
Nate, are you telling us that you don't understand this? Pretty simple, man.
Yeah, come on.
I've never heard it explained that way. Well, that's not how it was taught to me or how I understand it.
Well,
oh, you have a citation for us to consider? Maybe you could pull up an alternative explanation.
Yeah, would love to hear it.
Yeah.
Like I said, I agree with the first part that there is no center, but then the second part where the center is everywhere, that part I've never heard of before.
Okay. So you have the Big Bang, boom. Everything expands. Everything is expanding equally in every single direction, like blowing up a balloon, right? Which was one of the analogies, just like blowing up a balloon. Everything is expanding equally. Start from a Big Bang, expanding equally. There has to be a center, Nate. You cannot say there's not a center.
No, I would just say there isn't a center. I wouldn't say that the center is everywhere.
Okay, so where's the center?
There is no center.
There is no center.
Yeah, I'll just leave it there. Like, to add this extra stuff that Kosho said, the center is everywhere. That is weird.
How can there be no center?
Well, no center that we know of. There might be one, but we don't know it. But as far as we know, with the information we have today, right now, there's no center.
So, okay, so how would you determine where
we're missing?
Right. So explain to us how you would come to the conclusion that there is a center. How do you know there is one?
I'm not saying I know there is one. What I'm saying is we don't have enough.
You just said that there is a center.
I said with the information we have, all we can say is there's no center. We don't have enough information to say
No. Listen, I'm going to have to do this again. I'm going to have to fucking wind the statement back. You just said a moment. Listen, you just said a moment ago, there is a center. We just don't know where it is. You said,
Travis.
Oh my God.
Go ahead and do what you got to do. If you got to get a recording from the live stream, go for it, man.
I need to get paid for it.
Because I've seen you do this before and have to come back and admit that you were wrong. So
No, and I do admit that I was wrong because the way that
so go for it, Travis.
Listen,
go ahead and
accent, do it. Listen, the accent that you have, I misunderstood what you heard. I misheard what you said. I don't have a problem admitting that I'm wrong.
Okay. Even if what I said is different from what I'm saying now, you should just go with what I'm saying now, you know? What I'm saying now is there might be a center. We don't know, but the information we have
Okay, great,
right
fine.
now
How would you walk us through how you would determine how something has a center? That was my original question based on what you said.
In order to determine if something has a center, you would need to know its dimensions in totality. You know, you would need to know its outer limits, its total volume, and we don't have that for the universe. We just have the total volume of our observable universe, but we know that there's more universe than what we can see. So it's really hard for us to talk about there being a center. Like, how can you say there's a center if you don't know where the edges are, right?
Well, it's ever expanding all the time equally. So it doesn't matter where the edges. Well, it doesn't matter where the edges are.
All right,
if it is
so tell me where the center of a room is if you don't know where the walls are for that room.
It's not a room if it doesn't have walls.
No, it has walls. You just don't know where the walls are. You can't, like, let's say there's a light in the middle of the room, and that light only illuminates a central part of the room. The outer edges are in darkness. You can't see them.
Okay, then.
So how do you make that claim that there is no walls or there is walls when you lack that information?
Okay, then. So then how then can you make the claim that it was a big bang, and from the big bang, everything is expanding equally in all directions? The start of the Big Bang would be the center. So unless you know where the center is, you don't even know that there was a Big Bang to start off with.
Yeah, but the Big Bang, you know, that name is kind of misleading. It's a name that someone came up with, and the person that came up with it didn't believe in the Big Bang. They came up with that name as a joke. It's not actually a Big Bang. You know, they just came up with that name to make fun of the idea that there's this cosmic inflation.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Coco just said that the universe started with the Big Bang and everything expanded equally from the Big Bang. So now
we call it the Big Bang now.
We're getting conflicting stories, Nate. We're getting conflicting stories. So there either was a Big Bang. Now, whether it's a Big Bang, big implosion, explosion, whatever ocean you want to put to it, that's where it started. Now, unless we know where it started, we don't know that that's actually how it started. It's just pie in the sky kind of stuff.
All right. So this is what you should understand the Big Bang is. The Big Bang just tells us that the universe expanded from an initial state. And in this initial state, temperatures were high and so was density. That's all it tells us. It doesn't tell us that it started from nothing. It started from nowhere. It started at this specific point and expanded outwards from that point. All it tells us is there's been inflation from an initial state of high temperature and high density.
Cool.
We don't actually know what that initial state is because light doesn't travel that far back in time. We can't see that far back to whatever the initial state is. We can just make vague statements about what it might have been like.
All right, then. I get that. I get what you said. But if everything is expanding equally in every single direction from this initial state of how it started, regardless of the actual dynamics of how it started from that central point. It has expanded equally in every single direction. So that has to be the center.
Yeah, but this is the thing, Ben. So you can't see it as a central point. All you can see it as an initial state of being. Nowhere in the idea of the Big Bang does it say central point. It's just because of how we visualize and rationalize things. It only makes sense to us if we talk about a central point. But there isn't a central point. You got to get rid of that idea. I know it's hard and it won't make sense without the mathematics to back it, but that's how it is. There is no central point.
How does the
If
mathematics
you could,
back? Just 2 seconds, Jeremy, and you can jump in. If something is expanding equally in every single direction from one point, how could the mathematics possibly calculate that there is no center?
Because the mathematics cannot tell us what happens at the singularity. Remember, our mathematics can only take us so far back to like a few seconds before everything started. That's where everything we have breaks down. You know, light can't reach that far. Our maths can tell us what happened there. And if we rewind the clock of entropy, we can't go all the way to T equals 0. You know, we can't get all the way to the beginning.
So then everything doesn't expand equally in all directions.
What do you mean?
Well, I was just told not so long ago that the universe is expanding equally in all directions. I was very specific with my statement, with my question. Is the universe expanding equally in every single direction? The answer that came back was yes. I clarified it.
Who said yes to that though? That it expands equally.
Your
in all
crew,
directions?
the main man, Kosho, your captain, your leader.
All I'll say is, Bandsaw, that there is an expansion from an initial condition. If that expansion is equal in all directions, we don't know. We don't know if the inflaton says that the expansion is equal in all directions. Due to the idea that some people believe there could be this, many worlds theory, alternate dimensions. If that is true, then it means that expansion was not equal in all directions. It means that the inflaton would have expanded in certain regions faster than other regions, and in the regions where the expansion was faster, they could hypothetically have different laws of physics, and they would thus be considered a different pocket universe or an alternate dimension or an alternate reality. But because they're expanding away faster than us in the speed of light, we'll never be able to reach them or
right,
interact with that region of space.
Cool. I am cool.
I just posted a link to the inflaton. You should look into that.
Yeah, no, I will. I'll have a look at it. But I'm into these other dimensions. Cool. I'm all on board. I'll accept there is a trillion zillion other dimensions, right? I want to know where the center of this dimension is.
We don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but it must have a center, right? Because the universe has a volume, right?
We would like to believe it has a center. Logic and rationality tells us it should have a center. But as I tell you guys time and time again, reality does not conform to our limited logic and ability to reason. Just because things don't make sense to us doesn't mean those things aren't real.
Does the universe have a volume?
It has. We have a measured volume, but we don't know if that volume is finite or whether it's infinite. But we only have a measured volume for our observable universe. Beyond what we can observe, we can't make any real statements on that, can we?
But either way, there's a volume, right?
We can measure a volume for our observable universe, yeah.
So volumes have centers, right?
For our observable universe, you could, don't quote me on this, but you could say for the observable universe, there might be a center. But this is where I would maybe start agreeing with Kosho and saying that the center would be wherever you are. Because from your point of view, everything expands away from you. But that isn't the true center of the universe. It's not the real center. It's just due to our perspective.
Yeah, the overall volume. I'm not talking about just what we can see. I'm talking about the volume.
If there is an overall limited volume of the universe, if it's finite, then there should be a center, yes. Logically.
Well, I mean, is there anyone that's saying it? Is there anyone that says the universe is infinite?
Some people say it could be. Depends, but
who's saying that?
For our observable universe, and we measure the observable universe to be flat, right? But we do, yeah. We measure the observable universe to be flat, and that tells us its expansion will carry on forever. It won't stop. So we might as well say the universe is infinite, right? I don't know. Like these are. I mean, you guys are asking questions. Even I'm going to struggle answering because I don't know. We don't know.
I'm sure you give me links, Nate, knowing that I'm not going to understand any of it.
Yeah, but I'm giving you baby steps. The inflaton is where you should start off, and from there, if you have more questions, I'll point you in more directions. All right.
I'm reading. It's hard to get past. Sorry, Rick.
Sandy, if I tell you I don't know something, but then I tell you everything about it, isn't that making shit up?
It kind of sounds a little bit like that.
What? No. Listen, I've told you what I know. Now Jeremy's asking certain questions I don't have the answers for. What I'm saying that I don't know. I don't know if the universe has a center. That's
And
what
then,
Jeremy
Mandy,
wants to know.
if I tell you I named that thing something because I was joking, would that add credibility to it?
Yeah. So much more. So much more. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
So the question is the stuff that you say you do know. How do you know that?
Through observation and measurement.
Well, then you should be able to measure the center of the universe quite easily.
How?
And then, Mandy, when I just interpret my observation and then dictate the formulas and math to support my hypothesis, is that something I know or just something I'm still in theory about?
I reckon it's a pretty good hunch. I call it a hunch.
I don't mind that. I don't mind calling it a hunch because for all we know, tomorrow we could observe something that tells us everything we thought we knew today is just wrong.
Yeah, but see, that doesn't work with cause and effect, though.
Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, Ricky.
And Bandy, when other people come to me and explain to me how the hunch that I have could be wrong, and they give me an alternative theory, and I just totally deny it, don't look into it and all that, what would that be?
Suspicious. That'd be suspicious. That would be.
Okay, do you guys have alternative theories?
What if I double down? Yeah. What if I double down as the person gave me their alternative theory and just like, what do they do? Fight for my theory only. What would that be?
Oh, any other theory after that, I probably wouldn't give it a second thought.
Yeah, you guys shouldn't be talking about kosher this way, but I'm open to listening to your alternative theories. I know kosher wasn't, but I'm down.
I have an alternative theory. You want to hear it?
Other people's theories. I'm not denying this theory.
Here's my theory. The universe has evolved. Go ahead,
Next minute.
Here's my theory. The universe has a volume, and volumes have centers. And you can't just pick any center you want to be the center. That's not how centers work.
Yeah, but from our observation, as Nate has agreed, the universe is expanding in all directions from our location, and from our observable universe, the one that we can actually see, no matter where you are viewing it from, you're always going to be the center. So I don't know how else to say it to you, but that's just the truth.
No, that's just the theory.
Yeah, that's the truth.
No, that's just the theory.
That's if you're on Earth. If you're on Earth and you're viewing all around you, in your visible field of view, you're the horizon in all directions. You're going to be the center of all that every time.
You told me the other day, Kosho, that a star, a dwarf star that was 100 light years away, traveling at 500,000 kilometers an hour, would take me 137,000 years to get to, that we know what that star is made of because of spectroscopy. But we can't work out where the center of the universe is.
Sure we can. I just told you the center of the observable universe. Yeah, okay. And spectroscopy is a pretty definite. Using spectroscopy is like using a Walmart scanner and being able to tell what item is there just by checking the barcode. These are very unique barcodes that you're viewing with your spectral lines. So it's not like a miracle or something.
Kosho, you showed me a lot of dots, and you asked me to pick a dot, and you will show me where the center of the universe is to those dots. So I picked the top left-hand blue dot, and then you post me another picture, and that top blue-hand dot hasn't moved at all, but you move the other dots. Doesn't look like the center at all.
I know this. I'll tell you exactly what I did. All that I did was I increased the amount of space that the entire picture was taking up, and I overlapped the picture such that the dots that you picked, I did not change the position of it. And what ended up happening was from the position of that dot, it appears as if all the other dots are spinning away from it. So the further away you get from that dot, the further the expansion appears to be. And this is what we observe.
Yep, I get that, but the dot hasn't moved. It's not in the center.
That's because I didn't draw infinite dots, dude. If instead I had a ball and I gave you a ball and I said pick a dot on the ball, okay, then it would have been more analogous. I don't have a ball to give to you, right?
I think I'm fighting a losing.
Are you saying you got no balls?
I'm fighting a losing battle.
Hey, Jeremy, did you ask Kosho your question about the horizon with the math yesterday? Today?
Oh yeah, finally we got a real glober in here. I was dealing with fucking Nidhogg. This guy don't know nothing. So Kosho, the horizon that we see on Earth. Okay, first of all, whenever we view a horizon on Earth, it's always going to be. It will never be a great circle route, right?
What? The horizon itself?
The horizon that we view on Earth, the land of the horizon, that will never be a great circle route, right?
Well, I'm going to pick Dante and just tell you that it's not impossible. You have to be 5,000 miles away, but yeah, for the most part, no.
And then you wouldn't be on Earth anymore, right?
Yeah, you'd have to be up in the sky, 5,000 miles away.
Yeah, so on Earth, the horizon's always going to be. On Earth, the horizon will never be a great circle route, right?
For the most part, yeah. And
Not for the most part, never.
Let's limit it to below, 2,000 miles elevation, something like that.
Yeah, on Earth. I did limit it. I said on Earth.
All right, fair enough.
All right, so on Earth, the horizon's never going to be a great circle route. Right? This is a daunting task. Thanks, Travis.
I said yes, dude. I said yes. You're right.
So, therefore, it's not going to be. You wouldn't expect to see 8 inches per mile squared drop if you're looking at stuff on the horizon, right? Looking for that drop.
You're talking about left to right. That's what.
Yes.
Nice. Yeah, left to right. Yeah, I don't know anybody who does expect to see 8 inches left to right, except for maybe just the flat earther.
Okay, would you expect to see more than 8 inches per mile squared or less?
I wouldn't expect to look for curvature right there because it's misleading.
I know, but there has to be drop there. Is it going to be more drop or less drop than the 8 inches per mile squared?
I don't know if I would call that drop, dude. There would be some curvature, but I wouldn't look for drop.
Yeah, we're just asking for the. We're just asking about the measurable curvature.
The measurable curvature that I wouldn't call drop. I maybe look for maybe some kind of tilt. You might be able to see tilt left to right. You see big enough distance. But drop, I don't imagine that makes much sense. Like if you're viewing like a hula hoop, and you're in the middle of it. I don't know. Yeah, it'd be hard to measure the drop just because it's also curving towards you.
Forget measuring it. You could just do the math. Just do the math for this one. How is it is it supposed to be more or less?
More or less than what?
What?
More or less than what? What are you talking
More 8 inches per mile squared. We know it can't be that because it's not a great circle. It's going to be more or less.
Well, I think that's the wrong way. I mean, like I said, thinking about it in inches, it doesn't make much sense. But I do think that to calculate it, you probably, like I said, I wouldn't measure it in distance. I would just measure it in angle because the distance is going to be misleading. But like I said, because it's curving towards you and it's also curving down. So which direction is the 8 inches per mile squared supposed to represent?
Off a tangent off a horizontal from the middle of both of them.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you this. It doesn't make much sense, dude. The only reason
You make a horizontal from the middle. Yep.
I agree. 8 inches per mile squared makes sense because you're specifically talking about like how much the hump in front of you is meant to be obstructing, something like that. That makes sense, but yeah, it's not a similar question for the left to right.
So more or less than 8 inches per mile squared.
I'm gonna say less, but only because I'm telling you that it doesn't make sense. But I know you wouldn't
I thought
answer.
it was less. I thought it was less too. Yeah.
But like I said, I'm only saying that because I know you wouldn't answer. My real answer is I don't think the question makes sense. But for the sake of moving forward, I'll say yeah, but
You don't know, Coach. You got pumped up. Jeremy pumped you up so much yesterday.
I know this is a big disappointment.
I mean that's not my fault. This is what I was
I'm not
talking about
even
last.
mad. I'm just disappointed.
This is what I was talking about last. I said when they were asking like what kind of professional would best debate a flat earther, I said none of them. Because flat earthers ask these kind of questions that anybody's going to be like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Like, how do I even answer it? Because it doesn't make sense. There's no drop left to right. Like there's nothing dropping. There's nothing hiding.
There has to be.
Has to be.
That doesn't have to be. You don't view things. You don't view things. You don't hide things left to right. It doesn't make any sense.
You have to.
If things are hidden because in front of you there's a curve and the curve is hiding things beyond that. Left to right, you're viewing it. You're viewing everything. So there's nothing hiding. You know what I mean? If it's hiding, it's because it's beyond the curve that's in front of you. It's not hiding because the curve on the side of you.
Yeah, it's all relative. Sorry, Jeremy, go, man.
Here's another thing. People are saying the 8 inches per mile squared is wrong. Right? What's that? What's the actual formula? So we know.
Professor Dave said it was wrong, but the truth is the reason why it's used, as I've said several times, is because it's perfectly reasonable estimate for the ranges in which we use it for. So
I know, but then this dickhead Nidhug was in here. Oh, my bad. I shouldn't have called names. Then Nidhug was in here saying that it's wrong. So we need the right one to use, even though he didn't know the right one. We were stuck in this weird conundrum last night, but what's the real one?
You could just use the equation for the circle. Like I said, the reason why the 8 inches per mile squared is used is because you can use it as a shorthand. It fits perfectly at 8 inches per mile squared. Whereas the equation for a circle, you'd still need to convert you'd have to be using the same units. Like the whole thing. Turn the Earth into inches and do that.
We got to get our people on the same page here so that, I know the goofy games people try to play where you say, oh, that's wrong. I've seen multiple Globers do that where they're like, that's wrong. That's a parabola. So we got to get our people on the same page. That way,
Somebody did a video the other day, last week, I think it was, where they used Professor Dave, who said it doesn't work because it's a parabola. And then he found another science video where the guy contradicted Dave and said that it does work and that it's reasonable and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous.
I brought that up yesterday, Travis, and that guy that actually did the maths for it, it worked out to be thousands of kilometers. It was pretty accurate for.
100,
Right,
yeah.
right, right.
No, thousands, not hundreds, thousands. It was pretty
Yeah, no,
damn accurate.
up to about 1,000. Yeah.
No, more than 1,000.
1,200. Yeah.
No, thousands.
Bro, but ever underneath that, it is fairly like it's a close enough approximation where the error is not enough to be meaningful.
Right, but see, that's the whole thing, is that we don't exist in a world where we can observe hundreds of miles of curvature. So it's absolutely beyond the realm of reasonable to default to say, well, it's a parabola, because you would have to scale it so big to get it to be a deviation. But we don't live in a world where we even have deviation. We live in a world where we're looking 3 miles, 10 miles. So there's no deviation. It's absolutely spot on. So it's just a misdirection, just this obfuscation and magic trick, parlor trick, smoke and mirrors, mumbo jumbo bullshit that you guys pull all the time.
Well, other people, mainly one or two people, have said what you're claiming. Most everyone else is saying also not what you just claimed, because we're saying it's absolutely correct. It's not absolutely correct, but it's useful enough that we use it. So, yeah.
Yeah, we only need it for 3 to 5 miles.
Yeah. I mean, and it's still off, but the amount that it's off by is not meaningful. It's like a couple feet. So we use it because it's useful.
So we're just going to stick with 8 inches per mile squared, or what? Should we change it so that way the Globers don't try to make us look dumb?
I mean, it's just
and we get into this obfuscation, the whole ridiculousness.
And shorthands like that it'll give you the correct answer, close enough to being correct, like correct enough to where, even though it's not the right answer exactly, it's going to be almost exactly the right answer. Especially
whatever, man. Oh my god, I can't believe we let people like you have science degrees. It's insane.
They let me have it. Yeah, they did let me have it. Birthday.
Listen, his mom wrote his diploma in France. It's not really that serious.
That was high school diploma.
Here, I got one better. It's fucking 6 or 7 a.m. right now in Texas. And you motherfuckers are got to be AI to still be talking about this shit in the middle of the night.
I only just woke up 2 hours ago.
Was that English?
Like British?
No. Was that English? You're stammering and stuttering sometimes. Doesn't even sound coherent.
I said I only just woke up 2 hours ago. Like coherent? Those are all proper words. Anyhow, yeah, and I don't know what your big deal is, Travis. I'm agreeing with you guys. I'm agreeing with you guys that it's a perfectly reasonable estimate or approximation to use. It gives you the right answer.
But it's the wrong answer because there is no.
Well, it's not an accurate answer, but it's
right.
correct
It's not
enough.
accurate. Yep, not accurate.
Yeah, but it's
correct.
correct.
There's no curve, so it's not accurate at all. It's like 8 inches per square mile off.
Well, per mile square.
Whatever it is. It's out by that much.
Well, I think the only problem is that people often use it willy-nilly, and they forget that you're only supposed to use it after the horizon. So you got to first determine how far your horizon is, and then start using that calculation.
But there's no curve after the horizon. So what's the point of using it?
not according to the Kia and all the Glover.
Really?
Let's see if you're misrepresenting me since you used my name. What are you talking about?
I was
What did
talking
I
about the horizon.
say?
Talking about the horizon, and I was saying that the inches per mile squared, you don't use it until the horizon, or things use it after the horizon.
I
And he
never said
said,
anything about the 8 inches per mile
I,
square being determined by the horizon.
I'm saying what I said. And then he said, "Oh, well, it doesn't curve after the horizon." And I said, "Not according to Rukia."
I didn't say
Or,
there was a curve after the horizon. I said it
but things do.
slopes down.
Yeah, but
Sloping
how?
and curving are two different things. So tell me
Sure.
again how you misrepresented me.
So how? What's the rate of the slope?
Depends on the conditions of the day, Coach Show. Perspective in a vacuum has very specific ways of rising at an angle towards your eye level. And beyond that point, it's going to react differently. But in the atmosphere, it's all different ways.
Yeah, well, I agree with you about perspective doing that. But perspective says nothing about things beyond horizon or vanishing point and then decreasing. So those are new rules. That's why.
Well, if perspective makes things appear to rise up, then past that point that they're doing that, they have to go back down to their original position.
But they appear to rise up infinitely.
No, they don't.
Due to perspective, they do. That's
Well,
what
yeah,
perspective.
okay, but that's what I'm saying. Due to perspective has its limit to that point, the vanishing point. So stop misrepresenting me.
Well, the
Past.
vanishing point perspective is it's not. There's not some distance, and then things get lower again. In perspective, things rise up infinitely.
Well, all I can say is if you have something that's below you that appears to rise up and then go back down to where it's below you again, that's not curve. However you want to say it, whatever terms you want to put on it, however you want to obfuscate and tell people that I said what and did what, that's what I think. You're above, if you're a 6-foot man standing at the beach, you're 6 foot above that water. It appears in the distance to rise 6 foot towards your eye level. And then after that, appears to go back down to its original position in the atmosphere. But with the atmospheric conditions changing, it can cause some other things to happen too.
And the funny thing about that is that things before the horizon, it's true that they do appear to slope up into the horizon, but beyond the horizon, things don't slope downwards. And by when I say that, I mean they're not linear. There's no linear, progression to.
Never said it was linear progression.
Well, that would be a slope. It's either a slope or a curve, and if it's a curve, it's going to appear to be growing faster. It's going to be decreasing at a greater rate as it's moving away, which would make a slope. I mean, make a curve. A
Call
slope
it
would
what
just
you
be
want. It's just apparent is my position. It's not actual. The water does not actually rise to your eye level. So from there on, you can say and do whatever you want. I'll stand by that till you prove me wrong.
Well, I'll just post a picture of your bridge. I'll call it Kia's bridge. But those pictures are a fairly good demonstration of exactly that, where there's a linear rise up into the horizon, and then it starts to fall away after the horizon.
You know how you can do away with that? You know how you can avoid that optical illusion? Just go about 5, 6, 7 degrees off to one side. Whatever side you're on, just go further.
Yeah, you're right.
So you agree it's an optical illusion?
No, I agree that if you view it at more of an angle, you're not going to see it. You have to be viewing it as straight on as you can.
Yeah, the angle change makes the optical illusion go away. It's like when you see a mirage real close to you, you increase your elevation, that mirage moves further away from you. Yeah, optical illusions.
I wouldn't call it an optical illusion, but I mean, it's like I always agree up the pool cue when talking about foreshortening. It's not an optical illusion that makes it look bent or curved, but it is looking at it at that angle that allows you to see the bend of the curve.
Sure it is. Well, if it's actual, it's not an illusion. But when it's not
Right.
actual, when the bridge is actually parallel and not curving, and you look at it at a certain angle and it appears to curve, that's an optical illusion, sir. I don't care what you say.
Well, you're right about that. That's why the pictures are not really my, I mean, they're nice to look at, but I do like Jesse Kozlowski's data, and I have been
Well, that
working
was
on.
easy.
I have been working on Jesse's data and breaking down the curve that is supposedly within that. I've looked at 3 points before and found that one was way higher than the two ends, but I'm actually looking at all the points on that bridge now and seeing if there's a
Yeah, but that's
gradual.
just mathematical, Kosho. Those aren't physical measurements. That's mathematical representations.
Well, those are physical measurements, believe it or not. They're physical measurements of the precise locations on the bridge. That's as physical as you can get.
Okay, the transformation to get a curve has to be mathematical, because all you're going to do, if you get on the causeway on the west side and you drive across, there's your distance. And if you go to the middle and you measure your elevation from the water, there's your elevation. I don't know why you guys can't understand that all you're doing is distance and elevation. The curvature has to be mathematically converted.
There's no conversions. It's literally just XYZ points. So there's no conversion.
No. XYZ is length, width, height. There's no curvature there.
You're right. Yeah, it's length, width, and height, and it's a three-dimensional grid. Within that volume, however, depending on where the points are, those points could be a straight line, or those points could represent a curve. It just depends on where the points.
Well, they definitely do use mathematical equations when trying to work things out using their GPS coordinates. It's 100%.
Yeah.
Listen, okay.
And it's programmed into them too.
No.
So look, okay, so just real quick. I'm sorry, just real quick. So if you and I have an XYZ point, right? If I'm on the west side, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
If I'm on the west side of the causeway and you're on the east side, and Rakia is in the middle, so we have now three points. Okay, and we all have the same elevation. The only way that you're going to get a curve in there is to insert a value from outside of those measurements. We have X, Y, Z, boom. When you want to then draw a point to point, a line between each of those points, if you're going to get a curve, you have to add something that you're bringing in from the outside. You have to assume a radius.
That's where the confusion comes in, because it's exactly backwards to what you said. The elevation is not part of the original measurement. The elevation is the after you get the XYZ, and then you use the radius and model it on the geoid.
And then you use the radius. Yeah, you don't.
You use the radius at the end.
What the fuck? Listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on. Only then do you get the elevation. But before that, you already have the XYZ. You don't need anything outside of the positions of the distances.
Except for the radius.
He's talking about elevation above. He's talking about elevation above the center of the Earth being added at the end. Kosho is, instead of elevation being the mean sea level, which is Jesse's original data. That's why it doesn't deviate over this 5.14 for miles. No curve.
Yeah, but that's given after that's not given before the measurements. That's given after you have the XYZ and then you transfer it onto a geoid. Before you do that, you don't have the elevation and you don't have anything except for the positions.
Wait, they transfer it onto a geoid?
Yep, that's what they did.
Yeah, that's what GPS does.
Okay, listen to me very carefully, Kosho. I'm sorry. Listen. You are doing exactly what I said. You're bringing in an external system. There is no fucking geoid, right?
I'm not,
you have
dude.
X, Y, Z.
I'm not in the geoid. I'm not doing that. I'm only using XYZ. I'm not using elevation. You brought that in. I'm not bringing in elevation. I'm not bringing in a geoid. I'm only using the XYZ, the positions that
You
they give
just
you in raw.
referred to the geoid. You just referred to the geoid a moment ago.
Telling you that what you just said was backwards, because you don't get the elevation and then use something outside to get these XYZ positions and try to make a straight line.
My elevation is from the surface of the water.
But then that's not a measurement from the GPS. Though.
What? Okay. That's what I'm saying. The measurement that the GPS has is an imposition of a mathematical expression for something outside of an XYZ coordinate system.
No. No, so that's the thing. What are you saying now? Because that's all that it is. It's only using XYZ coordinate system. Your computer tries to translate it into something else, but all it's giving you is your position in the XYZ grid.
Is the software for this GPS, is it open software? Can anyone get access to the actual software that the GPS uses to plot these coordinates?
Yes.
It is. It is.
Yeah. Because it's not, you don't need software to use it.
I'm not asking about using it. I'm asking about the actual software and what equations are in the software that determine the coordinate system that it is plotting. Okay.
That's in the, they send you a message, and in that message is the location of the satellite and all this other type of stuff. And you have to translate it into a specific file type.
There has to be software in this, and there has to be equations in it. Okay, then. Now, it'd be very easy to determine what's in that software, and if there is, in actual fact, any R value in there of any way, shape, or form, right? Because if there is an R value, when a surveyor is asked to plot a dead straight horizontal line from a tangent point, right? And can he do it? And his answer is yes, but I would have to take out of the GPS readings, right, the curvature of the Earth. That should be very easily verified. That, shouldn't it?
Sure.
Exactly right.
Yeah. What I'm trying to tell you is that you don't need so your phone or your device, whatever, it has software in it that will take the information that you're getting, the raw data, translate it into the Ryan's file, and then translate that into spherical coordinates. But you could, without buying any software at all, just if you had the correct antenna to pick up the signal, you could pick up the signal and take the information that you're getting from the satellites and pinpoint your distance, or at least gather your distance from it yourself, and then pinpoint your location based on the other two measurements.
Well, there should be no there should be no conversion at all of any sort of R value at all. It should just plot it, and then you should just be able to lay it out, and bang, there you go.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, the coordinates that it gives you, the XYZ coordinates, the origin point of that grid system is the center of mass. So because it's the center, you can use that distance that you are from the origin point.
Using the same GPS that Jesse used, if he did it on top of the water all the way across the length of the bridge, 24 miles, would the measurement say the exact same until he converted it?
I mean, I have it in front of me, actually. It was about 5 meters, almost close to 6 meters almost the whole time.
He didn't measure the water. He didn't measure the water.
Yeah, I know, but it gives you.
So it would remain the same, roughly 5.1 something meters all the way across. So if you didn't measure the humps of the bridge would remain the same, 5.1 off the water consistently, right?
For the elevation measurement, yeah.
Correct. So where is it curving at again?
Well, the elevation curves with the Earth, so the elevation can be consistent and Earth's still curving. Like the elevation comes from the radius, which, like I said, is the distance from the origin. You can keep the distance from the origin the same and go around in a complete circle. So that's not that doesn't show anything that the elevation is consistent.
You're measuring from a 0 point. He had to set a benchmark somewhere by that bridge. He set it to 0, whatever benchmark he used, and then he measured all the way across the bridge, and he got 0 elevation change from that benchmark going 24 miles. That's not a curve, sir.
Well, I mean, like I just said, you can have an origin at the center of a grid. You can make it the same distance, let's say 5 meters, 6 meters, go all the way around that grid in a circle. You just want the complete circle, and you never want more than 5 meters.
You didn't listen to a word I said, did you? Where's his 0 point? Okay, then where's his 0 point at? Where's that location?
In front of the bridge, in front of the beginning of the bridge.
So not the center of the Earth, then, right?
No, he gets the number, the elevation number.
That's not what I asked. His 0 point is not the center of the Earth, right?
Yeah, the 0 point is the 5 meters. The 0 point that you're talking about for the elevation is the 5 or 6 meters, which is just the radius subtracted from the radial.
No.
I have the data here in front of me. I can show it.
Yeah, you got the 5.1, but where was his 0 point?
I have both.
Where was 0.0000 at? Where he measured 5.1 above the 0 point. Where was that 0 point at, Coach O? Why are you avoiding this simple question?
I answered the question. I don't understand why you're still asking. Is at the front of the bridge.
So at the base of the bridge, the 0 point was there, right?
Yeah, I don't call it a 0 point, but it's the very first point, and it's 5
It's 0.000. What would you call it?
The origin point is at the center of the Earth. He didn't create the 0 point.
No,
the 0 point.
Yes, he did. He had to have, or he couldn't have gotten 5.1 above the 0 point.
No, that elevation that he has doesn't come from the raw data. It comes from after the data translates to spherical coordinates.
That's not true.
Really?
That's not true.
It doesn't give you
from a 0 point.
No, you can't get the elevation from the raw data. You can only get it after you translate it to the
Oh my God. Okay, when you measure, you set a 0 point. That's your benchmark. And you measure up and down from that 0 point. You said the 0 point was at the base of the bridge. And then he went across the bridge, and most of it was 5.1 above that 0 point. Equal elevation above that 0 point. That's not curve, sir.
Well, the way you described it is not how his measurements were taken. Like he doesn't mark any points as a 0 point. So he has a first point.
You just told me his 0 point was at the base of the bridge.
Well, yeah, I was answering your questions. I thought you were asking what was the first point. It's the first point in this thing, but he doesn't have a point that he.
I didn't ask you where his first point was. I asked you where his 0.000 baseline was, and you said at the foot of the bridge.
He doesn't have that.
Let me ask you a real quick question. I'm sorry, Rakia. Let me ask you a real quick question, Kosho. If Rakia and Jesse were out on this bridge, would they have the same 5.1 measurement or whatever that measurement is?
Oh, like if Rakia measured it, if Rakia went with like a meter stick and like measured the water to the bridge, and then Jesse went and just used it whatever method he did, I would assume they would be fairly consistent. I think Rakia's would be more accurate.
All right. So guess what you can eliminate from Jesse's measurement? Guess what Jesse doesn't need to get the same fucking answer that Rakia got.
Center of the Earth bullshit radius.
He doesn't need the center of the Earth bullshit radius, man. Wake the fuck up.
Okay, well, that's the way he did it, though. So it doesn't matter if
have
No,
to.
he didn't.
He doesn't have to.
I'm looking at his GPS data right now, like literally right now. So it is how he did it, and it doesn't matter if he could have done it a different way. This is the way he did it.
Tell me again that the GPS readings convert it to whatever radius you give it, right? After you take the measurement. Tell me that again, Kosho. Maybe you misspoke.
No, yeah, you don't get the elevation until after you convert the your data into spherical data.
Convert. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that's how you get spherical. That's the only way you get spherical coordinates. You just have to translate them from Cartesian coordinates to spherical coordinates.
I don't even know what I mean. You can only point out the sophistry. You can't like correct it or fight against it. That's what it's built to do.
So,
Yeah,
Coach,
if you guys aren't looking at his data, then you're just making stuff up. I'm actually looking at his data.
no, we're not making stuff up, Kosho. No, it's a simple bait and switch. Okay, you're simply eliminating the elevation from the surface of the water till the last move. That's regardless of the way that I described it at the very beginning, because we take the elevation from the surface of the water right away. Okay, so at the beginning of all of this, my main value from our point side was that in order for you to have to bring in, putting off the to the end, and you're putting in the value that in order to get your radius curvature, you have to bring in an outside value that has nothing to do. What?
What's the outside value?
The radius, man.
That's not an outside value, Travis. That's actually the coordinate system that these GPSs are working on.
Okay, listen very carefully.
Now, it's not an outside number.
Listen very carefully. When we do X, Y, Z on the surface of the Earth, that's a physical fucking measurement. Your radius is not. No one's ever measured the radius. It's a concept.
So as I told you, this number is the origin. You don't have to think of it as the radius. It's not used as the radius in what I'm using it as. It's not used as the radius in raw measurement. It's simply the distance your point is from the origin. So
Where's the origin? Where's the origin in your model, Kosho?
It'd be the center of the what do you call it? The satellites. The center of the constellation of the satellites. So it's about the center of mass.
What? The center of what mass, Kosho?
Of the Earth.
Great. So if you draw a line from the center of the Earth, what's that called, Kosho?
You draw a line from the center of the Earth to where you are. Your distance from the center of the Earth.
What's that called?
It's your distance to the center of the Earth. If you're trying to get
radius.
The radius, so that your argument makes sense for some reason. I'm not using this as the radius. I'm not saying that.
That's what it fucking is.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. What's your point? I mean, you're saying that it's an outside number when it's not. It's not some outside number that you're using in this regard. It's used as the number is the origin to the grid system that you're using.
I explained what I meant by an outside number. Do you remember how I explained what I meant by an outside number?
Yeah, you're saying that when you're doing measurements on the surface, you're taking the measurements right there. This is some other arbitrary number, or
that wasn't measured, that was not physically measured.
except for in this case, it is measured. It's not measured as the radius; it's measured as the origin to where these signals are coming from.
Not physically. Conceptually, yes, but not physically, Kosho.
Well, it's as physical as any other GPS measurement you or anyone else has ever taken. So call it what you like, but it gives you the correct answer. So I don't know what to tell you. It's not some arbitrary made up number. It's the center of the grid system that's being used to tell you your position and
let's just be clear. That straw man, I'm going to call out. I didn't say it was arbitrary. Okay, I didn't say that. It's very mathematical. It's very precise. I will give you that. I did not say it was arbitrary. I said it was conceptual.
So that's what I'm saying. So you're saying something is both conceptual and precise. It's conceptual and not been measured, but it's precise. So that's why it's confusing to me, because it seems like if it's precise, then it has been measured, and the measurement is actually correct.
I know when you're used to talking baby talk and someone talks to you like an adult, it might be a bit confusing at first. You have to learn to talk like a grown-up, Kosho. You are talking in baby talk gibberish about a concept, goo goo gaga, curvature, radius, satellite, distance, blah blah, whatever, man. That's all baby talk gibberish.
Okay, well then tell me, how is it both precise and correct in the nature of giving us correct positions, but also conceptual and not measured?
It's mathematical. You have representations of a concept with numbers. Those numbers can and do make sense in that conceptual model. If I decided to spend my time and write out a new language, I could make it make sense, even though it's conceptual, and it will be precise and it will be consistent within the framework that I created it. Not hard, Kosho.
The framework that we're discussing isn't an imaginary one. It's a framework that we all live in. So that's the part that I'm having trouble with. If it's not an imaginary framework and it gives me the correct answers in reality,
okay.
It seems to be conceptual.
Okay, here we go. Rakia and Jesse have the same value for the height of the bridge. Let's just call it 5.3. Rakia didn't need to baby talk goo goo concept curvature to get that value. That means that goo goo gaga concept value can be eliminated, which then takes away your curvature.
Wait, how does that mean it can be eliminated? It just means that there's two methods to get the correct value. That's all it means.
And you don't need curvature to get your value. You can leave it alone, never talk about it. The Earth is not curved. Rakia has the same X, Y, Z coordinates above ground that Jesse Kozlowski has.
Yeah. And stop asserting all the time that that's the framework that we live in. We don't live in a curved framework that you're asserting.
I didn't say we did. I said we live in the framework, and I said we live in the framework where GPS gives you the correct location, your correct location. It's not conceptual. Conceptual framework.
And you're asserting that is.
That's not what you said anyway.
Yeah.
But if you want to restate it like that and make yourself not have said that, that's fine. That's not what you said. Yeah, maybe that's the way you meant to say it, but that's not what you said, and that's why he said stop doing it.
It was correct, and it was conceptual, but it gives you precise results. And I said, yeah, well, that framework in that regard, which is GPS framework, is representing positions on Earth. So
I heard what you said. You know what you said. I'm just pointing it out to the ladies and gentlemen in the audience, just to make mental note of what you
what
said.
did I say? What did I say about curvature when we didn't say we weren't even talking about that. We literally weren't talking about. Oh, we were talking about the grid system and what it's applied to.
I know what you implied, and so do you.
I wasn't implying anything except for that GPS works, and it's not working. It's not working because it's conceptual, and it's working because it's representing reality.
Move on. I made my point. We can move on.
What happened?
You heard him. He made his point.
Chemo in the house. What up?
Chemo's here. Hey, Chemo. Saw you on TikTok the other day, Chemo, doing your thing.
I'm trying to get on that panel. Them guys that chemo debates are just wrong about some things.
Hey, Chemo, are you here? Or are you guys just talking to a ghost?
No, he's here, but he's not here. He's probably having a cup of tea or something.
Chemo, listen, man, I need to know how you scored 13,000 follows because, man, that's insane. Like, how the hell did you even do that? I have to work my ass off to even get one follow.
I told you, Travis, $90 and you can get 10,000.
$90? I don't want to give them $90.
Oh, boo hoo! $90, bang, you're live. Come on.
I can't do that. I just can't do that.
Okay.
So, Banso, how do you feel about the Queen dying?
You know what? I think it's sad for her family.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't. Yeah, I don't feel that way.
How do you feel, Travis?
Well, I think it'd be sad to lose your mum or your grandmother. I think that'd be pretty sad. So.
Yeah, but when you live in a family of corruption, that to me, that's just like being sad that John Gotti died, and you feel bad for his kids, man. It's just like no, I don't. So when you consider Nate, the answer to your question is, if you were to consider additional and alternative information on our world leaders, that alternative information for me just completely eliminates them from any treatment of humanity whatsoever. I mean, like, in my opinion, my research into World War II and what happened afterwards, Winston Churchill and Eisenhower are absolute monsters, absolute psychopathic monsters. But you can only get to that point if you do the research yourself. So the stuff that I've seen about the Queen that she did in her younger years and understanding what we do about world leaders, man, I don't have compassion for anyone who steps into that role.
Yeah, look, I kind of hear what you're saying, Travis, but you've got kids, grandkids, and great grandkids. Even the great grandkids don't know what they're in for yet, and they're not even though they've been born into that realm, they haven't been properly groomed yet, I suppose, for that realm. So yeah, I do have a little bit of compassion for them, must say. But is it going to affect me? Have I ever looked up at the Queen as any sort of figurehead that I look up to? No, never. No, 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 no.
Okay, so Banso, you more sad as a family man, not really as someone who's part of the Commonwealth.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Not at all. I actually found it quite a joke, actually, with all the fuss that was made over Princess Di and all that sort of stuff. Oh my God, that was insane seeing that.
You think
Remember
people did
that?
too much?
I was just gonna say, I remember where I was that morning. It was a Sunday morning, and I was teaching Sunday school. Got the news.
Yeah. Like I felt sad, I felt sad for her kids. Obviously, kids, don't want to lose their mum and all that sort of stuff. But the way the whole nation was there, millions just lining the streets, mourning and sobbing and crying uncontrollably. I just thought,
Yeah, that's absurd.
yeah, most definitely.
It's like everybody crying over
What do you
Luke and
think about
Laura
it,
get. Sorry.
But now there's going to be a new king, I suppose. So old Chucky will be pretty happy to finally get control of the new world order.
Bandsaw, do you guys agree with Pete that all of history has been faked? Like there's no such thing as true history? Like all of it. Pete thinks everything's been faked.
No, I don't think everything has been faked. No, not everything. No. But I think history is obviously written, Nate, in the from the winner's perspective. Okay, so it is there to tell a story, isn't it?
Yeah, it tells a story of past events that you and I unfortunately weren't alive to see happen.
No.
But let's say you and I have this conversation we're having now, right? And we write it down and document it and record it.
Yeah.
Do you think it's fair that someone 500 years from now can say, we never had this conversation because they weren't here to see it happen?
Well,
it's a hoax. It's a made-up convo.
Well, that's interesting. You should say that, right? Because you're only going back like 500 years. Okay, then, and you think things would be documented, fairly well, Nate, and fairly kind of factual. And I think in 500 years' time, if I was to Google Nate, right, I reckon I should be able to find some information if it was there going, yep, Nate was X, Y, and Z, and Nate did this, that, and the third, right? Everything pretty factual. Now, I know that, if I type into Google something along the lines of, is Bigfoot real? All right. What will come up on Google is, well, legend would have it. Something along those lines. You'd probably agree with that, Nate? That sort of notion? Legend would have it?
If someone made a claim about Bigfoot and they didn't have proper documentation, they didn't have proper documentation for sure.
Yeah. But
what I'm saying is the conversation you and I are having now is being broadcast live on YouTube. It's going to be saved in the archives. It's going to be properly documented. Is it fair? Is it reasonable if 500 years from now, with the documentation still being there for someone to look at in a library or something, for someone to then still go and say, this conversation is a hoax. It never happened.
Yes. Well, look, if things are documented properly, okay, you should be able to rely on things, and things, if they're documented properly, shouldn't be reported as legend had it. all right, or the legend of,
Yeah, but Benso,
right?
please speak to the example I gave. You and I, this
I
conversation we're having right now is going to be saved on YouTube forever. It'll be on the internet forever. In 500 years' time, while it's still
yeah,
on the internet and properly documented, can someone 500 years in the future, with this information of the information of this convo available,
yeah,
rationally, reasonably, logically sit there and say that the conversation you and I are having right now is a hoax? It's not real. It didn't happen. Is that
I-
reasonable to you?
if it is my great grandchildren can log onto the internet and they want to look up their grandpa and whatnot and find some information, I would hope that they could rely on it. And I would hope that the conversation or any writings about me wouldn't have it written down as, well, legend would have it that Bansor did this, that, he achieved
No,
this, that,
Banzo. I'm saying
legend would.
this exact convo we are having. It's recorded on YouTube. It's not someone wrote something in a book. This conversation we're having, it's going to be in a video on
Yeah,
YouTube
yeah,
there for
yeah, yeah.
everyone to see. Now,
In
if this YouTube clip is still available in 500 years for anyone to sit down and listen to, properly dated, you know, is it
hmm
reasonable and logical in your mind for someone with access to this recording to still sit there and say the conversation never happened? It's a hoax.
Well, I think it's a bit hard to go just on audio. Okay. You'd
But
want
that's
a
all
little
we
bit.
have, Banso. That's
Okay.
literally all we have. An
Well
audio
then, you
recording.
know
There's
what?
nothing
You know
else.
what? I think it is questionable. I think it is questionable. Definitely.
What's questionable?
Well, whether or not the recording would be authentic, especially the way AI is going.
So you think it's reasonable for someone to have the recording of this conversation you and I are having 500 years in the future and say, I don't think this conversation actually happened. Banso and Nate never had this convo.
I think it's very, very reasonable. I think someone in 500 years' time could make up fictitious characters, one named Nate, one named Bandsaw, and they could program AI into it to say whatever it wants to say in whatever lingo, whatever slang, um, which is what they're doing over in Gems at at the moment. They're programming AI, right, to speak normally, okay, and so things should be recorded properly. Okay. So I think, yes, you can question things. And when I look up things like when was gravity first discovered, and the first hit that I get on Google is, well, legend had it that Isaac Newton sat under a tree and an apple fell on his head, and la la la, the apple didn't fall left, it didn't fall right, it fell straight down, and now we have the gravitational theory for us to behold, as the legend has it, and it is reported in many documents as legend had it, not as fact, but as legend had it. So I do kind of question that sort of history now when I read those things. And I was actually quite surprised to actually read that as part of our history as legend had it. So yeah, I would question history. And I know myself. I have an auntie. She's passed away now, but her passion, and she travelled all over England and all over Europe, right? And I can't remember the name for it, trying to trace our family tree, right? And she had these graphs up on the wall. Oh my God, it was so impressive, right? The maximum she could go back to, and she went to so many cemeteries, so many libraries, so many archives, spent God knows how many trips trying to trace back our family tree. And the most she could go back with any sort of reliable information was 5 generations. And she was lucky to get to 5, she reckons. She had 100% confidence in 4 and 5. She had a couple of questions about a couple on the root system on that family tree. So yeah, I think it is fair and reasonable to question history, especially when there is so many different versions of history. depending on where it comes from. Do you think it's not reasonable?
I think in certain cases it's not reasonable. I even forgot what I wanted to ask. Oh man, so you went on, man. That was a long story. Yes, I remember now. So
You asked me a question.
if I asked you a question and then you gave me an anecdotal story about your great granddad or something.
Oh well,
But
no one else just talked.
I know,
Shove it up your clacker, Nate.
Look, just real quick, the fact that history can't be relied upon is my birth certificate says that I was born at 11:59 p.m. right?
Uh-huh.
And my mother's interpretation of that is that they wanted to bill for a full day the day before, rather than if I was born, on midnight or after midnight, then the billing cycle would have been different.
No way.
So the time, so at least the time of my birth is questionable, regardless of the day. Although I could have been born, I guess, on the 29th instead of the 28th.
Yeah.
You weren't born in February.
No, April.
Okay, that would have been weird. Oh, your birthday's 2 days after mine.
yeah, I remembered the question, Basil. So
Okay.
if this is the case, how do you then know what history you can trust and what history you can't trust?
Oh, very good question. You know what I do trust? Right? I trust stuff in my immediate world. I 100% trust that. Right? And I trust the things around me. Right? I trust the things that people have taught me on how to either cook things, construct things, these sorts of bits and pieces. How to build, the practical things, right? I trust these things, these practical sort of things that I can use day in, day out. But when we're talking about history, when it comes to winners and losers, I don't think I trust any of that at all, to be quite honest with you, Nate. When it comes to wars or anything political or whatnot, I don't trust any of it.
So what do you trust with regards to history? Because it sounds like you're in the same boat as Pete. You don't trust anything. Everything's a hoax. There's no such thing as real history.
Oh no, I believe that we went to war, right? I believe
Which war?
that any of the wars. I believe we went to these
Which?
things.
Why?
Exactly right. The question is, why did we go to the wars? I don't believe the
No,
reason
why do
why we
you believe the wars happened, Benzo? Because Pete says no wars that we told about ever happened.
Oh,
and
well,
according to you and the example I gave, it sounds like you kind of agree with Pete. There's no such thing as
No.
information about the history of the past that you can trust.
Yeah,
So
no,
if you
I
believe wars happened, why?
Well, because my great grandfather and both my grandfathers went to the First World War and the Second War, so that's why I believe they happened.
Yeah, but I'm sure Pete also has family that went to both world wars, but he doesn't believe they happened.
That's for Pete. I trust.
Yeah, you can ask
grandparents.
Pete. I don't think he's representing what Pete said correctly.
Yeah.
Well, Pete's here, he can talk, but I mean, everything I'm saying is what Pete's told me. It's what I've heard Pete say before, so I don't know.
Well,
Can I add
Pete
something?
wants.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Pete wants. Yeah, hi, Electric.
Can I add something?
Yeah, go for it, Electric.
My father's Native American, my mom is white, my grandmother's Native American. In 5th grade, I started learning about U.S. world history. Ever since I was little, I was told that this story of how my ancestry is Native American in America all the way back to like the 1600s, and that we did not come here on boats, and that there were black people in Alabama that did not come here on boats. And when I went to school, I had a 5th grade teacher, and she busted out some black history books, and she totally went against the curriculum. And I'll never forget in 8th grade, when I started learning more about world history, I realized I was being lied to. So at a young age, I had to look at it like the stuff that's hard to find with syncretism. That's how I look at it. But that's all I wanted to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if Pete wants to jump in and answer, Self is more.
Like, I had to figure out how to discern my own identity because I had people trying to tell me I came here on a boat. I had people trying to tell me that I was, came from this land, my own family, and then I had to look really hard into it. And the stuff that's hard to find is what I think is what they're trying to hide. And there's stuff that I still can't find. Yeah.
So, Ban, so you would only believe something if a family member experienced it and they were able to tell you about it? Let's say none of your uncles or grandparents were involved in these wars. Would you then believe the wars happened?
Look, I think in recent history, there's pretty good documentation and lots of video, old video and pictures and writings that these events actually did happen. But I'll say once again, the reason behind why they happen, I don't believe at all. I don't believe the reason our government sent our fathers, grandfathers, great grandfathers, children to die for a cause that they weren't prepared to die themselves for. Don't believe it. It's all about picking a side.
I'll never forget the first time I heard somebody deny the Holocaust. I was so surprised that anybody even has this opinion that, people didn't die in the Holocaust. I heard this like a year ago. I never heard of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. I think these events probably did take place. Electric. Now, the numbers, I've got no idea about the numbers, but
My mom
I
is
think.
German. My great grandmother is from Germany. They all dodged the war because they pretended to be. No, what's the story in my family? They were Jewish gypsies that pretended to be German.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like a crazy story in my family. And actually, my great great grandfather was a baker for the Nazi army, but he didn't do anything like crazy. He was a baker. He was in the kitchen baking bread.
Mm-hmm.
So that's on my mom's side of the family, and I don't know. So many weird versions of history, man. When I hear about my family's history, am I gonna let their books determine what my parents tell me about my history? No.
Couldn't you consider any war itself, just in general, a Holocaust? Electric.
Sorry, can you ask that again?
Couldn't you consider any war itself a Holocaust?
Yeah, the word Holocaust means burning effigy, which is anything you set on fire that's large could be considered a Holocaust.
Yep. Yep.
So dropping a bomb on a school, low key, is a Holocaust. Yeah, they're doing that right now.
Yep. Yep. So the slaughtering of innocent women, children, and men.
It's that black pill shit that I've been warned about.
But when we do these things, they're called acceptable casualties, not a Holocaust. They're acceptable casualties. It kind of helps us to clear our conscience of any sort of guilt.
I think that there is a layer of deception about how much suffering people go through. So we feel like we're super duper victims of somebody that is superior and has control of us. Like maybe there was a little fabrication about how many people they were able to bring here on boats or how many Native Americans they really slaughtered. Like even like the underground supposed alternative history versions we get Like, oh, nope, Thanksgiving was actually slaughter, guys, but they lie about those numbers too. Anything in circulation is being lied about. Like, the real truth is not in circulation. They don't want us to know the truth.
Have you guys seen the video documentary called Hellstorm? Hellstorm?
Hellstorm?
No, I don't know.
I'll look it up. I think I tried to save it because it's hard to find anymore on YouTube, and I know it's on BitChute. So if you typed in Hellstorm on BitChute, you'd find it. But there's a book on which it's based as well. The documentary is basically word for word what the book does, but the book allegedly has research for firsthand accounts of the Holocaust against Germany after World War II by Churchill and the Allied forces. It's pretty gut wrenching. So after Germany surrendered, they were severely mistreated to the point of I would say genocide.
I've definitely heard that part of the story before. That's why. What happened? People were using money for toilet paper or something. Like, I don't remember the whole story. Like, their money was so inflated that literally nothing was affordable.
That was affordable.
So, I gotta look that up. Hellstorm, I'll look that up.
Yeah, the Russians came in and kind of fucked them up, raped everybody. The Soviets.
Yeah, but I think it's the one thing I wanted to say before. I think it's important we all try to recognize when we're hearing the truth and let that be an instinctual part of your body. When you hear the truth, know you're hearing the truth, and that'll help. Because I be hearing so many freaking lies, and I just have to know when it's lies. It's harder to know when it's the truth, but it's easier to know when it's lies.
I think that discernment sometimes takes a little bit more than intuition. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes women's intuition can be useful, but like when I study history or the news, I typically do the same strategy where it's like you get as many sources as possible, especially
Yes.
ones that have opposing ideas, and you try to find the common story, and maybe the reason why it's a common story, and the reason why they might have put this in their version of it because of their bias and stuff like that. You just have discernment by just getting as many sources, many directions as possible. You get a pretty good get as best closest to truth as possible.
Yeah. Low-key, I got offended in school, man. Like, hearing about U.S. history in 8th grade, I was looking at my teacher like, you sound crazy saying this stuff. I remember people in the classroom being like, why do we have to, like, we don't even think this is what happened. And I remember the teacher saying, well, then you can not pass. And, like, his excuse was nothing about it being true, but rather, if you don't do this, you're not going to pass.
Well, he's an 8th grade teacher. 8th grade in America, they do the Common Core and all that. So it's like they don't really know. They don't know very much. They just trying to get you to pass that test. Taught that whatever it's called, tax or whatever they call it. Wait, so Electric, you're Black and Jewish then, huh?
My father is Native American and Irish, and my mom is German. But there's some story in my family that they escaped the war by pretending to be German or something. Like, I don't remember the story exactly. I heard it from my Ida Oma. So, like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, my family, I'm Black and Jewish, but my family, well, actually both sides of my family left Germany Pullman, right before all that.
Yeah, and like I'm
No,
sure,
no.
like you've heard things within your family that contradict the common narratives of what we learn about our history. You know, it's messed up.
No, not really, to be honest, because so my mom's side, actually, German side, they left after the war. Um, my great grandpa was in the Navy or the Army or one of the two. He went over there and married her or whatever. But on my the other side of my family, I believe I don't know about the numbers for the Holocaust, but I know that my my great grandpa who got kicked out of Austria, so he had to come to America. He had 12 brothers and sisters, and he actually lived right on the border of Poland and Ukraine, and that's like where the worst camps were and stuff like that. And yeah, all of his brothers and sisters are dead from the
Oh,
Holocaust. So he had 12 brothers and sisters. So I imagine a lot of people were probably. I mean, I don't know the actual numbers, but sure.
wow.
But that was also, like I said,
What
one
you
of the
said
first.
about that. Yeah, when I first heard somebody deny that people died in the Holocaust, I was so offended that I actually went off on them and got kicked from the freaking religious Discord. I was like, dude, how are you denying that people died? I could go ask a couple of my people right now that, they'll tell me who died. What are you talking about? Like that's kind of really offensive to me.
I think some people there's different because it gets. That's what I'm saying about history. It's like depending on who you get the story from, you're gonna get different pictures of what happened. I think what actually happened was probably somewhere in the middle between this, because the truth is they did have these slave labor camps for war criminals, which a lot of them were Jews and gypsies and this kind of thing, amongst other people. And it is true that when they were losing the war at the end, they didn't have resources for their own people, let alone their um, workers, slave workers. So a lot of them died just from malnutrition and stuff like that. But then it's also true that before they even set up those camps, they were picking people up in trucks and gassing them in the back of trucks. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of truth to all of it. And I also think that the numbers are possibly conflated somewhat, just because it makes for a better sympathy narrative.
Huh. I gotta respect that. I do believe they lie about numbers all the time. They lied about numbers in the past 2 years. We know that for a fact.
But who knows? It won't happen.
Yeah. I don't know. Like maybe I should take a step back and review how I consider I am determining the truth and just try to reflect and do even better. Maybe I should just, try to scrap my old view and see how I can better discern the truth.
Well, it's kind of cool. I think that we live in one of the most opportune times that will probably ever exist. But I don't think this will exist in the future even. But I think that in the past we have videos of World War II and stuff like that. But today we have record of almost everything, especially people who are live streaming their entire life. So we have all this direct record of real events occurring. And I think in the future they're gonna shut that down at least till maybe not like people's stories or whatever, but I think like the public stuff. I think they're gonna probably make that less public, easy to because I think in the future when people realize that there'll be like resources for people to look people up, And let's say instead of Googling somebody, you can actually just like research their entire, internet profile, like everything they've ever done on the internet. Yes, I think people will want to shut that down. Won't be accessible.
So, question for you two: What do you think is going to be in the history books 50, 60, 70 years from now about the time period that we just experienced over the past 2 years? And do you think it will be an accurate depiction? Because we all kind of know something isn't necessarily right with the whole narrative of
This
what's
is
taken
exactly
place
what I've
over
been
the
thinking
past
about the
2
past
years.
3 days. Past three
Yeah,
days, I got
so
really sick. I got really sick at a concert. It rained super heavy, and I couldn't lift my head. I was stuck in bed. Everything was giving me a headache. I couldn't go to work. I'm usually like ready to go to work. I couldn't imagine doing my job. So this happened to me in January this year. Same thing, except totally crazy worse. Right around the Omicronio dumb shit, and I tested negative. I'll never forget. I was so confused. I was like, "What is this?" I remember trying to identify why I got sick. It could have either been a bus that hit me with a bunch of slush, or what I had just eaten, which was a pepperoni pizza. And those are like, or it was the Omicronio dumb shit, right? So here I am feeling the same way as 6 months ago. I think, dude, there's no way they can make it right. They're gonna have to lie.
But I think it's hard to say because it depends on what happens next. It always depends on what happens next, because if it could just become a yesterday type of thing. But I still see people wearing masks all the time, and I saw people wearing masks yesterday and stuff. It just depends on where you are and who the person is. So depending on how this concludes, whether it concludes absolutely, or it persists in some kind of way, I think that'll kind of make a determination based on how it be. Because if it all ended now, and was just kind of in our past, I think it'd be like one of those things like where in the future it'll be known that this happened, and the numbers, whether they're conflated or not. Uh, I mean, like I said, that's kind of because it depends on what you believe in. Because I mean, I don't really think the numbers were inflated too much. I think some numbers they're not that accurate because of uh, the people who are reporting numbers and the monetary gains and stuff like that. But I don't think they're too off. I think they're like wildly off.
My friend's mom was put in a unit of a hospital where they were treating this, but she didn't have the virus. She didn't have any symptoms of it. They were just treating her like she did.
It's dangerous. With this in New Jersey.
And here I am. I didn't actually, like, nobody can actually record and make my instance of it a statistic, right? Because technically I came up negative. So right away, I already know I am a part of the incorrect numbers.
Are you sure you had it?
I never, I'll say this, I never get sick. I don't ever like throw up or catch colds or flus or fevers. I never call out of work. This is like the first time this has ever happened to me where I like am stuck in bed since I was like a baby, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
Is this another gin case of never getting sick?
Nothing ever has put me out like in January. Nothing has ever happened to me like that. I've never been that sick in my life. And it was right when they were announcing the Omicron. Anyway.
I feel like Bandsaw was going to say something. I can always tell when Uncle Bandsaw is
wish I was a
Really?
uncle.
Yeah, you're being a dick today, dude.
Really? Really?
Yeah,
You're
man.
just
You spoke
you're
up just to say that I was fucking talking about curvature. I can fucking say shit about that.
you're just pissed off because you can't find the center of the universe. Take it out on
I don't
me.
know.
All right. All right. So
I mean, about the whole center thing.
no,
You know,
let's not
what happens
let's not
sometimes? What happens?
let's not go there again.
I'm conceding, man. So I'm conceding.
Yep.
I'm conceding that I was correct, but I could have spoke more accurately. I maybe said some things that sounded misleading because it is true that the center thing. It's important for me to have said that from our position, the expansion, as far as expansion goes, it's expanding in all directions as if we were the center, and also the center of the we're the center of the what do you call that? The viewable universe, visible universe. Whatever they call
Observable.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Which I may not have been clear on every time I said it. So just like
So Nate,
So Bandsaw and Rocky misquoted you?
not
no,
at
no,
all.
no, not. Yes, also, but no, because sometimes people will start speaking, and I'm still speaking, so I have to cut it short. So I'd say less words than I should. But if I could say all the words, I would have said that. I would have said exactly like that.
So they strawmanned you.
Oh God Almighty!
More than once.
Center of the universe. What does that even mean? What does that got to do with
That's
it?
fucked up, Bandsaw. Stop strawmanning people.
I did not strawman Kosho. Now, you know what? I'm not even going here again because we spoke about this for way too long.
It's over.
It's over.
All done.
Exactly right. Exactly right. There's no center, even though there's a center. We've established that because it's everywhere. So Nate, do you believe history?
I believe certain history. Yeah.
Okay. What parts don't you believe? What gives you doubt?
The parts of history where there isn't enough reasonable proof for me to come to some sort of logical conclusion.
Okay. Okay.
Like, for example, do you want an example or something?
Like the what example? Sorry, mumbling a bit.
Hmm.
Like the what example?
I'm asking if you wanted an example.
Yeah. What history don't you have faith in that you've been told?
Let me see. For example, history we're told about Native American peoples. You know? A lot of the history we have from that is from colonizers, and Westerners, Maybe it's also my fault because I haven't interacted that much with Native people.
Yep.
So yeah, but because of the information I have at hand, it just makes me doubt whether what we're told about them is really accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would be right to say that. Absolutely.
So obviously there's Native, American people, and there's things like wars or tragic events, or events in history that we can probably say these events took place. But you sound a little bit like me, Nate, that the reason or the story behind these events you'd have doubts in.
But I've gone into great detail why I have doubts, and it's not the same as
I'll
yours.
give you an
Benson.
example.
You couldn't hear me, Essie?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, quickly finish. Just quickly finish, mate.
Okay, like the example I gave you of the conversation me and you were having, if that was recorded and shared with someone 500 years from now, if I was that person 500 years in the future, I would accept that recording as evidence that Nate and Bandsaw had a conversation on this specific topic. I wouldn't, accept it 100%, but I would feel confident enough to form that as part of my, knowledge space and say that that is history.
Yeah, there's some evidence there, right? I agree. There'd be some evidence there, right? And so you can say, okay, then I have a piece of evidence there, but it's pretty hard.
But it would be strong evidence. It would, with that evidence, I could never say that conversation never happened. I would never go down that route that Pete goes down. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm not going down that route though, right? I'm not going.
I was very specific with my answer, with my question, and you said, yeah, for you it's reasonable and logical for someone to have that recording and still say it's a hoax. It never happened.
Yes.
Because of what people do over in Gem Server.
Exactly, and I think because of what people do over in Gem Server and what they can do with AI and what they can do with holograms and this sort of stuff, even today, you could present something to me that was completely false and saying here was a conversation between Jack and Jill. Okay, and I can listen to that conversation and I can go, yep, I heard a conversation. Right? I'm not going to deny that I heard a conversation at all. Okay, but can I? But can I actually clarify that it went down? Right, what they were talking about. So I think it is reasonable, actually, to go, okay, then, all right, I hear it. I hear a conversation. Okay. Now, if you're going to ask me if it is true, what I've heard, okay, well, I'd have to clarify that.
I'll give you an example. If historians 200 years from now, they're looking at why did America get into the Vietnam War? What do you think the official explanation is?
Well, it'd be the narrative, wouldn't it?
It would
Gulf
be
of Tonkin.
Yeah.
Yes, Rakia got it.
Where 50 years ago it wasn't that, or however long ago, 20 years ago, or whenever that came out, the history would have been that Vietnamese bombed warships in the Gulf of Tonkin.
Exactly. And now we know that it wasn't that, right? So there you go. There's history that's a lie right there in our lifetime.
Yeah. 50 years from now, they can just press a button, erase all the digital history that is going to be then, right? There'll be hardly any books left. It's all going to be, it's moving towards digital, or whenever that happens. They can click a button and either erase it or change it. And then 50 years after that, that'll become history.
Yep, my point exactly that. Yeah, before it took generations to get rid of books, now they can do it with one enter button. Enter, gone.
Oh, I just remember something. I wanted to answer Napalm's question about what it's going to look like 50 years from now. I think everything you see about like kids enthusiastic to protect their grandmothers from the virus type narrative, that's going to be like people getting together and going out and getting vaccinated and saving the world. That's what they're going to put in the history books. You know?
Well, the news in your own town, like in my town, can be there's riots in the street, right? When in a particular place downtown, there's 50 to 100 people that are waving signs and arguing and fighting, and some people are getting arrested. To the news or the history that's written down and recorded, there were riots in the street. But in my area of town, I didn't even know riots were going on. If I didn't watch the news or hear about it, I wouldn't have never known they even happened. It's not history. It's just the way it's recorded.
I don't know in 200 years' time, SC, if that's what history would show. Now, it might show that if we are one big world, all united, no borders, no countries. But I think if we go forward in history as being individual countries and whatnot, I don't know if people would actually stick up their hand and take responsibility for these sorts of things.
Good question. But there's so many examples of treachery and like World War II. Why did America join World War II? The bombing of a certain place, right? In Hawaii? Well, that's a lie because they knew that well, it's not a lie that it happened, but they knew because they broke their codes, apparently, that they knew a month ahead that that was going to happen, but they let it happen to give an excuse to join the war. But history says, well, America joined the war because those bloody Japs bombed them, right?
But
Yeah.
even if you look at the reason why World War II started, there is many conflicting stories about what Hitler did and did not do.
I was just going to bring that up. Yeah, so that was going to be my question, like SE Montreal, right? So, what would be your answer as to why did Hitler take his troops into Poland?
The official story, or you want to know what I think?
I know the official story. I want to know what you would say.
Right. Well, they felt World War II. You're saying now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They after World War I, they were stripped of everything, and they were, according to them, they were mistreated. So they were just trying to get back what they thought was his land. Now, I could be wrong. Of course, I'm probably wrong about it, but that's the story that I got.
Anybody else?
I've read some stuff in regards to them just basically trying to get ahead.
Also, I heard that the Jewish, the banksters.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Evan.
No, you're right. Jump in, SC.
I heard about the Jewish banksters. They were trying to not lend them money, and like basically they were giving him a hard time. They were trying to keep him down, as the story goes.
Yeah, one of the other alternatives that I heard as well was that the Polish Jews were also actually committing genocide against certain German extensions that were in Poland because of the Geneva Convention. So they were just, whether or not, Hitler went in there for more noble reasons than a madman trying to begin to take over the world, right?
Yep. I think I've seen somewhere too, Travis, where Hitler, wrote a few different letters to Churchill, trying to sort things out, basically pleading with him, we don't want to do this.
Yeah. And I think in both cases, both in World War I and World War II, Germany was kicking ass, and they had to bring the United States in both times.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the States and Russia, everybody would have been speaking German right now in Europe, guaranteed.
Well, when I went to school, SC, the Russian influence on World War II was never taught to me at all. I knew nothing
Meanwhile,
about. Yeah.
If it wasn't for the Red Army, Bandy, I don't think the outcome would have been the same.
I think I read somewhere that the Russians lost 20 million men trying to hold off the Germans and until the winter hit. And when the winter hit, it cut off the German supply line, and then they got the upper hand.
Yeah, that was the mistake. According to history,
yeah,
Hitler didn't listen to his generals, and he wanted to get Leningrad, which was of no significance. They were telling him go to Moscow before the winter, and they did exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
Then they got bogged down in winter, and the rest is history.
Mm-hmm.
The Russian supply lines, they had summer boots, summer coats, and it was like minus 20, 30, 40 over there. And the Russians were just, with their winterized equipment, planes, coats, supplies, everything. So they had no chance.
With all of these, it's so interesting to me to think about this that I have to actually really, really lean heavily towards the fact that we're living in a time that's been fabricated and created for us. I just started watching the series Westworld.
Oh,
but
yeah,
but if you think about the other series, The Man in the High Castle, if you're familiar at all with that series, it's back in post-World War II America, and America lost the war. Right? America lost the war, and the East was given to Germany, and the West was given to Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And these rebels, these patriots, came across film footage of America celebrating victory, and they're like, "What the fuck is this? Like, why? Like, why are we under German and Japanese oppression when I'm watching a film that's showing that we won?" And so the whole series is like, history ain't what you think it is, baby. And, we have all of these movies. It's all in the movie that it's just creative license movies. I'm like, I don't think so. I think they're trying to tell us, you aren't where you think you are. You aren't even when you think you are.
Yeah, I want to say something to that. I've been finding out, this is going to sound super reachy, but I've been finding out that maybe this tribes of Israel could have been in America, and like George Washington was actually like an Irish Phoenician, and that the flood in the Bible was actually a flood in America. Like, I'm hearing a super strange version of history in my own head right now.
Brother, all these tribes of Israel is all bullshit. Understand that. Anything that comes out of Israel is all propaganda bullshit. They found a book, and with that book, they're controlling the whole freaking world.
What book?
The Bible.
Oh, okay. Is there a certain book from the Bible that they found, or what they find every single story in Israel?
No. They found in the States the Bible Belt. These are good, believing Christians, and they have them brainwashed that somehow Israel is the place. Let's protect Israel, God, all this bullshit. They've got them all brainwashed.
Well, I'm happy to hear this for the first time.
Can I throw this out there real quick? Just for, you're talking about timelines and possible, we might not know where we are, what time we are, all that kind of stuff. So I was discussing with a coworker yesterday just about different generations of people, right? The baby boomers, Gen Z, Gen X, millennials, and we were talking about it, and we're like, I wonder what the young generation right now, what they're going to be called. And I looked it up, and it was Generation Alpha, which would be a reset, a restart back to the beginning, right? Alpha being the first letter of the Greek alphabet. And when I looked at the date ranges, it starts with people born in 2012. And I found that very interesting. You know, we had the whole Mayan calendar thing allegedly restarting at 2012, and then we have Generation Alpha starting in 2012. And maybe there was some sort of shift or reset, whether we see, you know, a very distinct change or not. I feel like there may have been some sort of something going on there. I just found it interesting.
See, there's two ways to control people. One is by force, and one is by convincing them, right? And the Jews, they figured out that, and I'm not anti-Jewish, huh? I tell you, I kind of admire them in a way, but the facts are the facts, bro. The Jews have figured out a way to manipulate the whole world by using God. It's amazing. It's a fascinating story. It blows my mind, but they've managed to do it.
But who is that? Like, what does that mean when you say the J word?
It's the Jews in Israel. They've managed to convince the American people and a lot of Europeans that they're the chosen people and we should commit soldiers and die and fight to protect their country. Look at all the wars you had and look at Syria, Iraq, all that. What do you think all that's for? It's all for them, man.
It was interesting a few years ago when Trump visited the wall, first sitting U.S. president, and just coincidentally his son-in-law very closely linked.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, these people that have convinced the Americans that to protect them, their main goal is when their Messiah comes back, it's going to go against the Christians, going to fight Jesus. It's like they're totally against us, man. It's like the biggest con that I've ever seen happen.
I think that term is too vague. You're not truly identifying who's doing what, man.
Well, you seriously don't see it? You seriously don't see that there's a little minority country that's controlling
I think when
Congress?
you say Jew, I think it's a cop-out term. You're not truly identifying who's doing this.
Well, I'll tell you who they are. AIPAC. Do a research on AIPAC, the American Jewish lobbying group, and you're going to see who has your government by the short hairs.
Mm-hmm. And according to the Jews, we're nothing but goyim anyway.
Well, okay, but see, that's not true. That would, I would say, if we're going to unpack the history that way, that would have to come after the first century, when the Targum and the Mishnah came about, because biblical Judaism doesn't have an antagonistic view toward the nations. And just for another sideline, SC, if you remember, a couple years ago, I came on to Ali B's stream and talked to you guys.
Yeah.
So I just posted that. I think it's about 30 minutes, where I kind of expressed my understanding in terms of the way the Bible got manipulated into what it is today, which is what you were just saying, that we have this concept that there's one nation that God chose, to whom all the other nations must pay a tribute. So I think it's a pretty interesting theory. If you're into that, I'd appreciate. I just posted it again, so if you have any feedback, I'd love to hear it.
I think the tactic is you give more power to them when you falsely identify them as like a general group. You don't really know. Like, I think there's royal coat of arms. There's like royal families. There's people with personal interests, and they might call themselves Jew, but I don't think that's what they truly are. And I think that we get away with calling these people by this generalizing term is not truly identifying anybody.
What business did America have to go and fight all those wars in the Middle East? For what? What did you get out of it? Think about it. How many American soldiers died in Iraq? What did you get out of that war? Tell me.
Financial gain. That's what you got.
I didn't.
Financial loss.
Yeah, I didn't get any gain out of that.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody. Did you get any oil out of it? Did you get any oil out of it?
Let's see, the companies involved financially gained from it.
Well, I guess some companies, yeah.
All the companies, whether it's the weapons companies or the reconstruction companies, they all gained from it.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. But as a whole now, as Iraq stands, right? Did you achieve anything there? Did anything come out of it?
No.
The country's in ruin now, right?
Yeah. But they didn't care about that. That wasn't the gain that they were after, SC. The gain that they were after was financial gain for their own greedy little pockets.
Agreed. Yeah.
Right? They don't care about you or me. They care about themselves and how to make their pockets fatter and fatter. That's all they care about. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet,
I think there's something else that's going on there. I think there was a type of education that they didn't want to continue. Like, I heard that they destroyed a lot of museums and public schools when they were bombing these areas in the Middle East.
You broke up there.
Oh, sorry.
Holy fuck, I never thought I'd hear myself say this, but Bandy, for once in my life, I agree with you. Fuck.
Oh,
What's wrong with me?
No way.
Yes,
Hey,
mate. Yes,
there
mate.
you
Yes,
go,
mate.
Good to hear.
Matt, you agreed with somebody? Shakara.
Oh, no, I agreed with Bandy. Jesus Christ. No, Terry, what are you doing here? You weren't supposed
I
to
don't
be
know.
there.
What are you doing here?
Do you guys remember when that guy Bashar Assad was under attack and then they ransacked some museums posing as ISIS? Do y'all remember this story?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that they were intentionally removing like history that would be indicative of, alternate history.
A lot of people say that. Yeah, they smashed a lot of artifacts. Yep, I remember that.
Right on. Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
I keep up with this shit because I know they're all manipulating. It's all manipulation. The American soldiers had no business going into Iraq. Absolutely zero. It was all an Israeli plan. All this, all those wars, Syria, all that was all an Israeli plan.
I don't know about an Israeli plan. I mean, I'm not sure about that, but they should not. Yeah, I agree with you. They had no business going to Iraq at all. I mean, it was all based on the false premise that there was weapons of mass destruction. They found none. The security advisors in both here in the UK and in America were all saying there's no evidence. Even our own Prime Minister at that time stood up in Parliament and said there's evidence of weapons of mass destruction where it was proved. It was Tony Blair, by the way, and it was proved that he lied. Yet he was
remember
never
that speech distinctly. Yep.
Yeah,
That's one of the reasons why they went in. Yep.
He was never brought to boot about that. He was advised, without knowing certain terms, himself as well, his own security advisors, as well as the American security advisors, that there was no evidence of weapons of mass destruction. They didn't exist. And I agree with Bandy. I think it was more to do with oil and everything else than anything else, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, that's one side of things. I will agree with you on.
It's supposedly a heroin operation that they were trying to take control of too.
Well, most of the heroin actually comes out of Afghanistan, as the poppy fields of Afghanistan. Iraq didn't really have that much. It did some, but not very much.
Yeah, that's funny you mentioned that. When the Muslims had taken over, right? What was it, ISIS? They had banned all production of poppies. Okay. Now, when the Americans took over, the CIA, guess what they did? They revived the heroin production because that's part of their black ops money, believe it or not. This is so deep, guys. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you didn't see them bombing all the poppy fields over in Afghanistan with Agent Orange or anything like that to get rid of them all, did you?
Not one firecracker. Not one firecracker.
Not one. Funny about that, isn't it?
I thought Agent Orange was Vietnam for deforestation. In Vietnam.
Exactly right. But you could have used it over in Afghanistan too to get rid of all the poppy fields.
That
I've not heard of that
B-52
myself.
run would have got rid of all of them, probably, Bandy. One carpet bombing.
Well, yeah, it's right.
Well, I don't think it's as simple as that, because I mean, don't forget, poppy fields were grown by farmers in villages all over Afghanistan, everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, and you didn't
I'm
see.
exaggerating.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't see like vast fields like you do in the States of wheat. You know, of thousands of acres of bloody poppy fields or anything like that. You know, it's small farmers trying to earn a crust, basically. And who can blame them? You know, who can blame you if there's no other market for you to sell goods of any other description? You know, what are you going to do to feed your family? Fuck it, I'll grow poppies to feed my family. Fuck it, I'll do that. Too right.
Yeah, you can't blame the farmers.
No, not at all.
I was being a little bit facetious there, Matt.
No, I know you are. Yeah, it's the same with the cocoa farmers in in South American countries. You know, everywhere. You know, if they're not getting a fair price for coffee beans or for cocoa leaves or whatever, you know, to grow any other crops, you know, there's no money in it. Because they're not getting a fair price. And if some drug baron comes along and say, grow some coca leaves so I can make cocaine. Fuck it, I'll do it if I've got no other means to feed my family.
That's right. You do it with glee, won't you?
Absolutely.
Absolute glee. Yeah.
Because I mean, like South American countries, the police don't give a fuck that you're growing coca leaves. They don't give a fuck. They only care about the dealers. But they're still going to destroy your field, and you just go somewhere else and grow it again.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going on.
Yeah, and then when you've got a guaranteed supply line, right, to your customers, right, that is protected by, you know, CIA and whatever other black operations that are in place, like it's a never-ending business. It's happy days for everyone, win-win.
Yeah, the skullduggery that goes on behind the scenes is just incredible. Whole people have been cleansed just for something to work, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a whole bunch of people that, well, kill them all, we need that land, you know, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. How much of history do you trust, Matt?
Depends on what you're referring to. When you say trust, what do you mean by trust? Like, say wholeheartedly, that all happened definitely as is written.
Yeah, the narrative.
Not necessarily. Well, I don't know that there is a single narrative. I mean, you guys might think there is a single narrative, but I don't think there is a single narrative. I don't think there's a single world narrative. I don't think that exists. There's too many different kinds of groups of people with different narratives to really say for definite that there's a single narrative. I don't think there is. I think, you know, lots of people have their own narratives.
Well, there's a mainstream narrative, and then there's all the alternative narratives, I suppose.
I don't agree with it. I don't think there is a mainstream narrative. I don't think that exists. I really don't. Because even your interpretation of history, right? If you look at different events in history, and depending on who you're talking to, it's interpreted slightly differently. There's differences, and particularly when you get religions involved, the different sects of religion, right? You know, they'll interpret it completely differently as well. I mean, like, for example,
know that if you become a member of Congress in the United States, you have to sign a piece of paper that you support Israel, or you will get no funding. You guys ever hear that?
What?
Yeah. All the big money guys will not back you if you don't sign this particular Friendship of Israel bullshit. I'm telling you, they have.
Could I ask you a question? Could I jump in?
Hey, Ali.
Hey, Ali. What's up, bro?
How you doing, guys? I wanted to ask the guy, the English guy, right? So, if someone tells you a certain narrative or says something to you as a fact, do you look into that fact, or do you accept it straight away?
No, I don't. I don't accept it straight away. It's not fact until I prove one way or the other, or disprove whether it's fact or not. I'm not just going to believe somebody comes up to me straight and says the Earth is a triangle. You know.
No, but what
or,
happens?
you know
What
what I mean?
happens if that guy's? Sorry. What happens if that guy's you know, he's a doctor. He's studied for 7 years. He's fully qualified, and he comes to you and tells you something. Now, will you take that as fact, or will you think, yep, I accept what you say, but I'm going to look into it a bit further? Or do you take
I accept that it could be true, right? For example, I've got to trust my own doctor, right? But the thing is, my doctor's not going to come up with a
What
diagnosis.
do you mean you must? You said you must.
No, I didn't say. I didn't say I must. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I said I would.
So what did you say?
Right.
You would. Right. Okay. So you would.
Right, hold on, can you let me finish what I'm saying? Can you let me finish what I'm saying? Right.
Of course.
I mean, if a doctor came up in the street and told me something, right? I don't know. If I don't know him from Adam, then no. Of course, I'm not going to take it for gospel. Of course, I'm not. All right. But unless I knew him and knew his qualifications, I might believe what he said, but that doesn't necessarily mean I would accept it as fact. But when it comes to my own doctor, now, if my doctor says, if I go in front of my doctor's not going to give I've got heart disease, right? If my doctor says you've got heart disease without doing anything else, no other tests or anything else, he's going to do tests. So I'm not going to believe what he's telling me, because I know for a fact that you're going to need to do x-rays, you're going to need to do scans, you're going to need to do all kinds of different tests to prove it one way or the other. Just see what I mean? So I'm not going to just any Tom, Dick and Harry that I don't know from Adam accept what they're saying is true. No. So the answer to your question is no, I wouldn't.
No, if
depending on the context you're talking about.
Right. So if it was a doctor that you knew, you'd built up a relationship to the point that you trusted because he was a doctor, and he said to you something or whatever, would you believe him?
Depends on what he's telling me. If he's gonna talk about hold on. Let me finish. I'll explain. Depends on what he's telling me, right? Because if he starts telling me something about astrophysics, then no, because he's not an expert in that. But hold on, let me finish.
No.
Yeah, but there has to be a context, doesn't it? You can't just sort of say.
He said, that's exactly what I'm going to say, right? So if he said to you, by the way, you have this and you're going to die if you don't take this, would you believe him?
No, of course I wouldn't. If I didn't know from Adam, of course I wouldn't. Because like I said to you before, let me finish. Can you let me finish?
No, I never said. I said your doctor. I specifically said your doctor.
Didn't you hear what I said earlier on? I said if I went to see my doctor and without doing any tests or anything like that, just said I've got heart disease, of course I'm not going to believe him. Because I know and he knows they need to do tests to prove it one way or the other, right? That's what I said to you earlier on. I know where you're going with it. No. It depends on the context and who I'm talking to.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right. You know where I was going with it. So, yeah, you're right. That's where I was going with it. But that's good to hear that you don't. Well, so, there you go. That was all. It wasn't gotchas or anything. I just wanted to find out who you were. So, that was it.
So, it's like, I will listen to an expert who I know is an expert and qualified in what they're actually talking about. But if I didn't know them, I would want to go and look into it a little bit further. All right.
But that's the point. Right. So, right. Okay. So that's good.
Of course, I would look into it.
Yeah. Well, that's the point. If you didn't know that, you would look into it. So.
Yeah, but there's some cases. There is some cases where you do have to take the word of the person, even though you've never met them before, and trust what they say is true.
Okay. What point do you have to? In what cases? Tell me. Tell me what cases.
Let's say, for example, you're sitting on a plane, a guy walks on and he says, I'm your pilot, I'm going to be flying you today. Well, do you sit down and accept that he is the pilot and that he knows what he's doing and he's going to get you from A to B? Right? Or do you say, well, hold on a minute, before you start flying the plane, I want to know your name, I want to do some research, I want to see video evidence of you
Now
flying.
you're taking it.
No.
Oh, wait a minute, dude.
Right?
Dude,
You have
now
to,
you're taking it
no,
into
hold on. You
no,
have to
hold on.
and
I'm going to
accept
point out
what
what you're
he's
doing.
saying is
Let me
true.
point out first. Let me point out first what you're doing there, right? You're taking it into the absurdity. What you're asking.
Absurd? That's not absurd.
Oh, wait a minute.
Why is that absurd?
What you're doing is relating, right, questions that normal people ask in a kind of logical sense. Is you're taking it into the absurdity when you say, oh, you're going to ask an airplane pilot for his credentials. You're taking it into the absurdity.
Well, of course it's absurd. What he's pointing out is absurd, you know. But that's what he's saying. He's right.
Oh, wait a minute.
If the pilot, let me finish what I'm saying. Hang on, you're not letting me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Oh, but wait a minute. You interrupted the
I
Scottish
haven't
guy.
interrupted. You finished talking, and he wasn't talking. You both finished talking, so I'm talking now. So let me finish what I'm saying. It's okay. So when he gets onto the airplane, of course you're not going to ask him what his credentials are. At times, you're going to have to trust what they're doing because you've got to trust that the airline company have employed a pilot, a qualified, experienced pilot, to fly their airplane. He's absolutely right. Of course, it's absurd.
Now, what you're doing, but what's happening here is they're piggybacking on qualified people. That guy that's flying the plane, right? He doesn't want to fucking crash. He knows that if he makes a mistake, it's crashing.
Exactly.
Fuck right. So, but I was talking to the other Scottish guy that made the point of, and that was totally out of the realm of what do you call it, logicity. He said, because you don't trust what science says, or you question science says. He made a point of putting to an airport, an airline pilot, yeah, which is, it's non sequitur, man. It's like that easy get out. Of course, you're not going to fucking ask a pilot, are you qualified before you get on a plane? Of course you're not, because you fucking know that guy, if he's not, there's a fucking minuscule chance that guy's not a fucking pilot, and he's not going to tell you the truth. By the way, we've got turbulence or whatever, right? But whereas his life's at stake, and he was trying to relate it to another question. He was probably trying to relate it into, because the people that are talking here disagree with science and stuff like that. So
Ali.
he was making.
No. My point was that there is people that you have to trust without checking the facts. That was what my point was. Yeah.
But you used a simplistic. You used the most fucking. There's nobody going to disagree with what you said, and you used that as a attack against questioning that if a scientist is a scientist or whatever. That's what you did there. You used
it
that.
wasn't. No,
I don't agree.
It was the
not what
most
I done.
easiest one. It was the
That's
most
not what
easiest fucking argumentum against what my friend, what I was talking about with the other guy.
Right. Again, my point was that there is certain people in your life that you've never met before, that they will tell you things and you have to trust what they say, right? That was what my point was. Now, if you wanted me to give you a more...
What about those doctors? What about those doctors that told you it was safe to say take something when it obviously was not? It obviously was not. Right? So that's
Can
what
you let
you're
him
trying
finish
to
what he was saying? Can you let him finish? Because you keep interrupting people.
Yeah,
Can you let him
okay. I
finish
will.
what he was
I
saying?
will. Okay. Yep.
Right, now, if you wanted me to give you a more complicated version of that answer, then I'm sure I can come up with one, right? But not everybody that listens to what's being said is intelligent enough to follow the most complicated version of what I was saying, right? That's why we use the most basic and the easiest to understand explanation, so that when you're talking to the general public, everybody can understand it. Yeah. Hence why I used the pilot. Yeah. Because everybody can relate to that example. Yeah.
You're saying you do that or experts do that? Because I don't think you're an expert in that, right?
An expert in what?
Are you saying experts use the most general way of explaining things so the general public can understand it? Or that's what
No.
you do?
No. You've got the wrong end of the stick, dude.
Okay, well, that's why I'm asking him. Is that what he's saying he does, or is that's what he's saying?
That's what I was saying that I was doing.
So you're dumbing it down for the general public. What you're saying, what you know about the topic, you're generalizing and dumbing it down for the public, because if you explained it with your full knowledge, we or the public or whoever you were talking about couldn't understand you.
If I'm sitting in front of a group of scientists, right, and they're talking about space and gravity and everything else, right, and
nice point, Rakia.
I'm not a scientist, I'm not that intelligent, so as soon as they start talking, I'm like, I have no fucking idea what yours are talking about, right? But if they turn around and tell me, oh, gravity is a force, I can relate to that, I can understand that, right? Why is that a problem?
Because you made it look like you have the knowledge and we're too dumb to understand, so you're
No,
dumbing it down for us.
I never said you were too dumb to understand. I said there may be some people that are listening that may not understand the most complicated version of what I was trying to say. So therefore, I go for the easiest,
Oh, I heard
the
it wrong.
simplest
I
version
heard it wrong.
of trying to explain what
No,
I was
I don't
trying to
think
say.
you did, Rakia.
I
I don't think you heard it wrong.
I'll
I think
repeat what
you
I
used the
heard.
most
I heard,
condescending.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, Rakia.
I heard we. I heard when you were talking, you said we, so you were including yourself in the experts. Dumb it down for people like you, which was meaning whoever was listening. So
But
you,
yeah,
us,
I mean,
people listening, could understand it.
when the scientists and PhDs talk to people like me, yeah, they do have to dumb it down. Yeah, and they know this, right? They can tell this from the first 10 seconds of speaking to me that I'm thick as pig shit, and that they need to dumb down what they're saying so that I can understand. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You might have misspoke because you said we
Yeah,
dumb it
we are.
down. So yeah, that was the misspeak. I thought you were including yourself in the we when you said we dumb it down, but you weren't. You were just including
Yeah,
whoever
when
we is to be the experts. I get it now. I got it. I got it.
right, okay. At the end of the day, my point is that there is some people that you meet that you have to trust what they say without actually checking what they're saying.
Yeah, but the example you gave wasn't exactly stellar because the pilot, we see him in the airport. He's got his pilot thing on, right? He's passed through customs. He's passed through all kinds of people that would have been able to stop him and tell him, "Where are you going? Who are you?" You think the
people that
stewardesses wouldn't have recognized that he's not a pilot? You think the people at the gate, I mean, it's really not a good example. Whereas an astrophysicist, right? As soon as he opens his mouth, anything he says about that star is all guesswork. You see the difference here, right?
no, I mean, I'm not an astrophysicist, right? So if I'm talking to an astrophysicist and he tells me something, right, why should I then turn around and say, well, hold on, I'm not going to take what you say as correct, right? Especially when I'm not in that field of study, haven't even done the basic levels of that field of study, right? So why should I question him?
Because even he says it's not correct. It's theoretical. It's theoretical, right? The astrophysicist is admitting that it's just a guess.
Let SC finish. Let SC finish what he was going to say there. He was having a conversation, man. Stop interrupting.
Well, no worries. I was just going to say that the astrophysicist, Highlander, there's a difference between him and the pilot, because the pilot has hands-on experience, has flown planes, has went solo, has done tests, has all kinds of things, whereas the astrophysicist has never been anywhere near that so-called star. He has no clue what it is, and he tells you that it's guesswork.
So now he has to be near the star to be able to tell certain things.
Sorry?
Well, you said he hasn't been anywhere near that star.
Exactly. That's the whole point.
How far away from the star does an astrophysicist have to be able to prove his point to you?
Well, you tell me, because as far as I'm concerned, he has to be there and touch it and take a sample of it and say,
Yeah,
hey.
he has to land on it. He has to land on it.
We have to know how far away it is first, don't we?
Hold on. You do know what a star is, yeah? Let's just clear that up to begin with.
I'm glad you said that. You think you know what a star is? Go ahead.
You do know that our sun is a star, yeah?
No, I don't know, and neither do you, Highlander. This is part of the con that you've been given, bro.
Right, there we go. There's my problem.
That is exactly your problem. You think you know what a star is, bro.
Explain what a star is. Explain what a star is then, right? Tell us what a star is.
Our sun is a star.
How'd you know that?
Huh?
How do you know that?
No, I asked, what is a star? What's it made up of?
Let's start with that.
Yeah. Let's go.
The floor is yours, Highlander.
Made up of different elements. Different amounts of elements.
How'd you know?
How does it make? What do you mean different? What elements? Different amounts. Give me some amounts.
You want exact amounts?
No, just give me. Well, a star. What you say is, oh, it's a star, right? But stars have different magnitudes or whatever, so therefore it means it's made up of different amounts of elements. Give me, for example, the elements of the sun. There you go. We'll start with the sun, and then you'll say that's why a light in the sky is a sun, and it contains this amount or whatever. Tell us what the sun is. What's it made up of?
Our sun is made up of hydrogen and helium.
And you know this because?
Because that's what science tells us.
Exactly. You've been told, and you accepted the information.
So I've accepted that information, right? And that's not a problem, that's not an issue, right? But you're saying unless I actually go to the sun and actually take a sample of it and land on it, then that cannot be true. But do you know how fucking hot the sun is? Do you know we don't have any materials to actually land on the fucking thing? Yeah?
Yeah,
I mean,
then how did they get the makeup?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Then how did they do it? The people you trust, the people you believed, how did they do it? They just guessed, right? Educated guess?
No.
We do have hydrogen and helium, don't we? So why can't we take hydrogen and helium and drop a couple drops in a vacuum and make a little sun?
Make a sun, yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Wow, I never thought of that.
That requires fusion, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's your elements
Well,
for your elephantal sun. Your elephants.
Well,
assuming that the sun is fusion.
Yeah, that's a big assumption.
Okay.
You see, Highlander, you got nothing, bro. You just got stories that you've been told that you've accepted.
But taught.
I mean, nothing personal, but you got nothing.
How do you burn the helium? Show me that.
My understanding is that helium isn't flammable.
How do you turn helium into hydrogen? How do you turn helium into hydrogen?
You're the one that said
well,
the sun's made of
isn't
helium and hydrogen.
That's the biggest question.
That's a different guy.
You know what else?
Helium is too. Oh, hey, Montreal. Long time no see, buddy.
Hey, what's happening? So my question is this. Here, I have another killer for the sun, which I thought of a little while back. They say it's hydrogen, right? Whatever. Gas. Gas burning. Now, does anybody or has anybody ever thought of how can gas burning produce a light that can grow plants? Has anybody ever thought of that? In other words, can we take...
I've never heard of that. I never thought that was possible. I was taught that was different. I always was taught that was the opposite. It would destroy things around it, like break it down. Radiation, heat, all of that wouldn't cause that type of plant or that type of thing to grow.
In fact,
wouldn't cause growth. Now it might input energy, but I don't know.
In fact, the opposite, right? So that's what leads me to think that whatever that is up there, it's most likely electromagnetic. Now, why do I say that? Well, we can grow plants using lights and electricity here, right?
Yeah.
So to me, that's a logical conclusion that the sun, whatever it is, it's electromagnetic. Now, that's just a guess on my part, but I would venture to say that's a better guess than a gas ball in a vacuum.
So your guess is a
that it provides energy and helps
that
grow.
sounds pretty
your guess is
wild.
Your guess is a giant fucking light bulb.
Yep, better than a fucking giant gas ball in a vacuum.
Actually, a giant excited magnet that would light up itself. But what you guys believe is gases are doing all this, but you can't produce it when we have this gas. We don't have a giant light bulb.
No, but we don't
made it
have
sound like
part of what
was so crazy.
So now it's a self-illuminating magnet.
Part of what creates
what,
a star
the gas is a self-illuminating
is
magnet?
that the hydrogen and
Could
helium
I
are
ask
compressed together.
Highlander a question, right? Let me ask Highlander a question, right? Highlander, right? Say the people that had told you what you know, right, and you're defending at the moment, right? Say they turned round and said, "Hey, by the way, we were wrong. It's this, this, and this," right? Would you believe them?
Well, what reason have I got not to?
There you go.
Right, okay.
And by the way, I think it's a superconductor.
Hold on. Let me respond. Let me respond. Right, I told you I'm not in that field of study. Right, so I do not know these things. Right, so if they've spent years in that field of study, right, then they are more qualified to tell what's going on than me. If they made a mistake and got something wrong, then that's just called being human, right? We humans make mistakes all the time. We get things wrong all the time.
So you'll believe that? Yeah. Wait a minute. So you'll believe that? Let me finish this conversation. Let me finish this conversation with myself, right? So what you'll say is, suddenly they'll change their mind, right? And they'll say, "Hey, by the way, we were wrong. It's like this." And like what you said there, you'll make excuses. No, everybody's wrong or whatever, right? You made a very poignant point there, right? Everybody's wrong or whatever. So when there's a group of people that you don't agree with, right, that suddenly that says, it's like this, this, and this, right? And then suddenly the people that you agree with the people that have suddenly said it's this and this that you were totally against. But you're following a certain group of people. And it's the same people that are scientists, have got all the evidence or whatever, but this is a different story that they are telling you from the people that you follow, but it's still the truth. And then eventually the other people that you follow didn't agree with them, now suddenly agree with them. Do you not?
Does it
not make you think? Does it not make you think that, see, the people that I was following, right? Maybe they don't hold the truth, and maybe I should leave my mind a little bit open.
Or how many times do they have to be wrong before you don't trust them just blindly?
Every time.
Yeah, but what about that? The guy, the other Scottish guy I was talking to. Just what you said, short. What you said, short, Rakia. I had to put it in another way, a bit longer, to make my point, but it's true. You know, what you got to say to that then?
Well, at the end of the day, right? To the best of humankind's knowledge, right? What they're telling me is true, right?
Yep. Yes.
To the best of their knowledge, with the information that they have. But when new information comes to light, and then they redo their calculations, they redo their experiments, they redo their observations, and then they find that actually the first answer was actually wrong, it's now this, then the next answer that they give me is actually now correct, right? To the best of their knowledge, right? Because the reason they say to the best of our knowledge is because then there might be something else that comes up, 50 years down the line, that means that the first two answers that they gave were wrong, and now the third one is correct.
Yeah, that's the way it's
but what happens?
That's the way it
what
should
happens,
go, and
right?
it
Wait a
should be
minute.
like
Let me finish.
Do you mind
I
if we
begged
all
that I
have
could
a
finish this
conversation?
conversation.
If you repeat the same thing, bro.
No, but wait, let me finish then.
My whole
Now, let
morning
me
is
finish
wasted.
then.
I gotta go.
So, a Scottish person, right? So, that what happens if there's another group that are saying, and you're aware of it, there's another group that is saying, hey, by the way, this is not right or whatever. When do you decide do you wait for the group of people that you
says he waits
that
for the
you listen
consensus.
to,
He
right?
does.
Change their minds, or do you listen to the other people that are saying, hey, by the way, it's like this? So, at what point do you change your mind?
Right. So I've got a group of scientists that tell me, right, this is what the sun's made of. The sun's a star. This is the heliocentric model. The Earth goes around the sun. Blah blah blah. Right. Then I've got you guys in here that's saying, oh no, what they're telling you is wrong. That's a lie. Right.
No, not me, not us. Other scientists do this. Other scientists, science is not agreeing.
we can give a good
there's other
example.
scientists. Hold up, stop now. There's other scientists
All right, I gotta go.
that argue against the model, the Big Bang Theory, or whatever, right? So there's this other group of scientists. So you've chose to affiliate yourself with a certain group of scientists that agree with your view of how it started or whatever.
There are a few scientists who disagree with the Big Bang Theory right now.
Yeah, but the thing with the Big Bang Theory, right? That's for
forget about that. Forget about that.
Right?
I was talking about your belief.
I don't
Forget about the
subscribe
Big Bang.
to, right? No, because these two groups of scientists are disagreeing. Hold on. These two groups of scientists that are disagreeing on certain things in science there's only certain things within science that they disagree on. But the one thing they all agree on is that we live on a sphere and it orbits the sun.
All right,
Yeah?
right, forget about that. But wait a minute, right, take out the flat earth thing. I'm saying about the science stuff. I've given up with the flat earth. Forget about you associate that with the flat earth. We weren't talking about that. So there's a group of scientists, and you know that there's a group of other scientists there that say different things about atoms and stuff like that. So that's the question. Why? What's the reason you affiliate?
Well, I don't
yourself?
no, right. You see that I don't. If one group of scientists say this is what's happening with atoms and molecules, right? And then there's another group of scientists that say, no, this is what's happening, right? I don't affiliate myself with either group, right? There are two groups of scientists and they will sort it out, right? And once they can come to an answer that they all agree on is correct,
what the
then
science
that's
is.
when I'll accept
You've
it.
decided. Hey, dude, you've decided what the science is. You've explained. You've been on this channel and other channels explaining how you know what quantum theory is and what atoms are and stuff like that. You've decided that.
No,
So you've
stop
decided.
there.
But
Stop right there.
you've just told me. You've
Stop right
just
there
told
because
me now.
no, stop right there, right? Because I have not been anywhere telling anyone that I know anything about quantum theory and quantum physics and anything else like that, because I know nothing of quantum physics. Yeah? So please don't be saying things like that, because I know nothing
So
of quantum physics.
therefore, right, and that's the thing, but you have been going on about how the earth is a ball. And you don't believe it's flat, right?
Right, okay.
Right. But you've been going about saying that, yeah? So you know that for a fact. Because of science that you've been told. Yeah?
Just from space.
I stop. Come on, man. Right. So anyway, I'll stop taking over the channel or whatever. I'll mute now. That's all I needed. That's all I needed to do, to point out to you. That's it.
All right, for a change of combo, let's see if we can do this. When is the next Artemis going up, and will it succeed? How about that for a topic?
I don't know, and I hope so.
Why isn't anybody really focused
Do you
on...
have faith, Highlander? Do you have faith?
Can you hear me, Essie?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Go ahead.
I was wondering why nobody's really focused on the new images from the James Webb Telescope and how those galaxies that they didn't expect to see so small and so smooth, which is counterintuitive to their it must be expanding universe. The light should be expanding, and then this wonky effect that's supposed to be a prediction of their expansion is that these galaxies will look bigger and less defined in the images, and that's a necessity for their standing point. But see, what happened was they saw the galaxies are small, well developed, smooth, and way older than they should ever have been in their theories, right?
Okay.
So immediately they start ad hocing instead of going back to the drawing board and starting over and saying, well, maybe the Big Bang isn't right, and maybe this light that we're thinking is this CMB, cosmic microwave background radiation, maybe this actually is a lower energy state of these higher energy cosmic wave rays entering Earth's oceans, re-emitting as microwaves, and then incorporate and engaging with hydrogen atoms, and then causing a monopole light, because they know that is a mechanism in which you can cause this. It's not the same exact monopole light, but it's not that. It's definitely microwave background radiation, sure. And then not only that, that's debunked. Not only that, so is this whole entire Big Bang issue. Matter of fact, one star in our own galaxy debunked the Big Bang a long time ago. Methuselah. It's older than the entire universe in our own galaxy. What a coincidence. But we'll just marginalize that, sweep it under the rug, and continue on with the Big Bang must be true. Therefore, we're looking for dark matter and blah, 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 blah. This is a game. And you guys got to figure this out by now. This is bullshit. Because they're not going back to the drawing board. They're not starting over like they should be. And they're trying to ad hoc it into their theory, just like they did with the electrical jets going in and out of black holes. Just like they did when they first said, oh, you see that light? That light right there? That's a black hole.
Okay. I want to ask. Well, you know, Montreal, you were Yas Queening Grim there. Because I guess you've heard the same news about what images the James Webb Telescope has proffered, correct?
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah. So by that, are you presuming that the images taken are valid?
No, I'm not presuming anything. There's no telescope there. It's not orbiting a Lagrange point at 1 million miles away. Negative.
So then why are you Yas Queening Grim about
because they've taken those pictures. They've taken those pictures. They put them in actually they created that. It's all created. They even have the person that shows it in the software. I'm just playing in the paradigm, in the fantasy. We're working in your fantasy now.
Okay, so basically I'm going to try and summarize, and you can correct me. You believe that NASA faked the James Webb Telescope and how they put it up there. It's all bullshit, but they'll still talk about how they found images from that fake telescope that potentially contradicts the current understanding of the origin of our universe.
Isn't it beautiful? Exactly. They send up.
Why would they do that?
For people like you to keep giving them money. People like you that believe in the story.
What do you mean by people like
NASA.
me?
Well, no, that takes away from their money.
You're Canadian.
Why would they fake the telescope and then present images that debunks a prevailing narrative of an understanding?
No, they don't say it debunks.
Wouldn't they want images that confirms the prevailing narrative?
Well, to them, they have those images. They're saying,
let me ask a question real
Einstein.
quick.
Let me just answer him this just 2 seconds, and then you can go. They're saying, look, this confirms Einstein. Look at the galaxies getting lensed because of gravitational. They're saying that those pictures confirms their theory, bro.
Okay, so my question to you, what's your name? The guy that was just asking Yessie the question?
Artie over here.
Okay, so is it your opinion that these images contradict the mainstream narrative?
No, that's what Grim was.
Well, then there you go. Then Then what are you worried about?
Well, it does contradict the mainstream narrative, though. Those observations.
Oh, guys, by the way, Good White just posted the exact video that explains how they do it. So don't think we're bullshitting. It's right there.
Yeah, you are bullshitting. You're speaking.
So how they fake the telescope?
Oh, how they made the images. Have a look before you accuse me of bullshitting.
Are you speaking?
Who's the mod for the room? Who's modding this? Anybody?
You can do it if you want.
No, there's got to be a mod. I'm not a mod here.
I'll give you mods.
All right. Any personal attacks will be muted if I'm a mod. I promise you that.
Yeah, I would have been modding, but I couldn't do anything about
Does that
it.
include your personal attacks, Rocky, or not?
Yes, sir. I should be muted if I'm going to personal attack. Deal?
Okay.
Deal.
All right, moving on.
Well, naturally, you would
Rocky,
just
is there a
mute that
toothbrush on your
anyway,
boat?
don't we, usually?
Oops, personal attack. Got you. Oops. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Every time SC speaks, he's not being an idiot or whatever you want to call him. He's just speaking his mind. We all have an opinion here. Thanks a lot.
For some reason, they're very triggered with me today. All 5, 6 guys on me. Like, guys, it's not my fault. Your model has holes, man.
It's your fault that you
don't
don't
hold me
understand.
accountable.
It's your fault you don't understand and think they're holes, so they're basically holes in your understanding.
Okay, what is he calling holes, and explain to him how the holes are he doesn't understand.
I would
Because
say
that's
it's
kind of
both.
a personal attack too.
That's not a personal attack.
Yeah,
No,
well,
not really.
explain to him how he doesn't understand
Oh
that.
no, I won't be able to.
Okay, well then don't open your mic to say that. Then that's ridiculous.
That's not a
Open
personal
your.
attack.
And now we're going to talk about that. Let's talk about what the holes you're thinking he's saying, and how they're not holes. That would be a topic.
Right, well, the thing is, no one has ever claimed that the model and the narrative that we have is absolutely correct and perfect, right? It goes back to what I said earlier. It's correct with the knowledge that we have at the moment. We're not level 5 civilization on the Kardashev scale, yeah. And until we reach level 5, then we won't know everything.
You know
Okay,
what?
that's a good statement.
That categorizing of level 5, what is that? When we use the energy of stars to maintain that is
No,
lower
level
lower
5 is when we get to the point where we know everything about everything in the whole entire universe.
Okay,
And there is nothing left for us to learn. That's level 5. We're not even level 1 yet.
Well, then why attack people who are coming up with theories that would get us progress us? Like, maybe this is wrong, so we can think about it this way and go further, right? Learn more or gain more knowledge about this, or we've gone as far as we can go with this. It doesn't seem to be working. It doesn't seem to be right. Here's a different theory. And even if that theory isn't right, we still need to investigate it because it might lead us into something that is right. But why attack the person who's bringing up the theory that's against the mainstream? That's the point I don't get.
But that's the whole point of things like the James Webb Telescope, because that then takes pictures and gives us new information, and then the scientists, they then talk about the information that it's received. They say, well, actually, before we took this picture, this was our understanding, and now we have this information. Our understanding may not be correct. So
I get what you're saying.
We reevaluate what we're saying. Yeah?
I get what you're saying, but that's a select group of scientists. There's another group of scientists, let's call them B, that say what the pictures that they're taking, the data they're collecting, the medium is different, so the data is being interpreted wrong. So
Right, well,
you see what I'm saying?
Then that's up to the group of scientists, group B, to then present evidence for what they are saying.
Okay, but the consensus group A control the narrative, right? Because if they don't want B's information to get out, they'll just attack it, ridicule it, and say they're wrong or they're kooks or quacks or whatever, just like groups in here do. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is wrong with the process.
No, because if you come up with something and say, well, actually, I don't believe that this is the process that's happening, I believe it's this way, but you have no evidence that it's this way, then, yeah, the people that, come up with the first process and have evidence for that process, yeah, they're going to dismiss your claim because there is no evidence for it. If you provide evidence for it, then Scientist Group A will have to reevaluate what they first thought.
You made a point. I got it.
Right? Too much bureaucracy, though.
You got it. But what they do is just dismiss it because it disagrees with their narrative. That's the whole point. They don't go investigate it and see if it's right or, even look into it. They just, that doesn't agree with this. This is settled, right? This is my narrative. This is my settled science that I've had for years. I've based my career on it. I know it's right. So there's no reason to look at that other theory. And that's the problem.
Orthodoxy has settled in, right? So the electric universe guy, the one who I think started it, he was saying that the aurora borealis was what we say that it is today. The sun's magnetic field, right, is interfering with the Earth's magnetic field, basically. And he was told that he was crazy. And the guy who said that you should wash your hands, right, even though he had all this information, about the midwives had a much higher success rate with the mother living. Excuse me, I just got to cough this out. Sorry, I just woke up.
You're good, bro.
When he presented that information to the doctors, they told him he was crazy and put him in an insane asylum where he died of a mild infection that he could have cured with some brandy. But because he was locked up, he died in an insane asylum for saying that you should wash your hands. So the orthodoxy is the problem, right? Science is never settled. You guys can what's it called where you show off your virtues. You guys could virtue signal each other all day long and say that science doesn't prove anything. But if you don't understand that science is never settled, then you're just as religious as the Pope.
Word.
And let me say this real quick too, that the science that we're talking about, in my opinion, is pseudoscience. Pseudoscience is conceptual, it's theoretical. You can never prove an idea unless you can test and manipulate. So, in my opinion, science tries to establish cause and effect. If I can prove a cause, it's not going to change in 100 years. No one's going to come up with a different theory to explain another cause. There's only one cause. So we have to really understand, I think, the distinction that I'm trying to make, and I think that most of us who are on this, on the side of science versus pseudoscience, right? The reason why pseudoscience says, oh, science doesn't prove anything, is because they depend upon their ideas. And the explanation for those ideas can change with the wind. So, of course, it's never going to prove anything.
Yeah, good point. And I'll quote a great researcher that I've heard for years. And I'll quote him, go, word.
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 You know, it's amazing, these people, the way they think, man. They're asking me why I think the sun is electromagnetic instead of gas. And I'm telling them, well, look, we can grow plants using electromagnetic. And they're telling me, oh, you have no proof. As if they have proof that the sun is a giant ball of gas in a vacuum. That astounds me. How about you guys?
You can also replicate it in a research center. You can put energy into a medium and have it like give off light. So I think we're leaning towards that system more. That's what I do.
Yeah, you see, Rakia, my thought is because we can grow plants here on Earth using light produced by electricity, electromagnetic, right? Now, can you grow plants using atomic energy? Like, that's ridiculous, right? It's the complete opposite.
Of course, I like what you're saying, but I can see, like if the sun is something different, if it's not electromagnetic, if it puts off a bunch of radiation, but we have filters like the Van Allen belts that block the radiation, then we have the atmosphere that turns it into, and it gets into our electromagnetic system, and it becomes that type of light here, then it grows plants. I can understand how it can be several different ways. I don't limit myself, but it does make more sense that way.
Yeah. I'm not saying for sure. I'm just giving my opinion, like, as they asked me,
Think about this, right? Okay, so they tell you that it's the vacuum. We're right on the line of what Essie is talking about. That the sun must be electromagnetic, because in the vacuum, in their own standard model, between us and the sun, it's 400 and something degrees colder than ice. Heat isn't what is moving through this vacuum to the Earth.
Exactly.
It's fucking 400 degrees colder than ice. So obviously it's not the heat that's moving through this vacuum. It's something else propagating through the vacuum. And then this light, once hitting the atmosphere, is transferred to heat. And this
is not a campfire heat radiating.
I think it's frequency.
Well, yes, exactly. Frequency, but it's an electromagnetic frequency.
That makes the most sense to me, I must say. But
Because
hey,
frequency
it's
just
just a
means how
guess,
many
right?
times does it happen, or like how many pulses there are in a particular amount of time, or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Who doesn't
frequencies of
like
what?
gyration and vibration, and who would want to go against that?
Well, some guy who thinks that it's a nuclear burning furnace from the inside out, even though he sees that sunspots on the inside interior are cooler. It's cognitive dissonance.
Look, just the fact that they say it's a giant gas ball in a vacuum, right there for me kills that thing. So I know it's not that. So I start from there. Okay, now what else could it be? Right?
It would have to have a surface, for one, for there to be pressure on it. You need a surface. You can't have a ball of something without a surface, especially with those translateral waves that you see when there's video of things, hitting the sun and creating ripples like
I
waves
think we
on
could
water.
all agree that it's not a ball of gas in a vacuum. Can we all agree on that? Besides the ballers like that, forget about them.
Even some of the ballers can agree. Yes.
Yeah. So we got to start from there. Since it's not this fantastical fantasy of a giant gas ball in a vacuum, which we know physically cannot be, we know that for sure. Then we can say, okay, what else could it be?
Okay, so here comes the question that I always have, right? Which came first? So all we have to do is find out when the last scientist died. When the last scientist died, science stopped proving things. So my question would be, where can we find, or can we find, science books that don't describe the sun as an atomic furnace? Right? When did people
Eric
start
Lerner,
thinking about,
Lerner's
oh, I
model
wonder
of the
what the
sun.
sun is, and writing and well, okay, but see, my question is, okay, so then
Sorry, I just
what
thought
year
you
is
were the
he
one.
in relationship? No. So Eric Lerner is someone that you can refer to, right? Okay, so what year is he?
Oh, he's still alive.
Hello?
But I mean, he's old as fuck, though.
Okay.
It kind of comports with
Well,
what you're
okay,
saying.
but then so let's go back.
I think
So
what
okay,
Travis
but
is saying is like
see,
looking
my question
through,
then is,
yeah, like looking through the
Let Travis finish,
science
dude.
books from school, right? So if we look at science books from school, when was the last scientist that didn't claim that it was like atomic fusion? When did that start? When did that get implemented into the curriculum? Is that kind of what you're saying, Travis?
sure. Yeah, that's good. Yep, that's good enough. Yep.
Because let's think of it this way. Do we have any tests here on Earth with any types of fusion or fission, whatever they're claiming the sun is, to where we're getting the same radiation that we're detecting here on Earth from the sun? Because we
Not at
get
all.
ultraviolet, we get infrared, we get X-ray, we get gamma, we get all these, almost the full EM spectrum from the sun. Do we
Only in
get
the
that from
electric
any
sun.
fusion or fission that we produce here on Earth?
Yeah, only in the electric sun models, though. Not in the. Those are low pressure plasma discharge experiments that we get those results with, but we don't get those results with actual nuclear reactions from a high pressure standpoint that resembles anything to do with their model of the sun. There's nothing there.
So there's no real actual tangible evidence other than the claims that it's nuclear fission or fusion, whatever they claim that the sun is. It's just basically a claim. It's nothing we can
Yeah, based on
reproduce.
spectroscopy. That's all they have. Yes.
And math. They magicked it.
Yep.
Because what we can do is we can measure the types of radiation that we actually receive from the sun here on Earth. And that seems to be UV, gamma, X-ray, all of these. Basically, it runs the whole gamut of the EM spectrum that we receive from the sun.
Yeah, think about the charged particles. What is that? That's electromagnetic, right? Charged particles.
Let's not go into
like
particles
radiation,
right now.
right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
The solar wind. What's that? Electromagnetic charged particles, right?
Plasma.
Plasmisa. Yeah. So there you go. I mean, the facts point to electromagnetic energy, yet they tell us fusion, fission, whatever, nuclear. No, doesn't make sense. There's no way that a ball of gas could sustain fusion in a freaking vacuum.
So what I think is going on is this power differential that we seem to be under. It's not necessarily knowledge, it's applied knowledge that's causing it, right? Because everybody can go back and look at Tesla stuff, right? And they can carry forward, right? But they've had a 100-year head start because we've been chasing our tails in academia with equals MC squared for literally like 100 years, right? Meanwhile, like John Trump, at MIT, Donald Trump's uncle, had the shit from like day one since Tesla died or shortly after, right? And he's been able to take all this stuff into the lab, deep underground military bases, and they've got like a little head start, like in Nazi Germany, right? They had like a 20-year head start. Well, why? Well, probably because not everybody else had the technology that they had. So these people have now like a 100-year head start, and we're still like wondering like, what is the speed of light? What is light? Right, and they're like way ahead of us, where they're not arguing over petty little things like that, right? Because they've moved past it, right? They've known from back in the day that it's all static, electric, magnetic, electric, and all this stuff, and that it's silly to think about space time because everybody knows that space time is just a concept, but it sure will keep them arguing for 100 years because time is the most convoluted subject ever. What is time?
Time
Can we argue over it?
Time dilation occurs. We've known that for at least 50 years.
Sure.
No,
The
you don't.
Russian twins, they're
we do.
not the same age anymore, right? Because
Time dilation occurs.
the split second of the
70 years ago now, in the 70s, they took atomic clocks, put them on airplanes, and flew them around the Earth. When they got back, they had lost time compared to the ones that stayed still.
Yeah, that's because you're
That's a mechanical
using
issue. That's nothing to do with time, dude.
Nope. It has to do with the fact that the time passed slower for the traveling clocks.
Tell them how off they were.
Hold on.
Tell them how off they were. Just
They
for
weren't
the
very
joke.
off.
Just for the hell of it.
These things are extremely accurate.
Transferred. The kinetic energy is actually transferred, and that's why you think there's time dilation.
No, these things
Wow.
don't.
There's another explanation for that.
That's the weakest excuse I've heard yet, Graham, and that's pretty weak.
Time dilation is the weakest excuse that you've heard.
No, time
you just don't
dilation
realize
occurs.
it because you're quite weak yourself.
That's why they have to make the correction for the GPS because of time dilation.
I've been through this with you, dude. That's why Ron Hatch made the correction. He wrote the book "Escape from Einstein."
Well, guess what? Einstein has been once again. Einstein was proven correct with LIGO. So I mean, every time Einstein makes a prediction, we generally find it.
There was 3 airplanes in that experiment.
Why did this guy in the third middle keep on poking in? I'm sorry, man.
It
makes it really hard to have an argument with a fucking whippersnapper when somebody else keeps going, and then burr, 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 and then
he was trying to tell you. He was trying to tell you about the airplanes.
I apologize.
That's all right. I'm not mad at you. It's hard to focus.
I was just asking NASA how many planes were involved in the experiment, if you know so much about it.
Well, they did at least 2. Did they do a third one? I forget.
There was 3
years.
And which direction did the 3 planes fly in?
Well, let's see. One flew east, one flew west, and I don't know about the third.
No, the one flew east, 2 flew west, and it was timed with a clock on the Earth. It was just a mathematical equation. There was nothing determined from that.
And they did nothing to alleviate all the variables.
Actually, it was. And
none of it was measured in real time.
The time difference was exactly as they calculated it should be.
No, dude, it wasn't measured in real time.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. It was measured in real time.
No, it wasn't. That's part of the argument.
The clocks really were slower than the one they came back.
Tell them by how much, just so we can get a laugh.
Yeah, how much?
Well,
Do you know how much?
Because the cosmonaut
Tell me,
was like a split second, like
So you don't know. You don't
off
know.
the top of my head, no.
1,000th of a second. The
I
cosmonaut
think
who
it
was
was
up there
1
for like,
billionth of a second or some
No, it
crazy
wasn't
thing
that.
like that.
No, it wasn't that.
That's not negligible, though, right, guys?
It was not.
It was more than
not
that.
not
It was
negligible.
more
when
than
you,
that, and you would ask yourself.
hold on, stop,
You would
stop,
ask
stop,
yourself in the
stop.
70s.
It's not
In the
negligible.
70s, did they
Hold on a
have the
second, stop.
technology
NASA, you
to
really thought that
measure
was big evidence,
the
NASA? Like you thought
difference
that was a big
that
deal?
is evidence.
That was something you should bring up?
of a second?
Yes, it's evidence because the
Really?
yes, it was
You're
a
so
small
wrong,
amount.
man.
Really?
It was a
It's
small amount, but it
absurd.
was well within. It was greater than the machine can measure much greater accuracy than the loss.
So
you
what if
just
the
proved my
kinetic
point.
energy in a moving system actually contributed to the decay rate?
None.
No, you don't know that.
Yes.
You're counting. Listen, the kinetic energy in the
Kinetic energy.
in the
It has
atom,
nothing
excuse
to
me,
do with
when
the
an atom
decay
is
rate.
moving, it actually does take energy from the atom to move the atom. Yes.
No.
Look, that's a proven theory, dude. I mean, I don't know what
No.
you're talking about.
You're
And
crazy.
then
You say
since you know
so
that,
no.
that
Kinetic energy has nothing to do with decay rates.
well, you know what? You don't know that, being that we
Actually,
can
we do know
easily
that.
set that hypothesis up, and we can then
Oh,
say
please. Why don't you do it?
we can then say that we expect the same result
Fine.
as what
Then
you
do
think
the
you're
experiment.
expecting in time dilation as kinetic energy
Then do the
lost
have you
in
done
a
the
system,
experiment?
and that
Have you
same that's oh yeah, that's what Ron Hatch did. That's how he
have you
augmented.
done the experiment?
Oh, you're gonna interrupt me? That's how you're using your GPS in your phone right now, dummy.
Hello?
Because Ron Hatch augmented the system in order to
Hello.
capture that
Have you done the experiment to prove your
and
hypothesis?
yeah, and get rid of that that time dilation issue by augmenting the receiver.
Have you done the experiment?
Why would I have to do that? Have you? Have
Has
you traveled?
anyone done this experiment?
Wait, have you traveled in a spaceship to seen pictures of the
Has
entire Earth
any
on your own,
excuse me?
or
Hello?
you just believe in the
So
Earth
you have
pictures?
so you brought hold on a
Hello,
second. Wait a
hello.
second. Stop.
Are you an
Stop.
astronaut?
You
You have
you
the
said
word NASA on your name. Are you an astronaut?
you said that
You're
this
sad.
would hold on, stop. You said
No, you
that
stop.
this you said that this would cause that this kinetic thing of yours would explain time dilation. Has this experiment been
No, I
done?
didn't say it explains time dilation. Time
Yes, you did.
dilation isn't a thing.
Time dilation is a thing.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. We've measured it
Oh yeah, prove it.
with the clocks going on. That's one
Oh
of the
wait,
ways.
did you do it? Did you use the clock? Did you do it?
1971. The experiment is well
Oh
published
wait,
and
no,
well
no,
known.
1971. You didn't do it.
Experiment is published and well
Whoa,
known.
whoa, whoa! I'm just giving you a little taste of your own medicine. Did you do
No,
it yourself?
Hold on a second. I'm not asking for you to do it
Wait, you
yourself.
don't
I'm
like
asking,
your medicine?
has the
Hold on a second. No,
experiment
no, no, no.
been
It's only one
done?
teaspoon. It's only
Has the
one
experiment
teaspoon of
been
your own
done?
medicine.
Oh my
Did you do
God,
the
this is
experiment
not
or
getting
not?
us
The
anywhere, guys. Come
experiment
on. This is
been
not
Wait,
getting
did
us
you do it or
anywhere.
not?
done. I
Did
ask
you do
you,
it or
has the
not?
experiment been done? One
Yes or
second.
no?
Has the experiment been done? Has your
Oh,
experiment
it's
been
just,
done?
is this now an acceptable answer for the question you just asked me?
Yeah.
So if
Have you
I
done?
give you the
Has the
same answer
experiment
you're
been
about to
done?
give me, you'll be satisfied?
Give me the experiment that's been done.
Have you
You don't
done the
have it, do you?
experiment? You asked
In the
me. And
meantime,
then
the clock
I asked him the
experiment, you
same
can
thing.
find that
Well,
really
the
hard
experiment has
because
been
it's on the
done.
wiki page. There's a
Guys,
wiki
one at
page.
a time,
Could I
guys.
jump in? Let me stop this. Framatable thing. I'll just interrupt for a second, right? It's the same conversation that I had with the other Scottish guy, right? Is that he said that, you know, scientists had told him something, right? And I asked him, you know, would you change your opinion if those scientists changed their opinion? He said, of course, because they're scientists. And that's the same thing as the same kind of attribute NASA shills is shown. It's the exact same thing, right? He's been given a story. He believes in this certain group of scientists or whatever that matches, right? And anybody that goes against it, Grimm has got his other group of scientists saying, hey, by the way, that's wrong, or whatever.
Grimm doesn't have scientists, though. He can't quote it.
And you choose, but he does actually. But the
he
point is, he does, right? But you don't know these scientists exist, or you disregard them, or whatever. But the point is, right? So that proves that you're not
Allie, can I jump back in? Because
open-minded.
your interruption is not just taking only a second, and I've got not a lot of time.
Does it matter? But wait a minute. Does it matter?
Listen,
Does it matter if it
it
doesn't take
definitely
a
matters
second?
because
It's very poignant.
Allie, would do you mind if I continue my conversation for a second? Because I only have a few
It
more
was
minutes.
going nowhere. It was. He's not listening to you.
Well,
He's
it could
not
go
listening.
further if you would just back out a little bit. It could go further really quickly. Now, to answer his question, have I done the experiment? No, I have not done the experiment, but all you have to do is use the experiment that's already been done and change the hypothesis. Now, my hypothesis to the experiment of the time dilation experiment would be that it's loss of kinetic energy is transferred to the energy that it takes to decay, the decay rate of the atom. Now, with that new hypothesis, the same result now makes me the winner. You understand that?
No,
because
it doesn't. Actually.
Oh no, because we have two hypotheses that cannot be falsified between each other. Neither one of those hypotheses. No, I'm sorry, my son, but you cannot falsify that hypothesis.
Yes, I can actually.
You cannot
falsify it. Then it's not science.
Try it.
If you can't falsify it, it's not science.
That's right.
Gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, and gravity is no longer science.
What you're saying is that's exactly right. It's not science.
In the meantime, though, we made a prediction. They made a prediction how much time the clocks should lose versus how much they lost, and guess what? They were within the margin of error. So
it's not a prediction when you've already done it, and then you come out and do it in front of people and say you're making a prediction.
And then they did the experiment, and the experiment.
Bullshit, dude. Just like they predicted Neptune. Just like they predicted Neptune.
That's very good one.
Except fucking Galileo already found Neptune in 1613. Nice try.
He may have seen it. He didn't recognize what he saw.
Oh, okay, sure. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, he didn't recognize what he saw.
I'll just take your fucking word for it.
King.
Well, that's how it worked. He didn't.
Oh yeah.
He didn't
so you're willing to just take his word for it then that he saw it?
So you're literally going to be there for like a half an hour.
That's my point.
I said you're literally going to be there for like a half an hour.
No, that was my point. That we'd be chasing our tails for 100 years over space-time and.
Jeremy, are you talking about right now, or are you hot mic?
Space-time is a real thing. Space-time.
Well, I said it first.
Proven. E equals MC squared. Proven.
Yeah. When did you do the test?
When did I do the test?
Yeah.
Test it out. Yeah. You want so only the things that you
do
personally.
So you haven't done the test,
so Copernicus, the only thing that you can prove
so
personally.
No,
did you make your computer? Did you?
So you didn't do the experiment.
Be quiet. I'm tired of this stupid. You can only do things that you know yourself.
Well, you're welcome to go back over to Jim Panda's room.
Oh, yeah, Grim. I mean, you're just sitting here saying "nuh-uh" to everything. That's okay. That's fine.
You're projecting with that statement.
No, I'm not actually, because I have proof and you don't.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Nuh-uh.
C is the speed of light, right? What's the one-way speed of light, NASA?
There is no one-way speed of light ever measured or recorded.
The one-way speed of light is the two-way speed of light divided by 2. Thank you.
Wrong. Oh, okay. So my one-way speed to fucking Los Angeles was the same exact speed on my way back.
Were there any cars in the way?
Yeah, you wouldn't know, would you?
Even though you went through different mediums, like different.
That's right.
No
speed limits, right?
Hold on a second.
You only go so fast.
Hold on. So the light in a vacuum one way is going to be different than the light in a vacuum the other way?
Seems to be the case.
No, it's not the case. You can't prove that.
Can you prove a one-way speed of light?
There's no need to prove the one-way speed of light.
No need, because we got the equations for the two-way speed of light, and everything works out, even though we know things move faster than the speed of light.
No, we
so
don't.
Your whole constant,
is dividing by 2 really that frightening?
Because you need light to be constant in order for relativity to work.
Nothing moves faster than
and that's why relativity doesn't work, is because things move faster than the speed of light. So you don't have your constant. You don't have your basis for relativity.
Relativity.
All you gotta do, NASA, to save face.
Please, we can't hear you or the other guy when you do that.
Clipping.
Like when you cut in and clip, like I don't know, your intelligence level must go down and then up and down and up, because it doesn't take a lot of intelligence to know that when you clip after being told several times when you do it, we can't hear either one of you as an audience member. Thank you.
And when you filibuster, like, you cause clipping on the other side because you don't give other people a chance.
I just want some evidence.
I wouldn't have told him that, though, because now he'll use it as a tool.
I'm hearing a lot of talk here with no evidence.
From your mouth, yeah.
Called
No,
science.
there's no science. You know
Oh,
science.
this is science, baby. Go ahead and insult me if you
wouldn't
want.
know. You wouldn't know science.
Yeah,
Rocky.
I knew you were going to insult me.
Let's
just
Stop the
ignore.
personal
You don't know
crap.
science. That's not an insult. That is an observation on my
Let's
behalf.
ignore PNS.
Of course.
All right, see you later, PNS.
Yeah.
I don't want you to
See you
go
later,
back
He
to
wouldn't
kids,
know
by the
science
way.
if it pulled his
Wow,
pants
name
down and raped
calls
him.
too.
Well, you called me penis. I'll call you dickhead.
No, I
I
didn't say
called you
penis.
PNS.
I said
I'll call you.
PNS.
I'll call you dickhead. Then how about that?
Oh my God. Your
Just ignore him.
abbreviation for your name is PNS.
Well, the abbreviation for your name is dickhead. How about that?
Fucking genius. Damn, you're a genius, dude. You freaked out when your own fucking name was abbreviated.
Yeah, it was funny. It was funny, like when Bandy
Good
said
job,
it first time.
PNS.
Yeah, good job, dickhead, Mister Dickhead.
Question, NASA. So, what radiation do we receive from any type of nuclear fusion or fission? What are the types of radiation that we receive from those reactions?
Your point.
You there, NASA?
I'm
I
listening.
can answer. I'm
He's
not gonna
asking you a
teach
question.
I'm not here to teach you. Go look it up.
Exactly.
Can someone make me a mod?
Add into that, and what kind of plants can you grow with that radiation?
What's wrong, Travis? What do you need, Travis?
I just want to be here in case I'm needed.
So notice how I asked Paid NASA Shill a very simple question, and he kind of went and now he leaves the room.
Yeah, he went to
That's what he
Google
always
and
does. Yeah, he has nothing. Nothing. You hear that, Paid? You have nothing. You never had anything. And you never will have anything.
You hear how he was about to try and hit me on the head with, "Did you do that experiment yourself?" And then gave me told me an example of an experiment that he had not done himself also. And I asked him, "Did you do that experiment yourself?" And the crowd went wild. What the fuck, man?
You see, we're on to his game right now. He can't play his game anymore, and he's just getting angrier and angrier.
All I had to do was change the hypothesis on an experiment that already had been done, because the hypothesis itself was an interpretation of what the results could mean, but it doesn't mean that's what the results do mean. And that's what I was trying to point out. Because the results could also mean loss of energy in the system due to the kinetic conversion and transformation of the energy into the system, decaying the atom faster.
And that's only one variable. There's heat, there's radiation, there's the motion that you said, there's pressure, there's so many things.
But see, an honest person would light a cigar or open a beer and say, okay, let's entertain this, right? Let's see what you got. Show me what you got, and say, okay, I'm going to hear you out. Let's write it down. Okay, what do you say, right? But a dishonest person is just going to go, no, what about you? What about this? Projection, dickhead move.
But he brought up GPS, Hank. He brings up GPS, and then when I tell him, well, the reason GPS works is because of a man who wrote the book called Escaping Einstein, who said that it wasn't the time dilation due to the same reasons and all of that they said it was. It was the kinetic transformation of the loss of energy, or from our transformation of that kinetic energy into the decay rate of that atom. And he wrote a paper on it, put all the math out on it, and did all this shit. And he's getting laughed at. But see, his math is right. They don't have a lot of reasons to laugh at him other than, it's posturing so that they can continue acting like their theory has confidence. That's false confidence in a theory, guys. That means there's two ways to skin the same exact cat in the same exact way. One of them can be proven while the other is theatrics. But the theatrics wins somehow. The theater.
See, if you look up the cosmonaut that has the world record for the most traveling through time, right? Apparently he has a twin or he's like a split second younger. right?
The
It's such a
Canadian
small.
astronaut. Yeah, yeah.
Is a Canadian? I thought he was a cosmonaut. Sorry about that. So yeah, he's got like the world record for like time on the space station, right? And they say that that means that he's traveled through time more than everyone else, right? But it's such a small split second after like 3 years on the ISS. If it's such a small split second, then why do they got to recalibrate the GPS every 8 minutes? Go ahead. I'll wait.
That there's a good question. Yep, there's another example of a hole in your model, guys. Every day we give you the holes. It's a spaghetti sifter at this point.
It's the colander. It's the flying spaghetti monster religion. Oh my god. You fucking assholes are literally fucking your model as a colander. Great, guys. That's absolutely
Massholes, I like that one.
Oh, that's George Carlin. Yeah.
No, not nassholes like a assholes. Excuse my language. Like nassholes, like holes in the model. That type of hole.
Yeah, you can see it that way too. But yeah, I loved how I was talking about how convoluted time is. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just trying to be funny. I've heard it both ways.
Yeah, George Carlin is the best. I mean the best when he explains it. Yeah.
I know.
They're not interested in making you smart. They just want people to run the machines, sheep, something like that. He says, right?
Oh man, he was he's an activist from way back, man. He's been at it for a long time. Cogs in the machine. And he needs money. But he loves you.
That was that George Carlin shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it with God? What is it? He can't. What was it? He just doesn't know how to budget, man. Sorry, some asshole almost fucking hit me. I'm driving.
You guys want to argue about time for the next 100 years while everybody else is like, why would I argue about time? That's stupid. Let's progress. Let's go do some real science underground and have fun about it.
I just love that those new James Webb Telescope images where they showed braided, twisted filaments everywhere. They show galaxies connected where they once thought they weren't, to quasars and all this shit. I mean, it's showing that the furthest galaxies are way too smooth to comport with their theory and way too small, since they should be getting bigger, because when there's space expansion at a particular point in the expansion, the light does an opposite effect and magnifies. This is in their own theory, and this is why they expected to see these galaxies being much bigger, because of it must be because of their expansion must be true, but then their observations conflict and falsify those hypotheses of expansion. It's clearly falsified. It's not the correct result. It's absolutely the opposite result. That's what you get. That's what happens that's how you falsify your own theories right there. You look for the result you wanted and you end up with a off result, or even especially an opposite result. It's clearly falsified. There's nothing else to do except start over from there and say, okay, well, there's no expansion. That's clear. And we'll start over from a non-expanding point of view and see what we can predict from that. And then
Grim, or
change the medium.
Come up with dark energy.
No, change the medium. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's what that's what this other group says, that if we're looking through a superfluid, that would explain a lot of our
observations that don't add up.
Yeah, you're thinking logically. What they did was dark energy, a pushing force, expansion. Exactly the opposite of what Grimm said. They found the opposite, so then they just came up with a thing that'll push it away. It's
and that's
unbelievable.
That's ad hocery at its finest. And
yep.
They've conditioned these people in science to accept ad hocery. They forgot about natural sciences. They forgot about falsification. They forgot about fucking untestable hypothesis not having any validity. They forgot that. Because,
yep, protect the model at all costs. Yep.
Right. Because A, B, or C, you choose, fill in the blanks. You know what I mean? Like that kind of shit. That's what science became. Not, am I thinking this through of how everything works together? No. Am I just giving the correct answer that goes into the little square here? That's what's more important. My grade.
What I like
they don't
to
really
do.
want fucking physicists and scientists out here, really. They want guys that are like Maytag fucking employees and building washing machines and you know, the red wire goes into the red plug. Don't care why. It's just color coordinated now. We used to know what we were doing when we were wiring a system. Oh, this one goes here, and it's because of this is the regulator for the, you know, start capacitor, or this is the, you know what I mean? And now it's just like, oh, well, I mean, this is the red wire, coordinated 2 stripes black, goes into the red plug, coordinated 2 stripes black. You know, these guys are fucking idiots now.
And that means quantum. Yeah, something like that, though, Leon.
It's what they want out of us, just to be laymen. And then they'll fucking finesse a few to, you know, keep the story down, and they'll find their most biased, you know, lovers of their theory, and then propagate them up and hold them on a pedestal and show everybody how, you know, Neil deGrasse they are. Look at here. But it's bullshit.
You know, deGrasse has a PhD, right? They keep saying he's just a communicator, but he has a PhD.
Yeah. PhD.
Yeah. That's one of the highest. Can you go higher than that?
Well, I mean,
is a doctorate higher? What's the highest attainable thing?
He's a doctorate in philosophy. He's a philosopher, bro.
I was gonna say, whose worldview is a PhD something high? That's all. It's like a trick question when you ask me that. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, yeah,
I saw his thesis.
PhDs, and they're idiots compared to me, dude. In a lot of cases, in a lot of ways, can't think.
Yeah. But Grimm, I saw his thesis. There's this Australian girl with the long hair, and she does theses, and I forget what the hell he specialized in, man. Embarrassing, but he has a PhD.
I got a quote. AC, sorry for interrupting. AC, there's a higher thing than a PhD than someone that's a professor. And you get
higher than that, right?
Yeah, okay, a professor is higher. Yeah, a professor has to have a PhD, right? But if you have a PhD, it doesn't make you a professor. You have to get offered to become a professor. You actually have to get offered a tenure to a university.
A tenure, yeah. So that's the highest attainable. Okay. Yep.
That's it. You're a professor. Once you get your tenure, once you get invited by a university to teach on your PhD level, that's when you become a professor. If you get a PhD, it doesn't mean you're a professor. It means that you've done all your exams, but to get a professorship, you have to be recommended by a.
So that's the highest academia, at least the highest academia point, professor.
Yeah, and you know something as well, AC, is you can actually be a professor without actually having a PhD.
That's what, yeah. But I love.
You can just get recommended, like Hitchens, not Hitchens, Dawkins. Like Richard Dawkins, he's got you can get a PhD, but it can be a professorship. Sorry, but it can be honorary, meaning that you don't have to have a specific discipline or got a PhD or whatever, you can be
Like
given.
Steve Irwin.
Yeah, something like that. There's a thing I might not be very correct, but as I say, you can get like you can be esteemed as a professor or respected by, like the Scottish dude there, right? You know, he's got a certain what do you call it, criteria of what a scientist is, and he'll believe them. If they change their mind, he'll believe them, changing their mind or whatever, that kind of thing. So he's got one of them Dawkins or other people. They're a professor or a PhD or whatever, but if you look into it, it's not really. They didn't get a master's or anything like that, kind of thing. Just a point. Sorry.
I wanted to quote Neil deGrasse Tyson. He said that humans are nothing more than vials of fecal matter, right? And I just wanted to go ahead and say that, you know, Neil deGrasse Tyson, you're obviously projecting and full of shit at the same time. Humans have stomach acid in their gut, right? And we run our, you know, meat suits off of electrical charge. So really, we're a lot closer to, you know, an electromagnetic meat suit made from the elements of the earth, brought to us by our mother and the food that we eat. Right? So he's absolutely incorrect and full of shit.
Yeah, and it's funny, and that's why I always agreed with, or I kind of ended up agreeing with Grim when he talked about the electric universe. You're like, well, let's think about this. Let's go into the micro level first of all. Let's start with us. Like what you said, where, you know, our thoughts or whatever are transferred through magnetic waves. Our neurons connect electrically, right? Our bodies, admitted through science, creates a electromagnetic wave. We call it a safe zone, or, you know, when someone comes too close to you, you kind of feel a bit uncomfortable. They're invading on this electromagnetic field. So it's like, and then they can accept that, but then when they go further down the line or whatever, the bigger picture, they totally deny it. They say, it's not electric, it's you know, it's this other stuff or whatever, where the evidence says that we are basically if for want of a better word, you know, or scientists have described this effect or whatever, given it a name, electromagnetic field or whatever. They don't know what that is, but they just say, we'll call it that. They don't know how it happens or whatever. And so it's kind of absurd. And it makes, to me anyway, it makes this reality way more interesting and thinking, fucking hell, you know. And I don't pick sides. But it was cool you said that. Sorry for interrupting, but it was good what you said.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I really do think that the human body is like amazing, especially if you've ever seen, you know, a redheaded female, right? And the way that the sun like bounces off her body, and as the wind blows and her hair is disturbed, she begins to glow like an angel. I mean, if that's not the coolest fucking thing you've ever seen, I don't know what you're looking at. But to each to their own. Some say vanilla is the finest of the flavors. A lot of people also like chocolate, but who am I to discriminate?
I just posted the thing I told you guys about Neil deGrasse Tyson's PhD thesis. Because they threw him under the bus. They say he's just a communicator. He's not just a communicator.
He also got kicked out of one college for sexual harassment, I believe is the story.
Really?
Oh yeah, they all you don't think you don't have a background?
Everybody these days can get hollered at about sexual harassment. I mean, it's getting passed around like fucking candy.
Yeah, but when you look at the guy, right, you know he's sleazy. You know, I'm quite old, and you know,
The old geezer,
what
you.
eventually happens. Yeah, but what happens, and you agree with us, Essie, you know, when, you know, it might be subliminal or whatever it is, just through life's experiences, is that you end up, right, at a certain age and be able to read people, because you've met so many, throughout life you're going to meet the most sleaziest dudes. They'll glance on you, you'll be upset because you thought they were your friend or whatever, right? So you'll suddenly realise there's people out there, or well, everybody will experience this, right? So what happened is you end up going with your spidey senses, that thing, the gut instinct, or God's fucking warning signal that gives you, when you get that feeling in your stomach, you think, fuck, there's something wrong here. That's something telling you there's something wrong about the person. And eventually, right, because you're taught throughout your life not to listen to that, the police are get taught, the CIA, whatever, any organisation to do with being controlled, other people, is don't go with your gut instinct, whatever happens. But if you have a look at most of the crimes that were solved, or what the detective says after, I had this funny feeling about this guy, and that's what we've lost. Your gut instinct. I don't know what the point I was making, but
Well said. You made a good point. The point is that today's science, Ali, wants you to forget your senses. Your sight is no good. Your sense of motion is not good enough. That you made a very good point there, Ali. That's the whole point. Not to trust in your senses, in your spider senses. Let's say one of them.
Yeah, and they teach the police this, right? But if you have a look at all those documentaries on, what do you call it, National Geographic, about the unsolved cases or cases that were solved or whatever, you will always hear that fucking detective or whatever. And these guys are specifically taught not to go with their instinct. We're told, don't trust your instinct. But these guys that have solved the most heinous crimes or whatever, or pursued that little bit extra, they went on their gut instinct. You know, they fucking, you know, they fling it in our faces, and they tell us to deny it, to stop us using that instinct. And it's so funny if you look at the biology or the science about what your stomach is, and how many nerves come out, how often it communicates with the brain, or the drugs it produces. You'd be like, oh, you get it. But why would people, you know, if you say, oh, it was my instinct, people immediately say, don't want to trust that, you know. Anyway, thanks, AC. Good on you, mate.
No, it's the truth, bro. Yeah, you gotta sometimes. I mean, a business deal, right? Or any transaction with somebody, you're not gonna go with your gut of what that person, how he's responding, his mannerisms, his. Of course you are. I mean, you'd be stupid if you don't, right? Sometimes you can tell somebody's lying to you just the way he's behaving, the way he's moving, like the. Come on.
Yeah, and it comes natural, right? It's like subliminal. It's not like you specifically, because most people are naive. Most people are naive. They don't go in. You know, if you're going into a business deal, you're going to go, right, he's going to try this. You've got a specific image of the person that you're going to have a deal with. But most people don't have, right? Most people don't have that, or he's going to try and me or whatever, and think the negative. They come in there, they listen to the guy, and that guy is giving the other person signals to his gut instinct whether he's going to take the deal. It's not like a normal person goes in, oh, this guy's going, I'll have to guard against this. He's going, oh, I've been offered a great, but go in and going to listen to the person. And I'm sure in sometime during that conversation, if the guy's going to try and rip you off, You'll feel it in your gut, even though you're not watching for it. It's like natural triggers, something that's subliminal, you know. And think, right. So the guy that's trying to con you knows that you're going to, by something that he does, he is going to influence acceptance of the deal. So you know the signals that if you give off this signal, he's going to gut instinct dodge about you. So you try to surpass that. You find out,
I'm
right?
interrupt you on that. I've been studying like behavior for a
I
long
was
time.
waiting to say something because I didn't want to interrupt Allie, and there you go and interrupt Allie.
You go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it was just a joke. I had this one time. I had this intuitive thought that this beautiful woman wanted me to talk to her. She didn't.
Yeah, I just
That was
wanted to help the
riveting.
guy from not getting ripped off. So people can't control dupers to life. It's something that you absolutely cannot control 100% of the time. So if you're doing a business deal with somebody, what you're looking for is micro expressions. So just the slightest, hey, sir, it's not like you're trying to rip me off or anything. No, I'm not trying to rip you off at all. Right? You're looking for that just split second when they're like, yeah, right, buddy. I'm not trying to rip you off. Like that's what you're looking for, and you can
But
see
the
so many.
point I was making. Sorry, but the point. No, that's fine. I'll finish. But I'm just saying the point I was making that you do that subliminally. You don't think that. That's when you get that gut instinct, and that's what I was saying. It's like, you know, that's true. If you're from a certain sector and you've done business, you've been ripped off or whatever. Loads of times, you know this that guy is going to bullshit you or whatever, but there's a lot of people out there that still have trust in humanity. When they do a deal, they think, they think they're dealing with themselves, because the fact is, they would never think of ripping the other guy off or whatever. They think that's their perception. But they have that, they pick up that subliminally, man. And it's a survival instinct. It's inherent. There's certain things like to breed, procreate, and fucking survive and stuff like that. That's all. We get it in our stomach. Yeah, that was the point I was making. Like, we're aware that happens. It's like it does happen. Because unbeknownst to us, our subliminal, stuff that's above us is taking our inner self or bigger self or whatever, is taking this information in and fucking advising us, say, hey, by the way, watch for this. The only way they can do it, they can't talk or whatever, and they create what science says chemicals or. But that gut instinct happens unbeknownst to us. We're not create the gut instinct. It's something.
This is definitely like I don't want to say metaphysical, right? But it defies explanation. I think we probably got that during our hunting days, Is there a lion in that bush? Is there a predator here? We go by our gut and we analyze the situation step by step as it happens.
Yeah, and imagine, Essie, it's like at the speed of light. It's like at the speed of light, man. It's like we get it straight away. The minute someone, that's the amazing thing, that transference. Whatever that guy's done, and we might not notice it, but something by how the fuck does that happen? A certain movement or whatever triggers us unbeknownst to us because we get wary of it. We don't go. We're not like we're talking to someone and he's a dodgy cunt, dead there. Watch him. No. It's like listen. All of a sudden, there's that feeling or whatever, and that's the amazing thing.
Yeah,
so we know when we're getting
like
bullshit.
I think fear might trigger that. Like a hunter or you're hunted you know?
Yeah.
And then that you get that nothing, everything goes out of your head. It's like you and the prey you're chasing, and you hear every sound and all that shit. We've lost contact with that stuff, right? For computers or TV. That sense, that I call it the spider sense, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. That's like well put when you say that survival. Oh, I hear that
I
because it
say that
sounds
so we can
too much
understand,
like
you know, when
evolution.
Spider-Man says, I feel that thing, that extra sense, right?
Yeah, spidey sense, and that's your gut. And it's so funny with if you do meditation, if you look at old what do you call it, old religions, Indian religions or whatever. If you look at
I
the
know
most
exactly what you're talking about.
burning thing is your stomach. Sorry.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Raja Yoga? No. Moving on. I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, the Eastern philosophies talk about that as well. I mean, everybody knows what we're talking about,
sorry
right?
for
But
going
you
in.
just
Yeah,
can't explain it.
I answered no. It was I was agreeing with you. I couldn't mute myself, unmute myself to agree with what the other guy said there. Yeah, it's about connecting that. Sorry.
Yeah, just real quick, I got to recommend a book on YouTube. It's called A Series of Lessons in Raja Yoga, RAJA. And that's like Prince or King Yoga. That's what it translates to. And basically, what it is like you see, the ladies, they do the yoga, they train like their physical attributes, right? Their balance, their core strength, right? Raja Yoga teaches you to train your mental and emotional states, right? So if you're a gamma ray, if you're a gamma male, and you come in here and you get all bent out of shape and get all emotional, maybe you should look into that and try to control your emotional states. But it's an 8.5 hour book. 8.5 hour. Yeah, it's really good, but it's not something you could read and all of a sudden you're enlightened. It's something you have to take notes and practice because good things don't come easy.
That's the problem today. Then is people. That was a good addendum you did. Most people haven't got the patience to read books or anything like that. Or, for example, I was doing Bhagavad Chan. It's the second most practiced martial art in China, actually. Is Bhagavad Chan, and my friend, he was teaching me, and he was teaching me about the Qi Kong. You've got to get into a meditative state, right? And I was trying for weeks and weeks and weeks doing this. I was like, to my sake, Henry. I says, I keep trying to get into that state. It's not working. And he just said to me, he says, stop trying. And I swear that about a week after, I was like, yeah. And that's the whole point. The minute you just stop, what do you call it, trying to meditate or think, I've got to get into this state at this specific time or whatever, and you just do it. It's you'll connect with deeper things, like what you said there. That you'll
So I try to stay in a constant. Oh, I thought you were done. I try to stay in a constant state of meditation, right? They call it taking the center path, where I don't get too happy, right? I don't get drunk. Like I don't get too angry, right? I don't get belligerent, right? And I'm not like overly exposed to like one emotion or another, right? Because they say that when you do that, like you have to start like all over for the month. Like if you get bent out of shape, or there's another thing that I don't want to talk about, white tantra, if you want to look that up. But if you get, too excited, say, by your partner, right, then you have to start all over.
Yeah, but I'm presuming a lot here, right? Is the fact is it just becomes a habit. It's like at first you've got to try. It's like every habit I've tried to change about myself, right? Is you've got to try it first, and then eventually it just becomes like natural. There's no trying, there's no effort, and it makes things a lot better, right? Is it? Do you have to try to be in that state all the time, or is it, or do you know it's like a natural? Suddenly it's subliminal, automatic reflex. If someone annoys you, you are subliminal, or you has already told, well, look, I know there's no reason for me to get argument because it, you know, it creates negative energy. And at the speed of light, or whatever you want to say, and you naturally, instead of thinking about all that stuff, learn to be calm. Just becomes natural after practicing it. You know, being in them situations, and you have to be psychologically making yourself not get annoyed at that person, and then eventually, you know, it doesn't affect you. You know, it's like, okay, whatever. Have you got to that, or it's not? Or it's still work?
It still is a work in progress because sometimes I still get triggered, right? Like for instance, the first time I met NASA Shill, right, he accused me of a fallacy, right? And it was obviously not a fallacy because it was my own argument that he was accusing me of straw manning. Now, I don't know how you can straw man your own argument, but the other guy that I was in a conversation with, he hadn't even mentioned the words that were coming out of my mouth. So I challenged him to point out to me what part of his argument that I misrepresented while making my own argument, right? And I can choose to get, you know, a little boisterous, but you understand, it's not that NASA shill is annoying. It's that you allow NASA shill to annoy you, right? And once you understand that concept, getting triggered is less and less. It happens less and less, and the time that it happens is more far apart. So once you get triggered, you're supposed to realize, oh shit, that just triggered the fuck out of me, right? So I need to like go outside, take a deep breath, or go on mute and center myself back in the middle path, right? Because that just triggered the crap out of me. Then before you go back in the conversation, you need to analyze why did it trigger you, and never let that same thing trigger you again. And then you get back in the conversation. So it's like a work in progress. It's not something that, you know, I've mastered. I still get triggered from time to time, but I think it's because I allow myself to get triggered. Like I still have that ego that wants to spike up and go, you know, where did I foul, right? Because I used to be a football player. Show me where I stepped out of line.
Agree with that.
You know?
I'm going to stop you now, right? That's because there's self-doubt in you. I don't think that is the only reason you get triggered is because you want to because there's injustice being said or done to your life, your family's lives, your friends' lives or whatever, and there's an injustice, and that's why you get triggered. I don't think there's any ego thing going on there. I think that's why the most of us get angered. You know, we're doing all right. You know the shit that you know, right? And I'm so glad I know what I know, right? Because I can work around it, and you can yourself. And it's just a bit frustrating, maybe, that other people. But I don't think it's not a weak. It's not a fault or whatever. And the reason is that maybe you do get triggered is because fucking hell, it's affecting your life, your family, the future for your grandchildren or your children, and that's what it's about. Only because maybe you might be arguing about science, you might be arguing about climate change, you might be arguing about all sorts of stuff, but in the end up, there's this bigger picture that's going to affect, you know, the people after us. And it just, to me, it just shows that actually, I could honestly say, I think you care about humanity. I could make that, even though you think loads of people are dicks and ignorant, or maybe don't. But the fact is, it just says that you care about humanity, or a doubt to have, or whatever. In my opinion. So I think you're spot
Well,
on.
pay attention. I get more triggered with people I like talking to.
I don't know how to answer that. I bet usually have an. Why do you think that is? So what do you mean you get more triggered? All right, that
I
could
got
be a.
excited. I want to jump in the conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's a thing you've got to learn. The other night there, I was in on this the other night, and they were talking about atoms and the speed of light and stuff like that. And I was like, I was holding myself back to want to interrupt. I just sat and listened to it. I listened to it for 7 or 8 hours. And you've just got to learn. Like, it's like Sun Tzu says, pick your battles, man. Think, is it worth you doing that? Is it really worth you doing that? Weigh up the options. Is it worth getting yourself in the conversation, or is it worth you getting triggered? Do you know about yoga? If you know about yoga and stuff like that, it's all about energy. Now, if you, for example, an easy one, hatred, right? For example, so I've got friends like this, right? They hate people. They hate people that did something to them 20 years ago, 30, 40 years, right? They hate these people, living with that hate every day of their lives. And I'm thinking, because I go, what do you mean, energy thing, right? I think of my brain, right? Now, would I rather be wasting the energy of my brain thinking about hating someone, or thinking about, doing something to better my life? Because you've got the choice there, It's like you're either doing that, you can't do the two at the same time. You can't hate someone and concentrate on bettering your life, or you want to do, right? There's a million other things to think about. And if you're doing that, that's sucking. You've got to feed yourself. That might be a potato, or 10 potatoes, or 500 spent hating on
Can I
this
jump in?
dude. Yes, of course, you can always jump in, Travis. Stop
Hey,
me.
yeah, I'm just driving through Pennsylvania right now, and I've got clouds up in the sky, and I've made this suggestion again, but you guys might not have heard it, so I'll say it. So I'm seeing a smaller cloud that is absolutely white, and I'm looking at a larger cloud that has a shadow on it. So what am I supposed to think? So they're both clouds, and they both have white, but only one of them has a dark patch. So my interpretation is the smaller cloud is thinner, so the light permeates the entire cloud. The larger cloud that has a shadow on it is too thick for the light to penetrate, so you have a shadow. Now, if that larger cloud was to stay there all day, that shadow would follow the circuit of the sun. It would move in response to the position that the sun is taking, okay? So later on at night, at dusk, when I see that same cloud and the shadow is at the angle of the sun, which is 180 degrees, the bottom of the cloud is thin enough for the light to penetrate. So the bottom of the cloud is lit up while the top is not, because the top's thickness doesn't allow the sun to penetrate it. So if you follow what I'm saying is that there's a reasonable explanation that we can completely understand as to why the bottoms of clouds are lit up when the sun is far away. That makes sense?
Yeah, absolute sense. And I think if more people drove a truck for a living through the night or through the day or whatever, because the only thing you've got to look at is out your window and you see the sun or the moon or whatever, I think you might change your opinion about the science that you've been told. Or think a bit more about it anyway. Because that's right, you know, I see so many anomalies where, wait a minute, that shouldn't happen, like what Travis said about the clouds being lighter, but they still had
Can we get Travis to go through that explanation one more time? I caught half of it, if you don't mind.
Yeah, me too. It'd be worth it for me to hear it too, if you don't mind.
Okay, so up in the sky right now, I have a myriad of clouds, but the smaller clouds are completely white. The larger clouds have a shadow on them. So why does the smaller cloud not have a shadow? In my opinion, it's because the light is penetrating the entire cloud. The larger cloud is too thick in the middle, so that it has a shadow on it. So as the sun moves throughout the sky, that shadow is going to change position and eventually be at 180 degrees, which would be on the very easterly side of the cloud while the sun is in the west. But as the sun starts to set, the thin part of the cloud is going to be the bottom. So the light's going to penetrate the bottom entirely while the top is too thick. So to me, that's a reasonable explanation as to why the bottom of the cloud can be lit up as the sun is in the distance. Because the light's penetrating that thin layer of cloud.
Which time zone? What state are you in?
I'm in Pennsylvania right now.
So northeast, so it should be around 1 o'clock?
It's 12. Here, I'll post a picture. I'll post a picture at night that I took the other night. You'll see what I'm talking about. You can see the idea.
Yeah, he's not saying it's happening right now. He's saying that's what he thinks happens.
Okay,
like it's not actually. Yeah, it's not happening right now at the moment. When the sun is in the western part of his sky, the eastern part of the clouds are more shaded, and then because the light is penetrating through the bottom half of the clouds more than through the total thickness of the cloud. Like when it's above the cloud and it's thick, it doesn't penetrate all the way to the bottom. I get what he's saying. And I think it could be that. It could be several different ways. The reflection off of nearby water, like it could be even 100 miles away, you know, that's reflecting light up to clouds to light up. There could be, you know, gas reasons where that, you know, for whatever reason, that gas is being lit up. Because when I see some of the clouds lit up on the bottom, not all of them are lit up. Does that make sense? And like they're different colors, and you know, that's telling me it's different gases being excited.
Oh yeah, the color is not the issue. Right, the color I would agree, but I'm not addressing the color part, although I agree with what you're saying about the noble gases.
I got a joke. One time me and Zanuck were arguing over what causes the clouds to gather up together. And he said it was gravity. And I was like, gravity? It's obviously static, right? Because, you know, lightning bolts. He was like seriously arguing that it was gravity that makes the clouds form.
That's why
I went through the same.
It's Larry, right? As Jeremy interrupts me again.
You're wrong, Jeremy. I mean, you're incorrect.
It's Larry. Is that Larry? Am I wrong? Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, it was Larry.
Larry, I like Witzett's explanation of that static charge, because I saw that a long time ago where they put it on a balloon. And the more, I think it's the more static charge. I might be opposite, but
the balloon would raise, and then they would take it away, and it would fall back down, and then they could get it to where it was neutral and blah blah blah. So that makes sense with the clouds also. However much static electricity is in them, the height would be different, right? And they're, whatever they do, what they do. So that's that. But do you think all the rain that we're getting is being stored in the clouds and then gets heavy and dumps because of gravity? Because that doesn't add up to me either.
It's the
I
phase
don't.
change when it goes back into the liquid form that causes the density that causes the rain, right?
So the gas is getting heavy, 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 and then it turns back into the liquid and falls. But it just doesn't seem to me that goes with what I'm saying. It's being produced in the clouds. It's not being stored in liquid form in the clouds.
No, it's all gas or vapor.
I gotcha. So that we kind of both agree, like it's being produced in the clouds. It becomes the liquid form, which is heavier and falls back to the ground as rain, as the cycle predicts, right? Like evaporates, turns into gas, goes up. Some of it goes further. Some of it gets collected in clouds. Different types of clouds collect different types and amounts of gases. They're at different levels because of the static charge that are in these clouds. And then that production produces the water, to turn it back into water, it drops as raindrops.
Yeah, I was watching. I think it was the Multi Tom Tom had this video presentation. It wasn't too long, but it was about the precipitation cycle, and the presenter said it's just correlation that clouds are also around when it rains, but his argument, I believe, was that it's just simply pressure that creates the moisture in the air with the air that's there, and then that falls to the ground. It's not even that the clouds are doing it, it's just that the clouds are present.
Well, I agree with the pressure. That's what Bev and I have studied for years.
Right.
You get to 33 feet and that water has changed dramatically, from a liquid stage or ice stage to a gas stage. And then it gets to under a certain pressure where it turns into something else, we believe. And I even go a step further than Bev does and say as soon as, as it reaches the upper atmosphere levels, which is just more elevation, right? It turns back into some type of liquid, but a super liquid, right? Super fluid. And then that can turn even into another stage called a super solid. I think the helium gases, which don't get collected in clouds as much, is what's going further up and creating. I'll be here all week. And Jeremy, as you cut me off earlier, did you have a comment?
I was gonna say I went through it with him in Gems a long time ago over the that whole static thing with the clouds, and they were laughing at me.
Hello. It's funny. I remember I backed you up with that, but not about the static. But because I think we were arguing, and I told you, or you, I think you told somebody, and I agree with you that they're liquid before they're clouds even, and somebody was arguing that they're gas, but the clouds aren't gas. Actually, they're liquid water.
So you back Jeremy up, but not on the static?
No, I don't remember him saying anything about static. I remember him saying, like I said, they were liquid.
Jeremy, can you clarify what you were talking about? Were you talking about the liquid or the static form of?
The static part. I mean, we've had tons of conversations about clouds, so Kosho's probably confused as usual. But no, I was talking about like what holds the clouds together.
Yeah, static, right? That's what.
Gas.
I just wonder how I knew that, and Kosho heard it some way different. Like that's why I got you to clarify. All right, just wonder.
That's the conversation I was in with him in the group over there. I wasn't there for the static.
We've had tons of cloud conversations.
You're cloudy on that topic.
I just wasn't there all the time. But So what did you say about the static electricity it's keeping together? I'm sure there's some static. I'm sure there's some,
That's what keeps the cloud together. Otherwise, it would just be like a thin layer of clouds. Just I don't even want to say clouds. It would just be like a thin layer of this all up in the
Like
atmosphere.
contrails, right?
What's up?
I meant to say chemtrails, but mouth isn't always tied. But yeah, you notice when they spray, or sorry, let me use the correct term so that nobody comes out of my left field. When they cloud seed, right, and they dump out, the stuff to block the clouds, which is something that everybody knows about now. In 2015, you'd have somebody going, no!
Yeah,
But now that everybody knows about it.
got creamed on that in 2015, 2016. Like, we were idiots back then about that
Yeah.
topic.
Well, we were saying the wrong words, to be fair. If you look up chemtrails, they've already hijacked Wikipedia. So when they read Wikipedia, which is apparently their alma mater, it tells them that it's a conspiracy theory. But if you look up cloud seeding, that's something totally different. So you
That's scientific.
Yeah, that's the scientific word for it. So you got to be precise in your speech around these yahoos.
Kosho backed us up at Jim's on that though. Kosho backed us up on cloud seeding.
I didn't know you were cloud seeding. Are you cloud seeding?
It was a joke, Kosho. You really need to work on your skills, man.
Your skills.
Go ahead, Larry. Before
Not really.
Kosho starts talking about his
Yeah.
skill.
Cloud seeding
Not
is a
really.
real thing, right? And when we first started looking into it, when people started making chemical analysis of the dew, right? They were like, "Where did all these chemicals from? Like what nano-sized aluminum? That doesn't occur in nature. So is it possible that it's coming from the seeding?" And then it's actually they're using silver, right? And it kind of looks like silver when they spray it out the back. For anybody who knows what silver looks like as it's, in nanoparticle size, it kind of turns everything milky, right? And when you see those clouds come out of the plains, right, from the cloud seeding, it looks kind of milky, like you're making float of silver.
I didn't think you could see it. Basically clear.
Well, it blocks out the clouds, don't it?
No, not really. Cloud seeding, you can't really see it. The
Yeah,
cloud
it blocks out the sun.
I mean, I didn't think so.
Aren't there companies that can guarantee you like good weather on your wedding or make rain on your crops? Aren't there companies that do that?
$100,000. $100,000, and they will guarantee or your money back a non-rainy day.
That was
There
your
you
fucking.
go.
That was Jeremy's fucking retarded ass scam. I remember you talking about
I'll do
that,
it.
dude.
I'll do it for 50. I'll do it for 50 or your money back.
Actually, I remember that. That's not a bad idea, dude. If somebody paid for that, that's not a bad idea. Because you can't lose. It's like a win-win situation. But yeah, but in real life, yeah, cloud seeding. I wonder if you can actually pay for that. I know, like here in Austin, when they do the F1 race, and like big events or something like that, they try to navigate through the weather conditions. And in some places they're pretty sloppy and they overuse it a lot. But yeah, I don't know. I've never really been into cloud seeding, but that's different than chemtrails, and I think that's probably what people were up in arms against.
Yeah,
Like,
totally different because
like
silver iodine or whatever they're spraying, that's not a chemical or anything, right?
well, I mean, technically everything's a chemical.
Right. So how could it not be chemtrails?
Well, because it's clear. It's clear, like with chemtrails, what people are claiming is like they're spraying some material in the air, and actually those are what contrails are, and they're made to make us sick or something like that. This is a totally different phenomenon than cloud seeding.
Okay, so let's go through this. If they can cloud seed, right, then they can make it rain. Why is California in drought?
That's a good question. Cloud seeding doesn't do very much other than gather.
Not sure. Look at Operation Popeye.
It gathers the moisture in the air. So if there's no moisture in the air, it's not going to do very much.
No moisture in Long Beach, California?
There's always moisture in the air. always moisture in the air.
No moisture in Baja, sunny California.
Well, you gotta look at the laws. You gotta look at the laws in California. I'm not even sure that they do it over there.
Even in the desert, there's moisture in the air.
Yeah. Well, I know they do it in Abu Dhabi.
Or they extended the monsoon season by 6 weeks. What about that?
Well, I don't know. Like I said, you gotta look at the laws in California because it's gonna be state specific. You know, the places that allow it, and then the states. Texas, I know.
Water molecules. We breathe water molecules. Water is fucking surrounds us. We breathe it. But in tiny particulates, we breathe it. Right? So it's everywhere. So it doesn't matter in the desert or whatever. It's everywhere. Our atmosphere is filled with water.
Well, some places are actually pretty dry.
No, yep, yes, but there's still humidity. There's never zero humidity anywhere on Earth, right? And humidity represents particulates of water to particulates of air or whatever it is, right? There's never zero. Water's everywhere. We breathe it. We are surrounded. When you go outside, you're breathing in small particulates, H2O, if you want to call it that. You're breathing that in, as a matter of fact.
There's liquid water in there.
No, so so what you were saying there is, why doesn't California, or you've got to have humidity in the air, you've got to have water in the air or whatever. There's always water in the air.
Yeah, but I don't mean like any trace amount of water. I'm saying you have to have a good amount of water. That's the whole point of cloud seeding is just to gather.
No, you don't. That's the thing.
Gather,
There's a good. What do you mean a good amount of water? How much water then, Kosho? How much water per cubic meter? Give me the.
Because cloud seeding it doesn't produce water; it just gathers the available water that's there.
Yeah, we've heard you say that twice now. What we're asking is, like, how do you know that? Where did you get that information? I'd like to read that. And how much water does it require for cloud seeding to be successful, since you're the one stating that?
That'd be enough to make a cloud, obviously. So if there's not enough water to make a cloud, then I know of there's been times where they've done cloud seeding.
How much water?
Oh,
how
much
water?
Exhausting. Why would they go up and cloud seed if there wasn't enough water in the air to make it successful? Kosho, Jesus, man.
They've done it. They've done it plenty of times here in Texas and all over.
And how much?
They gather enough. How much? I don't know. You might want to call them and ask them. Why would I have them?
I'll tell you something, Kosho. Wait a minute. Let me interrupt. Let me over talk here. Right. This is why people think you're a shell. Is because what you're doing is you'll agree with everything else. You've agreed with everything else, but when it comes to the final crunch, to admit and just say yes, maybe you think if you admit yes, there's this amount of water in the atmosphere, the Earth's flat, or whatever you've got in your fucking head, right? But that's what you do. You agree with everything. But when it comes to the logical conclusion of the A, B, and C to get to the D, is you deny the D. You agree with the A, B, and C.
Yeah,
when it comes to the D. And that's why you're sus. That's why you're regarded with
Hey, Ali D, were you listening to yesterday? I said that yesterday.
Why don't you tell me, you Travis and Ali?
Oh, did you? I didn't say that. I didn't hear that, Travis.
Kosho,
No.
During a lunar eclipse, is the moon in a shadow?
Okay.
Kosho, during a lunar eclipse, is the moon a shadow? Is it shadow? Is it a shadow?
Moon a shadow?
Is the moon in a shadow in a lunar eclipse?
The moon enters the Earth shadow, yeah. It intersects where the Earth shadow is.
Right, but it glows red, so it's not in the shadow, because the shadow is the absence of light.
That's right. There's
Can both be true at the same time?
Yes. Yes, both can be true at the same time. If you enter into a shadow, that doesn't mean that you can't be seen anymore. That means that you might be darker than you were, and there's certainly less light coming from the moon. However, the light that is reaching the moon is from the outskirts of the Earth, like the boundaries of the Earth. which is going to be sunset and sunrise, so it'll appear red. But the other light, all the rest of the light's not reaching the moon. It's just that red refracted light.
Does more humid air have more water or less water? Sorry, quick question before we move on with the different topic.
That's a great question, man. I don't know.
I thought it always meant it was more to be more humid. It was more moist, more water particulates in the air. That's not it, because
I have no clue, man.
Because this quick little Google search said they use weather radar to continuously monitor the atmosphere of the country. Forecasters and scientists have established the cloud seeding operations can enhance rainfall by as much as 30 to 35% in a clear atmosphere and up to 10 to 15%, a lower amount, in a more humid atmosphere. So if it has more water in a more humid atmosphere, your statement would be wrong. So that's why I'm asking, because I always thought more humid meant more water. So
yeah, it is. The humidity is a measurement of amount of water vapor in the air. So yes.
So the more water, the less the cloud seeding work, which is the opposite of what Kosho just said.
No, if there's less water, okay, then the more gains you can get. Obviously, you can obviously easily go from 0 to whatever 20, 30% to 85%. So
You said
that's
the
true.
more water it would work. If it didn't have the less water, cloud seeding didn't work.
The thing that you just read didn't state which one was going to be a bigger output. It just said which one was going to be which one was going to be a bigger difference. So a bigger difference from something that's very low or not at all any moisture still doesn't mean that there's enough moisture for it to rain, right?
So
that's my point.
So the more humid it would be, more successful, right? The more water in the air, the more or less successful it would be.
They're talking about the gain.
Bear in mind, humidity. If you got a high humidity, it's because you got a higher temperature, because that produces more water vapor in the air. So bear that in mind.
But that's dictated. That's what they call humidity. That they're measuring the humidity of the air, and you're only getting a 10 or 15% increase in the rain. Yeah, right. So this article is saying the less humidity, the less water that's in the air, the more they can make it rain with cloud seeding.
No, they're not. They're not saying that. They're not. It did not say that. It said that they can get a bigger gain if they have with less moisture. So they can more easily go from 10 to 30, for example, than from 50 to 60, which is less of a gain, but it's still a higher overall amount.
Hey, read it again, Rocky.
Yeah, you ready? Because they don't mention gain. I mean, they mention a percentage, but I guess you can interpret that as gain. This is the short version. I mean, there's an article, and of course, this is Wikipedia, so you can take it at that. Google it, and this is the first thing that comes up. They use weather radar to continuously monitor the atmosphere of the country. Forecasters and scientists have estimated that cloud seeding operations can enhance rainfall as much as 30 to 35% in a clear atmosphere. Whatever that means, clear. And up to 10 to 15%, so less, they can enhance it less, almost by half, in a more humid atmosphere.
Do you know why that is? It's counterintuitive.
Just because it already had.
It's already like raining, or it already has the potential for rain. So when they do it, it's less effective than. Right.
Wow, I almost heard you, Larry. Clipped you like 5 times, bro. I get what you're saying. I got the gist, I think. So you're agreeing with Kosho. If it's more humid, it has a better chance of raining. So when they cloud seed during that time, they're only going to increase the potential rainfall by. But when they have no chance of rain, not a lot of moisture in the air. They can cloud seed and increase it by 30%, which still means the less moisture in the air, the more they can increase the chance that it's raining. I don't know how to say it. That's how I'm putting it. That's my statement.
Yeah, but that's why they use it in places like Texas and Abu Dhabi and Dubai and stuff like that, because it makes
said in
sense to use it.
Texas, you said in Texas because there wasn't a lot of moisture in the air, it wasn't effective.
Now, somebody asked about California, and I said, well, you have to already have moisture for it to even gain water. There's no water near. And then he said, well, there's moisture in every area.
There's always water, and there's always water in there. How about this, Racky? Are you looking at this, right?
Yeah,
I
Kosho
watched a
just
video.
contradicted
Wait a minute.
himself
Let me.
again.
Wait a minute. Let me just say to Raquel. Raquel, you should look at this, right? There's a guy that's going about California right now. He's converting the moisture in the air to running water because there's a bit of a drought or something like that. Check it out. You might have to do a wee bit of digging, right? But his
come out him, man. They'll shut him down.
Yeah,
there's a few
but
people doing that.
But listen, but that fixes in. Shut up, Kosho, for fuck's sake. That totally
shut up, dude.
fits in. That totally fits in.
Wow, why are you clipping so much, Kosho?
That totally fits into what we've been we're talking about the moisture or whatever. We breathe water. This is what this guy was explaining, and he had this machine, and it was he's in California now. He was going about these areas that was and giving it away for free. He was giving it away for free.
What was the movie that they went deep? They needed to go diving really deep, and he was gonna breathe instead of breathing air, which he couldn't do. They made him breathe liquid. The Abyss, yeah. And they were like, well, what do you think you breathe? Your body will naturally take this in. You know, you'll feel like you're drowning.
We breathe water, Racky, exactly. There's humidity always. We actually breathing maybe the tiniest particles.
Well, I'm not saying he rebreathed the water. In the Abyss, it wasn't water. It was a different stage of water, maybe, but it was a liquid.
Like amniotic. It was like
fluid.
Yeah.
Right.
But in California, the air conditioner will always produce water from condensation.
Yeah, that's just pressure. He presses the air until it produces water. I think fire has water in it. I'll be as frank and go out on a limb and say fire, if you put it under enough pressure, will give off water, moisture. How about that?
If you think about it, there's hydrogen, right, in the water, right? And if there's enough electrolysis, which I think fire is plasma, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll be here all week. Tipped your waitresses.
Water. There is plenty of water in the atmosphere, and so people in Africa, like, they build these giant like, they look like house-sized constructions that gather lots of water. But you can buy a machine that's a lot smaller than that, but they're pretty expensive. Me and my girlfriend looking into that.
Nice.
Yeah, but how about this, right? When I was a kid, when I was a kid, right, we had this big concert. It was called Save Africa. I can't remember. It's Feed the World. That was right, and we were told there was a water shortage in Africa. We got bombarded in the 80s. I got bombarded as a kid of these starving black kids or whatever, right, in Africa, right, and then I find out, wait a minute, right, you know, if they were lacking water, why didn't you just cloud seed it? Why don't these governments just, if there's people lacking water, why don't they just fly up, do a bit of cloud seeding? It's cheap as fuck. The ingredients are as cheap as fuck. That's why you do it, right? So you could so why the fuck should we give money to this? And that's what made me.
It's too humid in that area.
I got traumatized, dude. Guys, listen. I got traumatized.
You're going more?
I got yeah, well, I will do it because I got traumatized. To make my point, I got fucking traumatized as a fucking 17, 18-year-old boy. I'm 57 now, right? I got traumatized by these visions of these skinny black kids with fat stomachs, and they were crawling about the fucking desert. I got that blasted to me 24/7 on the
same
telly.
thing with the Holocaust too, right? So, do you know what happens in war? They cut the supply lines. So, if Germany was, importing 1/3 of their food, and then all of a sudden nobody will trade with them, I have to ask this question, and this is a serious question now. Who starved the people in the concentration camps? Was it the Germans who had no food except for to feed the soldiers and the civilians,
or us?
or was it us that cut the supply lines and refused to trade with Germany?
I think
At
it's
the
a
end,
combination of
at
effects, right?
the end of the war, they bombed.
Hang on, Alec. Please, man.
Okay.
You did go on and cut me off. One question, Kosho. I like that topic, Larry. I want to go there. But Kosho, the water again at low level, is there more water particulates or less water particulates at the surface? Is it a gradient? As you go up, is there less?
I imagine it's probably different in different places, but I can imagine it's more in the lower atmosphere.
Would that lower atmosphere be harder to see through, or would the upper atmosphere be harder to see through?
It's still the lower atmosphere, yeah.
So the lower you get to the ground, the less information you're going to get back to the viewer. Correct, Kosha?
No, just the more air that's going to be obstructing what you're viewing.
Yeah, if there's more air, more water particulates closer to the ground, as you just said there was, is it going to be less information getting back to the viewer or more information?
Well, I wouldn't say the water's that much of a determiner, but yeah, I mean, altogether, there's more air down there, so definitely going to be a bigger, more obstruction.
So you don't think it's the water that's going to determine that? So we can see through thick, like a whole glass, like water, at lower to the ground or under the water, just as well as we can see at 1,000 feet. No way, right?
Oh, yeah. If you're just looking through pure water, then yeah, you can only see so far.
Because there's more water particular, just like at the surface versus like 1,000 feet, right, Kosha? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really
The
make
air
that.
becomes water.
Is
Becomes like
it,
that water.
Yeah, it's a gradient, so that means less information at ground level will get back to the viewer because the more water you're looking through, the less information you're going to get reflected back to you. Right, Kosho?
It even blocks light.
I don't
Like
think
at night
it's
in the sun time and the nighttime when they get divided.
I had him
That
nailed
amount
down
of
there.
medium. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can let him answer, I had him really, it was the end. Right, Kosho?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think there's that much water in the air to make a difference.
Okay, I'm done with you, man. Thank you. That's all.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't think there's a lot of water in the atmosphere. But however much water there is, it would be more dense at the ground level, right, Kosha?
Yeah, sure. That's the density. But I think the density would be because of the pressure increase. Because
Okay,
actually,
well,
the water vapors.
No matter what
The water
causes the
vapor.
density, we can discuss that, but it would be more dense at ground level and be harder to look through, right, Kosha? I mean, we already know the answer, man.
Because of the other air, because of the air, yes. The water vapor doesn't make the air more dense, makes it less dense.
This guy's good, man. You got to give it to him. He is good. I mean, everybody has to admit that, right? All right, D-Mock, let's go. Or Larry, about the Holocaust thing. It's a touchy subject, though, right?
Yeah, we need to be careful about this. I think.
I don't think it's bannable on YouTube, is it?
Oh man, it's definitely persecuted by law in my country, man.
Oh, yeah, I don't like the top. I mean, I don't, you know what I'm saying? We can stay away from it if you want. I don't care.
I
Larry
think there are
brought
just, there are just certain occurrences which need to be carefully examined. What in regards to this Second World War and post history of it. And
Well,
you know,
Larry brought
there's
up the point of who cut off the food supply, and if you cut off there's only so much food to go around. You kind of force the hand of the armies to feed their army, which is fighting the war, instead of feeding their
yeah,
public
sure,
or their
of course,
their people at captive.
right. And to the end, everything broke down, man. So that the supply chain wasn't guaranteed is quite understandable, I think. You know, this can be for a variety of reasons. You know, some strategics and just some fucked up war stuff. You know.
I
Yeah.
think we can all agree the
Hey,
main problem
Fleric, let
was
me ask
war
you.
itself.
Yeah, but can I butt in here? Because you got back to that point here. Yeah, the supply chain was cut off because the British and the Americans bombed the railway lines that actually went into these.
No, it started in 1933 with the New Deal. Remember, they said that anybody caught with German
No, but I'm
supplies
saying at the
in
end,
their
right?
store, they would wreck the store.
Yeah, but where we got these horrific pictures, I think that's what another person was sort of
Well, what
talking
does
about at the
typhoid
end of
fever
it.
do to you?
These pictures, right? But wait a minute, these pictures they became about because people were starving. Is because the British and the Americans, when they found out the war was going to end and Hitler was out of the thing, they specifically bombed the railway lines that gave supplies to these camps or whatever. So, and amongst other things, I'm not into Nazism or anything like that, but that's one of the reasons that supply chain or these horrific photographs, which were horrific photographs of whatever, is because the British people, have a look at the bombing of Dresden. There was a guy, Bomber Harris, man. And after the war was finished, after the Germans had capitulated or whatever, he still decided to bomb fucking Dresden. And go and have a look, Google this and go for YouTube pictures and have a look at this shit that went on. And do you know the funny thing is, Dresden was full of refugees that were running from the invasion of the Russians coming into Germany. They actually congregated there, and the British knew that. But anyway, I digress. But anyway, that's my little rant. But
Yeah, war crime, but you know how they kept it from being a war crime? They changed the definition of civilian to guess what?
You're breaking up, buddy.
yeah, you roboted. Tell me what they changed it to. You roboted, bud.
I believe they changed it to insurgents, right? So it's not a war crime if you change the definition, right?
I think I'm your Copernicus. You want to ask me something?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you if I'm going to send you a link in the live stream chat for a book that I talked about earlier called Hellstorm, which talks about the Allied treatment of Germany after they surrendered. I was just curious as to whether or not you've come across that information or not. But what I heard, Larry, was I heard that Eisenhower changed the term POW to disarmed enemy force so that you can't mistreat POWs. So then he just simply called them disarmed enemy forces.
That may be true. I may have got it incorrect.
I've read
But they changed the definition.
Insurgents sound like a medical type thing.
I read that Hellstorm, by the way. It was by a guy, what's his name? That revisionist, David. He wrote it in 1968, I think. It's like an old book, and it's exactly about that.
When you're financing both sides of the project, right, the war, the theater, or whatever you want to call it, you're trying to, reap the rewards as much as you can so they can they can do whatever they want. They're trying to profit from it while it's going on, whether so word.
The turnip, much as they can. It's the AME.
Word.
Word to your mom that came to drop bombs.
Yeah, but imagine this
What's
though,
the
right?
AM Rika or the AME?
Imagine this, though, right? Everybody cheered for that. Do you know when these places got bombed or these things? Everybody cheered. The whole nation cheered, or yeah, and stuff like that. That's fucked up, man. That says a lot about, you know. It's like when that happened during that war. Every British person, yeah, fuck the Germans, and I can remember, just as a kid. Right? When the Germans go on holiday, they go think about how childish they actually got grown people to act, right? Here's an example. So anyway, in Germany, Germans like to go to Magaluf, South Spain in the sun and that, you know, cheap holidays or whatever, right? And so did the British people. But the thing was, the Germans, the night before they went to bed, they would put their towels out on the sun loungers to mark their territory for the pool, because most of them just wanted to sit by the pool, make their space, you know, saying this is where I'm going to. And they started a campaign. I remember this. They started a campaign in Britain. They called them the Krauts, talking about the German people, the Krauts. And they started a campaign. They encouraged British holidaymakers, because it was a big thing during the summer, or the English or the Brits fucked off to Malaga or South Spain and had their cheap holiday, got pissed and all that kind of stuff, was to get up earlier and start a war against the Germans, because they were putting their towels on. I think that was think about that, how, you know, a whole nation, a whole fucking, I never bought into it myself, but as I say, a whole nation of people, when they went on holiday to the south of Spain for their Magaluf or whatever, their cheap holiday, would be thinking, right, I'm going to make sure I get my towel out before the Germans, because they're the Krauts and they did this during the war.
I gotta say this.
80s.
I'm not denying anything. What I'm doing is I'm stating that there was a German Holocaust, and no one ever talks about it. It didn't start with Dresden, but when you're bombing the eggs, it's obviously that's a war crime. You're not supposed to attack civilian targets, and it being a sanctuary city, it was obvious to everyone that it was a soft target, not a military target. And the story goes there was rape for the German women from 8 years old to 80 years old. And I think it's really despicable. I've always been against war ever since 1991, right, when I learned what war was. I've been against it this whole time. And I'm always against the bankers, right? Because the bankers are the ones that finance the war. Because war isn't cheap. I don't know if you guys know that. War is very expensive, and the only way that it can happen is if the bankers participate. Thanks.
Yeah, they borrow money from the banks to go to war and then try and make as much money, and then the bankers make as much money as they can on the war, knowing that they're fixing to go to war. They bank both sides, loan money to both sides, loan money to the industries that need the money to up their production or do whatever. It's all about the money. I mean, it is expensive, like you said, for the government, but the bankers come out looking like, smoothies. And the people in the government that know it's fixing to happen invest in these companies, and they make money on both sides. I mean, no, there's no way to deny that Ford supplied motors, parts, trucks, and all that to both sides of the war. I mean, they became rich because of it.
Yeah, Prescott Bush was embezzling money, Nazi money. They were selling American oil to the Germans, and the excuse was, well, they wouldn't be able to have, their fuel for the planes. They had special fuel from America, and that's the only way that the Germans could run their shit was by the special fuel. Bullshit. Bullshit. Carburetors back in the 30s were simple as fuck. Either you had an alcohol carburetor or you had a petrol carburetor.
And you could switch them out, like it wasn't a big deal. But they also needed the rare earth minerals that we knew that we had here to even produce a lot of the products that militaries used back then, and we sold it to them.
what was that carburetor? It was a carburetor from the mid-30s. A guy invented this, young dude. He was, and it got, it's a special name for a carburetor. It's called a certain carburetor, and it got totally obliterated from history. But it was this guy from the countryside invented a carb, and it gave even though it used
300
petrol
miles per the gallon.
or something
Right.
like that. It was something stupid
I can
like
tell
that.
you how they did it. Right,
Yeah,
so
but
what they
what
did
was
was,
the name of the guy? Sorry.
I don't know the name of the guy, but basically
All
what they
right.
did was they ran it off of fumes rather than the actual liquid fuel, right? Because you don't actually burn the tree, right? You're burning the gases excreted by the tree, right? You're not actually burning, the hydrocarbons, right? You're burning the fumes from the hydrocarbons. So what he did was, let's say you got like a gas container, right? And you put some holes in it and 2 holes from the top that go into the liquid fuel. And then as you suck from the main hose that goes to the engine, the negative pressure is going to cause air to come from the 2 top hoses into the liquid fuel. And as it bubbles up, the fumes are going to grasp from that one hose that goes into the engine, creating fumes with very, very little actually fuel
So you're getting a
being
high
burned.
combustion rate. You're getting a high
Right.
combustion rate, right? Yeah.
But that goes against the Rockefellers, and we can't have that, can we, fellas? So other than the medicine industry in America, I would say that, when it comes to big pharma, that's the most heavily regulated industry. I would say the next is, the automobile or big oil, because, sorry about the truck next to me. Because there are certain cars in America that you can't have because the fuel gas mileage is just too good.
Oh, what do you guys think about? I think either I put the pieces together, or what's that guy, James? He does the news, alternative news from Japan. James somebody or other. He's got glasses and a
Corbett
bald head
Report.
beard.
Corbett.
Yeah. So if you watched his big oil documentary, I can't remember if he said it or if I just thought about it this way, but the prohibition, in my opinion, was not about alcohol as a vice, but rather it was against the farmers and everyone else being able to make their own fuel for their automobiles, and so they had to eliminate that product so that they could replace it with fossil fuels.
Oh, that's total bullshit, but okay, nice.
No, but that's interesting, Travis, because the fact is you can actually run a combustion engine on alcohol, on a bottle of whiskey.
Right.
I've known that since I was a kid. It's more expensive or whatever, but yeah, that's quite a
Well,
good.
it is now, but if you look at how cheap it is to make moonshine, I mean, it's literally so cheap to make moonshine with just cornmeal.
Yeah, but that thing with the carburetor with the fumes, that's quite eye-opening, because when you get injected into the engine, I think it's only 28% of the fuel that you burn is converted into energy. I think it's like it's quite a low, maybe even 12% or something. There's these percentage, 20 or 12%.
Yeah, it depends on the car.
Yeah, okay, but it's not like 100. It's not the most efficient. There's been other ways of. I came up with a thing. Always wondered, right? See, electric cars. Always wondered, right? And they were saying, "Oh, you've always got to charge it." I thought, well, wait a minute, because I know about physics and stuff like that. There's a lot of moving parts in a car, and there's loads of ways of sort of harvesting or converting that energy, whether it be forward momentum, up and down momentum, or whatever, into energy. I thought, right, let's think about that. Right, what about the wheels? The wheel, like a dynamo, right? Just like a dynamo, it's been invented before. So if you're driving an electric car or whatever, couldn't you recharge it through some kind of dynamo attached to your wheel to recharge the battery. Now you say, oh well, do you know there's constant power or it's alternative power or whatever. But if you I can sit with my smartphone plugged in all the time. It'll remain in full charge if it's plugged in. If there's constant electricity I'm taking from my electricity source or whatever, and it still works. It's still whatever. It still remains in full charge. So I always thought, why the fuck wouldn't you do that? Round the hub of a wheel is like do the outer machinations of an electromagnetic. You could have, if it's copper wires inside a magnetic field, you could have the magnets within this kind of casing, and when it's spinning, it makes electricity as you're driving. And if it's you can keep it in constant charge. I can do it with my fucking phone here. I can sit on the internet for 10 hours plugged into the electricity and I'll never lose a charge. It will remain at 100%. So I always thought, right.
Yeah, so this is something that I invented too. I don't know if anyone else invented it before me, but I never saw it. I just thought about it. But yeah, the Nissan Leaf has a braking system that they released in 2012 that there's two different types of braking. There's the regular old friction braking, like disc brakes, but there's a setting that you can turn on the Leaf. It's an electric car, by the way. And it uses generators. There's 4 generators on the car, and when you brake with the generators, whenever you're generating electricity, it causes like friction, right? You can't just spin it and it spins forever, right? You have to keep spinning it. Well, when you hit the brakes and that setting is on, it's actually charging your battery while you're using that as the braking mechanism. But you can also turn it off.
Regenerative braking been known for about 100 years or so. Yeah.
Really? Okay. I didn't know it was.
But 2012, though, the point is, 2012. You said that. That's 10 years ago. Think how far
electric trains have been using this technology for at least 100 years.
Yep, there you go then. Yeah, you're making the guy's point then. So why not use it in a fucking car?
Well, you do.
That's where they're using it.
In trains, they used to take it and put it back up into the wire, and that would power the train coming up the hill as they were going down the hill.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So why are we stuck to these electric cars that have, these batteries? It's great going this green
because it's not 100% efficient.
Well, it was efficient enough. It was efficient enough to stop trams going down San Francisco's fucking hills.
Yeah. Okay.
Couldn't you just?
Yeah. Have you seen them? Have you seen them? Have you seen?
Hold on, wait, stop. The trains going up and down San Francisco's hills are actually cable cars. There's a cable under the street they attach onto, so that's not a great example.
Yeah, but it's still electric. So how do they brake?
Wait, hold on. They hook themselves onto the cable. They move at the speed.
Yeah, I know how trams work.
No, this isn't a tram. This is a cable car. It's different.
It's not a cable car that goes down the.
It's a cable car.
It's power. It puts up a connection to connect with electric wires over the top of it. Yeah.
Nope, not the cable car.
How does it do it? then?
It's a cable.
Well, in New Orleans they used to do it like that, but he's right. In San Francisco, they have cables underneath that they're connected to because the hills are so steep.
My apologies. My apologies for my ignorance.
Well, New Orleans still has working like cable cars that have the electricity above them. I mean, you can still go ride those in New Orleans.
So here's my idea with these electric cars. You just put a wheel, like you got your 4 wheels, and then just make another little wheel like behind the rear wheel or something that just drags along the ground. That spins and creates charge and charges the battery.
Yeah, it'll take more energy.
But you attach that to your wheel, Jerry.
What'd you say?
It's going to require more energy to do that.
What do you mean? But you're getting the energy. Listen. You're getting the energy from the already charged battery, and your battery's getting topped up, no matter what. And even if your battery eventually runs down, you'll get fucking 3 times or maybe 4 times the mileage that you can get if you didn't have that attached, because it's keeping it. Okay, it'll lose because, you know, most people believe there's nothing like perpetual energy kind of thing. Nothing that produces energy can get fed into another system that's going to produce more or whatever, right? So eventually, but it'll be a lot slower at running out of that energy than it would if you didn't have that attached. So that's obviously a fucking advantage. And don't tell me, right, listen, I'm a fucking, Jeremy is whatever he is, and anybody else that's in this conversation, we're not scientists or whatever, but it's the most fucking logical thing to think about. We have a basic understanding. We think, we've all had a bike that had a dynamo that when I cycled, it lit up my lights, my front light and my back light when I was a kid. It's called a dynamo. And that's it. Sure, you need energy, but if you're that energy is going to run out a lot slower than if it's getting constantly fed with a charge. End of story. That's fucking science. There's no argument. So it's absurd to me to think that an idiot like me that drives a fucking truck or has dug holes or wiped people's asses that can come up with that and even think about that to the most educated. But it's absurd to me to think nobody's ever thought of that before, because I ain't nothing special, and everybody you even agree with.
I have a question for you, and this is no disrespect, but how long would you go if someone didn't interrupt? Like I said, I'm just kind of half joking and half-heartedly saying, you know, maybe make a point and let other people get in, because it just be you might not be aware.
I stopped. Remember, I stopped, though, didn't I? I stopped, and then Kosho talked. I stopped. That's how long. How long it is. I'll keep talking.
Well, all I know is you're talking again. Like, I was just trying to make a point. Jeremy and Kosho were fixing to start talking, and you cut in on that long, multiple point deal. I mean, like I said, I want to hear all of it. I want to hear all of it. You don't. Yeah, you're
but
great.
I don't come here all the time. I don't come
here
all
no
the
problem.
time.
No problem. Come
don't.
It's hard to get a word in.
That's quite disrespectful. I've noticed you do that to a lot of people, but I'm not going to point that out.
Don't make it about me because don't make it about me because other people are. And you're still talking,
I don't come
dude.
here.
You're still talking. You're making my point
very
for
often.
me. You haven't shut.
But now it's a problem.
Okay, I'm not joking anymore. I think you're doing it on purpose now.
You're bullying shit on someone else.
Yeah, I think you're just doing it on purpose now.
Yeah, I'm an agent now, am I?
No, I was just joking earlier, halfway, just trying to make a point where other people agreed on and said that it's hard to get in a word with you. But now I think you're just doing it on purpose because you're still not shutting up.
Is there a way we can just slow down?
A true word was spoken in jest, my friend. Don't say you were, but it doesn't matter. If anybody noticed, I stopped.
Still talking.
Okay. Hey, Ali B. Hey, buddy. So what do you have to say? What do you have to say? Let's hear it. Just let's give it. Yeah, let's give it a few seconds. Let's say something, and we'll pass the mic.
I'd finished it. I'd finished about 5 minutes ago. Then Rakia started some fucking.
Well, I agree with you. I think that we could all work on taking turns a little better here. Okay, but we don't have to turn this into a shit show. We can still be friends. Okay. So if somebody wants to reply to what he said, go ahead. Your turn next.
What Jeremy said about.
Can I have him repeat it because I got lost.
Okay.
Jesus, Rakia.
Right.
Rakia, come on, man.
Sorry about that. I had to.
Does somebody want to? Well, I guess I'm being trolled now, but
one day in Lael. What? My bad, Riggs.
It's okay.
One day in
okay
Gems, I made Lael repeat the same shit. My bad.
Yeah, it was.
I think it was Kosho and Jeremy fixing to speak.
I was just telling Jeremy that it's gonna cost a lot more energy than negative. So it's not going to make any difference. It's going to be a net loss if you do that.
Okay.
I
All right, so
thought I heard. Sorry, I thought you were done.
I do have a concern to raise if you guys aren't going.
go ahead, Rich. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just I'm getting ready for work and I noticed that a bunch of servers are missing from my very small server list. So have you guys had a chance to go over that?
We discussed it earlier.
Okay.
Nathan Oakley's server looks like it was taken down, and maybe one other.
Yeah, Refracted Philosophy from Hammer was deleted, but I don't know what's up with Nathan.
That's I wonder what the concern was, because those guys were pretty, on the regular as far as meeting terms of service,
You mean FED?
Yeah, I mean, the stuff that they were pulling off that was maybe against terms was in voice, and they don't use that as evidence, so it'd have to be written down.
Yeah, I mean, there were also this disclaimers regularly in chat saying that it sticks to the subjects, right? And no medical stuff, for example, etc.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I'm wondering especially if they took down many servers that don't really fall into the category of breaking terms, it's kind of weird.
Let me get
I know there was a small group of people that were against Nathan, and they were trying to recruit people to constantly report Nathan's channel on YouTube and on Discord, and if Discord and YouTube got enough complaints and the complaints were constant, they would eventually shut them down. So maybe that's what's happened.
Nah, people wouldn't do that, bro.
I don't know. Some people are crazy.
Some people are assholes.
I would have to.
I'm pretty sure Rakia was joking.
Reporting brigades definitely do that, but that's I was listening to Gem Panda server. I didn't hear anybody bragging about it over there, so maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
So Gems is still up, right? With all the topics they talk about, with all the death threats.
Oh yeah.
On people, they're good
Maybe
to go,
we should
right?
report it daily.
No, that would be a stupid, unmanly thing to do.
Yeah, I agree.
That server is a total cesspit, so I'm very surprised they've ever lasted this long. They've never been taken down ever. So, and the origin of the server, I think it was called Troll Team 6. I mean, you can't get any more. They've pretty much broken every rule that exists from the beginning.
Yeah, admittedly trolling the internet, different servers even. Agape, Trish Blythe, whatever she calls herself over there, Queen of the Trolls, admitted the other day that she goes on to other servers and purposely for years trolls them as a Christian, as an anti-Christian, as a glober, as a flat earther.
Yeah, it's a waste of life. It's a waste of life. We know.
For some people, that's what I mean. I used to go on Nathan's show and just say just random shit, knowing that it would trigger Nathan because it was funny. Yeah, it was entertaining for me. Yeah, I mean, look at the time I went on Nathan's, right? And all I did was mention Stephen Hawking, right? And QE went absolutely fucking ballistic. He went ape shit, and he went on like a half-hour fucking screaming rant. I mean, I was beginning to think maybe fucking Stephen Hawking stole his wife or something, But just the sheer mention of the name just magically triggered him. And for some people, that's entertainment. It's funny.
Yeah, so it's okay to do it to you then, right? Is what you're admitting. Like, we can have entertainment using you as our, scapegoat or someone we're trying to trigger.
If that's what you want to do, if you know that you say something and it triggers me and I go mad, and you find that funny and entertaining, and other people find it funny and entertaining, then by all means, yeah.
Dude, I'm a man. I would never do that because all I have to do is interrupt you. I don't even have to say anything.
But all
But
we
I
got to do
don't really, that's not really what I want to do because I think I'm a man. I'm not here to get my jollies off by seeing somebody get upset. I think that's actually a psychological problem.
Hold on a sec. Right, see when I come here and I talk to you and I talk to the other guys here, right? I'm actually having a conversation, yeah? And I actually, on the odd occasion, find out something new that I never knew before, right? But when you go on but when you go on Nathan's show, it's all it is Nathan abusing people. That's all that is. Yeah,
That's just your
nothing
opinion.
more.
I agree with you, but that is an opinion. I've learned things at Nathan's show, and what interrupted it was trolls like you.
I don't think you learned anything on Nathan's show.
Well, how would you know that? That's a dumb troll question. That's a dumb statement too. How
Because
the frig do you know what I've learned?
he doesn't teach anything on his show.
I didn't say Nathan taught me anything. I said see. This is the problem. You have an automatic bias against Nathan's show, and automatically are going to interrupt me now before I explain that I said my exact words were, I learned things at Nathan's show. I never, although I might have. So you want to recant your statement?
Calm your tits, Dave. It's just my opinion.
Your opinion was malformed on something you didn't hear, and you're misrepresenting what I said.
But it's still my opinion, and I'm entitled.
Would you care to recant your misrepresentation?
No, it's still my opinion.
Listen to him. Even when pointed out wrong, he's still gonna. Yeah. Keep
I
going,
don't think
troll.
I'm wrong.
Keep
I don't
interrupting
think
me,
you've
troll.
learned anything there.
Who the fuck says calm your tits? You and our feisty. Who the fuck says that? What does that even mean?
I say
Calm
get your
your
ovaries out of a knot.
Calm your tits. Calm your tits.
Get your ovaries out of a knot.
He hears me getting excited, and he says that and interrupts me a little more. He's just trolling.
Take it easy, Dave. How's that?
Yeah, there you go. Calls my name out too. Should be banned for that. My name is Rakia Life. If you want to learn how my name is Rakia Life, just look at the name. So you're trolling me again, right?
Yeah, well, I know it triggers you, Dave.
Are you? Who's the mod here? I'd like to talk to a mod here.
Your name triggers.
I'd like to talk to a mod here. Someone using my personal name does trigger me. I'll be honest.
Just call him Rocky and Nidhug, Snack, or Lewis, whoever you are.
Yeah, Jeremy, who am I?
Listen to that guy. That's the person you want here, right, Jeremy? Doing it on purpose.
Yeah, most of us aren't uptight, Rakia, so it's okay.
Can you just call him by his screen name? He doesn't want to be called Dave. Clearly, call him Rakia. Thank you.
No worries. I called him Rakia.
Listen to that guy. Yeah, I'm the one triggered and not chill. The two trolls that just admitted they're trolls, they're here trolling, right? How can we ever trust them?
I don't see here. Hold on. I'm not trolling anyone. I just told you that I come here and I have a conversation because I don't come here and troll you. Yeah?
How do we trust you?
I come here and I have a conversation with you. Am I trolling you now? Or are we having a conversation?
You're an admitted troll. How do we trust you?
I admit I trolled Nathan, right? Because all Nathan does is abuse people. So he deserves to be trolled. Yeah?
Do I deserve to be trolled?
Yes.
No, I don't. I don't see you abusing people every single day. So I wouldn't do that. No.
I would.
Yeah. See, he's admitting he's a troll and he's allowed to be in here. Trolling me.
I mean, put your big boy pants on. It's okay.
You don't think I already have them on?
No, obviously not. You scream when people call you your name.
At this point, you should probably be used to it. Geo has allowed trolls to be in here, as far as I can tell, basically from day one. He seems to have an issue with removing problem people from conversations. I'm guessing it probably has something to do with like not wanting to seem like a dictator or somebody who's over controlling. But logically, if you just look at all of the evidence and the way that human beings are, when there isn't consequences for actions, they continue and get worse. It's not like it's going to get better on its own if nobody's ever punished. But at this point, you should come in here expecting for people who even say that they are literally trolls to not get removed or silent. That's not how this server works.
All I asked for was a mod to take care of it, and they did. I'm cool with it.
Or
it's the internet.
Or
Go.
maybe, Geo is. Can I be heard? Yeah. Or maybe Geo is an old-fashioned libertarian like myself, and he doesn't think that stifling people's freedom of speech because
like
when to mic up and when to key out, all social cues, even though someone might be like mentally, what's the word, unstable or slow, trying to be politically correct here. Back in the day in the 90s, we used to say retarded, and that was accepted, but apparently not anymore. But yeah, even a retarded person has the right to eat in a restaurant, right? So we let people in here like Rumpus and Lewis and Zanuck, right? And, we let them partake at our table, right? And exchange ideas, even though they might be slobbering and drooling all over their, we still let them in here because even they have the right.
That's kind of rude.
Well, I mean, there was several things wrong with what he just said, but like I said, yeah, like
That's why
Geo,
freedom of
there's
speech
probably
is
something
protected.
about Geo, like his personal belief system or his ideology that makes him think twice about doing something like removing someone or muting someone. I think that's exactly what it is that there's something along the line, like his line of thinking, that keeps him from doing that. Of course, I think that's what it is.
He probably just wants people to, join his server and have discourse. And when it becomes an echo chamber because you ban everyone who has a differing opinion of you, then it gets kind of stale.
Yeah, I mean, that's what QE was doing
I'm not
on
really
Betty's
worried about
server. Yeah, and anytime anybody said anything against QE, you were instantly banned from the server.
Yeah, no, the trolls are not banned here because they have a differing viewpoint.
Two people can get married and say I love you back and forth to each other for 40, 50, 60, 70 years. That's technically an echo chamber, and it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. So someone just saying that a thing becomes an echo chamber doesn't, to me, mean that there's any negative thing happening there. If the truth is what's being echoed, it's a good thing for it to be an echo chamber. You should get rid of liars.
Hey, I agree with that.
Yeah, but you have no way of determining truth, do you?
Well, that is something that could be discussed. I think that you can determine truth, but obviously there's plenty of people, I'm sure, in here that disagree with that. So, and it's not my server, so I like what I think about whether or not people should be removed. Obviously, is not like the deciding factor, and I accept that. I'm still here, and I'm still talking to people, even though I think that it's a poorly run as far as trolls and people who say stupid things and then are just allowed to continue to say stupid things. But
Yeah,
I do think there is a way to
hold on.
determine at least some truth in our lives.
But you can love someone and respect someone and still say shit that triggers each other. Yeah, I love my wife, and she says some stupid shit sometimes, and she says shit that triggers me, and I say shit that triggers her. But we still love each other.
I think it matters what your intention is. I think that it's perfectly okay to say something that triggers somebody else because the thing you're saying is important to say and good to say. Okay, so if I say a man is a man and a woman is a woman and that's it, that could trigger a lot of people. But I don't think that there's anything wrong with saying that because that's just a true thing. Okay, if your intention with what you're saying is to specifically try to hurt someone else or try to disrupt them spiritually because you enjoy that, you're a bad person, you're a bad human being, you're evil, and you shouldn't be allowed to continue doing that for that purpose.
Right.
What if the person that you're saying it to and doing it to is a bad person to begin with?
Nobody else's actions justify your actions ever.
What if it's somebody like Nathan who threatens to tie another man down and rape him?
You just want your troll.
Is that okay for Nathan to threaten to rape other men?
then what you do is you point out that he's a bad person
just wanting to
for doing
justify
that.
your trolling behavior.
Yeah, you don't get to justify your actions based on other people's actions. Otherwise, literally anything is okay. And if enough people think about it long enough, then what Hitler did was fine because they can come up with a good enough reason and say it justifies his actions. That cannot be the standard you use to justify actions, is other people's actions. Otherwise, literally everything becomes okay and justifiable.
I don't think that's true. We used Hitler's actions to justify going to war against him.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did.
No, we didn't. It wasn't his actions that justify it. It couldn't be. If it was just his actions that justified it, then it wasn't justified. There had to be something else. And I understand why you would think that. I understand, like, that's probably how it's mostly portrayed in things like history books and classes and the media, is that it is other people's actions that justify us doing things like going to war. That doesn't actually justify anything. It has to be justified in another way for it to really be justified. But that's the way it's explained to people. That's the way it's sold to people. Of course.
I don't think you can come up with a valid reason why we went to war with Hitler other than to oppose the actions that he was imposing on the world. I think you're going to be hard pressed to do that.
A violation of God's law is exactly what it was. Now, there's steps in between to convince people. Because if the president got out there and just said, hey, the Nazis are violating God's law, then that's not going to sell a war to people. Not a war like World War II. That doesn't sell a war in the same way to the American people. But if they sell it as, like what you're talking about, a revenge story, essentially, or an avenging story, where somebody else's actions now justify your actions, that's a lot easier to sell. I mean, look at what happened with, we're going to go get the terrorists after 2001, after what happened in September. Okay, that's exactly what that was. That was, they did this thing to us, and so we're going to use that to justify a worthless, needless, useless war somewhere else for these other reasons. That's what that leads to. Anything, literally anything, becomes justifiable if it's the other person's actions that justify it. So,
that's what morality is, man.
You could say that somebody, like, if you use the example of, like, defending yourself, okay? It's not the other person's actions that I use to justify that. I wouldn't say I'm justified because he did something to me first. In fact, I think that's what a lot of people teach their children. That doesn't make it okay. If somebody does something to you first, then now you get just carte blanche to just do whatever you want in return because they did something first. That's not the way we teach children, right? We don't teach them that. It has to be justified on its own. So I know I'm justified on my own defending myself because God tells me that. It's justified outside of that person's action.
If someone comes up and hits them, they've to hit them back. Yeah? So it's plain and simple as that. Yeah? And their actions are justified because of the other person's original actions. Yeah?
Yeah, I'm not saying that you shouldn't hit them back. That's not my argument. I'm saying it's not their hit that makes it justifiable. That's not, and it could be that we have a different idea of what the word justified means. I think that's very likely or probably the case, is that when you say justified, you maybe don't mean the same thing I do by justified. Okay, that's possible. But I would say if somebody came up and hit me and I hit them back, I would not try to justify my actions based on his physical action of hitting me. I would say my creator has given me the right to live peaceably, and it was violated, and I'm defending myself. And so I'm justified by my creator, not by that person's physical action.
Yeah, but
you're taking a very logical approach to this, and I think the most reasonable people just have justification being a right or reasonable response to a situation. So you're taking it in a more theological approach than the typical.
You're bringing God and religion into it. Not everybody believes in a creator or a God. Yeah?
I agree. Not everybody does.
If somebody comes up and hits me, it's not because they violated my right from God that I hit them back. I hit them back because they fucking hit me. It's as simple as that.
How can you say it's not about the action when if he didn't do that action, you wouldn't hit him back? right? So
I didn't say it's not about the action.
But you did.
I think we're having an issue. Is I'm saying a thing and you guys are hearing something else. I never said it wasn't about the action. It absolutely is about the action. All I'm saying is that his physical action is not the way that it gets justified. I would not try to justify my action based on what someone else physically carried out, because that doesn't justify anything. Otherwise,
it
I
has
could
to be,
say,
because if he didn't do that,
listen.
But no, listen to me. If he didn't do his action, listen. If he didn't hit you, you couldn't justify hitting him. So I could. Okay, so when you say, "Oh, it's not his action doesn't give me justification," God. So
right, I get it.
Hang on. What you're saying is he doesn't need to hit you for you to justify hitting him, because your justification doesn't come from him hitting you. It comes from God. So you don't even need him to do anything. You're justified from God to hit him on your own accord.
Nope, that's not correct. So let me explain why you're wrong, okay? There are other ways that I could be justified in hitting him, even if he didn't hit me. There are other things that could take place, okay? If somebody... Otherwise, what you're saying, your argument means this. He comes up and punches me in the face.
Argument. I wasn't making an argument. I was trying to repeat yours.
Everyone ever related to him now, because he punched me in the face. I
didn't make an argument. I didn't make an argument. I was trying to hold on. That wasn't my argument. I was repeating back your argument and going, "Is this what you mean?" And then you're going, and then you were talking about my argument. Okay, so
I said no. First, I discredited your argument. I told you why you're wrong, and then I went on to make another argument. Yes, your argument was incorrect. I don't need him to punch me in the face. It could be something else that justifies it. So your argument's incorrect.
I didn't make an argument. I didn't make an argument. I repeated your argument. So are you saying
that your argument? That's incorrect.
Okay,
either you're lying or you're stupid. That didn't happen.
Joel, chill out. I'm trying to find out what you said. So I'm not making an argument. So everything I say right now is not my argument. You said your justification for retaliation doesn't come from the fact that you were hit. It comes from the fact that God has given you permission to protect yourself.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't need to be hit to protect yourself. So you can say, I think that guy's scheming in the corner. I'm going to go hit him and protect myself. And I am justified, not because of his actions, because he doesn't need to do anything to justify, but God. I am now on a jihad because of God.
I don't interact.
This is your argument. I'm trying to make your argument, so don't say I'm wrong.
You said something about jihad. I never said anything about a jihad. So like you're interested.
Well, that's protecting. You're protecting yourself. Okay, so
again, jihad means protect. You think that's a synonym for protect?
Well, you're saying that
if you do, we have a problem with language and communication. We aren't speaking the same language here. If you think that that's what that word means,
I'm saying you said you don't need somebody to do anything for you to be justified from God. You said I don't need anyone to do anything to me.
I did not say that. That's incorrect.
Okay, so then there needs to be an action which that person does, which would then give you justification to go to God and attack back.
There would need to be action taken for justification to take place, but it wouldn't be the action that does the justifying.
I'm saying the other person. The other person has to do something to infringe on you before you are then given justification from God to attack them.
Not just on me. It could be on somebody else.
Again, but that's not the point. The point is it comes from their actions, not from God.
Yeah, I never said it didn't come from their actions. What I'm saying is that's not the thing that justifies it. Otherwise, now let me make my point. Let me make my point, because you've now made yours several times.
It's not my point. I'm making your point.
No, you're not.
Again,
that's what.
You keep saying
you're not
I'm not making a point. I'm trying to repeat back your point, and you're
failing over and over and over again.
Okay, so then let's go back to the drawing board. It's not my point, though.
You keep failing to say my point as you describe it, because you keep saying the wrong thing. I'm not saying it's not related to his action. I'm not saying it doesn't involve his action. I'm not saying that his action isn't at all related to what I do in reaction. I never said any of those things. What I'm saying is that the action itself cannot be the thing that justifies the reaction. Otherwise, he could punch me in the face, and I could say, now that he's punched me in the face, I'm justified in killing him, killing his children, killing his wife, killing everyone that he's ever met, because he punched me first. Obviously, That doesn't work. That can't be the standard. Otherwise, that would be the same exact justification as me punching him back.
Okay, so again, maybe you're just not really explaining it well. So when you're your justification, which is the overriding reason that allows you to do something morally. Are we agreement on that?
Say that again.
The justification. When you say justification, that means the overriding attribute or whatever that will allow you to do what you want to do. Like normally you don't go around hitting people, but you can if there's justification.
You're roboting, dude.
I didn't catch that. There was some roboting going on.
So when you say justification, you mean what gives you the privilege or the right to do what you're going to do.
Right. The thing that makes it not an evil act and instead is a good act.
Okay, so if you just hit somebody, whether God or what, that's evil because there's no reason for you to do that.
If you were to assault an innocent person, yes, that would be evil.
Okay, so the only way it can be good is if you assault somebody that is assaulting.
If somebody who is violating the God-given rights of somebody else, that would need to be present in the equation. Otherwise, you're assaulting an innocent person, right?
Well, I'm just saying if you're saying they assaulted somebody and that's wrong, so then I assaulted them and that's right. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it could be right if you're justified, but it can't be the fact that he just because think about this. If all it is they hit you and that's automatically justification for you hitting them, what if you did something to them first? What if you did the evil first and they hit you? And now they hit you and you're saying that the only thing that justifies it is them hitting you to begin with? Well now even though you did an evil first, you're thinking you're justified in hitting them even though you did the evil first. You did evil, then they hit you, and now you say, oh, you hit me, now I'm justified in hitting you. There must be something outside of that that would justify you in defending yourself.
How about this? No matter who does it, it's wrong to hit someone else.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think that if somebody is, for example, raping someone else, I have the right to hit them. I have the right to kill them if that's what it takes to stop them from raping.
Let me expound. Okay, so with my logic, right, there's no questions, right? There's no gray area, right? So if somebody does something, you're no better than that, right? With your logic, it's all just subjective to the situation, and we can bomb Iraq because they were coming to kill us, so we had to protect ourselves, and that's okay. We're morally right to bomb Iraq because
I don't recognize any superiority in having a thing that isn't doesn't have confusion or question or a determination to be made depending on the context or the details of the situation. I don't recognize any sort of superiority in a thing being absolutely clear, and so it is somehow better simply because it's a simple answer. You could say simply, nobody has the right to interact with anyone else in the whole world, and then that technically solves everything. Nobody ever gets to interact with anyone. That doesn't make it a good situation or a superior situation to anything else that's been said.
I didn't say. Hold on, let me just respond. I didn't say it was superior because it was clear. I said it was superior because at the end of the day, I can never make justification for bombing another country. Whereas with your logic, all you have to do is assume there's a perceived threat from another country and that your actions are justified because you're defending yourself. And then you can wipe out an entire race of people if you just fundamentally believe their existence is a danger to your existence, then you're justified in wiping them out. And this is actually quite what it is in the religious world.
That's
incorrect. Can you guys stop strawmanning each other in a circle and let me interrupt, please? It's like the fifth or 10th time this guy strawmanned you in a row. Okay, what he is saying, right, is that everything is based on situational, right? Sorry, can I not be heard?
No, I'm just. Who are you talking? Oh, you're talking for Bob Dole? No, okay.
Yeah, not you. So what Bob Dole is saying is that the Supreme Court looks at everything situational, right? They're situationalist. So everything is about time, place, and manner, right? So if someone comes up in his house in the middle of the night and starts punching him, it's not only his right, but it's his duty to defend his family from being raped and sex trafficked. Now, if the guy walks out and he chases the guy down and starts retaliating against him after the threat of force has left his house, that's different, right? So let me explain this as simple as I can. I have the right to shoot paper targets on my land. If a vagabond were to wander up and get in between me and my target, my rights end only where his rights begin, which is not to be shot at because he's only there to ask for water. So when you understand this, you don't have the right to hit anyone unless they are beating you into a pulp and you're about to get knocked out and you want to defend yourself because you don't know what's going to happen to your body once you're unconscious, right? At that moment, that person has given you the right to hit them only to make them stop, not to hit them and when they fall down, now you jump on them and bash their head in with a brick, right? So it's all about reasonable circumstances, time, place, and manner.
When you're talking about legality, that has nothing to do with morality, right? Like slavery was legal.
Absolutely,
murder was legal. That has nothing to do with the morality. I was under the assumption I was talking the morality of striking or killing another person, not the legality.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, so the Supreme Court,
the like,
yeah. So he's making something about legality when we were talking morality, right?
You think the jury isn't thinking about legality and morality?
Well, again, the Supreme Court allows slavery to be legal if you've been convicted of a crime. If you think slavery is moral, then that's on you, bro. Again, legality is determined by men, morality is determined by God. So that's all I got to say on that.
Right. Yeah, I think anybody who thinks...
Hold on. Look, the thing is, we actually went to Iraq and bombed it and fucking took over Iraq. And we were told, oh, Saddam Hussein's regime is the most dangerous regime in the world. Iraq's the most dangerous country in the world. They have weapons of mass destruction. We have to go and get them. It took 2 weeks to take over the whole country. You couldn't take fucking Glasgow in 2 weeks. Yeah? But yet, there was no threat from that country. There was no weapons of mass destruction. So just the threat or the presumed threat is enough for our leaders to go to war.
Yeah, so nothing that I said would have allowed any of the wars that we've been in as far as like fighting terrorists or World War II. Nothing that I said would allow any of that. And in fact, would actually have prevented us from engaging in that bullcrap to begin with. What you just said actually aligns with what I just said.
Yeah, but then again, so when Hitler's gassing 6 million Jews, how many Jews does he have to kill before you decide you're going to get up off your chair, pick up a rifle, and go and help these people?
For me, he would have to at least kill one that I knew for sure he actually killed. I wouldn't look at my TV and have them tell me, this man is bad, go kill him for your country, because that's what a stupid person does.
But how is he killing bad, but then you kill it good? Nobody sees the contradiction there. Where would it stop? Then somebody from Hitler's going to kill you. Then somebody from you is going to kill that person, and it's never going to stop.
That would actually depend on the execution of the thing that you're trying to do. So like that is a thing that could happen. That's not necessarily actually a likely scenario. Just based on, and there's other factors, but also a big one would be the fear of death that is present in almost every human in existence. Like that's not actually how it works. Like in movies and video games and stuff, what you're describing is like a drama thing that does take place. That isn't actually how reality works. That's not.
We're just talking the morality of it, right? Morally, what would happen is if in your morals or whatever, what you guys are talking about, I kill somebody because I'm bad, then somebody kills me because they're good, but then somebody kills them because the bad, and then it just keeps going, right?
Yeah, that doesn't happen. That's not the way it works.
It does happen. What do you look at the Jews in Palestine? They've been going back and forth for fucking years, and they'll always go back.
Bad people do bad things over and over again. I don't disagree with that, but they're both bad.
Bad people are bad because they justify bad actions. That's why they're bad.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
So again, when you allow bad actions to be justified in your framework of living, you have the capacity to become a bad person. Whereas if your framework of living doesn't allow you to do those things, you lack the capacity to be a bad person.
Yeah, so
Right. Hold on, right? So Hitler's gassing. Hold on. Hitler's gassing all these Jews, right? So then I pick up my rifle and I join the army, and we go over and we attack and kill German soldiers to defeat Hitler and his army and stop them from killing these Jews, right? So because I've shot and killed German soldiers, does that make me now a bad person? Am I now in the same league as fucking Hitler?
By using the details of that example,
your actions are the same. You have the same actions. You've killed a human. How are you not different when you're the same? When what you have done is the same, that makes you the same.
Because my actions are preventing more and more people dying.
That's what Hitler said.
No,
Hitler said, I'm killing 4 million Jews to save 4 billion people. He used the exact same fucking argument. This is the beauty of it. He used the exact same argument you used.
So how many Jews is he to kill before you take action?
Well, maybe the Jews are
actually was in the army, guys.
You guys are arguing a different argument now.
Let's put it this way, right? He's wiped out all the Jews, right? Now he's starting on the Chinese, and he's going to wipe out all the Chinese. Then he's going to start on all the Indians, right? And he's going to start wiping out all the fucking Indians, right? How many types of people did that man have to eliminate before you can say, right, okay, I'm now justified to stand up and defend the rest of the world?
Man didn't eliminate nobody.
The rest of the world's fucking gone because I sat back and let Hitler kill them all.
You're making a different argument. Can I explain
Did you ever see Hitler kill somebody? Who's got
You're
a video
arguing
of
something
Hitler killing
else.
or shooting somebody in the head? No one. What the fuck are we talking about here?
You're arguing over actions instead of morality. Okay, and it's a completely different argument. You saying this person did it.
I don't know if you guys, can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah,
can you hear me? So I've actually been to Iraq and I was in war. I was in the army. And just from my point of view, just being over there and being a moral person, when I got home, I got out of the army. It is completely different than what you see on the news.
You're not the only ex-soldier, hen.
I was in Iraq during the Iraq Iran. What period were you in Iraq for?
I was in 2010.
2010. And so for how long?
I was there about 18 months.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I was there a lot earlier than you. It was a little bit different. But I was actually there during
it was different back then, but it's not what it's portrayed to be on the news at all.
Bro, power corrupts, man.
Yeah. Well, funnily enough, my experience of Iraq in the 90s is exactly the same as you say. It's nothing like the news would tell you about Iraq in the 90s, and that's as someone who actually lived there. So, yeah, I agree.
Right. And once I got over there, I kind of the blindfold was removed, and I couldn't wait to get out of the military.
That's not what we're talking about, right? We're talking about your actions being justified, right? But now,
that's why I got out.
Now I've picked up a rifle, right, and went to defend the Jewish people from the Germans that were killing them. Apparently now I'm just as evil as fucking Hitler because I shot Germans.
So if you killed all the Germans,
Please don't start on this conversation because every time you join this room, it turns into a fucking shit show.
You just keep saying it like you were there. You weren't there. Shut up, liar.
Is there
Listen,
somebody who can
you're
shut this
talking
down?
about the news. What the news told you. All you do is repeat the news. You're no different than the news. You might as well be a reporter. Thank you, reporter, for the
Listen,
news.
That's not the point,
listen
Demok.
to
He's
this,
just asking a
dickhead,
question
right?
about it.
We are not talking about the news. Do you get that? Can you get that into that
Yes,
one
you
little
are. You're
brain
making
cell in
shit
your
up
head?
just
Demok,
like
no,
the
We
he's
are
news.
not.
You
not
are the news.
talking
Thank you,
about
news.
the news.
He's
That's
not
where you're
talking about the news.
justification.
Thank you,
That's where you're
CNN.
Yeah, you guys are
Thank you,
talking about the
CNN.
news. I want to take
No.
Demok's position. So, can anybody cite the source where Hitler has given one order to gas Jews in chambers?
It's not the point.
Or
Listen. If you
what do you
think
mean
that's
that's
the
not the
point,
point?
if you think that's the point, then you aren't understanding the conversation that's taking place. If we are going to assume, which I'm totally okay with, by the way, if you're going to assume that Hitler did nothing wrong and that we were lied to, that would still not be the point of the conversation. The point of the
That's a
conversation
straw man of my
is it
argument.
ever justified to react to someone based on their actions towards you? Is that ever the actual justification? So his question is, if in the scenario where we assume that Hitler did do something wrong, in his mind, he's saying, I think it would be right to react to that in a violent way, and right the hand is saying he doesn't seem to, at least it seems like he's saying, it wouldn't be okay to react to that in a violent way. It has nothing to do with the news. It's just a hypothetical of, if this is accurate,
Not that
what is the
complicated.
proper response?
Bad or good? Who chooses what's bad or good was the actual thing. That's not
God.
complicated. Right or wrong, bad or good? Yeah, it is. How do you know Hitler's bad versus what Ali or
Wait,
whoever
hold on.
just said?
That's not the point.
Which
Can,
one's
can
Not
yeah,
the
it
point,
is.
Demok. I
no,
just
the
explained
point.
why that's
Hold on,
not the point.
let me make the point. The point is, can the same action be both good and bad depending on who is doing it in a situation that they're doing it? That's
Let me explain why. Let me explain why.
opinion?
Hold on, let me explain why. Okay, so we all know that slavery is bad, right? But if a man is duly convicted of raping and killing women and children, right, the judge is going to take something that's bad like slavery and use it for good to protect the rest of the people.
So then your argument is that the same action can be good or bad. It just depends on who is doing it and why
But
they're
not
doing
rape,
it.
not rape, but slavery, right?
It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what it is. The argument is, no matter what I do, it could be good or bad, depending on. That's the most basic of the argument.
Right.
Yeah,
And
depending
for
on
those,
who
for
agrees
those,
on what.
Yeah,
is
like
good
I
or
said,
bad.
it's circumstantial.
for those
It's
for those that were asking for evidence of Hitler actually giving an order or Hitler actually killing someone,
that's irrelevant.
right? Hold on, that does not matter. He was the leader. He is responsible for everyone underneath him. So all their actions that they took, he is ultimately responsible for. Yeah. So when 6 million Jews died, when 6 million Jews died, that's on his head.
No, it's on the people that
Sounds
killed
like
the
it's on
Jews.
yours.
Can I
Yeah,
just,
so if I was a soldier,
can I make a point
if I was
here?
a soldier,
Why?
if I was a soldier, hang on.
Even
If I was a soldier and Hitler
why is he not even allowed in here? He just said that I am personally responsible for killing 6 million Jews. Why is he even here?
Same as Hitler, because you keep reporting it, and you keep demanding it, and you keep reporting it, and you keep demanding what happened when you don't know. Stop making claims, stupid.
Can somebody just get rid of him? Because every time he comes in here, it turns into a shit show.
The point is, Hitler, regardless, somebody can give an order to kill. It could be Hitler, it could be Mussolini, it could be whatever. That order doesn't mean the person who received the order has to do it. It is still, again, if Hitler told me to kill, I go down and I kill a Jew, I can't blame Hitler for that dead Jew. That's not me.
If I'm in the field, right, and my troop sergeant gives me an order to shoot something or someone, right, and I say, no, I'm not doing it, right, legally, in the British Army, he can pull out his gun and shoot me.
We're not
Well,
talking.
that's a risk you got to
We're
take.
talking morale, bro. Again.
We're not talking legality,
morality.
dude.
This
We're
is
talking about the morality of it.
About what your opinion is on good or bad. Who are you to say Hitler's bad if Hitler says he's good? And if Hitler says you're bad and you say you're good, who's fucking right or wrong? It's all down to opinion. There is no such thing as good or bad. It's what you agree on. There's 8
I'm
million
not listening to a
different
word you
countries
say
and people
anymore.
right now doing different things different ways because what they agree on and what they agree is bad, state to state to state. Don't tell me what I'm talking about is wrong. It's true 100%. Worth
Everything
and
you've
everything,
ever
wealth,
said in your life is
everything is.
wrong. Everything you've
No,
ever
that
said is
would be
wrong.
you're looking in a
Everything
mirror
you
right now.
ever
Don't
will
do
say
that.
is wrong.
You're looking in
exactly
a
what you're
mirror
saying,
right now,
Bimo.
aren't you? Because you're
Yeah,
special and
on.
you're smart enough and you're sweet enough and you're awesome enough. You're looking in a mirror. You're so cool.
I know. Thank you.
But to address
That Scottish guy. Let
point.
me talk now. Let me
Okay,
talk
all
now.
right,
Right,
all
that
right.
Scottish guy, the other Scottish guy. You were actually everybody that was getting discussing with Bob about taking off onto morality and stuff like that. If you'd listened to what he said when he first came in, he explained it within a minute exactly where he stood. So every question everybody was asking was a load of bollocks. But the other Scottish dude, you were actually making his point. You were actually
Hey, I got
making Bob point for him, but you were arguing against him. And then, I'm nearly finished. And then you were starting this pussy ass shit, saying, get rid of that guy, ban him, can someone kick him out and push like that? Get to fuck if you're going to have an attitude like that over here. Don't call for someone to get banned or muted or whatever, because that's pussy ass shit, and that's why the world's in the shit.
So it's all right
So
for him
anyway,
to come in
we're
here and
finished.
say that people are personally responsible for killing 6 million Jews. Yeah, it's all right for him to come in and say like
That's
that.
what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying. I repeat
No,
it to
that
you.
was what
You
you
said
said to
Hitler
me.
killed all these Jews,
Damn it,
and I
we
said,
heard
well, you might as well have. I just
we
repeated
heard
you.
you, damn it. We understand your point. Hey, right the hand. I have a question for you. There was a chemist 70 years ago or so that he was the one that helped develop nitrogen. The U.S. was going through what was going to be a famine. Crops weren't supporting the population basically. So he developed nitrogen, and you add nitrogen to soil and crops grow. The byproduct of him creating and synthesizing ammonia, which you could extract the nitrogen from in order to add it to your fertilizer, was lead. So the lead got added to water because in food in general, which led to an uptick in lead poisoning. Was his actions justified or not?
In hindsight, no, but at the time, yes.
The creating of the nitrogen, you have to say everything in totality. I would say I don't see what he did wrong when nobody told you that you had to drink city water, right? Like that's nobody's like, hey, you have to drink this water. You have to live here, right? Those aren't requirements. Those are choices you made. And if you put your faith into a public system and it happened to fail, I would say that's on you.
Well, it's not just that.
I would say the latter, because if you know about something that's causing something like that, like if I know I'm putting straight poison into the ground and I know it's going to leak right over there to where your kids are drinking the water and all the animals and the fish and everything, no, that's not good at all.
Well, lead wasn't known to be poisonous at this point in time when it was
there
developed.
was no indication, as far as I could tell, that he was aware of it, right?
Right, only
Maybe
if you're
not.
aware of it.
Yeah, that's called an accident.
You can't
That
be
was
blamed for the things that you literally, it's impossible for you to account for. You could
you
could
don't
kill
know,
a fly on your part of the earth, and that fly would have gotten on a boat and gone over to a different country and done something over there that caused this other animal to do this, which would have caused it to kill an animal that now, because you didn't kill the fly, that animal's alive and it's going to go maul somebody. Like, you can't account for all the things like, it's impossible for you to know everything. You can't account for that. You can only account for the things that are within like your sphere of reality.
Okay, I was just curious. Hitler is a very cut and dry thing, so I was kind of wondering what a fringe
It
or
is. If everything that we've been told is absolutely true and unquestionable, then it's a pretty cut and dry situation. Absolutely. The problem is that we don't know that all the stuff that we were told, every detail about everything in that war, was actually accurate. We can choose to trust it, in which case the decision is easy. Yes, Nazism, not good. Killing people because they call themselves Jews, not good. Okay, that's very cut and dry if literally everything was the truth. I would say it's a better idea to be skeptical and think, okay, if everything's true, it's cut and dry. But if it's not true, there might be some follow-up that needs to take place.
What about the Holodomor? 9 million Christians in Ukraine were systematically eradicated because if they got caught picking up the food that had to go to the cities under Stalin's regime, that food was for the cities because of communism, right? If they got caught picking up what the machines left behind, if the mother gleaned some of that that fell on the ground and fed it to her child, the penalty was death. So it's either starve to death or death, right? And nobody ever talks about that. And I'm wondering, like, if you not mentioning those people, if you not bringing it up, right? Because either you're ignorant,
suspicious.
Right, it's suspicious when people do stuff like that. So is that
there's
a crime
one
within
particular
itself?
genocide or
Always.
Holocaust or whatever that's talked about and is touted as the one. When these other events have allegedly taken place, it is suspicious that only one of them is the one, right? That is suspicious. And I'll stop talking for a little bit if you guys want me to. I just want to say one more thing to Right the Hand or about Right the Hand in our conversation. And him and I don't actually have to discuss this any further. I think him and I have a fundamental disagreement on how morality is determined and how it works. And so we don't need to discuss it any further until one of us changes that fundamental idea. I don't think that actions are inherently good or bad. I think it's situational. I think engaging in the act of sex can be good and engaging in the act of sex can be bad depending on the situation. I think that the action of eating food can be good or can be bad depending on the situation. I think that that actions themselves are amoral, and it's the person, the human, the spirit who is attempting to do a thing. That's what determines whether or not an evil has been committed. I think God created everything, and it was all very good before man started making decisions that involved evil. And that's I just want to say that we don't have to discuss that anymore. I think him and I disagree on how it works. So
I'll just respond with as far as like eating food, good, like those. I think some action, the vast majority of actions, right, are where you put them. They're situational, right? Oh, slapping an ass, right? Hey, did you see your wife? She liked it, But I think that's why when God started talking, he was very, very specific about certain things, like stealing, right? In my head, you never can justify stealing, but I was hungry. Yeah, I know. Well, ask them, right? Don't just take it. Ask the person, I'm sure there'll be charity. So, and then murder, right? Like killing. There's just no situation and this is, I say, where stealing or murder, you can't come and be like, make any sort of justification for it. I guess you could, but I don't accept it.
I think it's just like whenever you say stealing, you can't justify stealing. I agree, but I don't consider stealing to be the action. I consider taking an object to be the action. And if you're taking something that doesn't belong to you and denying the rightful use of that item, you're stealing. If you're taking that item and it belongs to you, you're not stealing. So I don't consider stealing the action. I consider stealing the identification of whether or not it was moral.
I mean, as for the killing, I mean, if somebody breaks into my home at stupid o'clock in the morning, I'm not going to hang around to see if they're going to steal something or if they're going to try and kill me, my wife, my kids, or if they're going to try and rape anyone. Yeah, I'm taking them out. They're leaving in a box. There is no ifs, buts, or maybes about it. Yeah?
I wouldn't expect you to. I wouldn't expect you to wait around to see if someone violating your God-given rights is going to continue to do that or if they're going to let up and leave. I wouldn't expect you to just sit around and wait for that to see what happens.
And I'm just going to say
I would consider you, if you decided to, I would consider you a coward, actually.
And I would add that for my defense, now there's like this gray area, right? Where so you have murder, wrong, right, and and then as it, it starts growing and like, well, he was kicking the door. Well, maybe he was just kind of banging it. Maybe he was just at the parking lot, but I saw a gun in his hand. You know what I mean? And it's like when you open the door an inch, it eventually it's going to be all the way open.
Yeah, it is super important to control yourself, stay sober-minded, keep yourself under control, and not allow yourself basically to tell yourself stories about what other people are doing or thinking, and work yourself into a state of trying to justify hurting someone else based on their actions that you don't know their mind. You can't know their mind unless they speak it to you. So it's like you need to be in control of yourself to make sure you're not telling yourself those stories and working yourself into an evil state like that.
Let me ask the
I
room
want to
this.
talk about inaction.
Real quick. So James Rell, this actually happened. He's a real person. You go check it out. There's a minute video. It's graphic. Okay. Basically, he was an ex-boyfriend. Hadn't seen this girl in a year. Came to her house. He knocks on the door. Nobody. They don't answer. Blah blah blah. It's through the Ring camera. Long story short, we don't know why. He starts trying to open the door. He bangs his body into the door. He kind of gets it ajar, but it gets caught on like the thing. The father shoots 3 times and kills him. Is he justified?
Yeah. I've seen that, but
yeah, he kicked
I mean,
the door down.
that's again, that's your great. This is the great area because, I mean, from the father's point of view, he's now scared. This guy's beating down the door. Yeah, he has no idea what that man's intentions is. Yeah, so to me, he's defending his home and his family. Yeah.
Through a closed door, shooting through a closed door. That's the
you don't even let it get all the way open. That was justified.
Hold on.
Again, this is why once you open the door, it's gonna be wide open.
But at the same time, what I would have done in that situation, because he's not actually in my home, he's trying to get in. Right, I would have then tried to barricade the door at the same time as I tell my wife to phone the police.
Yeah, no. Again, I agree that there's
the police
hundreds of
don't
other
show up, and the police don't show up right away. So by the time you do all of that, who knows what happened? He was already acting violent.
Hence why I said barricade the door while my wife calls the police. Because then if I'm barricading the door, that then gives the police time to get there before he gets in.
But
if someone was knocking down my door, I'm not going to barricade anything, not going to call the police. I'm going to go grab my weapon and defend myself.
That introduces a problem for morality then, as far as saying you'll barricade the door and call the police. That's only a modern option, okay? So if you look back thousands of years, that obviously wouldn't have been a thing you could do. And so the way you just judged morality based on whether or not you could barricade the door and call the police, that doesn't work for... That means everybody that lived 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago who couldn't call the police, you've now said that they were somehow not moral in their defense of themselves because they didn't call the police first. That obviously that can't be the standard.
But that's why we say everything is situational, because it depends on the situation. Like I said, if he is already in my home, he's leaving in a box. Yeah, but if it's just a homeless guy banging on my door wanting a drink of water, I'm going to let him in. I'm going to give him a drink. I'm going to make him something to eat. I'm going to see if he wants a change of clothes, and then I'm going to send him on his way.
But I've actually seen the story myself online, and that wasn't the case in this situation because everything is situational. The guy was leaving voicemails on the daughter's phone. He was already a threat. When he showed up, they were already expecting him to be violent.
No, did you hear the voicemails? Like nobody heard them yet. So there is speculation as to what was said there. And again, I'm just trying to give a devil's advocate. There was confirmation that she texted "What's up," and so that's not like, "Hey, get away from me," So there's gray areas too. But just to also add, the third shot, the one that got him in the back, is the one that killed him. So he was first hit in the right shoulder, then he turned, got hit in the left shoulder, then he was fully turned away and got hit a third time in the back. So are you still saying that's justified?
You want me to give you the tactical stance from someone who's been trained tactically on this very situation?
You don't count how many times you're shooting.
I know, but
do y'all want the tactical area?
This is the gray area of murder, of justifying murder. And I know I'm never going to change anyone's mind. All I'm doing is just presenting. I'm like, look at this. Sometimes there becomes gray area.
I don't think it's a gray area at all. I think that the moment somebody chooses, to violate somebody else's God-given rights unprovoked, I think the moment they choose to willingly do that, they will themselves to violate somebody else's God-given rights, they are also automatically, simultaneously declaring that they do not abide by those rights and don't have any themselves. So as soon as that guy attempted to violate the right of those people to live peaceably and not be attacked, he gave up his right to live.
Right. It's no different if a wild animal came up to you in your house and was breaking into your house to kill you. I mean, are you going to let the wild animal in and kill you? I mean,
that's nowhere near
It's
the same
not
either.
the same argument because animals aren't people. So I understand what you're saying, but I would say that's not a good argument. There needs to be a better argument made.
The guy could have had mental disorders or anything. He wasn't
That's
thinking
true.
clearly.
He could have.
You don't determine that in the time. Do y'all want the tactical reason or not?
Wait, tactical reason?
I can give you the exact way to handle that exact same situation because we train
that's
on that.
fine. Yeah, you can give us that. I would say my morality of the issue, like that would not be determined by the tactical decisions whatsoever.
This
I don't care
has
what
nothing
the
to do with morality. That's why I said tactical.
All right.
So when a subject is at your door and it doesn't matter if he's threatened you previously or not, that is when he starts threatening you behind the door like that, that is threat to do bodily harm. You have a right to defend yourself. So what you should do is to prepare to defend yourself. Now, defending yourself and taking another person's life justifiable are not the same thing. So the only, in my state now, the only way that you can justifiably kill that person because you think you're going to be bodily harmed or killed is when he comes through the door. Like, doesn't mean he has to physically walk, come through the door and get through the threshold. It means he has to bust the door where it's open. And then you are under threat, right? But in the meantime, you're supposed to take a low position behind the immediate wall with clear line of sight and get everyone else that's in danger behind you and to safety and call 911 and all that at the same time if you can. But as soon as he breaks that door where he can gain entry, then you don't count the shots. You don't think about it. If you have predetermined he's a threat to your life and he comes through that door, you have all right in my state to take his life, which is a hard thing, right?
So shooting through a closed door, that's a no-no, right?
You shoot through the door, you're going to have some legal issues. You might get off, but you're going to have to fight that.
Yeah, and then the father, he was just reacting. He wasn't. There's no time to really think, things through when a situation, especially if you're not trained, if a situation like that happens.
The door open, door closed thing, that's a gray area introduced by man's law. That's not a gray area that exists morally.
I didn't say open door. I said once he opens it.
I know, that's what I'm saying. But whether it's opened or not, your bullets do what they do. What I'm saying is whether the door is open or not, that's not an actual real determination of morality. That's man's laws trying to introduce a gray area that doesn't actually exist.
Let me add something to it real quick. In my state, and I will challenge you to find the law in your state, your car is an extension of your home, so the same rules apply. If someone comes and tries to open your doors, banging on your glass, and breaks the glass or gets the door open, the same rules apply.
Well, I don't know. I mean, a car's outside, yeah, and that's a material thing that can be replaced, yeah.
It's about your bodily harm. It's about threat to life. He's threatening your life by breaking in your. Like I'm saying, when you're in your car, not when he's still in your car.
Right. Okay. If you're in your car, that's different. Yeah.
No,
Sorry.
If someone's still in your car, let them have it. Don't pull your gun. Don't do anything. Just let them have it. Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize.
I missed the first part of this. Is somebody shot somebody through a closed door?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they're probably gonna. I don't know. It depends on what state they were. It depends on what state they were in, because some states.
Ohio, it's a state.
I think you could do that.
Now, if he shoots through the door, like he makes an attempt to get through the door and can't, and then pulls out his weapon, and you can see that, or shoots through the door, then that changes the whole scenario. You can shoot back to protect yourself and your possession. There's different rules in different scenarios, but that's the basics. but definitely check out in your state. If you're a concealed carry or you have weapons in your house, you need to make yourself aware of this, because if you get in a situation, you freak out and shoot somebody and they accidentally die, you're going to be held responsible for your actions.
Yeah. That's the same way. It's the same way in Texas. But a lot of people, when those situations happen, they'll just pull them inside to try and make it look like that, which is not moral.
Well, let's say
I heard they're getting rid of the bail for second degree murder in America starting on the first day of next year.
Oh, I saw a whole list of crimes they were getting rid of bail for. That's fucking borderline dangerous. But let's say I'm talking to Jake, right? And Jake goes, "I'm gonna come to your house and kill you." And then somebody's pounding on my door a minute later, and I say, "Who is it?" And he says, "It's Jake." I'm shooting through the door. I don't give a fuck about the laws. Right?
But
Yeah,
I mean, I know we're all from different places and we all have different rules and laws and regulations. But the basics of it is we all seem to agree that it depends on the situation at hand, depends whether your actions are right or wrong.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
If
no
I'm
doubt.
home alone, I'm going to handle the situation if my whole family is there. Honestly, I'm going to, it's going to be a scenario thing for me. But if you own weapons, you need to go train. These tactical situations are not only fun to do, but they're not expensive. And you can go through these scenarios in your mind. You don't have to do them in reality as much. And just prepare yourself, because the worst thing to do is to make a mistake in that situation, because people just get their adrenaline going and freak out. That trigger gets pulled easily.
We actually
and once you pull that trigger, that bullet doesn't come back.
We actually do drills. We do drills in our house to practice on different scenarios.
Do you know what I seen yesterday, right? Do you know what I seen?
Well, hang on one second. He was so panicked. He said in his statement, the guy who killed the kid, he was like, "I pulled the trigger a few times. I didn't even realize I didn't have the clip in the gun."
Do you know what I seen?
An untrained person.
So yeah, exactly. This guy was in these are all things. Again, if you're going to make a gray area and consider things, that would be something to consider. Be like, yo, maybe you should have. It seemed like he was quick to want to use this gun, so to speak. But it is what.
You know what I seen yesterday, and it really broke my heart. Right, this mum is standing there, and she's got this bulletproof shield thing, right? And she's saying, when my daughter gets home from school, I'm going to be putting this in her backpack, and I'm going to be telling her what to do if this happens and that happens. And I'm just like, that's fucking mind-blowing that now in America, parents are putting bulletproof shields in their children's backpacks and telling them what to do if someone attacks with a gun.
Yeah, because we turn the mental illness loose in America and turn a blind eye and let these people go on discords and go into schools and go into society and run the world. And the mental illness part of it has been taken out of it.
And
There's
people
so
keep
many
sending their
warning
children
signs
to
for this.
concentrated areas where they're easy targets.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
training people how to come in there and do it. Like,
Really?
and then saying the teachers, that we're so confident in our teachers being competent that we can't train them to be tactical and have weapons to protect our children. But let's go group them up.
I really want to talk about Uvalde, Texas, because it's lawful that the Supreme Court has ruled that the officers have no duty to protect someone. But it was incredibly immoral for those cowards to stand by while they had training. The kids had none. The teachers had none. They had riot gear and bulletproof vests. The children and the teacher had none. They had weapons that they could fight back with. The teachers had none. And they were told to stand down. But even worse than that, they arrested parents for trying to go in and get their children out.
Yeah. Those men were cowards. They should have been executed by the community publicly and in a fashion that lasted several days, probably. hanging or something.
That's a little
How
extreme,
do you
but
know it
yes.
was even real?
No,
How does
they aren't
anyone in
useful to
this chat
society.
know
They should
any
have
of
been
that was
executed by the
real?
community.
How does anyone in this chat know any of that was real at
Yeah, I
Uvalde?
agree with you. We don't know, but there has been some accounts where they did get arrested for trying to go in there. As a parent myself, I mean, I'm not being kept out of that school. I'll pay the
Right.
consequences afterwards.
Exactly. It's like somebody's killing me, or I'm killing that guy that's in there with a gun. If it's my kid, of course, I don't have to worry about it. I don't send my kids to public school. I don't think anybody should. I think it's a bad idea, especially at this point. But
I didn't
if
either.
that were the situation, I would not. They would be either the police would be shooting me to stop me from going in, or the guy would be shooting at me to stop me from killing him. While I try to stop him from killing kids.
24 years ago, I didn't send my kids to public school. Today, I wouldn't even live near a public school. I don't know. Not a laughing matter. It's a fact.
Yeah, my children are homeschooled.
Yeah, shit is dangerous out there, man. But I've actually seen scenarios where they'll give an untrained guy a gun and sit him in a classroom, and they'll send this is all pretend. This is just a fake scenario, but they'll send a shooter in to start shooting people. And the guy literally can't even get the gun out, and you just don't know what to do if you're not trained in these situations, or you've never handled guns before or anything.
I'll tell you one step further. You'll go to the shooting range, and these people are standing up shooting, like broadside to the target, arms out, shooting in that stance. That is the worst position to be in. That's telling me that person is not trained. You get on one knee or behind the corner, you're shooting at an angle, and you're shooting up at a broad target. You don't want him to see you. You want to see him, and you want to be protected. You're never standing straight up facing him unless it's just bang, bang. It happens that way.
Yeah, even if you're in the wide open and there's nowhere to hide, you still don't want to show them your whole
first thing you do is go to one knee.
Yeah, you don't want to never show them your whole profile. It's just a huge, bigger target to hit.
Yep, you turn sideways and go to one knee.
Have you ever been to the indoor ranges and there's bullet holes all on the walls next to you?
People are just, there should be mandatory training. I think everyone should have a gun, but there should be a class in school. We're sending kids to school anyways. Wait till they're seniors or something in high school and give them, firearm training. That way, when we should have the teachers and the janitors and just everyone. If everyone was running around a gun in a Batman theater, no one's going to run in and shoot up the Batman theater, right?
Oh, really? That's a great idea. Why don't we have a nuke underneath too, in case we just want to blow everybody up?
What about no one has guns, even the military? Like, if you want to settle scores, you got to fight it with swords and clubs.
They both.
It used to be like that in the old days.
Bro, I'm with it. Bro.
Both of those statements were. The thing right the hand said and Paige said were fucking ridiculous because you're not going to get rid of guns, and I don't even have to explain the thing Paige said.
I don't think the government should have weapons that people don't have.
Yeah, we should have aircraft carriers and nukes, because the government has nukes and aircraft carriers.
So
nukes aren't
how
real.
many people in this Discord live in a society
Nuclear
without
bombs are
guns?
not real. Sorry.
I think everybody needs an F-35 to go bomb their people they have problems.
I'll ask the third time, and hopefully I won't get cut off. How many people in this Discord live in a society that doesn't have guns?
I live in a blue state with a low crime rate, but people still have guns illegally and get shot, like in gang type of things. But no, no normal people have guns here.
So in the UK, and I'm sure, I don't know if Ali B or Highlander are in here, but the UK still has crime, and where people can't shoot each other, they tend to stab each other. Now, of course, it's easier to kill someone with a gun than with a knife, but the idea that if you get rid of guns, then you'll get rid of murders is completely ridiculous.
Oh, you'll decrease.
And I've seen Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels and Snatch. You guys still got guns over there, right? People still get shot.
But you'll decrease the death rate. You won't instead of having 10 people stabbed, you'll have 50 people shot. You won't have people sniping from the. You won't have people sniping from across the road.
That's insinuating that you can get rid of all the guns. The criminals and the thieves and all that will always have guns. If you try and take away the guns, the only people you're going to take away guns from are the people trying to protect themselves, and you'll have more people murdered.
You know what happened? You know what happened? I think it was in Jersey. They had a gun buyback program. You know what that is, where people can just bring back guns, no questions asked, and the cops will buy them off you. The kids, and some high school kids, were so smart. They were going to Home Depot or Lowe's, buying some pipes, making a makeshift gun, and the police were buying them back. They had to shut down the program.
Yeah, yeah.
Go buy a
some
police
guys
uniform
who
and buy a bunch of guns.
there were some guys who 3D printed a bunch of guns as well, and handed them in, and they were paid.
Yeah, that was in Houston, Texas. He 3D printed like a whole bunch of them and got a shitload of money off of it. But here's the thing: if you take away my gun, right, then the only people that have guns is the cops and the criminals. And then when that line begins to blur, you can't tell the difference between gang members who, if you shoot one of them, a whole bunch of gang members join their side, and then you shoot, a cop who's like breaking into your shit and has no warrant, right? And then he calls his gang members and they show up. Well, then the only people that have, weapons are criminals, right? So it's kind of a bizarre thing to think that there could be a society with no guns because ancient Chinese people figured it out, right? So I'm pretty sure that modern people could figure it out too.
That scenario sounds like New Orleans.
Yeah, I interviewed the people that came out of New Orleans, and I was asking them, like, hey, guys, tell me what's going on. You could tell these people came out of New Orleans because these are black folks that were so heavily scarred, their faces were pink, right? They were so scarred, right? And I was asking him, like, what was going on. He said that the military would come up and they would drop like a case of water, so like 25 bottles of water in a crowd of like 200 people to watch a fight over.
Are you talking about Katrina, Hurricane Katrina?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was down there for 3 days.
Tell me about it, because I haven't, well, if nobody wants to hear it, I would love to interview you personally, because I wasn't.
Well, we could do it on side on Messenger. I don't want to go into too much detail on it, but it was, I was in the Army at the time, and I'll just say it was not a good situation, and we had orders, it was shoot to kill if anyone, was a threat whatsoever down there.
Yeah, if anyone thinks there's a government plan in place for catastrophes or the government's got your back, you're sorely mistaken.
I'm pretty sure
that was one little.
That's true. You're even in the Army. When I was in the Army and I figured things out, you're just a number.
Katrina was one small thing in one area. Imagine if something happened all across the country. Was something big happened or something? There's nothing you could do. That's why stock up on your food, get your shit together. I mean, that COVID thing alone, I was a prepper before that, but that whole COVID thing should have taught everyone a lesson. The supermarkets don't have to have food in them.
We'll all hunt together, Jeremy.
Bro, the area I live, there won't be a living creature for miles. There's not enough food out there to feed people where I live. And I don't even live in New York City. I'm upstate, right? There's plenty of birds and chipmunks and shit. There's even deer in my backyard sometimes, but there won't be a moving creature outside if the food stops coming in a lot of areas. A lot of areas.
So what would you do?
I'm going to eat your fucking rabbits is what I'm going to do.
What?
You got 2 rabbits, right? Don't you got some bunny rabbits?
Yeah, so you wouldn't do shit to them, bro. No, but like real talk. if like there was no more food in the stores, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna feed your family?
I'm going to that. I'm going to take my family to the Adirondack Mountains where there is tons of fish and deer and shit, and there's
Do
not
you
in
know
the
how to
population.
catch fish? Can you catch a
Yeah,
deer, Jeremy?
bro.
Can you skin a deer?
I got a fishing kit in my car.
Uh-huh.
I've caught and processed and ate the fish that I've caught before. Yes.
All right. That's what's up.
I've never skinned a deer, but I mean, I'll figure it out.
And you can set up a tent, make a fire. You know, if someone gets a wound, you can heal that up. You know the right
Always
plant
got the,
to
always
go
got the
to.
medical kit. Yes, everything.
Okay. This was
There'll be plenty of abandoned buildings you can sleep in. I don't think you really need to be able to have to build shelter. Right.
You know how to like mend clothes. You know, put shit
I
together.
literally sewed one of my coworkers' shirts the other day. Yes, I always have a sewing kit in my car, a medical kit. I'm telling you, I'm rolling heavy, bro. I don't leave the house. I don't leave the house without 2 outfits: boxers, socks, t-shirt, jeans. Bro, you guys are leaving the house with 1
Me
outfit,
too.
bro. You're bugging.
What the fuck you need
I got
12?
an extra pair of shoes. When it gets wet, man, if it's raining, like I'm delivering through it. So unless I want like foot rot by the end of 8 hours, because if you work 8 hours, you know your feet hurt at the end, right? But if you're like 300 pounds and you work 8 hours and your feet are wet, oh man.
All right.
If
So
there
you guys
really
have.
I think if there really was a food shortage, America would just open its border up, and no one would be able to defend from the onslaught of starving Mexicans, millions coming in at a time.
I think if America had a food shortage, Mexicans wouldn't come here. You know.
No, worldwide, bro.
Mexico for tacos, bro. Guaranteed, it's gonna work the
If
other
there was
way.
a worldwide food shortage, why would they come to America? Like we ain't got food either. What makes us special all of
We
a
would
sudden?
be the last ones with food.
Worldwide
Why
food,
us?
you'll still find
Why us?
Mexicans oranges.
Because
Wouldn't countries in South America have
more stored up
more
wealth.
food than us? Yeah, but countries in South America, they have more natural resources.
Mexico.
You know?
Mexico's not in South America. Mexico's in
All right. Well, even Central America, Mexico, they have more resources than we do. They have more agriculture and whatnot. Why would they come to us? We have
Do you think
horrible
Mexico
weather in
has more
some places.
agriculture?
It gets cold as shit during winter. You know, we got deserts and whatnot. Like, what are you coming here for? If there's
For the
no
food and
functioning
wealth?
economy, you can't get a
For food and
job. What would you come to North America for?
Rob
Yeah, I would like
everything.
to ask that all the second generation immigrants who are like radicalized, because the first generation, they know where they came from, right? And they're like proud of what they've done. They came here legally, and you know they know this is a better place. But the second generation,
What do you mean radicalized? I don't get it.
So you know, basically, if you look at a second generation immigrant, right, they're not like their parents, right? They're
Like
more
the
against
second
the
generation
system.
Italian, right? So, okay, yeah.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. It's like statistically. Can't sell my
Is he
source.
breaking up or is it me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. And what I was saying was that, you know, these people that say like America sucks, why are so many people want to come here? If America sucks, and I'm not saying that this is the greatest place on earth, because I haven't been everywhere and I'm probably biased, so I'm not saying that. But if you look around, like when cops violate people's rights, if people are aware of their rights, like they get paid. So yeah, you might have to go to court, you might have to wait a couple years, but eventually you're going to get paid if you film the cops and know your rights. You think that shit happens in other places like France? Like if you break the code in France, you're fucked. They don't have no common law in France.
I don't understand what you mean.
So in America, we have common law according to the Seventh Amendment. Anything over $20, like we can go to small claims court, right? So you can like use this if you know what you're doing, right? But if France, if you break the code, you get the chode, bro. There's nothing you can do. There's no common law. There's no Queen's Bench. There's no small claims court. None of that shit.
Are you sure about that? Like, I
Yeah,
think
look up
France has
common law countries.
institutions
It's
that.
Canada, United States,
The U.S.
New
is
Zealand,
the
Australia,
U.S. is
and
the
the UK.
top exporter of agriculture. I don't know what you're talking about, Chivalry.
You
And
export agriculture.
before, you know, we sell grain. And if you look at before Biden, we were on schedule to be the top energy exporter in the world by 2030.
So there are 80
Thanks,
common law
Brandon.
countries in the world. That's a lot, man. Like it's not as rare as
80.
you make it sound. Yeah.
Right. But
You made it
the
sound
question
so
is
rare.
though,
Common
right?
law
But
countries: Pakistan, India, Canada, England, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Cyprus. There's so many. Like that's why
right.
I
But
don't get the
okay. But
point you trying to make.
okay. Well, here's a point that you might be able to understand, and that is even if you live in a common law country, do you know and understand how to use the law to protect yourself when your rights are violated? When a costumed armed man forces you off on the side of the road, infringes your rights, and then sues you for a traffic violation, right? Do you know how to countersue that action so that he ends up paying you and probably loses or has his insurance increased because he's being sued in his official and private capacity? Right? Do you know how to do that?
I personally don't. I
Right.
suck when it comes to law.
Right.
Yeah.
But see, the thing is that you
Do
have
you
the
know
ability
how to do it, Travis?
I know the theory and I have enough experience to feel confident to move forward with it. Yes. Now, I also drive under the speed limit because I don't want assaulted, right? But if it ever did happen, yes, I would be able to countersue and hopefully follow it through to the end.
So this isn't legal advice, but if the cops are always coming after you and accusing you of breaking code, what would happen if you were to say, "Oh, by the way, you also broke the code," and the punishment for breaking Title 18, the conspiracy to deprivation of rights, and the conspiracy to deprive rights. One of the things on there is death. Right? That's one of the outcomes if you get convicted of conspiring or violating someone's rights. So it's a very serious charge. So if you automatically, you're accusing me of speeding, well, I'm accusing you of, deprivating my right to travel. And like, oh, there's two of you? Oh, now it's a conspiracy. Now it's even worse.
Or eight, depending on how many show up.
Travis, did you hear the story of how I ended up in Limerick prison for 8 days?
I have.
Isn't that something else?
Yes, I have many times.
The point is there by pursuing it. I have the option because I have these cops on verbal notice that every hour I was incarcerated, that they would be charged 10,000 euros. And I was incarcerated for about 160 hours, something like that overall. Now I have that option. Am I inclined to pursue it? I don't think so, but there's a greater tale to be had here because they tricked me again and kidnapped me a second time. Because the date that I was supposed to turn up in court, which I did, their name wasn't on any list. I went up to the clerk of the court and I said, "What's going on here? I was supposed to be in court," and he looked up the file under the number and there was nothing listed. So I was saying to myself, well, I'm not too surprised. I'm letting it go. I'm not too surprised because they have no case whatsoever, and I am the one with a case here. Should I choose to pursue it, bring it to the press maybe, because it's unbelievable story in a sense. But anyway, it turns out that I was in busking another day, and a cop car drives by. I didn't recognize the guy particularly, but he sort of smiled and winked at me. But 20 minutes later, they came down, and apparently there was a warrant out for my arrest because I didn't turn up for court. Which was 5 days later than the day that I was supposed to turn up for court. So I take it that they twisted it out or maneuvered it some way, but no choice. Just immediately arrested, put in the fucking prison cell, or the cop cell for a night, and then brought up to court, forced to sign, or else you have to go back into prison as well. So I didn't want to do that because I was already willing to turn up in court. So I forced to sign. I just signed my initials and put UD under it. And the judge asked, "What does UD mean?" I said, "It's under duress." I already said to the judge that I'm doing this under duress. As far as I'm concerned, the legal name fraud is exposed and all contracts are null and void. But yeah, in order to achieve my freedom. Yeah, and then I was given a date for a hearing in April. So yeah, it's an ongoing thing. It's the life and death of one William Kalaki. Do you know the story, the lonesome death of Hattie Carroll by Bob Dylan? actually wrote a song along those lines as well, because there's so much wrong. They put me in prison under a false name. One of the sergeants said, "You look like William Kalaki." I said, "Do I? Do I really?" And then from then on, I was known as William Kalaki until they realized I wasn't William Kalaki, and then they had to break through my phone and find other things to figure out who I was. You know what I mean? Anyway, there's a greater story there. But yes, it's a fucking long line of hardship. And all of these people are in it together. They're all the enemy to you. And the only consolation you can get is via that process you're talking about there of compensation. I might go for it yet. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean
Well, the
You know,
one
at least
thing,
it's your
the
own
one thing
country
I'll just
doing it,
say
right?
real
It's the
quick.
bar. Sorry.
No, I'll just say just real quick. The one thing that that helped me out was I belong to a Telegram group, and there's a professional lawyer on there who has written a course where he walks through courtroom procedure and everything like that. It's a really great course. And at the end of the course, I looked back on the reality of traffic citations and understood that the traffic citation is a lawsuit, right? You have someone accusing you of an offense. And so when you get written a citation, they give you three options, right? You can only do three things. They don't tell you that you have a fourth option, which is to counter sue, right? So that's a lot of the ignorance that we have as citizens in a country where we have the right to preserve and defend our rights. So if anyone's interested, I can let you know what the Telegram group is, because they talk about this shit nonstop. Good stuff.
Where? Because I'm in the middle of educating. I'm in my second year right now.
I'll put it in the. I'll just put the whole thing in the main chat.
I haven't completed 2 years. I'm in my second year, getting close to the end. But yeah, I've been wanting to research this stuff for a long time, because I've noticed that, I've been a Christian for like 40 years, but when have I ever went to the jail? When have I ever tried to help anybody out? Because I've done the other things. Not that I'm bragging, but I haven't visited anybody in prison, tried to help them out, tried to get them out. And a lot of people that are in prison just, signed away their rights because they were scared and wanted to take the lesser of two evils because they were ignorant.
That's why they put me, Hank, into quarantine. They wanted me to wear a mask, and they wanted me to take, this was in February last year. What is it, maybe 18 months ago, something like that. But they wanted me to wear a mask, and first of all, which I refused to do, and they wanted me then to take a corona test, which I also refused to do. So they put me in quarantine for 8 days. And how I got released, a different matter. I had to sign something, or at least consent to be in something, which is the legal name. I think ultimately, Travis, it comes back to the relationship between the living man and the legal name trust fund. And the best of my knowledge and just recollection, and I don't look into this stuff too much anymore. I'm so not bothered. It's so fucking tiring, all of it. Anyway, it is, you have a possible relationship, which is the trustee, administrator, or the beneficiary to the legal name trust. So there's ways to go about demanding your true relationship. But then again, it's not of your creation. You know what I mean? It's the instrument of someone else that you're participating in. So I think ultimately that's what it comes back to. And ISA talks a lot about how you can maneuver within the system itself and use it to your own advantage, as we are all indeed the highest authority, even according to their system. You know what I mean? But we do play a part. We have unalienable and inalienable rights. So some rights you can give away for the sake of benefit, for the sake of community, for the sake of society, but others cannot be. And these are the unalienable rights given from the Creator, or rights or freedoms, better to say it, because every word means something. You know what I mean? Not to us here, but when you're in that fucking excuse my language, in that setting, every word means something, and every one of those fuckers are getting paid from you, from your account. Every one of those fuckers, excuse my language now, because they're all in it together, and we know what a dastardly fucking state of affairs it is. And just to say, Travis, I heard you talking about, what did you say, was it Firestorm, how the Germans were treated after the Second World War? We never get to hear any of this sort of stuff. I'd love to hear what someone like Nate thinks about all of that, the hidden history. But anyway, yeah, these people are whatever, man. They're in control all along. So in subtle or not so subtle ways, they fucking get you and they'll kill you. That's what I think. That's what I think. Sorry about that, but that's what I think. That's the reality we're dealing with. You know, anyone who's had any fucking contact with the cops, know they're all fucking in it together. We're all in it together. All you need is to go down to a fucking place in Tipperary here, Templemore, for about 6 weeks, and then you can come on and tell anyone what to do at any time and take away their freedom and their liberty and their and fucking kidnap them at any time, and you'll have all of the people standing. I even spoke to a cop about this. There's a great story. This I could write a fucking book. I spoke to a cop who instrumental in fucking telling them, because he knew me, a local cop, community cop he was, but I saw him in the court, so he was able to fucking put a trace on me and find where I was, which I wasn't hiding or anything. But anyway, I spoke to him privately over across the street here in the petrol station, where there's a little coffee area he sits down in. He was telling me they don't fucking trust one another. They know once. He said the number of stories he had on other people, that, you know, it would bring governments down almost. He didn't say it like that, but you know what I mean. It's all this fucking, it's so horrific, and it's so sort of deceptive as well. And there's no such thing as a good cop. If you're there, the good cop leaves early. You know what I mean? Because you see the corruption. Sorry to talk about that, but you know, it's prevalent now more than ever.
I just clicked on this the Telegram thing, and I downloaded the app, and now I can't find it, which is really weird. And it said that this, you know, file could harm my phone. So
I don't know. Maybe sign out and sign back in. So are you able to open the app itself, and you just can't find the group?
No, I can't find the app that I just downloaded.
Oh, well, you got to look on your home screen somewhere. Maybe it just got put somewhere on your home screen.
Travis, you think it's important when you before you were a flat earther, were you were religious, right? So you always held it. I'm not saying it, but did you hold, before you were a flat earther, did you re-find a creator, or were you always sort of have faith? Did you always have faith, even though you, like the rest of us, you probably accepted the globe earth and you accepted science, and it's great.
I suppose I would be considered someone who has fallen away from the faith at this point. I do not have a relationship with the Creator. If it is, it's only by indirect, in as much as I have, like if someone wants to talk about karma, I don't have a relationship with karma. Like if karma is a reality, then everything I experience through karma is indirectly. So I don't have karma talking to me. I don't talk to karma. But for 40 years of my life, I was a staunch, strong, passionate Christian. So much so that I went to school to go into the ministry, and basically ended up studying myself out of that training. I'm still trying to understand and refine, how I would describe myself as a spiritualist. But
okay. That's good. But you do believe there's a higher power in play, even if it's a part of you yourself. But you do believe there is a higher power.
Yeah, well, I mean, I understand. Yeah, I would say I understand the argument, the logical argument of principal realities. Like, I don't believe that we are here by accident. It makes sense to me that there is a creator, and all of that stuff. But I have no clue as to how that works, and whether or not the creator is personal, or if we just simply live in an energetic system, that operates the way it does.
Have you ever asked for sort of personal signs? Have you ever had synchronicity?
I did as a Christian, and I never got anything that I would be able to say were direct answers. Like, I don't have stories to where something happened to me before I needed it to, or even if I prayed for something that was not like a Ferrari or the ability to fly. I don't have any, in 40 years, I don't have any record of where I could say, I prayed for this and I believe that this happened because I prayed for it.
Really, man. I mean, if you haven't asked for a sign since before you were a flat earther, I would definitely, if you want one, I would tell you to beware, though, that
I have no reason to do that because let me put it this way in terms of full disclosure, right? Like I was married for 23 difficult years, and I begged for that marriage to work, begged, and it ended in divorce, right? And now I would say that I did as much as I could in my own power to change who I used to be a better man. And I do believe that I ended up being a better man throughout, but the marriage wasn't saved. So I have no reason to start asking for signs or any other bullshit like that whatsoever.
Well, hold your horses there, bud. Is your ex-wife happy enough now? I mean, and both of you are healthy.
Oh yeah, she's happy as a pig in shit.
Are you miserable?
I'm absolutely miserable. Absolutely miserable.
Sorry to hear that, Travis, my friend. I'm sorry, bud.
No, I appreciate it.
In a sense, I think about it myself, and I think about where we find ourselves now, and in a sense, we almost have to lose everything. It's all sort of a shadow. It's all a dream anyway. But to come to the truth and to embrace what maybe we are part of, we have to lose everything that we held dear, in a sense, because it's all part of this world. And the women especially, I say it often, that there's no coincidence that Eve and evil are sort of phonically connected like that. Eve, I-L. This is ultimately nothing to do with the woman, but it's got to do with the material, immaterial aspect. Father Sky, if you think about how you bless yourself as a Christian or a Catholic, I know you don't do that, but you point to certain areas and you say certain words because it's pointing to aspects or divisions within us. But yes, I think that's why it's Mother Earth. It's the material. So a woman will break your heart. It has to be. It's the way it has to be. But you don't know what the future holds. You sound great, bud. Betting you're looking good as well, and you have, you're on your path. And would you exchange all of? It's a good question now. It's a good question now. If you could have that perfect relationship with your missus, but the problem was that you weren't a flat earther, and you didn't go along the path and come to find out the things that you found out from a flat earth specifically and beyond. Would you make that? Would you make that trade? If you could just wipe the slate clean, go back to just before you were a flat earther, and then that potential of that perfect relationship you were looking for so long, and it just came to fruition. Would you take that path? You wouldn't know anything about the stuff you know now. Not a good question.
That's yeah. I mean, that's a deeply profound question, but I would say that it's a difficult question for me to answer because of the loss of the relationships that I had. Right. So it wasn't just that I was divorced from my wife, but I also have changed and different and aspects at times is much more important to me than knowing what I know now. But at the same time, I don't want to not know what I know now. So that's a tough question to answer.
Okay. As you consider it yourself and come to terms with it, I will say that to ask for a sign right now, it's not anything in particular. It's just that you want to know that there is a connection, as a sort of a direct connection to you. And I know that this is happening for myself. I don't ask for signs. I sort of do. I asked for a sign actually recently. I'll tell you, if I told you what happened, you wouldn't believe it. If I told you the stars danced before me, no one would believe me. But I'm just going to go, okay, I'm not going to tell you. But yeah, if I know if I ask for a sign, I would get it. But the thing is, I don't know what to do with it. Just don't know what to do with it. There's so little we can do and we're almost helpless as individuals. You know what I mean? We're stuck in our locality, and we have sort of relationships with the local environment, but we're still isolated on your own, no matter what you do. I don't know what it's going to achieve. You know what I mean? And especially when our minds are on. I'm not offending anyone. We all have beautiful, wonderful minds. I was looking on the bus home. A beautiful child was just looking in my eyes. We just sort of like had moments. I was whistling away, but yeah, it was like, I think that great mind, great potential within all of us. But we have been guided or misguided, and to get back on track, to know that there is an up close and personal relationship with the higher or greater powers, anyway, whatever that entails. If you ask for a sign, doesn't have to be a sign in any particular, just a sign that's specific to you and ask from your heart. I think that's always affirming. I think it cannot be but affirming, you know what I mean? But that's up to yourself as well. And again, I'm sorry for your trouble, man. I can sort of appreciate it in my own way, so I'm sorry to hear it. I continually wait for a time where all wounds will be healed, Travis. I think it's almost upon us. Everything for a reason. Everything either matters or everything doesn't matter. Everything in the ball earth, heliocentric big bangs, it doesn't matter a damn. Excuse my language again. Very strong language. It doesn't matter a damn though. So if the opposite is true, all of us in Underland is true, they may be every single thing, every thought, every encounter, every word, every heartbreak counts and leads towards something.
Mic check. Mic check.
I can hear you,
Hack. We hear you.
Okay, cool. All right. So I haven't lost any friends or family members because of the whole flat Earth thing, but I often think about, for the people who do, if I were to lose a friend over something as, controversial as questioning cosmology, right? Because it's not like I'm questioning the color of the sky. Is the sky really blue sometimes? Or are there really, males and females? Or I'm questioning something like, is the sun really made of what they told us it's made of? And if they didn't get a biopsy, how do they know? Right? If I lose friends or family over that, were they actually my friends? And if my wife, after 20 years on leap year in 2024, if she were to leave me over something like that, was she ever really my wife to begin with? Right? Because a wife is someone who is, took an oath, right, to you to be like where you lay your head. I don't know what your oath was, but you lay your head where I lay my head, and you follow me wherever I go. That is your home. And I'm trying to remember some of my vows. And together through sickness and health, through poverty and wealth, till death do us part. And if she leaves over, questioning like the official narrative, was she ever really my wife? And I'm not trying to make this personal about anybody else's situation. This is what I was thinking, right? If my wife were to leave me over me going down this rabbit hole, then she probably never was really my wife. Like my wife. See, a lot of people think marriage is like, it's just a ceremony. No. Marriage is a lifelong commitment of accepting the other person, no matter what they are, how they act. You have to accept them, and the trick is they accept you back, no matter how bad you are during your worst times or how good you are during your better times. But I was thinking, if any of my friends didn't want to hang out with me because I'm talking about the flat Earth, those people aren't my friends.
Did you actually say that as one of your vows? And I mean, I can completely understand that. I mean, you lay your head where I lay my head, and you follow me wherever I go. I always think there has to be a hierarchy, and I think the male always has to have that slight.
No, she said that. She said that to me.
Yeah,
those are
she
her
said that
vows.
to you.
Yeah.
Oh.
So wherever I go, she goes. Wherever I lay my head, that is her home.
Oh yes. Oh, that were her. Okay, so you had your own vows to her. You mind saying what you said to her?
It was something similar, but from a masculine point of view. Dude, it's a long time ago. I can't remember. I mean, I got the paper. I can go look it up. But
well, isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful? And it is when it comes down to survive. There always has to be that hierarchy. This is what I think the gay agenda, in a sense, is all about. It's about diminishing the difference, and there always has to be, for a successful relationship, that understanding that the man. I guess we're in a physical world, but and remember that a man is nothing without a woman is nothing but a man without a man. And I don't know about long-term relationships like you and Travis do. I really don't. I've never been married, and I've never had a sort of a stable relationship. I have a mad story, as you probably might guess. But anyway, yeah, I think it's important to recognize that both together come together to make the whole, which is greater than the parts. But there has to be that slight. It's not a predominance, but you know what I mean, a slight leaning which is in favor of the man. If there's this dispute, if it comes down to the very heart of matters, well, the man has to have the final word. I don't. That sounds bad, doesn't it? But I think it really does. We're living in a dog eat dog world. When someone attacks us, we're defenseless. We have to rely on something. And I know it doesn't seem fair, but it has to be the way. You know what I mean, or it is the way. I'm not sure if you agree with that. Not sure if you agree with that, but your
well, I mean,
wife,
it
your
is
wife's
fair,
vows are
right?
wonderful, Hank. From what you just said, anyway. Sorry, wonderful vows.
So it is fair, right? Because if someone breaks in the middle of the house, who's going to go defend the family? Her? No. So if the dishes are dirty, right, we should all clean up after ourselves, right? So there's nothing wrong with me doing the dishes, but if the car breaks down, who's going to fix the car? Her? Right?
Well, that's possible. It's not impossible for a woman to be a mechanic, but here's a more important consideration. Knowing that it is a sacred vow, and also we'll just note that you have the ring on, so each ring, when you put the hands together, form an 8. 8 is H-U man, right? But the greater wonder, of course, Hank, is the children, the offspring. So when it comes now to their upbringing, who has the say? I'm not saying this personally, but this is where the difficulties easily arise. If your missus, or your wife, or your other half, wants an official education, and you are so vehement, you are so aware, and you love your child so much that no one else has any say over it, but especially you're not inclined to send them to a place that you know is going to lie to them, then who takes predominance? You know what I mean? So these are different, more subtle issues outside of the daily needs, you know? I think that's where that's where problems lie, yeah.
All I know is I wasn't going to let any other man raise my child.
Okay.
Not happen. So now that my children are both grown, I might be a little more open to separation or divorce, but it's not like I want that to happen, right? I got a pretty good deal so far. You know, I got someone who's got my back all the time. She's an alimony 24/7 and knock the bullshit off my back in case someone were to accuse me of doing something wrong.
Maybe you should renew vows, or else even alter vows somewhat. You're definitely a different man, Hank. I should think. I don't know you at all, of course, but I know you from Token here for years. But Flat Earth has changed us all intrinsically, hasn't it? So you're definitely a different man than when on that day you first made those vows. I think it might be interesting. It might be interesting just to. I'm not saying that. What the heck do I know? I think it might be interesting.
Actually, I was thinking about.
Have you heard of these like laws where like if you get a divorce and the mother wants your child to become a trans, then you have to like go along with it, or else they'll put you in jail or some shit?
Oh god, that sounds bad. Is that North Korea?
Yeah, this woman was like getting revenge on her husband by like dressing up their son, and like if he was referred to his son as son and not daughter, they could like put him in jail or something. I gotta find the
clip. I saw that video. Yeah.
Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean the irony of the situation for me is that the marriage ended right as Flat Earth was becoming a part of my belief system. So that wasn't the reason for the marriage ending. Like I said, it was a very difficult marriage. But the person that I am now, as a result of changing the way that I think, has really made me more of a humble person. So ironically, the criticisms that my ex-wife had of me about being an arrogant Christian, which I was, because I was right and everybody else was wrong, I'm actually more of the person she would be attracted to inside now than I was before. You know what I mean? So that's the irony that I have in looking back at that, is just, man, this is just crazy ironic that she would probably be more happy with who I am. But at the same time, I don't know, the whole flat earth thing, man, I think that would have, but see, that's the whole thing, was that the way that I was with my convictions about religion, for her was a big turnoff. And so that was part of our conflict. So the fact that I'm not a Christian right now as a result of my own personal study, if we weren't divorced and I weren't a Christian right now, I don't know what that would do. That would be a really interesting dynamic. Like, I don't know what she would do. Like,
is she a Christian, Travis? Is she a Christian?
Yeah. All of my children.
Christian? Is she a Bible literalist, a devout Christian?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. We both met in Bible college in Chicago.
Okay. That's a tough one, man. Can I ask you a question? When you look at the Bible now in a figurative, allegorical, other fashion, is it leading us to greater truths? Do you think you've solved it or not? I don't mean solved the Bible, but do you think you've made a greater inroads into what it's actually pointing us towards, beyond the literal only interpretation? Have you made inroads? That is there a creator is for certain, right? But does there exist a demiurge, which seems to point towards this Lord God character? So a power for I don't know, a power for the material, maybe Lord God of the material world, which of course is said to be the devil as well. But you know, is the allegory all about a real situation and real powers and principalities in play?
I think the way that I'll say it is that I believe that the allegory and the myth of the Bible simply represents physical realities. I do not. So the first thing for me, my first red pill really was changing my mind about what I was trained to understand the Bible to be about, and that was the first thing I changed my mind about was the doctrine of hell, the doctrine of eternal conscious torment. I've said it this way about flat Earth. I'll say it this way about the Bible. I'll take a kick to both shins with pointy boots. There is no way you can derive the doctrine of hell from the Bible. It's about an historical reality that happened in history. So it's a myth about a reality that happened in an historical geographical location. So that was my first change of mind.
After that,
pause
1 second, if you don't mind, Travis. Just 1 second.
Snowballed.
Because, yeah, if you don't mind, just take one pause 1 second, because you mentioned hell. Brilliant, man. What are we in the midst of but the heliocentric argument? We're in the midst of all the demons and the devils from the other side trying to persuade us that the lie is the truth. But yeah, please continue. And I wonder, have you considered this sort of level of thinking? And that's ultimately the material or the immaterial. But yeah, I just wanted to interrupt, just to say that. This is pretty deep as well. That is pretty deep, definitely. And you can't sort of get there or consider it unless we become flat earthers. I'm done. Oh, sorry, Travis. Sorry, bud. Sorry.
Go ahead, Travis. And I have a question when you're done. Travis, you still with us?
Sorry about that. I threw him off his thought. I felt I had to interrupt, though. Not interrupt, but just...
Not really. You can just wait to the end and then say it's the same thing, right?
because I don't know what he's going to. He said that was the first thing, Rick, here as he comes back in. He said that was the first thing that sort of brought
I
him
get
away
it.
from.
He should have stopped
Yeah.
there at one point. I agree. But he was trying to go.
Okay,
Travis, you back?
Yeah, please continue. Yeah.
He might have got, like, he's traveling, so he might have got. But anyway, that's
Okay.
an interesting thought. I don't necessarily. I think my question to him is if he thinks the Bible is real, because I think certain things about the Bible, and I have different thoughts as well as he does, and I don't think that's wrong as long as the overlying theme of it all coming down there is a one creator that I think it's about Jesus more, saving us from ourselves, basically saving us from the fall of man, being hell on earth, like you described. I think this is just a glimpse. It's nowhere near heaven or hell. If there's such a thing, then there's this. I don't think this is anywhere near either one of those. But I say that because I don't think this is it. It just doesn't add up that what we're doing right now, right here, would be it if there was a creator with a great plan in mind for humans. My
Would
thoughts.
you, Rikia, would you?
Hey, I apologize.
Oh, there you go.
Go ahead, Travis. Keep going.
No. I mean, I'm going to say this. I apologize because everything that Pete started saying, I heard nothing of. I don't know how Discord cannot have a clear app where I don't ever lose a signal. It's absolutely insane. So I heard nothing of what Pete said, so we don't have to go back and we can just carry on.
Well, we wanted you were fixing to continue with more talk.
Yeah, you just continue, Travis, where you were at. So just to remind you where you varied and left the path of literal Bible literalism was at hell, but you were going to move on to a different point. So just to remind you.
Oh, okay. Well, again, I don't want to belabor it too much, but if in my understanding the doctrine of hell can be removed from the teachings of the Bible, then the question becomes, well, then what is this judgment teaching about? And what I began to understand is that the language of judgment in the New Testament was an imminent threat. And it was to a specific people at a specific time, and it could not be extrapolated out to be this trans-historical, almost border shell, like we're waiting for these things to happen. No, I think it can be absolutely demonstrated through internal evidence that this was about events in the past.
That's interesting. Do you believe in Jesus? Like that portion?
No, I don't. I think it's all myth, man. It's all myth.
Yeah, I understand. So no salvation, no heaven and hell, no salvation, no Jesus.
Well, the way I would say it, just as much as the language of hell, I don't think can be as substantiated. Our concept of going to heaven when we die, I don't think is a concept that the Bible would ever even remotely resemble. But the question about salvation is taking someone else's story about salvation, that is deliverance, right? So salvation from what? If we go to the New Testament, salvation from what? It's salvation from the coming judgment. Did I break up?
No.
I'll break you up, maybe.
Okay. The salvation was for Jesus's audience at the time. He came with a warning that they better shape up or they would come under judgment. They were the audience to whom he was speaking and promising salvation. So that story of salvation is 2,000 years ago. It has nothing to do with me. I don't need to be saved from anything except for myself. I need to be saved from myself, so to speak.
Well, that's what I said. We're saved from ourselves, from our own sins. It's a personal relationship that we build to be saved from the sins that we're gonna do. Everyone sins, so we need to be saved from ourselves.
Well, yeah,
that's the way I put it.
Yeah, so
I'm not arguing with you, by the way. I'm saying against you. I'm just stating my view on what the topic you're bringing up.
Sure. So I would affirm everything that you said as well in terms of the personal existential crisis that but I don't need the Bible to give me the language of needing to be saved from myself. Like I can talk about that. I don't need to use the Bible as justification.
What do you need?
Is there any way? Is there any way, Travis, that
I heard Travis said something contradictory. I just said Travis said something. I'm sorry, Travis said something contradictory just now.
Yeah, point it out.
Okay, he said the story of Jesus was a myth, but then he said that what Jesus spoke was for that time period. So either Jesus was a historical figure that existed, or he was a myth. So which is it?
The story, okay, the story as we're told, right? So then I can say Jesus said, because the story uses that language. Jesus spoke these words. So when I say that, I'm just simply referring to the story that's been told.
So you don't think a man Jesus walked the earth?
No.
Okay, I got you. I understand more now.
That's really weird,
So
bro.
what do you do?
You gotta,
So what?
Under that same standard, you got to throw out like almost all of history, because there's 3 criteria in which these ancient manuscripts are held to be like worthy, like as far as history goes. One criteria is the number of time between the events. Alexander, I think it was like 500 years before they wrote it down. Christ, it was within 100 years. Alexander had like less than 20 copies. Christ had 5,000 Greek New Testament copies alone.
Yeah,
And then the
I'm
number
well
of accuracy.
aware. Yeah, I'm well aware of the
I agree with
historical
Travis, by the way, as well.
I'm well aware of the doctrine of the reliability of the historicity of the gospel. Like I said, I was a Christian for 40 years. So you're not telling me anything new. I'm not trying to change your mind. It took me over 10 years to be able to get comfortable with the fact that I would have to leave this stuff behind. So I'm not trying to convince you. If you have questions, I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Hang on, please.
What do you do with the
I got a
historical
question.
evidence of Jesus outside of the
I got a
Bible?
question. What was the third thing I was going to say?
Okay,
Because
go
there's
on.
3
Go on,
criteria.
Yeah, go on, Hank.
I didn't say I knew what you were going to say. I was talking about what you did say.
Okay, well, what is the percentage of the accuracy between the 5,000 Greek New Testament alone?
The internal witness of the textual manuscripts. If you want to look up Bruce Metzger, go ahead and find out what his reliability numbers are. I'm not trying to quote you percentages. I'm just telling you, I was trained in both undergrad and graduate in these matters, so I'm aware of this narrative. I understand what you're talking about.
Leave all your education behind, you must do, Travis, son.
You know?
Can I read something? Because this is very amazing. I read my devotion this morning, and guess what it pertains to? The exact thing that you're speaking of. If you will allow me to read it, it's really short and it doesn't take me long. Just bear with me, please. No interruptions, because it's tough. It gets really long if you interrupt. This is what I read this morning, and it pertains to this topic. You seem to believe whatever anyone tells you, even if you preach about a different Jesus than the one we preach, or a different spirit than the one you received, or a different kind of gospel than the one you believed. That is Satan's motto: a different Jesus, a different spirit, a different gospel. He disguises himself as an angel of light, Corinthians, putting on a religious and holy front while attempting to deceive us. Paul warned the Corinthians about the subtlety of the one who came to Eve and the slight twist to the commandments of God. Satan tries to take the focus of the cross, the person of Jesus, the reality of sin, the need for repentance, and the certainty of hell. He tries instead to bring us another gospel, one that focuses on man's goodness, the equality of religions, the nonsensality of the blood of Jesus, and the ridiculousness of an eternal hell. All these variations of the gospel sound good to the natural mind, but Paul recognized them as Satan's disguise for the true gospel. Corinthians 11:3-15. Isaiah said, "Destruction is certain for those who say the evil is good and good is evil, that dark is light and light is dark, that bitter is sweet and sweet is bitter." Isaiah 5:20. Satan can call it what he likes, but sin is sin. God is pure and hell is forever. Stay simply in your sincere and pure devotion to the real Jesus. Now, that was sent to me this morning, and now we're talking about this topic. So take that as you may.
So I posted a video from this guy. He's like the scholar, right? Highly educated, like several degrees and all this stuff, blah, blah, blah. And he's making a case for how badly it was corrupted. Check it out if you like for your own time. But he was basically saying that he could see why people would argue, did he turn water into wine? Did he raise from the dead? But there's no serious argument in academia for people questioning whether he existed.
And also, there's a guy named J. Warner Wallace who's a cold case detective that applied his witness analysis to how to deal with eyewitness testimony, and he applied that principle to the Gospels, and he said that the Gospels held the test. So if it's myth, then how does it withstand the scrutiny of a cold case detective that knows how to deal with eyewitness testimony?
Simply, right, I'll just say this as brief as possible. Simply saying that it is myth doesn't take away from its internal consistency. So you can have an internally consistent witness, and it's still a myth, right? So there's a very, very good book that was a turning point for me, right? It's so interesting about what is what's the word? How do we say that? An unintended consequence, right? So one of the books that I was required to read was called The Art of Biblical History. And it was I recommend it for everybody. It's not very long at all. It's his last name is Long, V Long or something like that. I can't remember, but I'll put it in the chat. But his presentation was that if we think about a story as art, a painting can communicate truth. Right? It doesn't have to include everything. The artist can put in whatever he wants, take out whatever he wants, but whatever he then presents is truth. That's what he wanted to present. So simply because I'm calling the Bible a myth does not believe that I don't believe it's true, right? It's just dependent upon how I can establish what the story is actually about.
That doesn't quite make sense, Travis. A painter can paint and represent ideas which are completely a lie. Everything that he might seem to you as truth, he intentionally decoded to look like truth, but ultimately it contains a lie. So how can you say that it's truth, except in the sense that he's painted the thing and there's no denying that, but the message coming across from the painting or the word always has to go back to the intent of the composer, right?
But also, like, even in our own history, we have paintings of, the signing of the Declaration of Independence and all this stuff. Those are representations of historical events that happened in time and space. There may be an artistic representation, but they are still representing a historical event. I think your illustration.
Sure about that,
okay.
Though? Sure about that? If you don't mind me saying, just before you continue, I don't see any sort of flat earth and beyond thinking applied to all of your talk here on all sides. I mean, surely flat earth has got you to think differently, not just about if some mind or some power is capable of fabricating the earth and getting 3/4, if not more, percentage of the people on earth on board the fantasy. What else could they have fabricated? Is it possible that the Bible is fabricated and none of these times are represented here in the Word?
Okay, did you hear what Hank said earlier about 5,000 manuscripts? To fabricate a story of that magnitude, you would have to crisscross every continent and get every copy of every New Testament that's ever been written across the ages, and rewrite all of them. It's not like you can today go into a website and change a website. It's different, very different.
Different writers at different time periods and different continents that couldn't have been crossed at the time wrote stories that came together and made sense. I'm not sure. I guess that could be fabricated, but it would be tough.
This is my point about coming to flat Earth. Historical revisionism has to be a core sort of consideration. We find ourselves in the now. How far back can we trust? You mentioned the War of Independence or the signing of the treaty or whatever. That as a historical fact. If we look at the history books, 9/11 with the terrorists flying into the buildings will be a historical fact. If they can fabricate one thing, they can fabricate everything. I'm just saying. I'm not saying you're not being you're not correct. I'm just saying though, where's the critical eye you gained?
We never said buildings couldn't be fabricated, taken down, fabricated. The story couldn't be made up. We said it would be really hard the way it was scripted and done by different writers over different continents. And what makes the Bible amazing to me is that it told me thousands of years ago that this conversation would happen. And today I got the very scriptures that told me that it was going to happen. And now today, this afternoon, like 8 hours later, it's happening.
Maybe in a sense, I'm not saying there's nothing magical going on in this realm, because I think everything is magical. But in a sense, have you considered that the same hands that wrote the works of Shakespeare wrote the Bible in and around the same time, and our history is in this current form is relatively recent. And those times didn't exist. James Randi proved that Nazareth didn't exist at the times of Jesus, according to the official documentation. And last thing I will say, remember though, as flat earthers and beyond, and we've accepted an immaterial influence in all of this, this almost has to be a construct. We are greater than the material, so we've stepped into the material to some degree. So yes, how can you rule out these possibilities?
Did they send that scripture to me this morning? And did they tell Travis to come in here and talk to me about this very subject today? Do you think
that is one of the magical things? Ricky,
not a coincidence, sir. Not a coincidence.
I actually had a dream.
Then that I was saying to Travis to ask for. I know there's magic that goes on, but the point I make is valid as well. Is when we look at recent history, how much they fabricated, how far can we go back and say, well, these times and these stories, I definitely believe. You know what I mean?
Well, here's a problem. I want to talk about the 9/11 just to give you an example. Just use your own example. Did two towers fall roughly 20 years ago?
Yes, they were there one moment and they were gone the next.
Okay, now you can argue that maybe what the cause of that falling down occurred is, that's in dispute. But the fact that two buildings fell is not in dispute. The same thing about Jesus. Most historians, if not all, even skeptical historians, believe Jesus walked this earth. Now, whether he did the miracles or did arose from dead is another question. Was it a conspiracy? Was it whatever? But at least all would agree that he walked this earth. So he's not a myth.
No, that's not so. And if you simply type into Google, Jesus never existed, sort of official publications on it, you will get a big long list of all of the different reasons why Jesus never existed. And the people who should have been talking, the historians of the time, about Jesus and this character who attracted massive crowds and all these miraculous tales, which were so out of the ordinary right at the time, well, it's not listed at all. It's not listed at all.
What about him in the Talmud? Sorry, just real quick. The Jews wrote about him. The Jews wrote about him in the Talmud and said that he's boiling in hell and human excrement, and that he's the not the legitimate king like they said he was the Messiah. They said he was the prodigy of a Roman soldier, right? And Mary, his mother, was poor. And they say all these other things about he did his miracles through the power of Beelzebub. Now, why would his enemies, who he was talking mad shit to in John chapter 8, saying, if you knew me, you'd know my Father, but you were of your father, the devil, the liar. John chapter 8, right there, he's going against the Jews and the Pharisees. So they were obviously enemies. Why would they be writing about a fictional enemy?
Don't forget, Hank, that he said the same about Peter.
Hang on a second. What about the Quran?
Don't forget, Hank, that he said the same about Peter, one of his disciples who he left the keys of the church to. Can someone stop talking a second? Hank, don't forget that he said the same about Peter, who he left the keys of the church of his earthly realm to. Right? So he did say that. So yes, I will say to ask all of us, how many countries have the Jews been kicked out of? So what validity is in their book that makes it so special?
It's historical evidence. This is what you call historical evidence. People writing outside of the Bible, and that's something else I brought up earlier. What do you do with the historical evidence of Jesus outside of the Bible, like the Talmud, like the Quran, like early Greek historians, like Josephus? These were people that were outside of the Bible. And nothing to do with the Bible.
Go and tell me any of these. Hang on, please. Go and tell me any of these authors are they flat earthers, and I might listen to them then.
Who cares if they're flat earthers or not? This is not they're not arguing flat Earth. They're not arguing flat Earth.
Because
they're not arguing flat Earth.
I care.
Okay,
because I'd love to see what the character is, the author of these books.
Hold on.
I know you're passionate about this.
I am, yes.
Flat Earth is no difference. Okay, off you go.
Okay, here, Josephus. If you go and read Josephus, you know what I'm talking about? He probably believed in the flat Earth because he talked about a crystalline firmament in his early writings. If you go back and read the very beginning, so if you want to talk about somebody that probably was a flat earther, go look at Josephus.
No, I'm talking about some of the publishers now.
Who cares? We're talking about historical evidence for Jesus in the past. That's what we're talking about.
I'm so passionate about this. I always say that I don't believe, like Travis, I don't believe in that's it. The greater story is the symbolic tale. Know thyself, Jesus said. Jesus is within me, and Jesus, would you believe, is my best friend. And if you don't believe me, you can go back and look at my channel where there's a statue outside that my father intricately painted, has passed down in the family for years, and that's my best friend. But I don't for a second think that I can't obey the rules of the Bible, which said don't adorn idols. I'm not going to go look back at a historical character 2,000 or so years ago in the desert and just put him up on a pedestal. I can't do it. I'm told not to do it.
Well, if he's your best friend, then this argument should be irrelevant. Then you should be agreeing with me.
Yeah, but you don't understand in which way he is my best friend.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. You said he's your best friend. I usually talk positive about my best friends, and people want to talk about my best friend. I'll have a good conversation about it. So why are you getting hostile?
I do talk positive about the Son of the Creator. I don't give him a lowly existence on earth. Come on, man. The literal sense I'm talking about. I can't imagine Jesus having a shit in the middle of the desert when Luke forgot the toilet roll.
Okay.
That was good.
Think about Jesus having an erection. I just don't.
What any of this conversation have anything to do about what you just said, Pete? I don't get it.
Yeah, but you don't care to hear what I have to say.
I do. I just think you're wrong. I think you're wrong.
Okay. It's okay, bud.
That's okay. Yeah, exactly. It's okay.
Yeah, but you're the one who is very excitable right now, Paul.
I am, because it is about Jesus. I'm excitable, but I'm not mad.
The thing is that we're asked to believe. So look at the impossibilities. Who said it? Was it Dave or Hank who said about the Twin Towers? In history, it will be reported, whatever the reason. Of course, we know the official reason will be given, but whatever the reason, the towers were there one moment and they weren't. And you said it's the same thing with Jesus. It's proven. That's not the same thing at all. You can't vouch for it. At least you can vouch for the Twin Towers being present. And we know the official story is nonsense, right? But when it goes back to the existence of a man who is credited with all of these miracles, all of these vast crowds, this has to set our fucking our antenna going, throbbing, going, hang on, maybe there's fucking the same people who are trying to fool me now with 9/11, were trying to fool me back then. And actually, can I just say this? Please fucking see beyond the greater to the symbolic layer of all of this. Please do. Please do. Please do. Because it all connects. 9/11 is about Jesus in a sense.
Yeah.
I mean, according to... Go ahead, Travis.
From my perspective, I'm more than happy about the Bible. Talking about Josephus and other tertiary texts, to me, doesn't validate the Bible. So if we want to, make certain claims about the text itself, I'm more than comfortable talking about that. Go ahead,
You're roboting a little bit. We caught it. You're roboting a little bit. But, I mean, Jesus, according to Pete, even if Jesus was real, he probably faked his death, right?
Say it again, Jeremy.
Is he dead? Is he dead, Pete?
Say that again. I didn't hear what you said, bud. Sorry about that.
It was
according to Pete. What?
Never mind. It was a joke.
I missed it. It was a joke. I missed it. Sorry to ruin the. I missed it though.
Here's another argument though. If you can't trust anything in history, what can be trusted anything in the past? So where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line on? Where do you draw the limit to your the past and everything else?
Okay. I give you my honest answer, and I will tell you my conclusion that I came to. That with the official science that we all came from, we were given longevity, we were given billions and billions of years, right? Now, with when we came to flat Earth, we were given thousands of years. All the Bible literals were waiting at the door. What if the truth is somewhere connecting some? Okay, well, let me just finish. Hey, Travis.
Hold on, Pete. Pete, hold on one second. Travis, you're lagging. You're roboting.
Andy's muted as well.
Pennsylvania don't get good service.
But he seems like his mic is off as well, so he must be getting interference. Anyway, let me just give you my bottom line. The truth is contained within the lie as well. I think that in our current form, the environment we find ourselves, very, very early doors as origins. I even go back, and I think people know here, the dodo bird never existed according to me, and just it's a greater symbol. And when it was discovered 1598, I will be specific and say that's what I think that this early origins of the earth in its current divided form stems from. That's only 424 years ago, but prior to that destruction, it was timeless. The only way that we measure time is via the sun, but the sun was only created with the destruction. So that's how I think that everything, the truth, is encompassing the lie as well. I just satisfy myself in that way, or that way of thinking. And I know I'm on my own in that, but I think that that sort of incorporates everything, the dividing stories. You know, you have the science story with these billions and billions and trillions and gazillions of years, and then you have the Bible story with the enclosure. I'm done now. So yeah, if the truth is a mix between the two, we'll make sense of it. With your God-given brain. And I will just say there's very few brains like the brains that we all are accustomed to hearing here, and the opinions we're all hearing. We're thinking way outside the box, above the vast majority of thinkers on Earth today and in the past. So think of it in that sense. You know what I mean? It is most special. We've already, as flat earthers, come to see Einstein as a fraud, a caricature placed on the stage. And more so, is Einstein a tranny? Who knows? Who knows? But yes, what can we learn from the scripted character, which is devised by the most fiendish mind, if you want, in history?
I'm back.
Off you go, Travis. Nice timing.
Listen, I cannot stand fucking Discord, man. I do not understand how I can hear you guys as clear as a bell, and then when I start talking, it goes to shit. Anyway, Paul, who were you addressing when you talked about not knowing anything or not being able to trust anything in history? Who were you addressing? Oh, did I fucking break up again already?
No, we hear you.
He's probably addressing
so
Pete.
is Paul
He was asking him where do you draw the line?
No.
He was asking Pete, like, where do you draw the line?
Oh. Okay, yeah, but I want to hear from Paul because I didn't hear anybody
gave you your answer.
saying that. I heard no one saying that we can't know anything. No.
Well, Pete said he didn't trust the past. Are you sure you can hear it? Because Pete said he didn't trust the past, and then Paul said, where do you draw the line then?
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't. It could have. It could have. Yeah, I could have broken up briefly, but I was just trying to ask to make sure.
What's on the menu for tonight, guys? Listen, do me a favor. All right, it's Friday night. If anyone gets drunk, don't participate. Just listen. All right, because it gets a little crazy in here.
What are you trying to say?
Got me. Good looking out.
Are you trying to say it's too early to be? I'm just kidding. I don't drink. But yeah, that's true.
Hey, Democ, I want to know, like, was that Was that
Am I the only one hearing the robot
show?
Yeah, you're literally
Recent?
worse than a drunk person right
That was
now. I
pretty
wish
good,
you had a
man.
good connection and
You
were
were on
drunk.
game.
He's talking like he's near a black hole.
Copernicus? Try disabling your Wi-Fi if you're on your phone.
Okay, I heard that suggestion, so I did that. I disabled Wi-Fi.
We hear
That's
you
what's
now.
up.
Yeah, I said you were on point, Democ. I said you were on point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know. You listen. You used Democ for a citation last night. You remember that, Travis?
No. What did I say?
We were arguing about if it would be more curve or less curve on the horizon, and you said, "Yeah, Democ's right because you're on the itty bittiest part or something." Democ, you do say good stuff sometimes. I don't want to demean you.
No,
Once in a
never.
while,
No, I can.
he
No, but
he
I can
he
certainly.
once in a while.
But like most of the stuff I say
He
about
once in a
physics with
while.
the ball is usually right because I got balls right in front of me, and when I put a little dot, ant or a dot on the top, that's the smallest portion of him. If I draw a little circle around him for what he could see in his 360, that little section right there, and that's just how it is for you in your orientation. I mean, you know what I mean? If we were really on a ball, we're not on a ball, so we're never going to see or experience that. So it is kind of confusing for being told that we're on a ball and not being on a ball for real. So I know it's weird. But on a real ball, what we're saying is if you draw a circle right where the observer would stand at vertical, he'd be right on the top. And that's just the smallest top portion for him, in his orientation. When he goes up, it gets bigger, bigger, bigger till it stops. Then that's when it looks like they're going to say it looks like a flat disc when it goes up, but it shouldn't. It should actually extend itself to look like a sphere, like the moon appears like a sphere, or the sun, the way we think it's a sphere, right? So that's the way the earth should appear, not like a flat disc underneath you. So yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
let's give Extremistus a crack at this, right? Extremistus, you're on Earth. Okay, let me just start off by saying that you are on Earth. You're looking at the horizon. If somebody were to walk that horizon around you, it would be a circle. So we know that's not going to be a great circle route. So it's definitely not going to be 8 inches per mile squared, right? You with me so far, bro?
I'm actually busy. I can't talk right now. I'm just listening.
All right, no doubt, no doubt.
Scared. Ooh.
I don't. There's not scary. Not scary about it.
Because of what you're saying. You're not giving the whole radius, the whole 3959. You're not giving 24,901 to him. You're not giving him all of his equation for the ball. You're giving him a top portion of a section. They don't like that. That's the smallest portion they have to deal with to convert the hump away from you, the observer. That's where you're at. When you just bring up that little portion, like the top of your hat, they don't like that because then they physically have to show that it's not a fucking flat piece of like what they explain flat Earth to be, a flat disc. They don't like it. Just trust me. Just trust me. He don't like it. That's why he said he's busy.
Or he may be busy. He's a busy guy.
He could be busy
I'm
too.
on my Bluetooth. Can you hear me on my Bluetooth?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay.
I don't know how that's going to help the connection issue, but I mean, you sound better already. You sound worse. However, there's no roboting, so you sound better.
For me, if I'm lagging like that, I disable Wi-Fi, quit Discord, and come back.
Heard. He's driving. That's why you get into crazy spots and they just don't want to pick up.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that I can be listening to you and hear what you're saying and be in part of the conversation. And then when I start speaking, you're like, "Oh, Travis, you're breaking up."
Same thing here. When I'm driving on the way to work, exactly the same. I can hear everything perfect, and you guys be like, "You're breaking up, you're breaking up." I'm like, "Really? What the hell?" I can hear you guys tell me I'm breaking up every second. Like I hear everything you're saying
I
exactly.
know. Yeah.
It's weird.
Just for the record, once I know I'm breaking up, I put myself on mute. So just look at my icon. If I'm on mute, I know I'm breaking up.
Same here as long as I know it. Yep.
Yeah, I'm always quick to jump in as well when someone is sort of coming through in a broken manner, only because it would sort of frustrate you and also frustrate the listener, and no one can understand it, And it seems like impatience or impertinence sometimes, but it isn't. It's just let the receiver know.
I can't believe Travis caught on to our breaking up thing that we do to him. Now we're gonna have to find somewhere else, some other way.
Hold on. Travis found out about the thing we do.
Yeah, I meant to DM you. Did I say that over VC? Is Travis here?
You guys are breaking up. What did you say? You were breaking up. What did you say?
You're breaking up, Travis. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Breaker 19.
My mom's handle when they had CBs. My dad owned a company with a fleet, so they all had CBs and stuff. We had a 18-wheeler with my uncle. We all had CBs everywhere, like in the house, whatever. And my mom's handle was Little Beaver. Don't go telling anybody.
Oh my goodness.
That's a true story.
That's funny.
I don't know if it meant
Why
what
would
it.
you do that?
I don't know if it means that now. I'm just saying that was her handle. Period. End stop.
Well, your handle was Little Pecker.
I didn't have a hand. I was little. I don't even know. I'll ask her if I had a handle. I remember, like, I can't remember my dad's handle, but I can remember her handle. Absolutely 100% was Little Beaver. I'm gonna call her right now and see what.
No, I asked you. You misunderstood. Have you ever
Yeah,
handled your Little Pecker?
Yeah, that's like a yeah. I remember that conversation. Yeah, I have. Absolutely. Probably going home to do. Yeah, no.
Do you
How do
remind
you
your
answer
mom
that?
do you remind your mom that her chosen name now means something completely different in the Urban Dictionary right now?
I'm gonna call her right now and ask her if I had a handle, and ask her what my dad's handle was. I'll be back.
If I had a handle.
He was munching on that
What would
wood.
it be?
I think that's a good question. I think I would tell my mother, Dad, Mom, do you remember that call name you use over the CB? Now it means little vagina, or slang term. Rather than let her go to her deathbed and find out in heaven. You'd be going,
what your
No, man. She was munching on wood. She was a wood muncher.
Let's make each other a handle. What would Pete's handle be? Let's give each other a handle.
D-Mox would be big retard.
Take your time about it as well and come up with the best one.
That's what we call your mom. That's already your mom's handle. We can't take that one. I'll be little retard. Your mom will be big retard.
Guys, let's not do this. Really?
Big Beaver. You've been Big Beaver.
I was trying to be nice. I wasn't being goofy. I was saying make it like you pick your own, or you make somebody one to be funny, but not nothing rude and bad. Just a funny one.
Well, by the way, Demark, your screen name, very interesting. I don't know what the origins of. My own name is interesting as well. Lots of people have trouble with it. It's just Sweet Dodo. And of course, there's a story behind it. But what's the story behind your demonic name? Demonic sort of associated name?
Well, it started out for a video game, and I played, and on the video game, you either beat the people up, or you kill them, or you win by, destroying the enemy on the game. So I was like, I'm going to use a really good name like Touch of Death. And that's what I used, and it's just been that ever since. But it means a lot, like to demock. Like, so if somebody mocks you, it's, yeah.
You want to do the mocking, yeah. Yeah, okay.
It's a focus, a focal point, a destructive one little tactic, the simplest way to bring down the enemy. Yeah, 1 point, 1 touch death. Yeah.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. No better
That's
fella
what I
as
do.
well to bring down any of the mockers and scoffers on the bowler side, right?
And the globe.
D-Mock. Yeah,
That's right.
nice one.
I democked the globe. That's right.
Nice one.
Yeah, D-Mock, what about that? What about that thumbnail image from McToon? It looked like a golem.
I don't know what he had on there. I said, you can use my penny, and he said, I got something for you. I was like, okay. He always puts some weird stuff. The last time he said, can you describe the picture you want me to put on my thumbnail for you? I said, yeah, make the bottom of the picture flat earth, and it never ends, and it's the very bottom, and then put like some air above it, and then put like the water on it, and be like flat earth sandbox, for an example. Here you go, and then a little sun dot and a little moon dot right there, right close to it. I told him to do that, and he didn't do it. Yeah, and he didn't do it. He put the fucking little pizza circle with the spotlight on it, like a lighthouse, and he's just goofy. That's why.
I was actually on with McToon. I actually did a show with McToon, and I believe I said I'd go on the show, no problem. Keep all profits, whatever, all super chats that I didn't demand any fee, but I'll talk about the things I want to talk about. And he agreed anyway. So you can search back the McToon and Pete Shea. You can see a big picture of the dodo. We had a great chat. But there was lots of. I'll just say there was lots of times when he said, "Well, no, we can't go any further than that." Well, about that conversation, 9/11 fakery or symbolic nature to it, for instance. But yeah, I was on with McToon. Reasonable guy, very good. Yeah, had a good night.
Well, he's not the worst dude, but he's dishonest as hell.
Of course they are. Democ. This is a rare and a very sort of elusive creature is the honest ball earther. It's yet to be spotted. It's a mythological creature at this stage. The point is we know that, and it's easy to see through all the different actors. Now, I guess in terms of the mind of the individual, what ultimately is going on? Are these people enemies of mankind? And do we treat them accordingly, or is there some greater plot or ploy in play? Because, of course, they're all cooperative. So I think this is the greater pressing question on all of us.
No, it's more of the insistent ones, really. The ones that are insistent upon weird shit, that's the ones you got to look and be like, what? How does that? Like, why are you going to push that with everything you got? Why are you going to be, pushing a lie 24/7, 365? Like, how do you even have? That's just crazy. Now, the ones that just wonder and be like, hey, man, I don't know, and they'll talk to you about it a little bit, whatever, here and there. Those are just, they're just regular people. Everybody's just regular people at the end of the day, but some of them know the difference. Some of them don't. Some of them get paid for lying.
Damn, you're wrong. Damn, you're definitely wrong. Each one of those people have a very specific area. So they all know they're in cooperation. And I'm just off gem pandas, right? So I've been in this arena for years. But yes, they each have their own specific area of specialization, if you want to put it like that. Argumentation, rhetoric. And then if there's any other deeper questions, they'll just pawn it off and someone else will come in, maybe usually Rumpus or one of the more regular contributors. But yes, to think that they're not playing their part. The point is, are they the enemy, the Nazis collaborating against mankind behind the scenes? Or is there a greater revelation in play and are actually helping all listeners and all honest people to come to greater awareness? I prefer to think in terms of the latter. The former is horrible to think of. Because some of these people really seem really nice. Either what I say is true, or else they've been compromised in some way, and they've been ingrained within the system, or else they're born into the system, Masonic families and beyond, that sort of thing, or military as well, military intelligence, that sort of thing. Either way,
some people
you haven't got your corona. The Democ people are dropping like flies. And you're never going to get an official cause, but the death rates are up massively. Only yesterday I found out a person, I didn't know the person, but I knew the wife somewhat just to see her, but in his 50s dropped dead, found in his chair, and lots of those stories.
One of the things I want to just say real quick, because I've just kind of like mulling over it every once in a while, but, I didn't set out to change my view about the Bible. You know what I mean? It wasn't like I was trying to confirm a bias or anything like that. I had to fight against the Bible, right? I was like, I don't want this to say this. and I couldn't not bend the knee, to the text itself. And what's funny is I get the same kind of conflict with Christians, like say on Facebook. I don't do this anymore, but when I was first interested in like jumping on and trying to help people think about the Bible in another way, the hostility that I got from Christians is pretty much the same as we get from Globers. Exactly the same. Like every single like you think you're smarter than all the history, and you think this and you think that. And like I'm like, look, if you want to talk about the text, I'm willing to talk about the text. No one wants to talk about the text in those exchanges. I'm not saying anybody here is that way. I'm just trying to talk about my experience online. So I don't do that anymore. I don't go into those groups because I don't find that those people are interested. They really get triggered and aren't
Well,
open to have.
Travis, how has flat Earth made a difference then, bud? Am I getting this straight? Is that your deviation from Christianity maybe was a massive part in the separation and the divorce of you and your wife?
No. Flat Earth didn't have anything to do with it. It just came at the wrong time, so to speak. I'm not sure I understand exactly what your question is.
You said your wife was a Christian, and you were for a massive part of your life, but you came away from it. Then did it coincide with the difficulties? You know what I mean, that you experienced, or I don't know. Of course, you have your whole story, but was it? Obviously, it's going to be a desperate hurdle to come over if you deny her savior or her religion in general.
So again, the marriage ended because of our irreconcilable differences, so to speak. It had nothing to do with flat Earth.
No, I'm talking about religion, Christianity, and your
I was just going to get to that. Okay, I was just going to get to that. My departure from church happened probably a year after the divorce. I still went to church after that, and I just got to the point to where like I just can't hold on to this based on what I understand this to be about. There's absolutely no reason for me to bring this into my future.
Can I ask you a question just off the cuff? And we have to have patience here. Did you ever consider that when, I'm guessing you have, when you enter every church, you enter into the human body?
Well, I mean, I can understand the same way that we talk about boats being she, because you enter into them, but whatever.
That's a good question, bud. That's a great question. When we think of the she with the waters, right, and the woman associated with the waters, we're told that it's Father Sky and Mother Earth. But it's the other way around. If it's Mother Sky and Father Earth, Isis is associated with the sky. That's interesting.
I'm going to go in and get my dinner from the grocery store, so I'm going to be on mute.
Okay. But the question I did ask him was, has Flat Earth made any difference in his thinking about these greater issues? And I should hope it has, for all of us. Definitely. If it was a series of clues, Flat Earth was handed to us on a plate. If it was a series of clues, there's sort of an onus on you to follow the clues then, and ultimately be hyper skeptical about everything, especially things that were presented to us at a very, very core level when we were growing up, which is two things, here in Ireland anyway. Well, the Ball Earth, but not primarily, it was Bible literalism. So, I'm not saying it's a lie, I'm not saying it's the truth either. Because you can have a great within a if it wasn't literal, for instance, and it was symbolic, then it would be true as it was written, but the greater truth would be within the symbolic reading of it. The truth itself would be in terms of the reader. Do you know what I mean by that? You put yourself in the shoes of Job, or you put yourself in the shoes of David. It's your imagination. And this is our killer, our imagination. Sorry to say that. Can I just say to Travis as well, man, this is our killer when our loved ones are possibly with someone else. And what can we do? What can we do? Hope that they realize the true man that we were, what we were trying to represent. So sad. It's so sad.
Well, I on that, you're gonna put yourselves in, people's shoes. You're essentially saying you're looking, a different perspective. And I'm not much. I don't really believe in the Christian Bible as set in stone. That's God. You need to believe in just this um, spiritual level. I know that there's a creator. I love the creator, but honestly, I could throw away most of the Bible and not really care for it because in my mind, morals is makes a person an intention, and if your morals and intentions are of good heart, meaning that if you have nothing but good intent for everybody around you, I think that's what really plays into it. Where if you love and respect everybody as you would want to be loved and respected, that's I think that's the key to heaven, so to speak. Just that's I think that was the point of Jesus, was to just be the best person that you can be, not just for for your own sanity or morals, but just treating everybody with respect and love, no matter what they did or who they were. I think that's the moral of the story, is to just love everybody the best that you can, and respect them as much as you can as well. And
I don't think anybody.
Just so to say, I don't need, I didn't need to hear the word God or his teachings to tell me that. It's just when I'm shown true love and respect, it feels great. The feeling that you get from it is amazing. So I want to give that to somebody else and everybody on this earth, no matter the good and the bad that you've done, even the worst that you've done, even if you killed somebody or raped somebody. I'm going to show you even more love, because I think that's what that person's lacking in their life. They weren't shown that kindness and that, so to say. So I think.
Would you love the devil? Would you love the devil, Kufran?
Of course.
What do you think about that? What do you think about that, Paul?
I love the devil. I'm not saying I worship the devil. You know what I mean? There's a big difference. I love everything, no matter the evil that it puts out in this world. I think that's what a lot of people need, is love. If you are shown true love and respect, you get those butterflies in your stomach. You get red in the face. When somebody shows you those true feelings, and just that alone, I feel it can change somebody's intentions and morals. You know what I mean?
Do you think you learned that?
You can change somebody with that.
Do you think you learned that appreciation, or do you think you were actually born with it? I'm often amazed by when I ask people, well, what's the earliest memory you have? And they talk about, I don't know, first day at school. And I say, well, have you not thought about it more? Like before your first day at school, can you not go back? And it just seems that they don't bother so much. But I certainly have knowledge going way further back than that. But yes, were you born with that appreciation, or did you come to learn that appreciation and take you away from a prior path, Irfan?
Yes and no. I think, when you're a baby, when you're born into this life, you are immediately shown those feelings by your mother and possibly your father. If they're present. Not a lot of fathers are, but a mother's kindness and love is immediate. for the most part. I can't, you know, there are babies that are given up for adoption and everything, so they might not be, and they might not also be shown that. But I believe that everybody is born with the capability of those emotions. Yeah.
I think the truth is written in our hearts from early doors. We sort of know everything, and we have cause to forget. We're born into a foreign land, fed a foreign food, taught a foreign language, brought up in a differing way, a structured societal way, which is already pre-established. I do hold to my heart that we are greater beings here, and we have consented to enter into this world of division. So, yes, recognizing that there is this core intrinsic value system set inside in us. External circumstances just allow our development, but that value system is ingrained within all of us. Of course, everyone is capable of deviating ultimately to massive levels. I could tell you some stories just because there are real horrors in life. People say I call everything fake. I don't. There's fucking real horrors in life that go behind closed doors and where no one can see, and everything is sort of kept. And these are the things that sort of warp minds. They twist minds. They introduce differing at variance realities from what it should have been, and then this leads to horrific acts and rapists, murderers, etc. All the most heinous acts that we can ever imagine. But I think the important part is to remember that that child is not born in that way. That is a consequence of, in general, I'm guessing anyway. I can't say I'm guessing, but I'm determined to say, in general, even though I do admit that there is demonic forces in play, and you know, there could be other very, very slim aspects to this child being born bad. But generally, yes, we are all born with this knowledge within our hearts: what is good, what is bad, and yeah, we take it from there.
Peter, if you were born, let me pose this question to you: if you were born in, say, Saudi Arabia,
yeah,
would you still be you who you are now? Would you still feel the same, or would you be different?
It'd have to be different. You can't. We can't. That's an unanswerable question, right? Because I'd throw the same thing back at you. If you were someone different and you were born in a different area, would you still be you? There's no way of answering. I think the only thing we can hold on to is I am me throughout existence. My existence just doesn't incorporate heliocentrism, evolutionary thinking. My 3 score and 10 short years. You know what I mean? I'm already certain of my existence there. I can remember back to a couple of months. By the way, I mentioned this before. A couple of months it has to be, and I just came to awareness, and I said, "What's going on? Where am I?" As I looked to the corner of a room and across, and I can remember everything from there. But I had that thought. I had no English, of course, but I had that thought. So I was therefore thinking. I was thinking, which predated, if you want, the word, the vocality. Now, when it comes to these questions, I think yes, throughout eternity, and I mean, what I mean by that is I come away from that restriction, and now I hold that I live forever. At least I have the capability of living forever, but I do think I do live forever. So that means I'm me forever. So yeah. If I was born, I would have to answer in Saudi Arabia or in India, I'd still be me. I'd still be me. Still be me. Now, who am I now? This is the danger of the power of knowledge. Let me just say this though: we think in a certain way. We put pieces together in a certain way. What do we know ultimately about anything? I asked BioDual on Gempandas, and this is an amazing answer. I think it's absolutely amazing. I said, in terms of everything that there is to know, what percentage of things would you claim to know? He said 5%. I said, Bud, do you want to take that? Do you want to think again about that? He said, oh, okay, well, in and around 5%. That's unbelievably hubristic, isn't it? I should have asked him. I probably did. What color are my underpants right now? That's just one thing that you don't know. You know what I mean? But if that's what we're dealing with, the determinism of heliocentrism. The material is known completely, or so is claimed, but they'll always let you know there's an immaterial source. This is the very epicenter of the Big Bang, where everything, which is the infinity, came into being from nothing, which is the zero. You just twist it once, you get, here's a good one, you twist it once, you get the infinity from the zero. You twist it an infinite number of times, you get the one. So there's that interconnection, and they tell us, and they know about it. They know about it. And can I also, let's just say this for you to consider. The ultimate relationship between the circle, the line, and the point. Now, if we think of a circle, it is an infinite number of lines, right? If we think about how to calculate the area of a circle, yes, let me just finish by saying this. Yes, if we think of a line then, in terms of definition, it is an extension of a point. If we think of a point, it is, in mathematics, an instance of zero dimensionality. So there, and then they tell us that there's a different reality in play. Yeah, sorry, bud. Cheers.
Yeah, that's why the Greeks didn't really like the number one. They didn't. You can't have one. Like they were saying, one of something. There's always something with it.
Yes, in reality, if I asked you, if I take 6 of the same thing, 6 of the same thing, identical in all fashions, spheres, if you want to look at it like that, and if I say take 3 of the same thing, say 3 of the same kind, it makes 6 of the same kind, would you multiply or would you divide? That's the question in reality, in physical cases. There's only one answer, isn't there? You divide. You have to divide. But in mathematics, 3 multiplied by 2 gives us 6. And this is a key recognition. Because mathematics is the language of God and it's the ideal. And here we are in the real. So ultimately it is the transference of knowledge on that basis. Okay, sorry, bud. I know I can talk. Sorry about that. They've inverted everything is the key. They've inverted, twisted everything.
Yeah, I feel like to a degree, most religions portray God correctly. And the only reason why I believe in a God or creator, whatever it is you interpret, religion, live in. Way that all becomes nothing, the Big Bang. There's got to be a higher intelligent being that this world that we live in.
I mean, one of the things that we can't do, and that's we can't start with a clean slate without any preconceived notions. You know what I mean? So like, what would I believe if I just simply existed in the world and I had enough time to discover the world and study the plants, study the animals, find out, which berries they eat, where the water is. Would I create a creator in my mind? if I saw where animals came from, okay, I understand that everything has a source and, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? So it's really interesting to think about things this way. The conversation that we were having earlier about Christianity, not one of those guys, including me in the past, has an original thought about the Bible. Everything they believe about the Bible, somebody told them, this is what this is about. Not one of them.
I have an original thought about the Bible. I have loads of original thoughts about the Bible.
Yeah, well,
I've
I'm
written
sure.
no books, Travis. I've written no books, but I'm a flat earther and beyond, and I do care about my greater existence, and I do understand that we are a greater source. So the ability is, potential is given to us to see through the fog. Sorry, yeah.
Okay, my point is that this talk of a creator is always dependent upon the pre-existing discussion of there being a creator. You know what I mean?
Remember I said to you that Aristarchus is mentioned in the Bible in association with St. Paul, and you didn't believe me?
Sure, yeah.
So, everyone, I can't think of anyone who you can reference who should have the same thing to say that I would have to say about why Aristarchus is mentioned in that context. I hold the course that St. Paul didn't exist. They're all characters, like Einstein is a character. It's a fabricated character because we are free guy. We are in the midst of a game, if you want, and you are the one player. And now we have the ability, because we see through to our greater, what are you going to call it, our divinity? We have the ability to work out the material because the clues were given to us in the form of the written word. So I'm just saying that as a possibility.
Pete, but what evidence do you have to associate your understanding of Aristarchus with one remote passage in the Bible that just happens to mention this person by name? Like, why would you associate those two things together?
Exactly, but it's a unique thought. It's a thought I will express that no one else, I'm absolutely sure, except the writers, I'm thinking, would have expressed this thought. And you said there was no such unique thought. You included yourself and others in that. I'm a flat earther, remember? And remember I mentioned the dodo earlier on the Gleason's map? So the clue for us, well, if the tree is cut, what is tree itself? The tree being cut, as we look down the stump, that's our layout of the land. This is the disc on top of the elephants, on top of the turtle. But the tree itself, it's Aristarchus.
I gotta say something to that. Yo, your unique interpretation, you think that's the only correct one?
No, but Travis made the claim that there is no unique sort of opinions. That is nothing new under, that's a t-shirt of mine, will sell millions, or nothing new under Aristarchus, or especially no thing new under Aristarchus. But yes, I'm saying something unique to me, outside of the script writers who probably might appreciate what I'm saying. But if it's all a scriptures, did the same hands that wrote the works of Shakespeare write the Bible? Right, it seems possible. If we're all in a construct, you just have programmers. Isn't this what it ultimately comes back to? All you can vouch for is you're here right now, and it's in potential the greatest time in your life, greatest time in history. How do you feel about it?
If anybody's interested, before I got into flat Earth, I had a meager attempt at doing a Bible podcast on YouTube. So I'll post. I had longer episodes. I had interviews with scholars, and then I had short snippet interviews, or not interviews, but episodes. So I'll just post one of those videos, and if you're interested in hearing, anything more outside of this conversation, then you can peruse my channel.
And that's the thing. Everybody wants. There are millions of Christians who read the Christian Bible, but I didn't need to hear the word God or Jesus or any of that to even know that this world was created. You know what I mean? I don't even need to read what's in the Bible. I know morally in my head, based off of everybody else's mistakes, based off the way I was treated, how I treated other people, how to actually treat people. You know what I mean? You don't need to. I don't need to read the Bible to know what to do in this life. What is the Bible teaching you?
Right.
Answer me this,
Yeah,
then.
exactly.
Well, 1 second. Answer me this,
No,
Griffon.
that wasn't a rhetorical question. I'm asking you, what is the Bible teaching you?
Well, 1 second. Answer me this, Griffon. You know you've been coming back, spending many hours here in these debate forums, talking to people you are absolutely certain they are liars now. You're absolutely certain they're not open-minded, open-hearted people who want to get the truth. They're just there to defend something that you already know in your very heart is a lie. How do you deal with these people? Do you show infinite patience while they won't change or shift at all, not knowing their motivations or reasons? Or how do you deal with those people? Good question, isn't it?
Were you asking me? I'm sorry.
Yes, I was.
So yeah, and I kind of deal with this a lot at work too. I'm sure most people who have a job nowadays also deal with this. Like when your boss is frustrated and get mad, I just tuck my head. Yes, sir. Yeah, I try to have as much patience because, again, you need to look at everything from a different perspective. When somebody's yelling at you and screaming at you, you can't fight fire with fire. You can't yell and scream back. Where's that going to get you? You kind of just got to sit back, open your ears, have the patience, and just go.
You're in a job there. Hey, Griffon, you're in a job there, bud. Here you're free. You're spending your free time talking. I'm not saying you specifically, but you know what I'm talking about. Talking to the same adversaries on the bowler side, knowing that they're liars. But what do you do? Do you expect some different interaction or reaction tomorrow? My point ultimately would be: are you wasting your time that could be better spent? I'm not saying that. I think we should all ask ourselves that.
Yeah, no, absolutely not, because
you have a great heart, by the way, bud. I think you have a beautiful heart, bud.
Thank you. I believe everybody does. Everybody's absolutely capable of that. But no, I don't believe that I'm wasting my time. Whether you take my words or not, what I speak into existence, I try to be true. Speak the truth, and whether it helps you now or in 10, 20 years, maybe you'll reflect on one word or one sentence that I said, and it may help you, down the line. But speaking the truth to me, sets my heart free, and my mind. I don't have a guilty conscience. So yeah, like I try to have the best intentions, with the good of my heart and my morals, and I try to pass that on to everybody. I don't really think it's a waste of time. Some people might be in the background going, yeah, blah 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 blah, but one day, it might click, and those people will reflect on the words, and they'll pick up on the intention of the
Do you
words.
think
That
we are?
Can I say what I've been thinking this whole
Do you
time?
think we are divine? Last question.
Hold on. Let me say what I've been thinking this whole time. Can I just say this?
Yeah.
The Bible seems to suggest that we can't guide ourselves, right?
To a degree, maybe.
Well, what the hell is that about?
Where do you
You're
live,
immediately
man?
suggesting to young
Wait a
people
minute.
that they have no moral compass, no
That's not what the
ability to
Bible
judge
says.
their own actions. You know what I mean?
That's not what the Bible says. Where do you live? Where do you live? Are you on earth?
I feel like it's for the people that weren't shown love and respect. to a degree, I feel like you are a product of your environment. And I'm going to use, say like Chicago. A lot of these kids are growing up around guns and drugs and money and people get hurt.
And without the Bible.
They see, their parents. They see their parents doing this stuff. Now, your parent is supposed to be your teacher. It's supposed to be your guide. If you are not getting the proper, guide in this life, I feel like the Bibles, there are more than one, are going to guide you and show you different perspectives of different instances that happened or could happen in this life and how you should reflect upon those and do what's right.
Has adherence to this type of guidance really created world peace or like higher levels of intelligence?
Well, think of the world without the Bible. That's what my point was. Where do you live?
You're literally
the Bible has caused so many deaths.
Yeah, you think
Hey,
people
just
can
real-
guide themselves? Do you really think
Bible
people
is
can guide themselves?
Absolutely.
Just real quick. Wait, hold on, guys.
Without
Just
the
real quick.
Bible?
Wait.
Look around, fella. Look
Okay.
around you.
Just wait, real quick, guys. Real quick.
I'm a product of that.
Hold on.
Bible is deadly.
If there's a mod available, we need somebody to get a voice check in. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a
who's
mod.
that?
Bible
He's
is
in
the
the
most
chat.
deadly book
He
in
just posted in
history.
the chat.
Whoever mentioned that.
Does anyone know them?
Is it the guy that's been DMing me?
Nashley?
Rags to Riches is who's been DMing me. I don't know if they're in chat or not.
No, different one.
But if we think society can manage themselves without a guide, I think we're wow. I don't know whose mic that is.
Well, here's the thing. I don't need the words God. I don't need to read the Bible to know how to live my life, how to treat people with kindness, love, and respect.
I never said you didn't. Whoever said that we look around society right now and look at the huge groups that don't believe in the Bible, who have no guidance, nowhere to turn, and look at society around you.
Yeah.
Yeah, today's society is way too big to control the entire mass. All on
dominated society. Where does the history of sexual abuse stay? Whoever was talking like that, history of sexual abuse, which is permeated and penetrated through all aspects of sort of secret knowledge or secrets that must be kept by children. So yes, the Bible is the most deadly book in history. There's no doubt about it, because the mind of man thinks he can encompass the mind of God. How foolish! How valuable. Now, can you answer a question? Everything there is to be known. What percentage do you claim to know? As I said, BioDuel said about 5%. Can any other man answer that question?
Less than one.
Yeah, but think of the.
I think it was funny.
From here to infinity, between 0 and 1, and then put a marker there.
It was funny. It was the Christians that started the first universities. It's the Christians that started the first orphanages. It's the Christians that started the first hospitals. So I wonder how you can say that the Bible is the most bloodiest book. How is that possible?
Yeah, the deadliest book. That's amazing statement. I mean, maybe it taught us about death and taught us about wars and deception and all that. Yeah, it makes us aware and someone's mic is terrible. I might be cutting them off.
If you read the Old Testament,
Let me clarify my statement then. Okay, let me answer.
The Old Testament is not the guide. The Old Testament is not the guide.
Are you guys still talking about the Bible here?
Can I just can I make a statement then before Zanuck comes in? Can I just make a final statement or just a response to what you said there? Go read the History of Western Philosophy by Bertrand Russell. This will give you a greater inclination, something you'll be able to understand more clearly and recognize and relate to more clearly in terms of the greatest thinkers that man has to offer, as is summarized throughout the ages of Western thinking. Now, when it comes to the Bible, it's all about interpretation, and anyone who can disagree with me when I say that the Bible has turned out to be the most deadliest book in history in terms of the number of deaths, wars, conquests, etc., I would love to hear it. I really would.
Can you? Okay. I think communism, the socialist communism, has been more deadly than any Christian religion out there.
Pretty close.
Well, I mean, if you just look at the Christian Crusade,
Fascism.
Okay, can people? Okay, hold on a second. Let's talk about this for a second.
15 cities that the Christians attacked.
You can convert to Christianity.
Okay, let's think about this for a second. Can people do something in the name of Christianity and not be a Christian?
Did you see Hitler bowing to the Pope? Did you see Queen Elizabeth bowing to the Pope?
And also, can you show me where Jesus taught to conquer nations through warfare?
I never said
not once.
I didn't say
well,
Jesus.
Then you're talking about somebody who's not a Christ follower then.
Yeah, or someone
the people who led those crusades
said 100 years beforehand.
Yeah, you cut me off, Pete, again. Yeah, Pete, you cut me in right in the middle. Just go ahead. Do I have a mic problem?
You're a Trinitarian.
Do I have a mic problem?
Go, Rakia.
Oh, I don't have a mic problem. Yeah, like the guy said, people do terrible things in the name of Christianity throughout history. Oh, by the way, the Bible tells us that they're going to do so. They're going to continue to do so. The Christians are not doing that. I just read off how Satan will apply himself as the angel of light, as a Christian, and do terrible things, give blessings to people so they'll follow him instead of the true, goodness and truth of what the Bible is trying to spread. When y'all talk about the Old Testament, that's not the guideline that you should live by. Oh, by the way, the Bible tells you it's not to, and he cuts me off again. Go ahead, man. Y'all continue with your...
All right, this has been going on long enough. I'm here to
let Rakia speak?
Insanity.
Y'all continue.
That was
Can I ask you a question, guys?
Can anyone hear me?
Hear you, Bandsaw.
Right? Okay, thank you. Can you let Rakia finish, please? You're all just bulldozed him over his point. Just finish up, Rakia, please.
Yeah, four people, one including someone who wants to move on.
All right, we got the message. That's already annotated what happened. Move on.
Go.
Wow, man. I mean, that sort of people has no place. But I was trying to make my point when they did that. I don't want to carry on with that. And then he does that again. But my whole thing is, I've only opened my mic in the last minute or so. I haven't been here the whole time. I do have conversation that I want to have on this VC, if you don't mind. And my point is, true Christians, the ones who are trying to be Christ-like, like the man Jesus that walked this earth, who, by the way, must have been a flat earther, because if everyone was being deceived, he would have told them, because he's all about truth. So everyone at that point must have been, right? Truth is in the Bible. Prove me wrong. If you want to talk about the Old Testament, go right ahead. It has no bearing on how we should live our lives. He gives us specific...
You're saying the truth is in the Word, not in your heart. I
haven't said anything.
Can we break for a commercial? Hey, Bandsaw, can we break for a commercial?
I actually think Rakia was about 10 seconds away from finishing.
Yeah, they know that. This is their tactic. This is their tactic. And these people right here, the ones that you hear now using the tactic, should be muted and banned for using these tactics. Go ahead. Hey, go ahead with y'all's beautiful conversation about how the Bible is true.
Whining. The incessant whining is really getting out of control.
Can you just
answered your point, Dan? You weren't listening. You were finished your point.
No, he hadn't finished his point. Rakia, can you just finish up your point, please? All right.
Yeah,
Anyone
I appreciate you, Bandy, but I'll just call it done. I think I've proven my point by these hard-hearted people that won't let a Christian talk. I think I've proven my
You're
point.
such a targeted ethnic group.
Yeah, can I pick up where he left off?
Wait,
I haven't said anything
can I have
in
a
an
commercial
hour.
break real quick?
I haven't said
That's
anything
all.
in like an hour.
That's all. Can I, real quick, like
Yeah.
5-second message?
5 seconds.
So, guys, I've been going on this whole thing about religion for like 2 hours. This group is the only one that's really surviving in the flat Earth community. What happened with Nathan's channel? It got nuked or something. What happened?
Yeah, they banned quite a few. The Discord, app or whatever. They banned quite a few servers. It wasn't just Nathan. It was actually
What
quite
happened?
a few. I don't know. I didn't
Like
get
house and all the flat Earth stuff.
Dave, if I could.
I didn't get a specific answer on why Nathan's, but I had a specific answer on a couple of the other ones that got banned.
Okay.
What happened? Because I know people that were mods on those servers, like Paul, I think got posed.
Thank you for that.
Just people that were part of the. Diodoto, it's a quick commercial break. We can go back to your religion thing in a second. This is kind of important, right?
Dave,
our whole flat Earth community
please.
has been affected. I'm concerned about this. This is not good. So why would they ban? Even though I don't like.
Concerned about.
I'm concerned about Nathan's channel being
Problem
banned.
is, though,
being
in
removed
reality, that the
for
true
freedom of
Christian. How many
speech.
true Christians are there around?
Oh my God! Can whoever was talking? Can you tell me what you found out about other servers? What happened?
Shane.
They were spreading. Here, actually, I could read you.
Total derailment from the topic.
I know it was a commercial break. Just it's important. It's your community. You should be want to talk about it for a second.
There was examples of the content included, but are not limited to anti-vaccination content, medically unsupported and dangerous cures for diseases, content that distorts information about disease, and any other content that could hinder the resolution of a public health emergency.
Okay, just real quick, I think it's absurd. I think it's absurd that Zanuck came in simply because he didn't want to talk about religion anymore and completely derailed the conversation.
A quick commercial break happens all the time. You've done it many times yourself too.
Okay.
It was a minute. It was supposed to be like a minute. I got an answer. Thank you. Thank you for the answer.
5 seconds up.
Okay, back to programming.
That's all I needed. And I thought you guys might want to,
Can we give the floor to Rakia so he can finish?
So I mean, I've been on Nathan's channel. I never heard him actually talk about the vaccine. So why would he get banned for that?
Well, they talk about all
Can we move on, please?
Stuff too. I've heard that.
I think Larry wanted to pick up on.
No, can I say something, please, to the question?
Right after Larry.
Right after Larry, Pete, because Larry was next in line.
Yeah, I've been waiting for a while. I'll let you guys talk about the whole religion thing, and I try not to get involved. But if you wanted to know who's a Christian, right? According to the standards of the Bible, what you do is you judge them by their fruits. Now, there's different types of fruits. There's the fruits of the Spirit, which you can look that up and find the scripture, right? And then there's the fruits of the flesh. So would an invading army have, these attributes? Long-suffering, charity, forgiveness, patience, all these things that make up the fruits of the Spirit. Like, no. What about the fruits of the flesh? That's what an army would have. So if you're operating under the fruits of the flesh, you're not really a Christian, right? Because you're going to be judged by your fruits according to the book itself. So I try to always operate under the fruits of the Spirit. If you guys ever wonder why I'm calm and chill and, I try not to interrupt. I get excited sometimes. I'm not perfect. I'm not claiming that I'm perfect. But if you guys always wonder, like, why if I start talking at the same time as someone else, right? There's a scripture that literally says, be quick to listen and slow to speech. So I just let the other person talk. If someone overtalks me, I just let the other person talk. So I'm not saying, like, look at me, I'm great or whatever. Like, I'm a piece of shit. I interrupt people. I'm terrible, right? But when I am doing the good things, right, that's because I learned about it from the Bible. And yeah, you don't need anybody to tell you what's right and wrong, right? God's law is written on your heart, so you are without excuse. That's what it says, word for word. So yeah, you don't need anybody to tell you right from wrong. That way, when you do wrong, You can't say, "Oh, well, I didn't know." No, you fucking know. First time you poke yourself in the eye at 2, 3 years old, you know not to poke your brothers and sisters in the eye because it fucking hurts. Thanks.
Hank,
I
a
completely
fruit
agree.
is a fruit made to be consumed and then shat out? Give my language. In the form of manure. Is that what's a fruit? Is a fruit natural? Do we deem a fruit to be natural? That's a question now that you have to
I didn't
consider.
jump in. Yeah, I didn't jump in quick enough, but I completely disagree with Larry's position.
Just before you continue, can I just say in response to yes, there's the Christian ideal. Of course there is, but in practicality, we're all born into sin, and it seems like all of these institutions, organizations have something on each other, and they're all hiding major secrets. And this is the point. Yes, in ideal world, yet the true Christian will live according to the teachings, but that's not what happens. And of course, we're told as well there's a special place in hell reserved for these type of hypocrites. Okay.
Can I say something?
Yes, I'm done.
Me?
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to say something. It's funny you said that, Pete. That you said all have sinned. What is this? What is the Bible all about? It's actually about dealing with the sin of mankind. You know, we all have sinned. How do you get rid of the sin? How do you get rid of that block? And no matter
Yeah, continue.
because if you obey God, you're just doing what He says. You're not earning any credits. So the Bible's about redemption.
I think here's an important point. Every man, every woman, child is mankind. Think in terms of our own structure and encompassment. The Bible, there's a different story being told in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. And in Genesis 2, we find this sort of interrupted introduction to Lord God in all capitals, as if it's to stress the difference between this new Lord God in Genesis 2, where there's no clear divide between Genesis 1. It seems like this is sort of a vague transition, but then we have the God, or capital G-O-D, from Genesis 1, which begins with a G as well. Now here's my point. We're also introduced to all of the precious stones, right? We've got to figure out what the heck stones are. What's all? I ask the questions often, and I don't get very many satisfactory answers. Where did all the sand and all the beaches and all the world come from? I equate, to give you my answer, all of that sand to be the crystalline sawdust equivalent of the giant felled trees. I will even summate it to a tree if we're living in a fractal reality expression inside in this construct. But yes, all of these different considerations have to come into our mind. And that's why I asked earlier on, how has your thoughts changed from what you express right now coming to flat Earth? Because surely they have to have changed fundamentally. And if they haven't, there's a problem. And I don't mean that personally, but let me just finish by saying I know that at the door of Flat Earth, all the Bible literalists were there with the book in hand, and they're still there at this present moment in prominent positions. So that's a problem.
So my question is, whoever said that they disagree with me, are you a Christian? You follower of the book?
Jesus is the divided tree of life. And know thyself, there is beyond, yes, everything in the Bible is true, but just not in the literal sense. We have to take sort of lessons as it applies to us. As it applies to us.
Pete,
If we are
I'm here.
divine, can I just say, if we are divine, then
Yeah,
the
but he
spark of
asked me a
divinity is
question.
within us, and we have easy ability to conquer an understanding of the reality or the division we're placed within.
Okay, yeah. So, Larry, I was a Christian for 40 years.
Okay, I didn't realize you were Geo. Okay, Geo.
No, I'm not.
So,
No, I'm not. I'm not Geo. No, I'm not. I'm not Geo.
okay,
This is
you're not
Travis.
Geo?
My name's Travis.
Travis. Sorry, bro. I'm not looking at the screen. I'm at work and
Did you
doing,
get circumcised last
works.
Tuesday, Travis? Tell the truth.
Anyway, sorry about that, Travis. So,
Jesus.
what did you disagree with?
It's not a simple answer, but the short of it is that you are applying someone else's story to the rest of mankind. So the burden falls on you to prove that a book written over 2,000 years ago to a completely different nation and people has any application to anyone besides them.
Okay, sure. We'll start from the beginning. So the beginning of Matthew, right? It says to agree with your adversaries quickly, lest the judge turn you over to the bailiff, and the bailiff put you in prison until you pay back every last dime, right? So when you go to court, right? We talked about court earlier. You're basically in a lot of trouble, right? Because they could say you need to go get a psych evaluation, right? And that might come back, and you no longer have the right to have a pistol, right? So you could lose rights, right? Going into court, they could do all kinds of weird shit to you, like make you, like if you go to divorce court, they could make you get like a mortgage to, finance all the things that they want to test and make sure that you're fit to be a parent. So you get your psych evaluation and a physical and then all this stuff. And once you're completely broke, and all three lawyers, including the judge, are completely convinced that they can't squeeze any more money out of you, right? Then all of a sudden they give you your divorce. Right, when really you could just agree with your wife quickly, get your divorce outside of the court, and remove yourself from the jurisdiction or any other person who's bringing any charges or allegations against you. Once you say, "Hey, let's make an arrangement outside of court," you show up for the court date and you say, "Your Honor, we have a private contract right here. This matter is already settled. Motion for dismissal." Right, and he has no other choice. If there's already a contract, the contract is the highest law of the land. He has to obey that contract. So right there, Jesus saves you tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees because you arbitrated the matter on your own behalf, just like he told you to. Thanks.
Yeah, so I don't need the Bible to tell me how to be wise in my relationships with other people. I could figure that out on my own.
Oh, so
How do you deal with
spent 40 years studying
well,
the
hey,
Bible.
I want to ask Travis though. How do you deal with the sins you've already committed? How do you deal with the wrongs that have been committed? How is
Okay.
justice served?
Okay, so the term sin in this discussion is pretty isolated to what the Bible's concept of sin is. So we would have to define that term in its context. The aspect of
define it for you?
hold on. I mean, look, the aspect of justice also would fall under the biblical concept of what justice has to do with and whether or not it's applicable to people outside of the Torah, right? So there's a lot of things that we have to unpack in order to appropriately answer these questions.
No. Well, even within the Bible, you don't have to know the Bible to know what sin is and what wrong is. So when I talk about what wrong is, it's whatever the moral duty you're supposed to do. If you don't follow through on your moral duty, whatever it is, whether it's within the scripture or without the scripture, that would be considered missing the mark, not living up to the moral obligation that you're required to live up to. So how do you deal with the wrongs that you've committed that your own conscience tells you you committed?
Okay. Again, I don't need the Bible to help me understand that my conscience can accuse me of having done something incorrect. The language of sin, the language of wrongdoing, the language of missing the mark is exclusively in this discussion isolated to the Bible, and that has to do with the Torah. The Torah is not simply a moral code. It is religious, it is social, it is political, and it is, well, I already said religious. So again, that Torah was given to a specific people by a specific authority. You are simply trying to apply that beyond the parameters of its intended audience.
So there's no justice in the world. Hold on a second. So there's no justice in the world for anyone.
Okay. Again, if we were gonna, if this was a discussion with a baller right now, I would be crying straw man. Did I say that?
No.
Hold on. Did I say there was no justice? No, I did not.
The question is, so is the Torah divinely inspired? The Bible is said to be divinely inspired, and you held it was. So is the Torah divinely inspired? You say no, right? It's the mechanisms or devisings of man.
Not at all, or what?
Okay, so to what Pete was saying, Pete asked me if I think that the
Yes.
that the Torah is divinely inspired. No, I don't think so. As I approach the mythical aspect, as I approach the mythical aspect of the Bible itself, I believe that they are describing natural physical relationships. So Elohim is simply a term for those powers over you in this life. And so it could very well simply apply to a king over his
I
people.
agree. I absolutely agree, but we don't at the same time deny a higher power, right? And this is the brilliant part of it. I absolutely agree, Travis. Absolutely agree, bud. And it's all about ourselves. The babe in arms born. The Bible is the book of division, only for reunification. But can I just say, if in potential we are all still in Genesis 1, where we have a completely different nature, a whole nature, male and female recombined in a spiraling fashion down the spine. Imagine it in your own brain how it would look. But yes, we've ventured into a temporal existence within the division of Genesis 2 and beyond. Well, yes, I do agree, Travis. Brilliant.
Okay, let me. Can I get back in then? Now that you're done ranting
I'm
there,
done
Pete.
now,
For a second?
yes. I'm done. That was brief and to the
Okay.
point. Off you go.
Okay. Well, let me get to the point. Let's remove all Christianese. Okay. If there's a God and He exists, there is a standard by which that you must live by. Whether you want to call Him a demigod, demiurge, whatever term you want to give to this being, this entity, a moral fabric which we all recognize in our conscience that there's some obligation in moral to be able to live up to certain things to other individuals. Okay.
Do you have a
When
claim to
you
make,
have
Paul?
done, I'm working on it. I'm trying to remove all religious
No,
talk.
yeah, but I don't need this preamble. Okay. Do you have a
Well,
claim to make?
other people in the audience may need this preamble, Travis. It's not about you.
There's only
Always.
2.5 people
Okay.
listening on
All right.
YouTube.
Carry on then.
So,
Carry on.
okay. How do you deal, well, and I will use the term justice because that's within even our own understanding, when you have wronged or did something you are not supposed to do? How is that dealt with in your worldview?
If there is no victim, there is no crime.
Okay. Have you lied or cheated or stole from anybody?
Okay. That is a personal relationship. So if I lied to my next door neighbor, that is a relational crime against him. And if that breaks the relationship and he comes to me and says, look, Travis, I figured out that you lied to me. If I have a conscience and I give a shit about my neighbor, I can say, brother, I'm sorry. You're right. I did lie. There it is. Solved. Next question.
How do you solve? Hold on a second, Pete. Hold on, Pete. How do you deal with when crime is committed when someone is dead? How is that resolved?
How do I deal with an offense
strange
against?
questions, to be
Hold on,
honest.
hold on.
An
Pete,
offense,
hold on, Pete.
someone is dead. Someone is dead.
Well, wait, hold on. You're asking if I commit a crime against someone or an offense and they die.
Where did you bury him, Travis?
Yeah, you die before
That-
you get to admit your sin to him.
That's a happy accident on my part, right? I don't have to worry about that one.
Oh, that's
okay.
crazy,
So justice
dude.
is not served. So you've got off scot free.
Justice? What do you mean justice? With whom?
Well, you wronged him. That person that's dead, he's wronged.
Right.
Justice needs to be served.
Okay, but listen. So, going by the principle of the scriptures that love covers a multitude of sins, right? Love bears no wrong, right? So if someone offends you, Paul, and they never, ever apologize, there is injustice, so to speak, in your temporal relationship, right? But you, I would believe, Paul, I'm not trying to disparage your character at all. I believe that you would not hold it against them, right? But there's still an aspect in which, because they didn't come to you and repent, that their position of ignoring their offense is still a negative in their bank account, so to speak, right? But again, you are, I believe, assuming certain things about justice that you haven't made a claim about yet, and I'm trying to get to that point.
Well, I've already
where
said.
did you bury the fella? Just tell us.
Pete, that's distracting from this conversation. Please stop. I'm asking you nicely. Please stop. Okay. Justice. Okay. I've already kind of established it. Your moral fabric on how you should be, how you should act. Okay. When you don't do that, there's usually a penalty or something is wrong. Something has to be taken care of. Even our own justice system. If I break the law, I have to pay a penalty or a price for that. Okay. So that's the same idea. Now, here's the thing. If you wronged God, okay, if you've not done what God would require of you, whatever that may be, and he's the moral arbiter, he's the decider of what's morally right and good, how do you appease him?
Right. Now we're getting to the place where I'm going to ask you, do you have a claim to make about this thing you're calling God?
Is there a moral absolute in this world?
Do you have a claim to make in order for me? No, you're asking me a question. Okay.
I know. I'll answer it when you answer that question. I'll answer it when you answer mine. Is there a moral obligation that there's a moral fabric that we all should live by?
Okay. Are you claiming that there is a moral obligation?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please evidence that claim?
Evidence? Okay. We are made in God's image. We're his image bearers.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's just stop right there, because right now you're to an ancient book that was written to another people group, and so we're back to where I brought us to the beginning.
No, I don't. I can actually.
By what principle? Hold on. By what principle are you applying Genesis chapter 1 to anyone else but its intended audience?
Okay, I can apply it because everyone, I've heard it on this server. I even think I might have even heard it today. That we all are at some level divine beings or something to that a level that we recognize that there's something about us.
Yes,
that
you're
makes us
having a
different than
conversation
animals.
with me.
I am.
You're having a conversation
but I'm also,
with me, right? So
I am.
why don't you deal with claims that I have made?
I'm showing there's a connection between the two. That the Bible recognizes that we're all made in God's images. We're all made in God's image, and we all at some level realize that we carry the divine nature within us at some level. That's what I'm trying to bear between the two. So we all recognize that. If we don't live up to bearing the image of God, whatever you want to call that, and I use a Christian word, yes, but we all bear the divine nature, then yes, if we don't live up to that, then we fall short of what God would want.
Okay, Paul, if you want to have a conversation with anyone else in this group who claims that, then have that conversation with them.
Well, I've heard it on here. I've heard it in other places. I'm trying to bridge the gap.
Paul, you are having a conversation with me, and you are appealing to, but you are appealing to other comments that other people have made, not I.
Okay, well, say it again. I'll ask your question again.
I'm asking you by what basis you are applying a text that has an intended audience that lived thousands of years ago.
I'll answer it. Hold on. I get it. You answer. I get it. Okay.
On what basis are you applying a text given to another audience to anyone outside of that audience?
I've already addressed it, because even across all cultures and all religions.
Okay. If you want to have a conversation with anyone else besides me,
I'm having a conversation with you.
I'm not making the claims you're addressing right now, Paul.
You said, how do I apply a text that was written to someone else thousands of years ago? How am I applying that principle to me today or everyone in this room? That's what you said. Did I misunderstand?
Right. I would prefer that you use the text itself as your authority, not appealing to people groups and social groups that are not in this conversation. Because if you ask me my opinion about something that is in this conversation, I'm going to appeal to one source and one source only, and that would be the text.
Okay, the other text in the Bible that talks about that we all have a conscience, which I've already spoken about. Y'all recognize what the good should be, whether you have the law, which Paul talks about, whether you have the law like the Jews did, or those that did not have the law, they're two separate people groups. They both at some point recognize the good. One with the law, one without the law. That's the text itself. You may go on.
Yeah, because hold on. There's a difference between what the Bible says and what the Bible means by what it says. So there's a particular context. There's a particular context in which your appeal fits, and that is that the law was given exclusively to Israel. It wasn't given to anyone else. When you have Paul making an appeal to those who are outside of the law, it is to those 10 tribes that have been cast out into the nations. That's going to fit a lot of the similar references in Ephesians and Colossians when Paul makes
Wait
a
a minute.
distinction. When Paul makes a distinction between himself and those who are outside of the covenant. Why? Because they had been cut off previously 600 years ago when the Assyrians came in and took them into captivity. Again,
You read another
you are.
story.
Hold on a
Hold
second,
on, real
Travis.
quick. Hold on,
I
real
get it.
quick.
Okay, I get where you're
I'm
going.
almost done. I'm almost done.
Stories.
Again, the Torah and all of the context that it encapsulates is given to one people group, and that is the nation of Israel. No one else.
Okay, wait a minute. Where was the law given, and were all 12 tribes at the giving of the law in Mount Sinai in the Bible?
Okay, you're asking me if the law was given to Moses on Mount Sinai. Okay.
Jesus.
To all 12 tribes at the Mount Sinai. Were all 12 tribes at Mount Sinai when Moses brought the law down and gave it to them?
You
They
just
all
believe
there.
that story.
Hold on a
Okay, hold
second.
on.
Hold on a second. This is within the context of me and Travis's discussion. Was the law given to all 12 tribes at Mount Sinai? Yes or no?
The law was given exclusively to Moses at Mount Sinai.
But which Paul? Okay, where did Moses go and then give it to who after that?
He went down to the bottom of the mountain and distributed it to the people of Israel.
All 12 tribes, correct?
You know what? I don't remember any longer. If you have a point to make or a claim to make, then by all
Okay.
means
So,
make it.
so you made a distinction. So you made a distinction saying that the law only applied to the nation of Israel. Well, when what you're saying is the southern tribe, not the northern tribe. Wait a minute, the southern tribe. I always get that mixed up. Either the northern tribe. When you say Israel, it's either the northern or southern nation, or when they saw Israel as all 12 tribes of Israel. Yes, a certain group of the 12 tribes are taken into captivity, but the law was given to all 12 tribes at Mount Sinai. So that means when Paul talks about it within the context, when he says the law was given to the nation of Israel, he's talking about all 12 tribes. Now, when he starts to talk about those outside of that, that means anyone that's not the 12 tribes.
No, that's incorrect.
That's within the context.
Okay, no. Okay, hold on.
You seem to know a lot, Paul. You seem to know a lot.
Hold on, Pete. The context that you're appealing to in terms of the giving of the law is to the 12 tribes. At Paul's place in history, it is after the captivity. So now that's the context. They are outside of the law. They have been divorced.
Okay, show me where it says that the rest of the 12 tribes were divorced from the law.
Have you not read Hosea?
There's a certain group, like not all the tribes were divorced, they're still not under the law anymore. Is that really what you're saying?
The language of divorce is a metaphor, right? Because God treats his relationship to Israel as a marriage. So there are other metaphors that the Bible uses as well. Okay, but the idea of divorce and restoration in the marriage is there. So we can just simply go to the prophets and see that God threatens his people with divorce. He then also used glory to warn the younger sister from her older sister's behavior. Do not be like your older sister. Why? Because I divorced her. If you guys keep on this trail, I'm going to divorce you as well. That is the same context for what happens in the New Testament when Jesus comes on the scene and presents the offer to the rest of the tribe, right? I have only come for the tribe of Israel, is what Jesus said.
Okay, wait a minute. So when you say tribe, weren't there 12 tribes?
Okay, people of Israel, okay?
Okay, people of Israel, is that 12 tribes? Or is that just one tribe? Or is it 3 tribes? Or is it 4 tribes? How many tribes are in Israel?
The remaining 2 tribes, and then he also addresses those who are outside the fold, which would be the 10. That is the nature of the context for the proclamation of the gospel after the ascension. When the apostles went out into the world, they went to the dispersed, apostatized tribes in their various locations: Corinth, Ephesus, Smyrna, Laodicea. That's the context.
Okay. So when you divorce, like normally when you talk about divorce, you talk about one single individual. I divorce you, not I divorce 3. So when it says God divorces, so are you saying that God divorced he divorced 10 and kept 2?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so show me from the New Testament where you can directly point to that's the case. Or that Jesus is talking about only the 10 tribes, only the 2 tribes. Or point somewhere in Hosea that is only only 2 tribes.
Isn't it? Isn't this getting a bit lost for the listener? Come on.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine, Pete. Paul, again, we're arguing about tertiary issues when we have to prove first of all that this text that was given to a specific people group extends to anyone else besides them.
Okay, in Israel throughout the Old Testament, when it usually determines the nation of Israel, it goes all the way back to Israel or Jacob when his name was changed to Israel. Okay, under Israel, there were 12 tribes, 12 individuals, or actually 12 individuals that became 12 tribes of the nation of Israel. And that was also of the 12 tribes that were standing under Mount Sinai with Moses. So you're going to have to show me where that, if you're going to divorce, there's a sectioning it out of a divorce of Israel of 12 tribes. You're going to have to show me, because within the context of the whole scripture.
Who cares what they were doing?
Hold on, Pete, just real quick. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, look, we've gone over this before, and this has gone on. I mean, I don't hear anybody else but Pete objecting. So I don't want to hog all of this. But right now, what you're doing in terms of the question that you're approaching at this point is going beyond actually giving me an answer. Again, you're asking me a question. It was given to the 12 tribes. There you go. The law was given to the 12 tribes.
Yeah, and Paul talked about it when he talked about the nation of Israel given to Israel, all 12 tribes, not just a section of them. Then anybody outside of the 12 tribes would be the other nations.
No, so incorrect.
I'm within the context of the scripture.
Okay, look, the context of the New Testament is you have a remaining collection. You have Judah remaining, right? So look, the 2 tribes that remained in the north after the south was taken into captivity, the 2 tribes were Benjamin and Judah, right?
So what you're saying is, let me sum it up.
Hold on.
I get it. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
I'm asking you to answer my question. I'm not trying to catch you. I'm trying to build a case. Were the remaining 2 tribes?
We have all night.
Were the remaining 2 tribes in the north Benjamin and Judah?
I would say, I don't know for sure, and I don't have the demographics. I bet you in the nation of Israel as a whole, it was probably a mixture of all the tribes, even during Jesus' day.
Great. You know what? You would have to now substantiate that claim. So it wasn't a gotcha. Listen.
Well, you'd also have to substantiate. Wait a minute,
Hold on, Paul.
No. You'd have to substantiate the claim that all people, all the nation, all tribes, not one soul, not one last person was left in the nation of Israel when they were taken into captivity. You would have to prove that yourself.
Paul, I did not make that claim.
What's going on here?
Well, you're saying that because the other tribes were not under the law because they left. That's what you're claiming.
Okay,
they don't have the law because they left. They were divorced.
Listen to what I'm going to concede.
I know.
Right?
Remember, kicked out the Jews back in 1910 or something like that.
Pete, that is not helpful, man. Listen, here we go. We've just been transported back to the day before, to the day of the captivity, Paul. And you see your brother from the tribe of Ephraim, and you say to him, Moishe, please repent. And he says, okay, Paul, you know what? I'm going to repent. And he comes and he joins you. That's fine with me. Okay. That does not take away from the fact that you can only establish that 10 tribes were taken into captivity and 2 were left. The fact that you are actually trying to make this crazy fucking appeal to the fact that maybe some people stayed back and so it wasn't so blah, blah, whatever, bro. Okay, that's an absolute grasping at straws.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to show you that there's an aspect of your argument that's flawed. That's what I'm trying to show you because you don't. I mean,
No,
you're right. There might be maybe
absolutely
90% of the people were 90% of the people in the northern tribe were taken into captivity. 90%, let's say, but there's still a small percentage that were still there.
Paul, where are you getting this term 90%?
I'm pulling out a random number. Well, you're claiming that all
appealing?
Because you're claiming, you're making the claim that all 10 tribes, every person, all out of the 10 tribes, all 10 of them were taken and gone. That's what you're claiming. You have to claim that with what you're saying.
Okay, Paul. When we read in the New Testament that all the world was that Rome took a census of all the world. Did he take a census of North America?
What the heck, man?
No, I know. I get it's the people group at that time. It's the people group. I get it. And it's what was known in the world at that time. I get that.
That's okay. That's all I'm saying.
The same point. So you can't say it.
You have the majority of the 10 tribes being taken into captivity. I don't know how many people from each tribe repented. It doesn't tell us that, Paul. To me, this argumentation from someone like you who's very astute is a very immature argument.
Well, I was just trying to make a point. Now, here's the other thing. Let's think about something else. If the law does not apply to those 10 people that were taken into captivity, and the law is something that was what Paul said, the law was given to them.
I didn't make that claim.
I'm making the claim at the moment, so just listen, okay? If the law was given at Mount Sinai, okay, and it was a way to show the nation of Israel how to live, Paul talks about that's what the law was, to show, basically give them a moral compass. And you say that a law does not apply to the 10 tribes anymore because they're divorced. How would they know when they've wronged God?
I did not say, okay, Paul, this is now the 3rd or 4th time you have attributed to me something I have not said in this conversation.
But you said the law does not apply to them anymore. That's what you said.
No, I did not.
You said that the law. Well, you said. Well, I said when I quoted what Paul said, that the law was given to the nation of Israel. Okay, that means all the nation of Israel, the ones in captivity and the ones that are not in captivity, the ones that are in the nation of Israel and the ones that are in the dispersa. That means all of them. And then there's people that Paul talks about that don't have the law that is written on their conscience. That's the distinction I'm making.
No, you're adding a third people group. Okay, there are certain things, the uncircumcised and the circumcised, right? So Paul also refers to the uncircumcised and the circumcised. It's a figure of speech. He has, again, the singular people group is Israel. You have those in captivity, the dispersion. Now, he calls them the nations. He calls them the nations. Why? Because that's where they are. They are living outside of the law. Why? Because they are not in the promised land. So technically, the law is outside of them, so to speak, because they can't apply certain principles that only apply for people who live inside the land. So he describes them as those who are without the law.
Well, I mean, I see. That's the thing. I don't know if I think you're metaphoring it out to the point where it doesn't make sense. Because I mean, even when he talks about circumcision and circumcised and uncircumcision, circumcision was given to Abraham, and it was given to every descendant of Abraham. Okay, so which means Isaac, Jacob, Reuben, Levi, Ephraim, all of those, even Joseph, were circumcised. All of that means the whole nation of Israel was circumcised. Which means even though they may not have obeyed the law, maybe they couldn't circumcise, they would I would think in Paul's mind, that would still apply to them.
You can say I would think all you like, but I don't live in a world where I say I would think and not have anything to substantiate it.
Okay, show me where in the scripture that Paul's showing that what I just said is wrong. That contradicts what Paul said. It doesn't line up with it.
I simply have a question for you. Do you believe that there's a deeper spiritual meaning to circumcision, or is it simply about a physical act?
I think in that context, I think Paul's talking about the physical, but there is a component that Paul does address with the circumcision of the heart, which is different than physical circumcision. It's two separate things. And I think Paul makes that distinction. Hang on, I think Paul makes that distinction because he talks about the circumcision of the heart. He does say that very specifically.
Yes, I know, Paul. My question is, would in Paul's opinion, would he see or he understand that someone could be actually physically circumcised and yet not be circumcised?
Okay, I mean, I would say yes. So, but if you're going to metaphor that across the board, then everything's a metaphor. There's no literal history and no literal anything involved. So why are we even talking about this?
No, I'm simply trying to establish what we can prove from the text. We can actually prove that from the text from Romans chapter 9, 10, and 11 that Paul makes the point that even though you're circumcised, do not appeal to that because you can be circumcised and yet not be circumcised.
Okay, I think okay, can people talk about something literal, and then use that as a metaphor to teach about the deep spiritual truth? Yes.
You're going to, again, do you have a claim to make?
What claim do you want me to make? I'm agreeing that yes, there can be an idea of Paul's talking about a spiritual circumcision. I don't disagree with that. But to draw the metaphor, take that to the point that everything that Paul says is a metaphor, I think that's where you've gone too far.
Okay, but again, now we're going to have to get into the minutia of making certain claims, right? So right now we're simply talking about circumcision in particular. When you have a problem or a difficulty in feeling comfortable with a symbolic way of understanding the Bible, I would have to make another claim about something else and then be able to either establish that or not. If I don't establish that, then you have no reason to acknowledge that my claim is valid. However, if I make a claim about something and then bring substantial evidence, then you are put into the situation where you're either going to accept the evidence or not, right?
Okay, so you're back. Basically, now we're back to this. You're saying I don't see the evidence that you're saying, which is a standard flat earther argument, or even a global argument. Here's the evidence. You're just denying the evidence before your eyes. That's pretty much what you're saying to me. I'm saying is I understand I understand the text that Paul can talk about something physical and then use the thing physical and talk about something spiritual behind it. I have no problem with that. Okay, but to just say that the whole thing, that everything Paul says is just a spiritual metaphor, I have a problem with, because then you're right. The whole Bible's a metaphor, and I don't think you can do that. I think you've gone too far.
Okay, again though, right now you've put words into my mouth, Paul. Again, you've said that I have said.
You should be looking at the Holy put into your mouth.
You've already said that Bible. You already said that Jesus was a myth. You've already said in the past that everything about Revelation to Genesis is about a metaphor about the nation of Israel. The whole thing. You've already said this in the past. So I'm taking about what you've already said to me already, not just what you're saying right now.
No, you are applying it. What you did right now was fair and just by appealing to something that I personally did say. But right now you're saying that I attributed everything to Paul as a myth, right? But while I haven't made a specific claim right now outside of the discussion on circumcision, regardless of whether or not you're correct, I haven't made a specific claim. So
what's your
I would
claim,
rather us deal with specific claims made and evidence either in support of or lacking.
Are you circumcised, Travis?
Unfortunately, yes.
So what claim are you making, Travis? Then just make your claim.
I I don't know that I want to make an additional one right now, based on our conversation. You know, my question, this all began with Larry making a statement about the Bible and the fruit of the Spirit, right? Now, as been said by the gentleman that was talking earlier, I don't feel like I need to use the Bible to substantiate anything that I believe, right? So, one claim I'll make, well, yeah, I don't know if that's just, so I don't need to appeal to the Bible to figure out how to be wise in this life. The context of wisdom in the Bible itself has to deal with how one operates under the Torah.
And I never said that you can't know right and wrong without the Bible. I never made that claim either. I think everybody can know right and wrong without the Bible.
Well, I think that it was implicit by a question that was asked: how do I have any justification, or how do I deal with, justice or things like that, right? So I think
Right.
it was just
That's still,
implicit.
that
Well, no, but
question's
see,
still
the
on the table, and you've not answered it.
Can I interrupt?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So my thinking is like if we don't have like a standard that we can all agree on, and then if that doesn't happen, then we have like subjective morals. And me being an empath, right? I can have empathy with just about anybody if I can listen to their words, right? So Pol Pot was like tired of 3 generations of imbeciles is enough, he said. And I feel that way when I'm trying to like walk into Walmart and these idiots are like blocking the path, talking like they don't have a phone and Facebook and they can't contact each other after they're done shopping and shit. And I'm like, okay, there's 3 generations of imbeciles here. You got the grandfather, the father, and the son, and they're all blocking the entrance, which they know that people got shit to do and people got their own lives, but here these people are blocking the path. 3 generations of imbeciles is enough. Like, whatever frees up the highway, let's mow these fuckers down so I can get to go and do what I want to do, right? And I can empathize with that. But if we don't have, like, morals that we all agree on, then everybody could just make up their own, right? So Pol Pot, there's nothing that he did that was wrong based on the subjective morality because he was trying to free up his country from idiots. So that's just my belief. I've tried to be quiet and let other people talk, but that's just the way I see it. If we could all agree on a set of morals, maybe we could have like a functional society.
People know that his full name was Pol Potpourri. Just a little tidbit of information there.
Shut up, Pete.
Well, I wasn't going to call him Mr. Tory, but yeah, most people know him as Pol Pot, right?
Or Potpourri.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying, though, right? Like I could say that Hitler was like, yeah, these bankers, they're really screwing everything up with their fractional reserve lending. Like, let's ship them to Israel, right? Like, that's not how I feel, but it could be that easy, right?
Well, have none of us seen The Greatest Story Never Told, which got Eric Dubé into serious trouble,
Yeah.
him being a prime and leading flat earther? Of course, we've considered all of this stuff, and the bad guys of history turn out to be potentially the good guys. But is there a greater layer to it? As again, I think so. I do think so. But we definitely all heard that, right? We've definitely all heard that. And Travis, you're talking about it yourself, right? And then because it comes back to the Jews, doesn't it? Can I just say something specifically, which is I think we have to think in terms of how all this applies to us. The way I view it, we are in Genesis 1. When we venture into Genesis 2 division, we start off at the lower levels. The Jew rests on the ground. If you're circumcised, you're cut off from the greater circle. So yes, it's all about rebridging, rebuilding. There we work our way up in our own bodies up to our heart. That's why Jesus, there we get to the New Testament, is always pointing to his heart. So that bridge has to be sort of reestablished, reorientated, realigned, and then Revelation.
I'm going to pose the same question to you, Pete.
Okay, I'm done now. Then the Revelation is about the head. When
Okay,
we get to the head, though, then we look beyond the 66 books of the Bible, particularly look at the Gospel of Thomas, and within there, as far as I've come to find anyway, there's one particular clue which leads us on elsewhere.
Okay, so Pete, my question to you is, where do you get the authority to say we are in Genesis chapter 1?
because I am of the same kind as you. What applies to me applies to you. That's why I love you. That's why I understand we're all in the same dilemma. I represent as male Adam, and as a female, then you represent Eve. This divided nature of man. So when I say we, I'm saying it from my point of view, not just me. I am. How can I pinpoint myself?
Right,
Yeah.
but see the underlying assumption that you're making is that Genesis is talking about what you are.
Yes, it is.
And that's my position is no, it's not.
So, what's it talking about then?
Again, this is going to be a discussion where I'm going to say things that are going to create knee-jerk reactions. Okay,
No, that's okay.
I know, but I have to.
We're here reading. Yeah.
I know, but I have kind of like what Paul was saying. I have to say this for the audience, right? I am not going to be able to say everything to make sense of what I'm going to say, right? I can't say everything.
Simple then. Keep it short.
Okay. Genesis 1 is an allegory for Israel to understand her history in periods of days, 6 days, and the seventh day is her final state in which she finds rest.
But who is Israel then?
Israel is what Paul was talking about before. It's the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Who the fuck are they? Israel is us, I say. We are Israel. I am Israel.
Okay, great. Prove it to me.
Yes, but you say, do you prove Jacob, Paul, and what was his name? The guy.
Ringo?
Well, it might as well be. It might as well be bad because you
look. You know,
Genesis 1.
I can have an amicable conversation about this all night long, but you know, there's other people here in the chat, so you know, anybody else want to bring up something else?
Okay, I'm going to make a sandwich anyway. Let me just make my point then. When I say we are in Genesis 1, mankind, us in this divided state, it's clear to us that we are divided male from female, self from self. This comes about in Genesis 2, right? Comes about in Genesis 2. In Genesis 1, though, I still hold we are complete. We are whole. We are whole, and we were created in the image of God. In the image of God created He man, male and female created He them. What is left out, I think, Travis, is in brackets in one.